Song Yihan traversed into a parallel world where the streets echoed with the latest J-pop, K-pop, and Western melodies. In an effort to awaken the dismal state of the Chinese music industry, he boldly declared with his song General's Order, "On the land of the Dragon Kingdom, please speak in Mandarin." With Compendium of Materia Medica, he struck a nerve within the fandom. Adoring foreign cultures is far more arduous. His composition Yellow Race proclaimed to his compatriots, "After 5 millennia, it is our turn to take the stage." As his songs became anthems for the military, fire departments, and educational institutions, state media publicly praised his work. Yet, the forces of capital sought to tarnish his reputation, and public opinion turned against him, leading to a cacophony of insults from the masses. When the truth finally emerged, countless hearts wept for him. In response, Song Yi expressed his resolve through a laugh amidst the waves. "I possess a resilient spirit that cannot bow." At long last, the realm of Mandarin music and cinema basked in glory, with foreign artists clamoring to cover Chinese songs and Mandarin films making their mark in Hollywood. As he embarked on a global concert tour, various foreign factions united in opposition, yet innumerable international fans erupted in fervor, lining the streets for his arrival. While he reveled in success abroad, domestic fans lamented, "Song Yi, please return. We need you here." Whoever heard of an artist performing overseas while accompanied by military protection? Is this the true essence of a national treasure artist? Don't let those foreigners profit from you. I want to see your concert live. Song Yi, do take a breather. Even the donkeys of a production team wouldn't push themselves this hard. At Yun's Province Hospital, in the nephrology intensive care unit. "Dr. Su, I beg you, please help me. My father's surgery cannot be delayed any longer. I have exhausted all my resources, yet the funds for the surgery remain woefully insufficient. I truly have no other options left. Sobi, sobi, sobi." The girl collapsed onto the floor, her cries piercing the air. Medical staff exchanged hesitant glances, ultimately exhaling a resigned sigh. Beep. Bank notification. Your account has received an anonymous transfer of 300,000 yuan, marked as a donation. On July 1st, in the imperial capital, in a private room of a CAF. Your trashy folk songs have long since lost their market. I handed you my business card because I admired your handsome appearance and charisma, not for your ridiculous folk music. Song, he had just presented the scores for Chengdu and Southern Girl to the flamboyantly dressed woman before him. To his surprise, she didn't even glance at them, tossing the sheets to the floor instead. "With your looks, I am confident I can turn you into the next top-tier star within a year. Give me 2 years, and it's entirely possible for you to surpass one of the 4 small fresh meats." Su Kuan, the self-assured woman, named Wu Qin, was the star agent of Xingfei Entertainment. "However, little brother, you are truly handsome, and your muscles are quite impressive. I adore them." After painting an enticing picture, the woman suddenly approached Song Yi with a starry-eyed smile. Her delicate fingers wandered across his chest, the gentle touch leaving him momentarily spellbound. In his ear, her sultry whispers floated. "Come with me tonight, I promise to secure you a contract as a blissed artist." Bang! Before she could finish her sentence, Song Yi forcefully pushed her away. "That's another matter." Cough, cough. Straightening his disheveled attire, his expression turned grave. "I'm sorry, but my upbringing prohibits me from engaging in such actions." "Ha! Is that so? How about 50,000? Come with me tonight, and the money and mere yours." The woman scoffed. "As a street-performing vagabond, 50,000 should keep you afloat for a long time, right?" Gazing at the confidently smiling woman, Song Yi couldn't help but feel disheartened. The musical environment in this world was indeed abysmal. Today marked the 7th day since Song Yi's arrival in the Blue Star world. This world bore little difference to Earth, save for a slight lag in cultural development, and the entertainment industry in the Dragon Kingdom was severely plagued by capital's grip. An array of idol groups, J-pop, and Western influences had audaciously claimed half of the music scene in the Dragon Kingdom. The streets resounded with English, Korean, and Japanese songs from various merchants and shops. With only a vague memory of Earth and 2 years of experience as a street performer, Song Yi spent nearly a week piecing together the scores for Chengdu and Southern Girl. Thus their meeting came to pass. He had anticipated this encounter to be his debut opportunity, only to be met with such overt underhandedness upon entry. While the allure of easy gains was tempting, dealing with a predatory woman was far from pleasant. Should there be any peculiar preferences on her part, it would be even more disastrous. Oh well. Some conversations are better left unspoken. Bending down to retrieve the discarded scores, Song Yi turned to leave the private room. He lamented his lack of research. Had he simply looked up Xingfei Entertainment's background online, he would not have wasted this trip. But where he is not welcomed, another place will surely embrace him. After all, he was at least a half-transmigrator even without an awakened system. He need not resort to selling his charm to survive. As he reached the doorway, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Beep! Detected that the host has resisted the temptations of female allure and monetary gain, qualifying for binding the cultural renaissance system. Binding in progress. System binding successful. This system allows the acquisition of charitable points through donations, which can be used to retrieve all songs, films, novels, and poetry from the original world and exchange them for various skills. Given that the host has just crossed over and possesses limited donation capabilities, the system grants the host 10 songs and 3 master-level abilities. Please choose wisely. May the host strive diligently to revitalize the Mandarin music scene and lead Dragon Kingdom culture onto the world stage. Upon hearing this series of system notifications, Song Yi could scarcely contain his elation. System, do you underestimate me? What sort of trivial temptations are these? Is a woman nearing 40 even considered a temptation? Is 50,000 for an overnight stay truly a financial lure? Is this what you use to test a transmigrator? What transmigrator could possibly falter under such trivial trials? Believing Song Yi had changed his mind, Wu Qin, standing at the door, rushed to embrace him with excitement. Now you're thinking clearly. Why resist the allure of money? Rest assured, I will be very gentle tonight. With my status in the entertainment industry, I guarantee you will rise to fame in no time. Feeling the pressure emanating from her bosom, Song Yi was taken aback. What exactly did she mean by rise to fame? Was this a decline of morals or an eruption of primal instincts? There was no time to ponder this philosophical dilemma. Song Yi quickly shrugged off Wu Qin's arms. With a firm shove, he sent her staggering 5 meters back. Auntie, I believe you are mistaken, Song Yi remarked politely. While I may indeed be handsome, I harbor no interest in becoming a flowery idol. Hearing him call her Annie, Wu Qin nearly stumbled in shock, her defenses crumbling instantly. Song Yi, what did you just call me? Do you truly have no desire to debut in the industry? Song Yi, is this a shift from seduction to intimidation? I called you Annie, he replied with an innocent expression. I'm 24 judging by your appearance. You're probably not far from 40. Calling you Annie hardly seems excessive, does it? Additionally, allow me to kindly inform you that your makeup is caked on. What? Wu Qin gasped. Just as she reached for a mirror to touch up her makeup, Song Yi innocently continued. By the way, you've had too much hyaluronic acid injected. Your features appear swollen and distorted. Oh, and Annie, there's a hole in your right leg stockings. You might want to mend that when you get home. After delivering these barbs, Song Yi felt a significant lightness in his heart. Before the enraged Wu Qin could retaliate, he swiftly exited the private room. Behind him, he heard the woman's furious shout. You little brat. You'll never debut in the entertainment industry. With that rusty voice of yours that can only croon folk songs, it'll ensure no entertainment company dares to take you. I, Wu Qin, stand by this declaration. Let's see who prevails. Chapter 2. Skills. Ignoring the barking dogs behind him, Song Yi luxuriantly hailed a cab and hurried to his rental apartment on the outskirts of the 5th Ring Road. Born in the misty southwestern city, he resolutely moved to the capital, Beijing, 2 years after graduating from Southwest University, pursuing his musical dreams. However, due to his mediocre singing abilities, apart from the occasional bar performance, Song Yi could only resort to busking on the streets, euphemistically calling himself a free musician. Fortunately, his handsome looks garnered generous tips from affluent women whenever he set up his stall, allowing him to scrape by. Additionally, he dabbled in writing folk songs, though the results were hardly worthy of listening. So dreadful that even dogs would shake their heads in disapproval. This 2-bedroom, 1 living room walk-up was a shared accommodation, and his roommate, Du Song, was also a struggling singer. Unlike Song Yi, who relied on his looks, Du Song was an innate talent, not in music, but in enduring hunger. With an unremarkable appearance and average singing skills, Du Song fared even worse than Song Yi. At his lowest, he would divide a single pack of instant noodles into 3 meals, and the phrase 3 days of hunger for 9 meals was no exaggeration in his case. As he could hardly fill his belly with each meal, Digu, didn't you say you were going out to sell songs? Why are you back so early? How much did that rich lady give you? As soon as Song Yi opened the door, Du Song's concerned voice greeted him. Don't mention it, Song Yi lamented. That woman was a lecher. Not only did I fail to sell any songs, but she also took advantage of me. How outrageous! In broad daylight, under the clear sky. Why can't I ever encounter such a woman? Du Song exclaimed, his heart aching. Song, stop being lewd in the middle of the day. If it's unbearable, Go cool off in the restroom, Song Yi teased, playfully punching Du Song. Though I didn't make any money today, I'm in a good mood, so let us go out for a feast later. You really understand me, brother? I haven't had meat in several days, Du Song, a master of changing expressions, instantly burst into tears. Igu, you truly are my brother from another mother. Wealthy dogs, do not bark. By the way, brother, I got a gig. After a moment of levity, Du Song suddenly recalled something and quickly became serious. The Menghu Band has invited us to participate in an outdoor performance. It's the day after tomorrow in the afternoon at the Music Square in the eastern part of the city. This time, Chenggu found 2 sponsors who were willing to pay us 500 yuan each for the performance. They'll also be live streaming on Douyin, and if we receive enough tips, we might even get a share of the profits. We can each perform 2 songs. You can open with a warm-up, and I'll take the middle break. What do you think? This was not the first time Song Yi had received such an invitation to perform with a band. Most of these were organized by music enthusiasts, with no mention of performance fees. Occasionally, if the tips were generous, the organizers would treat everyone to a meal, but on unlucky days, even that would come out of their own pockets. Finding 2 willing sponsors was indeed a rarity. Let us do it, Song Yi nodded enthusiastically. We performed for free before. Now that there's 500 yuan on the table, there's no reason not to go for it. On the way back, Song Yi contemplated how to make a significant impact with his first performance. This opportunity was perfect for a trial run. Upon returning to his bedroom, he immediately summoned the system interface in his mind. The system's database was filled with nearly all cultural and entertainment works from Earth: music, films, poetry, novels, and more, perfectly resolving Song Yi's foggy memories. However, unlocking the full details and memories of each song required between 100,000 to 5 million charity points. In addition to the database, there were various abilities available, encompassing a wide array of instruments from both East and West, singing skills, acting, dancing, and more. Truly a comprehensive collection. There were even peculiar and seemingly useless skills, such as accelerating hair growth and enhancing one's physical prowess, with prices ranging from 100,000 to 1 billion points. Furthermore, points could be used to upgrade skills, with singing categorized into levels: novice, proficient, master, grandmaster, and hall level, the latter requiring an astonishing 10 billion points for redemption. The so-called charity points meant that for every yuan Song Yi donated to the people or institutions of Long Country, he would earn 1 charity point. Donations could be made directly through the system or by Song Yi himself. System, your demands are too high, he grumbled. According to your standards, if I want to upgrade my singing to the highest hall level, I'd need to donate 1 billion. Do you think this is Vietnamese dong? Based on the system's search, there are no more than 10 singers on Blue Star with hall-level singing skills. Do you believe 10 billion is excessive? The system has prepared a fun lottery wheel for the host. Every 100,000 points grants 1 draw, with a chance to win abilities or cultural works of any level. The prospect of drawing a hall-level singing skill for just 100,000 points brought some balance to Song Yi's mind. After much contemplation, he cautiously selected master-level singing, versatile vocal ability, and master-level arrangement skills. Ding! Redemption successful. Awakening master-level singing, versatile vocal ability, master-level arrangement. In an instant, a flood of professional knowledge surged into Song Yi's mind. He gained a wealth of music theory and singing techniques. He felt his control over his vocal cords becoming more adept and natural, and areas he previously struggled to reach could now be sung with ease and precision. With the enhancement of his versatile vocal ability, his capacity to modulate his voice improved significantly, allowing him to tackle a vast array of musical genres effortlessly. Song Yi even felt that he now possessed the ability to compete alongside top-tier domestic singers. To his astonishment, just the master-level singing skill had proven to be extraordinarily powerful. Subsequently, he unlocked the related memories and details of the song's general's order, Compendium of Materia Medica, and Yellow People within the system's music library. He swiftly transcribed the lyrics and melodies onto paper, and using arrangement software, he created the computer accompaniment for all 3 songs. He also accessed the Music Copyright Association's website to register the copyrights for these songs. Having previously written songs, he was quite familiar with the registration process, which required a fee of 45 yuan per song, totaling 135 yuan for 3 songs. As for the remaining 7-song redemption slots, Song Yi chose not to rush into using them. After all, he lacked a stable income at the moment. If he hastily redeemed all of them and failed to make a name for himself, he would quickly find himself in an embarrassing predicament of running out of creative ideas. He could only wonder if these distinct songs would stir any ripples in the currently decaying music scene of Long Country Chapter 3. Spectators on July 3rd. In the afternoon, Song Yi and Du Song arrived early at the Music Square in the eastern part of Dijing. The four members of the Menghu band had already set up a rudimentary stage. In front of the stage, a simple lyric display was set up, and behind it hung advertising banners for certain bars and internet cafes. These must be the two sponsors of the event. Xiao Song, you're here so early. How is the setlist coming along for today? As they approached the stage, Zhang Cheng, the lead singer of the Menghu band, warmly greeted them. All set. I'll be performing my two best folk songs. Gu should be ready too, Du Song said, glancing over at Song Yi habitually. However, he found Song Yi looking serious as he replied to Zhang Cheng, Cheng Gu. This time I'm preparing to sing two new songs with a rather innovative style. But they might be somewhat provocative. They could elicit dissatisfaction and backlash from the younger crowd and their fans. I wonder if you all are okay with that. Afraid? Upon hearing Song Yi's question, even the other band members, busying themselves on stage, paused their work and looked up at the conversation. Are you underestimating us? If there really are such songs, sing them boldly. We Menghu band aren't aiming for stardom. So why fear the younger crowd and their fans? Exactly, Xiao Yi. We just hope your new songs are powerful and electrifying. Haha, the best would be if they could provoke those fans into a frenzy. Seeing the excitement on everyone's faces, Song Yi felt a bit of his worries dissipate. That's good to hear. It's just that I'm concerned about the sponsors. Song Yi glanced at the advertising banners behind him. Based on his understanding of fan culture, once the songs caught attention, those fervent fans might storm the sponsors' venues. Don't worry. Both sponsors today are my friends. They're not the type to shy away from trouble. Plus, they are staunch supporters of Mandarin songs, so you can sing without hesitation. Just hope it's as explosive as you say. Otherwise, I might have to come find you, Du Song added with a cheeky grin. Haha, Ego, sing with confidence. If anyone throws shoes at you, I'll be the first to jump in and take care of them. After a round of hearty laughter, no one took Song Yi's words too seriously. After all, they were familiar with the songs Song Yi had written in the past, and their quality, well, let us just say they were more for self-entertainment. The ire of fandom circles has been dismissed by some as mere figments of Song Yi's imagination and aspirations. Completely disregarded, however, this evening's performance was intended as a light-hearted affair, and there was no deliberate attempt to have Song Yi change his song on a whim. Everyone was free to enjoy the night as they pleased. The entertainment industry in Longhua has been profoundly impacted by foreign cultural influences, leading to an unexpected unity among various musical factions. Even Song Yi and Du Song, known for their folk songs, found camaraderie with a rock band like the Tiger Band. As the clock struck 7, the scorching sun began its descent in the western sky. Scattered groups of people strolled and chatted around the square. Since this performance was entirely free of charge, nearly 200 spectators had gathered around the stage. Inside the Tiger Band's Douyin livestream room, close to 800 devoted fans awaited the show. While this scene may seem rather humble compared to large-scale concerts, for Zhang Cheng, Du Song, and their companions, participating in the performance was a delight in itself. Good evening, dear fans. Welcome to tonight's show. Without a professional host, lead vocalist Zhang Cheng took the stage to deliver a brief address. After expressing gratitude to both the livestream audience and those present, the performance commenced. Now, my good friend Song Yi will present his original song, General's Command. We hope you enjoy it. At this moment, Song Yi appeared on the modest stage, donning a striking performance outfit. Although he and Du Song faced financial struggles, they approached their performance with utmost seriousness, having saved diligently to acquire 2 sets of performance attire. In the live stream room, viewers began to discuss, wow, when did the Tiger Band have such a dashing singer friend? Indeed, his charisma surpasses that of any top-tier idol. I'm enamored. His looks are undeniably striking. Even I, Jin Xingwu from the Northwest, must concede. The title General's Command sounds like a traditional song. I'm looking forward to it. Song Yi had already handed the USB drive containing the accompaniment to the backstage staff. As the music began, there was no gradual build-up. The accompaniment erupted with the thunderous sound of longwood drums and the stirring notes of the suona, instantly capturing the attention of the crowd. Even members of the Tiger Band turned their gazes toward Song Yi on stage. Brother Chung, this song is somewhat different from what I imagined. Isn't AI a folk singer? This sounds even more intense than our songs. The fusion of traditional elements with hints of rock and playful hip-hop, even interspersed with electronic music, was evident. Yet there was no trace of Song Yi's usual folk style. The innovative introduction was brief. So much so that by the time viewers in the live stream room could share their thoughts, Song Yi had already commenced his singing. I know that the moon abroad is not necessarily round. I know the words of the general may not always be true. I know yo is not my language. Please be quiet. Please be quiet. The somewhat simplistic and rap-like opening lyrics left the audience perplexed, and a few viewers in the live stream room made light-hearted jests. However, once Song Yi completed the first verse, the crowd was left in astonishment. gazing at him on stage. In the live stream room, the barrage of comments flooded the screen. Who is this person? So handsome. I thought he was some young idol. Though the introduction was short, it was explosive, absolutely captivating. Not only that, his vocal skills are exceptional, rivaling top-tier singers domestically. This musical style is truly innovative. It feels like a blend of various elements, simply remarkable. The lines about the foreign moon and the language are so cool, brilliant. This seems to be a critique of those fawning over foreign culture and the young idols from Japan and Korea. He's so audacious, so charming. I just recorded the opening and shared it. Brothers, form a human wall. Beware of the backlash from fandom circles. In a matter of seconds, the scattered crowd had been drawn in by Song Yi's music, with many excitedly recording videos of him on stage to share on their social media. The viewer count in the live stream quickly surged past 1,000 and continued to rise. Chapter 4. Conflict. Oblivious to the gathering crowd, Song Yi remained focused on his performance. The young idol chases trends, his direction unclear. Westerners chant their mantras, oblivious to their roots. Different skin tones speak different tongues. Our culture must be articulated by us, and our stage is ours to command. Prior to this, people had merely speculated whether Song Yi was mocking those enamored with foreign culture, but with these lyrics, speculation turned to confirmation. Brother Chung, AIE is truly launching a direct attack on foreign idols and their culture. Can we withstand this? A keyboardist inquired. Witnessing the transformation in Song Yi's performance, members of the Tiger Band and Do Song were both exhilarated and somewhat anxious. They recalled Song Yi's earlier warnings and realized just how serious he had been. For individuals like them, confronting foreign idol culture posed minimal personal risk, yet the power of capital was formidable. If this performance caught the attention of entertainment giants, the live stream could be forcibly shut down at any moment. And even the Tiger Band's social media accounts could face permanent suspension. We have to hold our ground. Zhang Chung gritted his teeth. We boasted to AIE this afternoon. We can't falter now. Right, who cares? Du Song responded excitedly. Brother Yi's lyrics are so powerful. It's exhilarating to listen to. AI Chung remarked, today, AIE looks even more dashing than me. The flow of people in the square rapidly converged around the stage, and the viewer count in the live stream soared even faster, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000. The number of viewers swiftly surpassed 10,000. While this figure might seem trivial to renowned streamers, for the Tiger Band, it represented a milestone they had not reached in an entire year. They felt a mix of excitement and trepidation, but Song Yi on stage remained remarkably composed. The young idol chases trends? Forgetting his noble lineage, he fills his speech with check out, while I, a mere soldier, resign myself to fate. I in your world. You speak of ABCD, but on my land, please speak Mandarin. The strong rhythm, coupled with an innovative melody, easily comprehensible lyrics, and Song Yi's masterful vocal delivery, allowed all who heard this song to grasp the emotions he sought to convey. As the interlude played, the square erupted with applause and cheers. Du Song, brimming with excitement, regarded Song Yi on stage. Brother Yi's vocal prowess has soared. He penned such an incredible song without my knowledge. How impressive. Zhang Qing nodded in agreement. Indeed, AIE's vocal skills have reached the level of first-tier singers. Not just that, AI Chung corrected him. The arrangement of this song is also top-notch. AIE has undergone a complete transformation. The group passionately debated, while amid the cheers and applause, a few young girls shouted in discontent. What is he singing? How dare he mock our brother Kuan? Not just brother Kuan. It feels like he is taking on half the entertainment industry. Get down here. Where did this wild kid come from? He is utterly clueless. His singing is atrocious. I want to tear his mouth apart. These fans had coincidentally arrived at the square for an evening stroll after dinner and stumbled upon the outdoor performance. Sisters, let us take him down. Seeing Song Yi unfazed on stage, they began hurling drink bottles at him. One particularly agitated girl even removed her sandal and threw it at the stage. Fortunately, Song Yi, quick on his feet, deftly dodged this barrage of remote violence. Before Song Yi could utter a word, the concerned bystanders glared at the girls. Where did these unruly girls come from? Don't they know to respect street performers? Daring to cause a ruckus in Daijing, they clearly underestimate the might of our Zhaoyang community. Let us call the police and have them arrested. Uneducated and lacking manners, where have they been schooling? Before the surrounding crowd could intervene, Du Song, Zhang Chung, and others swiftly plunged into the midst of the commotion. I can't believe we joked about someone throwing shoes this afternoon, and it's actually happening. Brother E, don't worry. I'm here to save you. Du Song, along with several burly members of the Tiger Band, quickly restrained the four agitated girls. and it was entrusted to the law enforcement personnel stationed in the square. Due to Zhang Cheng's prior notification to the community regarding this music performance, the community, as per customary practice, arranged for several officers to conduct patrols. Initially, it was thought to be a mere formality. Yet, unexpectedly, it proved to be highly relevant right from the start. The online viewers in the live stream, upon witnessing Song Yi being attacked, erupted in an uproar. My goodness, are fan club followers truly this arrogant? Ignorance breeds fearlessness. It seems a 15-day detention is inevitable. The unnamed male singer performed so exquisitely that it pierced the hearts of the fan club followers. In your world, you say ABCD, but on my land. Please speak in Mandarin. These lyrics are simply extraordinary, brothers. Do you know this singer's name? I heard the host mention it might be Song Yi. I wonder if he has a Weibo and Douyin account. I have already become his fan. I checked, and it seems he does have accounts, though with only a few hundred followers. He appears to have been a wandering singer, amidst the abundance of praise. There were also the voices of fan club followers hurling insults, and this cacophony only grew louder. More fan club followers began to rally their friends in their respective groups. Sisters, someone is dissing our fan culture and attacking our beloved Kuingu and Fango. Quickly, let us head to the live stream and shut down their broadcast with our comments. After so many lessons learned, there are still such ruffians. Sisters, let us charge into battle. Charge, charge. Let them witness the unity and strength of our fan club followers. Within a mere few seconds, the viewership of the Menghu livestream soared to 50,000. Although many came to watch the live performance due to shared videos, a greater number were fans brought in by the fan club. The barrage of comments in the live stream was instantly overwhelmed by a wave of insults. What kind of trash is this guy? How dare he provoke our fan club? Ruffians like him emerge every year. This year, he shall serve as our example. Though his singing is quite pleasant, denying our fan club is unacceptable. He may be handsome, but unfortunately, he has chosen the wrong path. He can't even play basketball. Yet dares to debut? He should just get lost. What is he even singing? Zhang Cheng and the others glanced at the barrage of comments in the live stream, feeling uneasy. They were not particularly bothered by the insults from the fan club followers, as both Zhang Cheng and Song Yi had long been accustomed to such scenes. Their concern stemmed from the fear that the barrage of insults and reports might force the live stream to shut down. There's nothing to worry about. Even if the live stream gets shut down, we have already gathered over 1,000 spectators on site, and that is more than enough to support us in completing the performance. Zhang Cheng reassured the anxious crowd. Indeed, Cheng added, the fervor of the live audience has far exceeded our expectations. Even if the live stream is halted, it has all been worthwhile. Du Song turned to the girl in charge of the live stream, reminding her, Xiao Xue, be sure to record EGE's performance in its entirety. Even if the live stream gets shut down, we must share his performance afterward so that more people can witness it. At this moment, everyone recalled Song Yi's earlier reminder. Had they prepared in advance, they would not have found themselves in such a passive position, and they felt a twinge of shame for their previous nonchalance. He Shui solemnly assured them, Du Song, don't worry. I have temporarily added many loyal fans as live stream administrators. With their strong support, the live stream should be able to hold on a little longer. Surprisingly, the anticipated shutdown of the live stream did not occur. Chapter 5. Taking action. Song Yi's performance continued. The live stream was tumultuous, yet the song had only just entered its latter half. I know it's right. We have a kind, I know it's right. We dare to charge, I know it's right. Proud as dragons. The commotion on site and the insults in the live stream did not affect Song Yi's state of mind in the slightest. Long before choosing to sing this song, he had already anticipated the current situation. He intended to use these explicit lyrics to ignite a fierce clash with the fan club followers. Although this approach was somewhat risky and could invite unnecessary trouble, it would undoubtedly capture the attention of the people of Longhua. The current musical environment in Longhua had reached a point where one could not establish without first breaking down. Without some radical measures, how could one awaken the national consciousness of the people? Amidst the simultaneous praise and insults, Song Yi finally completed his first song of the evening. Despite the multitude of fan club followers online, the thousands of spectators on site genuinely appreciated Song Yi's performance. As the song concluded, thunderous applause erupted. Cheers and accolades rang out endlessly. That was fantastic, so satisfying. Young man, keep it up. Let us severely punish those few who just threw water bottles. That was utterly outrageous. It makes me furious. Handsome guy, do you have a girlfriend? What do you think of me? I have several properties in Daijing. Annie, how shameless of you to think of old cow eating young grass. Young handsome, choose me, and I will keep you warm. Handsome guy, sing another one. I simply can't get enough. Yes, you can even sing that last song again. I arrived midway and didn't hear it all. That song was so satisfying. What has been released in Longwa in recent years is just unbearable. There's no helping it. It's all controlled by capital, with Korean, Japanese, and Western styles dominating. Chinese music is in jeopardy. It's not that severe. There are still many artists earnestly creating music. It's just that their voices have been overshadowed by capital. Keep it up, handsome. Annie supports you. Sing another one. As he raised his hand to quiet the crowd. Song Yi had no intention of stepping down just yet. Thank you all for your support. Next, I have prepared a new song for you titled Ban Sao Gongmu. I hope you enjoy it. Song Yi turned and nodded to a Chong backstage. Soon, the music began to play again, with fantastical electronic sound effects that carried a strong rhythmic quality, providing a refreshing experience. At that moment, the number of viewers in the live stream unknowingly surpassed 100,000. Although a large influx of fan club followers had arrived, many genuine music enthusiasts were able to voice their opinions in the comments due to the moderator's silencing tactics. What an extraordinary prelude. I've never heard such a style before. This is indeed impressive. It seems this song is of high quality. The rhythm is so strong. I can't help but start dancing. I was drawn in by the video of General's Order. This singer is so handsome. I like him. It's both enjoyable and creative. I'm a fan now. After a 40-second prelude, Song Yi began his performance. If Hua Tuwa were to return, the obsession with foreign cultures would be cured. Foreigners come to learn Chinese characters, igniting my national consciousness. Ma Qian Zi, Zhu Ming Zi, Song Er Zi, and also Lian Zi, Huang Yao Zi, Ku Do Zi, Chuan Lian Zi. The rapid pace of the lyrics, combined with a deliberately lowered vocal tone, meant that the audience could only grasp a general sense of the content. Fortunately, there was a simple lyrics display at the front of the stage. All the spectators gasped in astonishment. Wow, I never knew that the names of traditional Chinese medicines could be used in a song. Curing the obsession with foreign cultures. This lyric is astonishing. It's truly breathtaking. Who knew our ancient culture could be turned into a popular song so coolly? Foreigners come to learn Chinese characters, igniting my national consciousness. The culture of Longwa is vast and profound. Why should we still pander to foreign cultures? Where did Song Yi come from? Such singing skills and creative level. Why have I never heard of him before? The entertainment industry is controlled by capital. Even such an outstanding singer can only sing on the streets. Brothers, let us show some love with gifts. We can't let such musicians starve. This young man has given me hope. There is still hope for Chinese music. There are hidden talents in the streets. The lyrics are so impressive, rich in culture and depth. I'm a fan. The netizens exclaimed in excitement. Even the fervent fan club followers momentarily forgot their insults. Tang Dynasty Music Company, Director Su, I have already contacted Douyin Company. They promised to do their utmost to preserve the Menghu band's live stream. However, they are also under significant pressure as the attacks from fan club followers have become somewhat overwhelming. And many entertainment companies are also pressuring them. The assistant observed the music director Su Yun, who was sitting on the sofa, wearing an ecstatic expression. Tang Dynasty Music Company is one of the top 3 music production companies within Longwa, and it is the only one among the top 3 that insists on producing quality Chinese music. It boasts numerous first-tier and super first-tier artists, with countless creators. However, in recent years, it has gradually been affected by the onslaught of foreign cultures and capital, leading to a decline. The other 2 top-ranked entertainment companies, Xingfei and Jinlin, have long aligned themselves with capital, and their veteran artists have either been shelved or had their contracts terminated. What remains are mostly the newly promoted young idols and foreign artists, which is a key reason for the prevalence of foreign music in Longwood. It's alright. I happened to see it by chance and helped out a bit. Even if the live stream gets shut down, it's not a big deal. Su Yun continued to watch the live stream on her computer screen. While assigning tasks to his assistant, he said, please look up the information and contact details for Song Yi. I want to see if I can bring him into the company. It would be a tremendous loss if such talent were to be stifled by the capital. Yes, General XU. At Xingfei Entertainment Company. Li, we must ensure that Song Yi is thoroughly eliminated. Just a couple of days ago, I was inviting him to join our company, and now he dares to criticize the culture of young idols. Isn't this cutting off our revenue stream? We cannot tolerate such trends. Wu Qin has been feeling extremely distressed these past few days. She remains haunted by Song Yi's rejection and the few times he referred to her as auntie. She finds herself constantly gazing into the mirror, wondering if she has truly aged. She also questions whether she has perhaps overdone her hyaluronic acid treatments. She is almost losing herself in this obsession. Hence, when she inadvertently stumbled upon this live broadcast, she rushed to the office of Vice President Li Fei, hoping the company could crush Song Yi before he becomes a threat. After all, just days ago, she proclaimed that Song Yi would never be able to debut in the entertainment circle of Longhua. She cannot allow herself to lose face so quickly. I've already arranged for someone to negotiate with Douyin, but it seems we've encountered some resistance. It's unlikely that the live room will be shut down. Upon hearing Li Fei's response, Wu Qin, filled with resentment, retorted, how could such a trivial live room be beyond closure? Could it be that Tang Dynasty has intervened? That shouldn't be the case. Why would they go to such lengths for a mere nobody? She had initially thought that Song Yi was merely a young man she could easily manipulate. But now it seems that a major company has stepped in to protect him. This infuriates Wu Qin even more. Not only has Tang Dynasty intervened, but according to feedback from that side, it appears that there are shadows of Longhua television behind this as well. Otherwise, that insignificant live room would not have seen such a rapid increase in viewership. You should not involve yourself too deeply in this matter to avoid attracting trouble. However, the activities of the fandom are unrelated to us. Let them handle their own chaos. Upon hearing this, Wu Qin was left in a state of shock. Longhua television has directly intervened to preserve the live room. Even if she had 10 times the courage, she would not dare to pull any tricks on Song Yi yet. Her cheeks felt an unbearable sting once more. Chapter 6. Determination unbeknownst to Song Yi and Zhang Cheng. A fierce competition was brewing among several entertainment companies. Zhang Cheng was still ecstatic about the soaring numbers in the live room. The live room had yet to be shut down, and even the insults from the fandom had significantly decreased, which relieved everyone. Although the reasons behind this were unclear, it was ultimately a positive development. Look at me grabbing a handful of traditional Chinese medicine, taking a dose of pride. With calligraphy, I write the dynasties, spreading my inner strength, exuding confidence in regular script. What kind of pill is this? What kind of elixir? Gui Ling Gao, Yunnan Bai Yao, and even cordyceps. Unperturbed by the external commotion, Song Yi was fully immersed in the joy of performing. Whenever the lyrics, rich in traditional cultural elements, flowed from his lips, he felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration and pride. The audience was captivated, their eyes glued to the charismatic Song Yi. The number of viewers in the live room unexpectedly surged to 300,000. What a unique musical style. From the melody, it seems like a casual creation. Yet why does it sound so delightful? With both talent and looks, and most importantly, a strong sense of national pride. I'm a fan. Gui Ling Gao, Yunnan Bai Yao, cordyceps. Who knew these could be turned into songs? I've broadened my horizons. This is the music that the people of Longhua should be listening to. It is 100 times more appealing than those overly glamorous young idols and foreign artists who merely wail without cause. This rhythm is so lively. I'm already moving to the beat. It would be fantastic for weight loss brothers. Quickly save this video. Based on past experiences, such songs and videos will soon be taken down. Although they were furious, they felt powerless, merely able to send a few small gifts as a token of respect. Go. Song Yi, go, Tiger. Thanks to the covert support from the live streaming platform, the insults from the fandom had dwindled. Once they were silenced, the frustrated fans shifted their focus to Song Yi's personal Weibo and Douyin accounts. The account, which previously had only a few hundred followers, rapidly surged to nearly 10,000 within minutes. This group of fervent fans and trolls ignited a war of words in the comments. Unaware of the chaos unfolding, Song Yi continued to perform. Even if he were to find out, it would not faze him. Having witnessed another dazzling world, such scenes were insufficient to alter his mindset. He poured his soul into the song, gradually guiding it toward the chorus. Listen, the bitterness of traditional medicine is nothing compared to the hardships of pandering to the West. Quickly open the Compendium of Materia Medica. Read some good texts. We must not let the struggles of our ancestors be in vain. His powerful lyrics stirred great waves in the hearts of the audience. Yes, we must not let the struggles of our ancestors be in vain. Xiao Li, have you found Song Yi's information and contact details? I must bring him into the Tang Dynasty company. He possesses not only talent but also courage, such a rarity. At the Tang Dynasty Music Company, Su Yun excitedly shouted towards the door. Startled, her assistant rushed in a panic. Su, General Su, you just assigned this task to me 2 minutes ago. How could it be done so quickly? Seeing the helpless expression on her assistant's face, Su Yun realized she had been too hasty. Go. Find out as quickly as possible. Other companies will surely be interested in such talent, but they will likely be unable to retain him. Waving her hand to dismiss the assistant, Su Yun turned her gaze back to the computer screen. As expected, numerous entertainment companies were investigating Song Yi's information. Although capital runs rampant, there are still many musicians with integrity and passion. They seldom encounter a creative talent like Song Yi, who dares to write and sing boldly, stirring their emotions. Tio recruit Song Yi, they would not hesitate to offend major entertainment companies. Even some capital-controlled entertainment companies were seeking ways to recruit Song. As long as there was traffic and profit to be made, they did not care about the type of music. Some major companies were even prepared to offer exorbitant contracts to sign Song, threatening to bury him for 10 or 20 years if he did not comply, and no matter how extraordinary his creative talent might be, it would ultimately go to waste. However, none of this mattered to Song on stage, as he was now bringing the song to its conclusion. Let me prescribe a remedy, specifically to cure your wounds from pandering to the West. This ancient Han medicine has a power unknown to others. As the song concluded, applause and cheers erupted in the square. The young man is so handsome. Is there more? That was incredible. Sing it again for us. Handsome, handsome, handsome. Will there be more performances like this in the future? Hurry and debut. I want to hear the complete recording. When you become famous, we might have to pay to listen. The fervent cheers continued. After bowing in gratitude to the audience, Song slowly retreated backstage. The stage remained empty for nearly a minute before the 4 members of the Tiger Band, as if awakening from a dream, rushed onto the stage to take their positions. How could IE's opening be so explosive? How are we supposed to compete? The drummer has lost all his energy. Compared to Xiao Yi, we're simply lacking. Sigh, if I had known, I would have arranged for Yi to perform last. Now we can only force ourselves to go on. The lead singer, Zhang Cheng, reluctantly encouraged, come on, brothers, let's not embarrass ourselves. We, Tiger Band, aren't that bad either. The viewership in the live room reached 500,000, and they needed to showcase their very best. After a brief discussion, though feeling somewhat embarrassed to perform after Song the band decided to give their all for the audience. They presented their best rock songs. Although their vocal skills paled in comparison to Song Yi's, they chose to cover classic songs from the Blue Star world, and the charm of their live performance garnered them a considerable amount of praise. Backstage, Du Song immediately found the retreating Song and sincerely remarked, Gu, you've hidden your talent well. Your singing has improved so much. Moreover, those 2 songs were truly powerful. So impressive. Well, it's okay, Song said, unreservedly in front of his good friends. In the future, just follow my lead, and I'll help you take flight. You're calling me fat, yet you're still panting, Du Song teased. But remember, rich dogs shouldn't bark too much. Gu, good point, Song replied, patting his shoulder and pretending to be exhausted. Singing has worn me out. My shoulders feel a bit sore, and I'm a little thirsty. All right, Gu, take a seat. I'll go brew some tea for you. Watching Du Song dash away, Song couldn't help but smile knowingly. To revitalize the current Chinese music scene, relying solely on himself would not be enough. He must find more like-minded friends. Although Du Song's singing may not be outstanding, he is still a brother. Even if he packages him as an internet singer, Song has plenty of songs to tailor just for him. Although internet singers occasionally attract some criticism, they have undeniably contributed to the flourishing of Chinese music. Relying solely on a singular style of song cannot elevate Chinese music to greater heights, nor can it withstand the overwhelming tide of capital and foreign influences. Chapter 7. Parents after a playful exchange. Song approached He Shui and inquired about the data from the live stream, a matter of considerable concern for him. Before he could get close to the young girl who was engrossed in her phone, she gazed at him with sparkling eyes and exclaimed, you are simply too handsome. Tonight, our live stream's peak viewership has surpassed 500,000. Even now, over 30,000 viewers are still watching. And the netizens are flooding the comments, hoping that you will perform once more before the end. The data is quite impressive. Song was pleasantly surprised by this outcome. After pondering for a moment, he said to He Shui, Xiao Shui, inform everyone that I have a new song that I will perform at the end. That should help retain some audience in the live stream. Since there are tens of thousands of viewers online, Song decided to seize the moment and sing another piece. The yellow-raced IT was timed to showcase the charm of the Dragon Kingdom, rather than continuing to ridicule the obsession with foreign trends. Really? He Shui exclaimed. Her face lit up with disbelief. You actually have a new song. I will let everyone in the live stream know right away. I bet the viewership will increase even more. With excitement, she nodded vigorously and shared the news in the live stream. You have another one. Du Song looked at Song with eager anticipation, saying, you've been hiding it too well. Do you have more? Write me too, so I can also shine on stage. Song calmly replied, let us wait a few days. It's too late to give you a new song now. Xiao Shui, did anything unusual happen during the live stream? Upon hearing Song question, the originally excited He Shui suddenly appeared somewhat annoyed. During the stream, over 100,000 fans barged in to hurl insults and report us. Thankfully, the live streaming platform seems to be helping us clean it up, And it's much better now, Du Song expressed his concern, saying, "I.e.g. I noticed some misguided individuals in the live stream were clamoring to take down your Douyin and Weibo accounts. Your private account is probably inundated with insults by now." After listening to their warnings, Song Yi waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "Let them create a ruckus. It won't cost me much, and it might even boost my popularity. Any attention, whether negative or positive, is still attention." "But i.e.g., Du Song replied, "I see some fans have even doxed you, bringing up videos of you performing as a street singer. They claim there's a stark difference in your skills, and they suspect your songs are plagiarized." After uttering this, Du Song looked at Song Yi with curiosity. The two were good brothers and roommates. And Du Song was astonished by the sudden transformation in Song Yi. However, he didn't believe for a second that Song Yi had plagiarized. Leaving aside his trust in Song Yi's character, such a distinctive musical style was rarely seen in the Dragon Kingdom. It was virtually impossible to plagiarize. If similar songs existed, they would have already made waves throughout the nation. "Let them say what they want," Song Yi remarked indifferently, "as long as it doesn't affect my real life. I'll take a break in the back." "Yes, i.e.g., keep it up," He Shui encouraged, raising her fist. Although he claimed not to care. Once back in the backstage area, Song Yi couldn't help but pull out his phone to check his Douyin and Weibo accounts. To his astonishment, the follower count on both platforms had unexpectedly reached 50,000. It had only been a little over 20 minutes since he had performed on stage. It was undeniable that while the entertainment industry in this world might lag behind, the pace of internet development seemed to have outstripped the reality of Earth. Live streaming had evolved into a vital aspect across various industries. Even television variety shows were now broadcast live to capture both online and television audiences. "What rubbish! How dare they target our current G and fan G? Sisters, let us quickly dig up his information." Upon entering his account, he noticed this comment at the top, highly upvoted by fans. Following that, others had unearthed videos of Song Yi singing on the streets and in bars. "Look at his attire. How shabby! How dare he even step on stage? Look at that tattered wooden guitar. He can't even afford decent equipment for busking. It seems he is destined to remain a street performer." Sisters, I listened to his previously self-composed folk songs, and honestly, even a dog wouldn't listen to that. This guy is undoubtedly plagiarizing someone else's songs. He has no shame. Sisters, I found crucial information. This man hails from the misty southwestern city, and his parents are poor folk who fish in a local reservoir and run a rural guest house. No wonder I find him so unappealing. Once this information about Song Yi was revealed, it quickly climbed to the top of the page. A deluge of fans and trolls clamored to comment. "Are there any sisters in the Misty City? Please go to his house and greet his parents for me." "Exactly. How dare he provoke our fandom? Let him know the consequences. I'll fly there tomorrow to check on him. If the guest house is any good, he better not blame me for causing trouble. I'm going too. I hope I find an opportunity to vent my frustrations." Many comments expressed intentions to confront Song Yi at his family home. How many would genuinely follow through, Song Yi could not ascertain. Nonetheless, it was indeed unexpected in his previous life. Even the most fervent fans rarely caused disturbances in the real world, let alone targeting his parents in a distant town. Though Song Yi now possessed memories of a dazzling world, the original memories and emotions remained intact, resulting in a true fusion of their souls. How could he be at ease knowing someone might stir trouble at his home? In truth, Song Yi's family was not impoverished. His parents had been running a rural guest house for nearly 20 years. Thanks to his father's excellent culinary skills and reputation, they had gained a modest local fame. They had already purchased a house in the county, but the family preferred to reside in the countryside, leaving the city house largely unoccupied. While they were not excessively wealthy, they were considered a well-off family. Otherwise, Song Yi wouldn't have had the confidence to pursue his musical dreams in the imperial capital. With this in mind, Song Yi quickly took out his phone and called his father. "Song Qian. Hello, Dad. Are you still busy?" "Haha, I'm not busy anymore. I just sent off the last table of guests." "What is up, son? Are you short on money?" Before Song Yi could respond, his mother, Yuan Xiong, immediately snatched the phone from his father's hand and affectionately said, "Dear son, do you need me to send you some money? Business at the guest house has been quite good lately. Why don't you come back and help us run it? You've always had a knack for cooking. And your dishes are even better than your father's. Why endure this hardship in the imperial capital?" "Exactly," his father, Song Qian, chimed in. "Son, come back, and I'll let you take over the kitchen. I'll just fish and enjoy life every day." Hearing the concern from the other end of the line warmed Song Yi's heart. He confidently replied, "Mom and Dad, I'm not short on money, and I'll be earning big soon. I want you to relax and enjoy life." Upon hearing this, his mother chuckled. "No need to enjoy life. If one doesn't stay active, they'll rust. We're doing well running the guest house. You need to take care of yourself out there and eat well. If things get tough, we can always come back to the Misty City. It's not impossible to pursue music there, and we can see you often. Having such supportive parents was a significant reason why Song Yi remained steadfast in his dreams while drifting in the imperial capital for 2 years. Dad, Mom, I upset some people online today. Some are threatening to come to our guest house and cause trouble, and I'm worried. Song Yi briefly explained the events of the evening to his parents. Upon learning that their son was not at fault, the initially gentle tone of his parents suddenly turned fiery. Son, are you okay? His mother asked with concern. Don't worry about us. We from the Misty Mountain City are not afraid of outsiders causing trouble. Besides, our neighbors are not pushovers either. If anyone dares to stir trouble, we won't back down. We've been running the guest house for nearly 20 years and have dealt with our fair share of troublemakers. His father added fiercely, exactly. If they dare to come, I'll find a way to help you get revenge. Hearing his parents' responses eased Song Yi's worries considerably. Yet, the lingering unease in his heart remained. After all, just how wild could internet trolls and fanatics be? He could not be certain. He had to remind his parents repeatedly, Mom and Dad, please be extra cautious. The younger generation can be quite reckless. If things get too intense, consider closing the guest house for a few days. I estimate that once this storm passes, no one will come looking for trouble, and I might even bring you a lot of business. Just don't overwork yourselves. Don't worry, son. Your parents are seasoned veterans. We won't suffer losses. Song Qian and Yuan Xiong assured him, completely trusting Song Yi's words. This filled Song Yi's heart with warmth. Chapter 8, National Style. The performance continued. Upon learning that Song Yi would take the stage to sing another song, the audience remained, with an increasing number of people hurrying from various parts of the capital. Some were watching the live stream on their phones while hailing taxis towards the music square in the east of the city. Wait for me, handsome Song Yi. I'm stuck outside the third ring road. But I'll be there in half an hour. I'm on my way too, but I'm caught in traffic in the west. Oh no, I'm afraid I won't make it in time. Haha, I've been rushing here since the live stream started. I'm almost there, brothers. Tiger Band, sing a few more songs. Make sure to hold on until I arrive. I used to think Zhang Cheng sang poorly, but now I actually find him quite pleasant. He must sing a few more songs. I just got off work. Give me 20 minutes. Zhang Cheng interjected, brother. Do you have any manners? The live stream chat was filled with joy. At that moment, the number of viewers only increased, sending the members of Tiger Band into a frenzy as they unleashed their talents on stage. As Zhang Cheng sang passionately, he shouted excitedly on stage. Cheng Ge, you should take a break. I haven't sung yet. Seizing a moment between songs, Du Song awakened the entranced crowd. There was no choice. Du Song also wanted to revel in the thrill of being in a live stream with hundreds of thousands of viewers. And it was indeed time for him to perform. The robust members of Tiger Band reluctantly relinquished the stage to Du Song. Next, my good friend Du Song will present 2 of his cover folk songs. I hope you all enjoy them. Zhang Cheng introduced him briefly before temporarily handing over the stage. Facing the crowd of thousands, Du Song felt no trepidation. Excitedly, he took to the stage and sang his most adept songs. Although his singing skill was rather average, I was grateful for the opportunity to hear him perform a couple more songs, wishing the traffic in the capital would ease up. It wasn't bad. Not unpleasant at all, but when would Song Yi take the stage again? I, being from the south, couldn't make it to support him in person. Haha, brothers, just hang in there. This free outdoor music performance is definitely worth supporting. Indeed, I wonder if the audience for Tiger Band's live stream can reach 1 million tonight. I've been following them for a year, and typically, they only have a few thousand viewers. That's because they hadn't invited Song Yi before. Otherwise, Tiger Band would have been famous long ago. On stage, Du Song was fully immersed in his performance, providing the audience, who had been in a rock atmosphere, with a chance to relax. His singing, guitar playing, and stage presence were fairly steady. Though not particularly striking, it was competent enough. Aside from fans and trolls, the online comments were generally favorable. Thank you so much, AE. If it weren't for you, I probably would never have had the chance to sing in a live stream with over 600,000 people. During the break, several band members rushed excitedly to Song Yi's side. With a smile, Song Yi replied, "This is just the beginning. Things will only get better from here. These are merely small events." Song Yi was not exaggerating. After this, Tiger Band's popularity would undoubtedly continue to rise. Even if Song Yi didn't write songs for them, their career would still see improvement. The days of having only a few thousand viewers would likely be over. A Chung eagerly approached, throwing an arm around Song Yi's shoulder and said, "You've been hiding your talents. Who would have thought you'd shine so brightly tonight? After the show, let us drink a few rounds together." "Yes," a Chung added, "with your newfound fame, It's unlikely we'll have the chance to perform together again. So we must drink until we drop tonight. At this, the group felt a tinge of melancholy. Everyone hoped for Song Yi's success, but that also meant the distance between them would widen. They likely wouldn't have the chance to perform in such humble settings together again. Song Yi suddenly playfully punched Chang's chest, laughingly scolding, "What are you thinking, Changgu? I, Song Yi, come from humble beginnings. I will never forget my roots, no matter where I go. Besides, who knows if any entertainment company would even dare to sign me? Rest assured, Changgu and the others, if the band ever needs me, call on me anytime. I'll help you gain popularity. What a good lad. You truly value friendship. It's settled then. Yes, if you decline an invitation, I'll come kick your butt." Laughter erupted among the group. Although the performance was only halfway through, they seemed to glimpse a distant future. Half an hour later, the once empty square was now packed with people. Tens of thousands had rushed from across the capital to show their support for Song Yi. The people of Long Country had long been eroded by the influences of Japan, Korea, and the West. Many yearned for a significant transformation in the entertainment industry. Although individual power is minuscule, they wished to express their support for Long Country's culture through their presence. Among the crowd were not only ordinary listeners, but also many young dreamers of music. Like Du Song and Zhang Cheng'ai in this era, opportunities for them to shine were scarce. Yet, Song Yi's two songs resonated deeply, articulating the words they had longed to express. Thank you all for your support. Tonight's performance is nearing its conclusion. To wrap up the program, my good friend Song Yi will present an original song, Yellow People. I hope you enjoy it. As Zhang Qing's words fell, thunderous applause erupted in the square. The number of viewers in the online live stream instantly surpassed 800,000. It's here. After waiting an hour, he has finally arrived. I came specifically after watching the videos of General's Order and Herbal Compendium. Let us go. This man is truly handsome. I've never heard of him before. How modest. No, I'm still stuck in traffic. It'll take at least another 10 minutes for me to arrive. Haha, brothers, just head back. Watching the live stream together is just as good. Exactly, low carbon travel. Watching the live stream. We can even send small gifts. Let us turn back. Song Yi slowly approached the front of the stage. This time, without needing Song Yi to nod, a Chong had already started the pre-prepared accompaniment. The melodious sound of the bamboo flute intertwined with the solemn beat of the drum. The crowd of over 10,000 fell silent. Wow, what an enchanting prelude. Can bamboo flutes and Long Country drums sound this beautiful? This is truly captivating. The prelude of this song is simply phenomenal. It's grand and majestic. This is the allure of Long Country's traditional instruments. With such remarkable instruments, why should we idolize foreign cultures? I've started recording. Just based on this prelude, I could listen to it on repeat for days. The extended minute-long prelude of national-style music captivated everyone, allowing them to appreciate the charm of Long Country's traditional instruments. Chapter 9. Donations. As the lengthy prelude concluded, Song Yi slowly raised the microphone in his hand. With a penetrating voice, he sang the opening lyrics, from the waves that have crossed 5,000 miles, to the walls awaiting reconstruction. All the history that has faded to yellow converges into the sunset that dyes my body. From the sweat that has flowed for 5,000 years to the legendary grandeur of the Tang dynasty. In just a few lines of lyrics, the audience's thoughts were drawn to the Great Wall, soaring over the vast expanse of Long Country, and to the culturally renowned Chang'an of the prosperous Tang dynasty. A profound sense of national pride surged within everyone. This is Long Country. This is the Long Country with a 5,000-year history. Our ancestors paved the way for this glorious era through hardship. How could we, the current generation, bow down to foreign cultures? The thousands present fell into a profound silence. Meanwhile, the online live stream was a different scene of exuberance. Wow, so cool. When will the MV be released? It must be stunning. Although this is merely the simplest stage, I can almost visualize the Great Wall of our homeland, the magnificent landscapes, and the historical journey spanning 5,000 years. This is the music that Long Country deserves. We possess so many traditional instruments and a rich cultural heritage. Why have we allowed foreign cultures to erode us so? Brothers, from now on, let us reject the cold winds of Japan and Korea. And the trendy idols. The arrangement and lyrics are incredibly powerful and grand. This song is simply extraordinary. Previously, some trolls claimed Song Yi's songs were plagiarized. I slapped them back. Where could such songs possibly be copied from? Those are trolls hired by capitalists. Don't pay them any mind. Although I've never been a fan, I've changed my mind today. Song Yi, I implore you to debut right here. I want to support you. At this moment, Even the fans in the live stream temporarily ceased their insults, though most had already been silenced. Outstanding musical works possess power. They can evoke emotions and ignite passion. Zhang Cheng, Du Song. He Shui, and others gazed in astonishment at Song Yi on stage. To them, Song Yi seemed transformed. He was like a deity. Song Yi radiated a brilliant aura, without a glamorous stage or dazzling lights. He stood there, embodying the most perfect stage in everyone's hearts, the finest live performance. Tang Dynasty Music Company to Mr. Su. I have already located Song Yi's information and contact details. He hails from. The assistant excitedly rushed into Su Yun's office, eager to report on the progress. Sure, do not disturb me while I listen to music. Place the documents down and we shall speak later, Su Yun replied. Okay. The assistant stealthily exited the office, leaving behind a visibly excited Su Yun, who continued to watch the live broadcast. A similar scene unfolded across various locations in Longhua. Meanwhile, in the online livestream room, He Shui watched as yacht gifts poured in endlessly, her eyes sparkling with delight. Thanks to the top donor, Wang Chong, for sending 1,000 yachts. The yacht is the most valuable gift on this livestream platform, each worth 1,000 yuan. That top donor had generously gifted 1,000 at once, amounting to a staggering 1 million. Upon seeing this donation notification, the livestream room erupted in fervor. Wow, the great Wang Chong has graced us with his presence. Incredible. A 1 million donation. Undoubtedly a validation from a super-rich second-generation heir. It seemed Song Yi's debut was secure. I am utterly envious. Does the big shot lack a girlfriend? What do you think of me? Top donor Wang Chong chimed in. Cross-dressing boys, get out. Ha ha ha. Even the disciplinary committee of the entertainment industry couldn't resist getting involved. Evidently, Song Yi's song possessed genuine merit. Listening, the climax is approaching. Thanks to the massive donations from the affluent second-generation heirs, even Du Song and others diverted their attention to the status of the livestream. Keyboardist Li Wei exclaimed excitedly, Chenggu, we've hit the jackpot. Even if the platform takes a 30% cut, we still have 70% for ourselves. Stop dreaming, Zhang Cheng interjected without hesitation. This is all due to a Yi's appeal. We have no face to take it. Just let a Yi treat us to a grand meal later. Ha ha ha, a Chong laughed heartily. Chenggu is right. I've never played the drums before such a large audience. All thanks to AE. Although the $1 million donations were beyond their reach, the group merely felt a fleeting disappointment before excitement surged again. Those who persevered in the band were not merely driven by monetary gain. After all, most bands could hardly sustain a living. Unbeknownst to Song Yi, the external clamor was far removed from his awareness. Yellow-skinned people, stand tall with renewed vigor. Yellow-skinned people, walk the streets. The world knows I am different. The more tumultuous it gets, the braver I become. The world shall witness my daring. With a heart unburdened, I shall go forth. After 5,000 years, it is finally my turn to take the stage. The song gradually reached its chorus. The lyrics, imbued with a sense of national pride, resonated deeply with everyone present, igniting a fervor for Longhua's traditional culture. The crowd in the square surged with emotion, their eyes glimmering with pride and honor. For the populace of a nation, such confidence in one's cultural identity is paramount. If everyone extols foreign cultures, who will safeguard the essence of traditional culture? What fate awaits the nation's history? The discussions in the online livestream room continued unabated. Wang Chong, seemingly once more moved by Song Yi's performance, could not resist donating another 1 million yuan gift. The wealthy tycoon is remarkable. Song Yi is extraordinary. This song is explosive. Both the arrangement and the lyrics are so invigorating. I can't wait to see what the official MV will look like. Yellow-skinned people, stand tall with renewed vigor. It is finally our turn to take the stage after 5,000 years. Just one word, handsome. The pride was overwhelming. We are a nation with a 5,000-year history. Although we have experienced decline, we have emerged from the mire and risen again. After 5,000 years, it is finally our time for revival. An increasing number of people were moved by this song and captivated by the emerging Song Yi. If General's Command and Compendium of Materia Medica were assaults on foreign cultures and the youth, then yellow-skinned people represent Song Yi's profound recognition and pride in his national culture. The pride and glory he harbored in his heart were conveyed to all present. Following the grand and powerful singing, a rap performance ensued. Where in the world can one not see a yellow face, crimson blood flowing through a population of 1.4 billion? You say this is my anger. I say this is my attitude. Recklessly forward, only we, the people of Longhua, thanks to his versatile vocal prowess and masterful singing ability, Song Yi could now adeptly navigate most musical styles. even altering his vocal timbre and range. As he belted out this rousing lyric with his powerful voice, the live stream room exploded with comments. Incredible. Alas, I lack education, so I can only express my shock with a single word. Incredible. I kneel before song A. Can I really listen to this for free? Our ancestors worked tirelessly to make us strong. Our presence is felt worldwide. How could we dare to pander to foreign cultures or forget our roots? You say this is my anger. I say this is my attitude. This line is also quite striking. The previous two songs were not merely born from anger. They were primarily meant to express our stance. This live stream is worth every moment. Song E is both handsome and talented. If he doesn't become famous, it would be an injustice. I fear being silenced by capital once more. When you hold a concert, I must sit in the front row, recklessly forward. Only we, the people of Longwa. Let us go. We are the best. Chapter 10. Invitation in stark contrast to the clamor of the live stream room, the square, filled with over 10,000 people, was now eerily silent. The gazes of the crowd brimmed with respect and pride, coupled with a fear that their premature utterance might disrupt others' appreciation of the song. Unbeknownst to them, the final song of the night was gently approaching its conclusion. The stage still reverberated with Song Yi's powerful voice. The more tumultuous it gets, the braver I become, leaving behind my yellow legacy. With a heart unburdened, under the heavens, witness how I become a true man. As a great drum struck, Song Yi's voice ceased. The multitude gathered in the square paused for a moment before erupting into thunderous applause and cheers. I love you, handsome. I invite you to debut on the spot. What a spectacular performance. The hour-long wait in traffic was worth it. Keep it up. That was wonderful. I look forward to your recorded version and new works. This young man truly embodies the spirit. I await your transformation into a true man. When you hold a concert, remember to notify us in advance. We will come to support you. The atmosphere was electric. After bowing to the crowd, Song Yi gradually exited the stage. Although the performance had concluded, the audience lingered, reluctant to depart. Thank you all for your companionship tonight. Our show has concluded. We look forward to seeing you again. After Zhang Cheng delivered his gratitude, the outer crowd began to disperse gradually. Following the emergency deployment of dozens of police personnel, the orderly evacuation of the crowd of over 10,000 commenced. Yet, some spectators remained, unwilling to leave. A few excited young women even dashed to the rear of the stage. Song Yi, you are so handsome. Can I take a picture with you? Handsome, do you need sponsorship? That internet CAF banner was truly subpar. Let's take a picture together, and I'll sponsor your next 10 performances. Song Yi, could you sign my name? Once you debut, I fear there will be no more chances. Under the envious gazes of Du Song and Zhang Cheng, Song Yi became a prop for photographs, tugged here and there by a throng of young girls. Half an hour later, the flow of people in the square finally subsided. Zhang Cheng, driving his commercial van, excitedly said to Song Yi in the back seat, "Ae, tonight the total gifts from the live stream room amounted to over 3.8 million. I will transfer it all to you shortly. After the platform's share and taxes, you should still receive nearly 2 million. What do you say? Shall we treat ourselves to a grand meal tonight?" Such a sum. Song Yi was somewhat taken aback. After all, it was merely his first live stream trial, and he was already immensely pleased with the turnout of thousands in attendance. He had not anticipated the astonishing results from the online live stream. Do you know Wang Chong, that super-rich second-generation heir? He alone donated 2 million. Chong, sitting nearby, could not help but explain to Song Yi. After him, several wealthy individuals also donated over 100,000, which contributed to this total of over 3.8 million. Although the donations were directed at Song Yi, the fact that the Menghu band's livestream attracted a super-rich heir like Wang Chong to donate millions twice was enough to excite everyone. But it can't all be mine. Song Yi quickly waved his hands. This is the result of our collective effort. We should split it evenly. Absolutely not. Zhang Cheng asserted firmly. We aren't taking advantage of you. These donations are clearly for you. Others echoed in agreement. The main members of the Menghu band included 4. Lead vocalist Zhang Cheng, drummer A Chong, keyboardist Li Wei, and guitarist Wang Lei. All 4 were robust northern men, strong and brawny. Additionally, there was He Shui, responsible for managing the live stream, along with Song Yi and Du Song. These were the principal performers of the night. At this moment, all 7 were in the vehicle. Please don't be polite with me. If you insist on letting me keep all this money, how will I face the world in the future? Song Yi raised his head and surveyed the people in the car. Speaking earnestly, everyone has witnessed my capabilities. As long as we are not completely silenced by the internet, earning money will undoubtedly be much easier than it is now. This time, Let us divide the earnings equally. I understand that several of you have faced hardships, so it is only fair that you take some money back to improve your family's situation. Apart from Zhang Cheng and He Shui, who come from relatively affluent backgrounds, the rest of us are not particularly wealthy. After tonight's live broadcast, each person should receive around 300,000 for an ordinary person, even in the exorbitantly priced Dijing. This is a substantial income. All right, then I shall express our gratitude to you on behalf of the brothers. AYI. In the future, should any matters arise, do not hesitate to call upon us. We may lack other skills, but when it comes to charging into battle, we will undoubtedly be at the forefront. With Song Yi's words, the others ceased their reluctance and nodded their heads in appreciation towards him. Perhaps I should forego my share. He Shui, sitting in the back row, timidly interjected, I didn't participate in the performance, and besides, I don't really need the money. He Shui was a sophomore at the Capital Broadcasting University. Having come to assist purely out of her passion for music, it was said that her father was a renowned businessman in the South, managing several factories. She had only met Zhang Cheng and the others through a campus performance and was frequently invited to serve as the official administrator for the Mighty Tiger livestream, primarily responsible for filming and managing the broadcast. Song Yi responded evenly, Shui, since you participated, everyone should receive a share. Otherwise, we won't be able to work together in the future. Well, fine then, thank you, He Shui's voice was barely audible. Her face flushed as she averted her gaze from Song Yi, eliciting a wave of laughter from the others. However, at only 19 years of age and being the sole girl in the car, no one dared to expose her shy thoughts. Din din din. Just as they finished distributing the performance fees, Song Yi's phone rang. Hello, is this Song Yi? I am Su Yun, the director of Tang Dynasty Music Company. Yes, hello, Song Yi replied calmly. I am Song Yi. How may I assist you? In truth, Song Yi had been anticipating this call. Tang Dynasty was one of the top 3 music production companies in Long Country, and it was one of the few that consistently focused on high-quality music. Song Yi had heard much about it. Whether for financial gain or to fulfill the tasks of the cultural entertainment prosperity system, Tang Dynasty was an excellent potential partner. Your performance just now was outstanding. I would like to acquire the production and operational rights for the 3 songs you performed tonight. Additionally, I would like to inquire if you have any interest in joining our company. I could consider it. How would the profit be divided? Although Tang Dynasty had an excellent reputation in the industry, it was still essential to negotiate terms. The copyright will remain yours. The company only requires the operational rights, and we can split the profits 60-40, with you taking 60%. If you are currently in need of funds and wish to sell the copyright for these 3 songs outright, I can offer you 4 million per song, totaling 12 million. You should understand that this price is already the ceiling for newcomers in the industry. Furthermore, if you are willing to join Tang Dynasty, I can directly arrange for you to sign the highest S-level artist contract, as I hope you can sense my sincerity. After a moment of contemplation, Song Yi replied, I will consider it first. Perhaps I can visit the company tomorrow for a detailed discussion. Very well, see you tomorrow. With the meeting time set, the two refrained from further conversation. The exchange had been crystal clear to everyone in the car. Wow, Tang Dynasty Music Company? Du Song exclaimed, his mouth agape. Brother A, you are incredible. This company is powerful and has an excellent reputation, and with an S-level artist contract, you would be set for takeoff. Zhang Qing added earnestly, the 60-40 split is indeed quite generous. I've heard that many top-tier singers don't even get more than 50%. This Tang Dynasty company truly values you. A Chong expressed his astonishment. 12 million? My goodness, Su Yun is quite generous. That S equivalent to a small villa in Dijing. The excitement among the group surpassed even Song Yi's own feelings, highlighting Tang Dynasty's esteemed position in their minds. Following Su Yun's call, numerous entertainment and management companies reached out to invite Song Yi to join them, most of which were familiar names, alongside a few lesser-known smaller firms. Song Yi refrained from making immediate decisions, politely responding that he would consider their offers. After ending the call, Song Yi had already formed a preliminary decision in his mind. In reality, his options were limited. As someone who had just begun, Song Yi had indeed contemplated going solo, but he lacked funding, a team, and the necessary channels to complete the tasks of the cultural entertainment prosperity system and bring Chinese music to the world stage. In this era dominated by capital, joining a large company was the only way to ensure adequate protection. Undoubtedly, Tang Dynasty Music Company was currently the best choice. However, the conditions and details of joining still required further negotiation. P.S. Many friends believe that since Song Yi has a system, he should not join a company. I will clarify this briefly. Going solo and starting a business is not a simple task. And even if one miraculously succeeds, it can be incredibly exhausting. Renowned creative singers like Zhou Dong, Su Song, and Maobui have all joined companies, indicating much about this reality. To provide a simple example. Even when it comes to live streaming, one needs a platform to continuously promote one's content to achieve great success. Merely producing quality content is insufficient. This can be compared to some well-written but not widely recognized novels. Furthermore, if significant capital works against you in the shadows, the path of live streaming may not go far. Even if one does find success, it may only lead to being a viral singer. Moreover, given the backdrop of rampant capital and an abundance of fresh talent, aligning oneself with a large company has become Song Yi's only viable option. Additionally, companies and artists are not adversarial. Rather, they collaborate. And often, working for a company can be far easier than starting a business. Chapter 11. Negotiation. The group arrived at a nearby barbecue restaurant. As they approached the entrance, the owner excitedly greeted them. "Oh my, isn't that Song Yi and the Mighty Tiger Band? I watched your entire live stream tonight, and you were all fantastic, especially teacher Song Yi's 3 songs. They were simply exhilarating. Please take a seat. Tonight's meal is on the house." After tonight's live performance, Song Yi and his companions had gained a bit of fame in DJing. "Thank you, boss," Zhang Cheng responded grandly, "but there's no need for that. Everyone works hard for their earnings. Just bring out your best dishes and 2 of the finest beers." "Sure thing. Please wait a moment." The members of the Mighty Tiger Band were all fond of good drinks, and given their excellent performance today, they were eager to indulge in a celebratory feast with Song Yi and Du Song. The following morning, Song Yi dragged the still-dazed Du Song to Tang Dynasty Music Company. "Brother Yi, the company is recruiting you. Why am I coming along? I haven't had enough sleep." Du Song began to complain as soon as they got into the taxi. "Naturally, there's a benefit for you. Do you want to join Tang Dynasty with me? If you do, stop the nonsense," Song Yi teased. "Me? I could join Tang Dynasty too." Upon hearing this, Du Song sprang up from his slumped position, his head colliding with the car roof. Seeing Du Song's over-the-top reaction, Song Yi scoffed, "Don't get too excited. If you break the roof, we'll have to pay for it." "I'm sorry, driver. I got too carried away just now," Du Song apologized to the driver, ignoring the throbbing pain in his head. "Brother Yi, you're not joking, right? Do I really have a chance to join Tang Dynasty? Give it a shot. Although you're rather ordinary, I can't just abandon you." "Can I? Haha, exactly. My brother Yi is handsome and talented." Learning that Song Yi intended to bring him along to join Tang Dynasty, Du Song instantly perked up, shaking off the remnants of his hangover. "Mr. Song, hello. I am Su's assistant, Wonli. You can call me Shaoli. Su is waiting for you in the office. Please follow me." The two arrived at the Tang Dynasty Company building. As they approached the front desk, a well-dressed young woman with glasses greeted them. "Thank you." Du Song followed closely behind Song Yi like a shadow. "Mr. Song, I didn't expect you to be even more handsome in person than on video. I watched your entire live stream last night. Your singing was truly wonderful. Thank you for the compliment. You are quite charming as well." As they chatted, they made their way through the expansive Tang Dynasty offices, which filled an entire building. It housed various departments, including marketing, creative, artist relations, management, and production. Had it not been for Su Yun arranging for Wenli to welcome them, Song Yi and Du Song might have struggled to find their way. "Su, Mr. Song has arrived." Upon entering a spacious office, Song Yi was greeted by an elegant and poised female executive. "Hello, Song Yi. I would like to formally introduce myself. I am Su Yun, the music director of Tang Dynasty." Essentially, aside from the marketing and management departments, many matters within the company pertain to me. Su Yun stood to extend her right hand for a gentle handshake. She then turned to Du Song. Smiling, "You must be Mr. Du Song. I watched your performance last night as well, and it was quite impressive. Hello, Su. You can just call me Xiao Song." Du Song was taken aback to discover that the music director of Tang Dynasty Company could actually remember his name, and he hurriedly expressed his excitement by stepping forward to respond. "All right, please have a seat, both of you. Shaoli, please prepare a cup of tea for Mr. Song and Mr. Du, of course." After Wenli had brewed tea for the three, she took the initiative to exit the office. "Mr. Song, what are your thoughts? Your creative talent is formidable, but you should be aware of the current environment in Longhua. Joining Tang Dynasty could spare you a great deal of trouble." Upon hearing Su Yun's words, Song Yi did not immediately respond. From his previous life, he understood that many artists, upon joining a company, were compelled to sign numerous inequitable contracts due to their lack of influence, ultimately relegating them to mere tools for the company's profit. Many artists appeared glamorous on the surface, yet behind the scenes, they toiled relentlessly and often earned very little. Although Tang Dynasty boasted a good reputation in the industry, one must not let their guard down. Otherwise, it could be a lifetime struggle to rise again. Upon joining Tang Dynasty, the company's resources and promotional efforts will be directed toward you. not only for the 3 songs you performed yesterday, but all your future appearances, including concerts, will also be divided according to a 60-40 ratio. How does that sound? Su Yun raised her gaze to meet Song Yi's, her eyes revealing both urgency and admiration. However, Song Yi replied in a calm tone, "The profit-sharing ratio is agreeable, but I wish to join the company as a lyricist and composer rather than merely as a singer. Additionally, I hope that both parties may terminate the contract freely without imposing any restrictive clauses." Su Yun's expression was one of astonishment upon hearing Song Yi's response. After a moment of contemplation, she cautioned, "As for the termination clause, we can accommodate your request, but the company has different expectations for composers and singers. Although the quality of the 3 songs you presented last night was high, the company requires composers to submit at least 1 qualified piece each month. Are you capable of that? Music composition relies heavily on talent and inspiration. When inspiration strikes, it may take merely half a day to craft a high-quality song. Yet there are also many musicians who may go years without producing a single piece." Su Yun clearly harbored doubts about Song Yi's ability to sustain a creative output. With a smile, Song Yi replied, "I have some completed songs from before, and I believe they will not disappoint you, Ms. Su." This was Song Yi's excuse for his impending astonishing creative pace. After all, in order to fulfill the mission of reviving the cultural industry, even if Song Yi possessed exceptional singing skills, it would still be far from sufficient. He needed to compose songs of various styles for suitable singers to drive the entire market and trend. Observing Song Yi's confidence, Su Yun did not hesitate further and decisively stated, "Very well. I will add a clause in the S-level contract that songs you write for the company's artists will also be divided according to a 60-40 ratio. As for how much you wish to allocate to the performing singer, that will be for you and the singer to negotiate. If the songs are for artists outside the company, the copyright will remain with you. And you shall retain 70% of the profits, with the company taking only 30% as a management fee." Seemingly concerned that Song Yi might not grasp the market dynamics, Su Yun promptly elaborated. "The company can assist you in operations, organize various announcements, enhance your efficiency in securing gigs, and also manage aspects like copyright, finance, and taxation. Even for songs written by a top-tier composer for external release, the company still takes 50%. Watching Su Yun earnestly explain, Song Yi smiled knowingly. As a former wandering singer, he certainly understood how generous the profit-sharing ratio proposed by Su Yun truly was. "Thank you very much for your kindness, Ms. Su." Song Yi gestured towards Du Song beside him, explaining, "However, Du Song is my good brother, and I wish to bring him into Tang Dynasty as an artist. I will tailor some songs for him, and I believe the outcome will not be disappointing to at that moment." Su Yun finally comprehended why Song Yi had brought Du Song along. She had also observed Du Song's singing level the previous night. Although he was not particularly outstanding, he was certainly competent. Signing an additional artist was not a significant burden for the company, as artists' income mainly relies on profit sharing. If Du Song were unable to create substantial economic value in the future, supporting him would not cost the company much. Furthermore, since it was Song Yi who had taken the initiative to make the request, she nodded in agreement. "All right, but I can only offer him a B-level contract at most. If his performance improves later, we can consider revising the contract. Thank you, Ms. Su." With Su Yun's affirmative response, Du Song was elated. Becoming an artist under Tang Dynasty was something he had never even dared to dream of before. Meanwhile, Song Yi had already devised a development path for Du Song as an internet singer. Chapter 12. Moving House, July 8th. The production team at Tang Dynasty Company was exceedingly professional. Within just 5 days, they completed the production of Song Yi's 3 songs while also organizing online promotions for them. Over these few days, Song Yi had been busy recording and flying to various locations for shooting, even incorporating a dance segment into Bin Chao Gongmu. Fortunately, these actions were relatively basic. Otherwise, without dance skills, Song Yi would have struggled to meet the recording team's requirements. He genuinely experienced the hardships of being a popular artist. After several days of online buzz, coupled with Tang Dynasty Music Company's covert promotional efforts, the videos of Song Yi performing the 3 songs in the square had already been fervently shared by countless netizens. Although there were still trolls and fanatical fans occasionally making noise on his social media accounts, such voices grew increasingly feeble. Alongside Song Yi's rise to fame, the Menghu Band and Du Song also garnered significant attention. Even the bar and internet CAF that sponsored the recent performance enjoyed a surge in business, with customers flocking in. Both owners exclaimed that the several thousand yuan in sponsorship had been well spent. At this moment, Song Yi's Weibo account had amassed over 500,000 followers, without him even having officially debuted. To gain such a following from a single outdoor performance was nothing short of astonishing in this era dominated by capital and fresh faces. While Tang Dynasty Company worked diligently on promotion, Song Yi also reactivated his long-ignored social media platforms. He updated both his Weibo and Douyin accounts with a new post. Hello, everyone, I am Song Yi. I have officially joined Tang Dynasty Music Company. The official recordings of General's Order, Bin Chao Gongmu, and Yellow People will be available on major music platforms tomorrow. Also releasing will be Broken Bridge, Remnant Snow, featuring lyrics and composition by me, sung by Du Song. I hope for your support. Considering Du Song's relatively ordinary foundational skills, Song Yi ultimately decided to guide him down the path of an internet singer. The choice of Broken Bridge, Remnant Snow was also a well-considered decision. The song's singing difficulty was not high, and Du Song's vocal abilities could easily manage it. Moreover, it belonged to the genre of Chinese-style music, making its release at this juncture particularly opportune. Following Song Yi's update, a plethora of netizens began to share and comment. Among them were the inevitable trolls and fervent fans hurling insults. Here it comes, finally, it's here. I've been anxiously waiting. The big shot has written a new song again. His creative speed is nothing short of terrifying. I've been looping the Square performance video for days. Finally, the recorded version is coming. Support. You guys are just mindlessly praising. How dare such a trash song even be released? Kong Ji's English songs are far superior. I support the Korean girl group. Has no one noticed that the rhythm of Bin Sao Gongmu is perfect for dancing? I've been losing weight using it. The results are fantastic. The aunties downstairs are dancing to this song every day. I wonder if their bodies can handle it. Haha, the aunties are in better shape than you think. Why is no one paying attention to Du Song, the little cutie? Boo-hoo. It's so sad being so unnoticed. What is Du Song even? He looks so ugly and still dares to sing. Mind your words. I don't think Kong Kong is that good-looking either. So whiny. Broken Bridge, Remnant Snow. It sounds like yet another Chinese-style song. It's a bit of a waste to give such a song to Du Song. The fervent discussions among netizens added a touch of anticipation for the song's release tomorrow. How dare they look down on me? Just wait until tomorrow. I'll dazzle you all. Du Song's social media account had also gained a few thousand followers due to the recent live streaming event. So he promptly shared an update as well. However, after posting, several minutes passed without a single comment. This left Du Song wondering if all his followers were just dead accounts. Feeling somewhat dejected, Du Song's mood worsened after seeing the derogatory remarks about him on Song Yi's account. Observing Du Song's frustrated expression, Song Yi chuckled and teased, "The netizens' evaluations are quite objective. You really are rather unremarkable, and you're not as handsome as I am." "Get lost," Du Song retorted. "I'll use my exceptional singing skills to win them all over. By the way, Egu, it seems we have a bit of money now. Should we consider moving to a different place?" After the performance, the reward money had been divided among the 7 of them, each receiving 32,000. Buying a house in the capital was undoubtedly out of the question, but relocating to a larger residence was still feasible. "Sure," Song Yi replied nonchalantly. "Why don't you browse for houses online?" "I'm not picky. I just want to be closer to the company." Du Song nodded excitedly. "I'll find a place right away. After we move, I'll invite Xingu and the others over for drinks." All right, after several days of busyness, it is indeed time to unwind. This evening, I shall personally take to the kitchen and prepare a few appetizers for everyone. Du Song has shown remarkable initiative, having secured a new residence through an intermediary platform by noon. It is yet another 2-bedroom apartment, a mere half-hour's walk from the company, which in a city like Daijing is quite a convenient distance. The rent has increased from 3,000 to 8,000 per month. However, this amount poses no burden for the two of them. Meanwhile, Song Yi's system has already accumulated 300,000 charity points. After receiving a transfer of 320,000 from Zhang Cheng in the afternoon, Song Yi promptly donated 300,000 through the cultural and entertainment system. Yet, he did not rush to utilize these points, as it is always wise to accumulate resources, at a certain public hospital in Yun Province. Outside the intensive care unit of the nephrology department, "Please arrange the surgery fees. Your father's operation cannot be delayed any longer, as it poses a constant threat to his life. Dr. Su, could you possibly advocate for a fee reduction with the hospital? I have exhausted all my relatives and friends for help, yet I am still short by 200,000 for the surgery. I truly feel at my wit's end." Dr. Su gazed at the young girl, barely 20, and felt an overwhelming sense of compassion. At an age when she should be reveling in the joys of campus life, she has been forced to drop out due to the grave illness of her only family member. The weight of life's burdens rests heavily upon this young girl, evoking deep sympathy from the doctors and nurses in the department. They had already applied for a medical fee waiver from the hospital, but only a meager sum of under 100,000 was approved. The hospital's budget is limited, while the influx of patients remains unceasing. They have exerted their utmost efforts, tears streaming down her face. The The girl was suddenly jolted awake by the sound of her phone ringing. Ding! A bank notification. Your bank account has received a transfer of 300,000. That night, the two had moved all their belongings to the new residence with the help of a moving company. Simultaneously, the band Mighty Tiger and He Shui arrived to celebrate the occasion. Zhang Qing exclaimed, Xiao Yi, this is impressive. I never expected your culinary skills to be this remarkable. A Chang feigned jealousy, saying, being handsome is one thing, and I can accept your songwriting talent, but how on earth can you be such a great cook too? Except for Du Song. The others were trying Song Yi's cooking for the first time and were thoroughly amazed by his authentic Sichuan dishes. Look at you all, acting as if you've never seen the world. I eat meals prepared by Igu every day, and they are simply delectable. When Igu was struggling, I always thought he shouldn't pursue a career as a singer. He is, without a doubt, a top-notch chef. Du Song observed the astonished expressions of the others, suddenly feeling a sense of superiority as the host. Although he did not cook the dishes himself, he had lent a hand, which still brought him a sense of pride. It's not as exaggerated as you all say. My family runs a farm stay, and I learned to cook by watching my parents since childhood. Song Yi explained with a smile. During holidays, I always take charge in the kitchen at home, so over time, my cooking skills have naturally improved. After hearing Song Yi's explanation, the others still found it hard to accept his exceptional talents. Sometimes, the gap between individuals can be more significant than that between humans and dogs. But you are truly outstanding. What girl will ever be worthy of you? Indeed, just wait to be a lifelong bachelor. Ha ha ha, come, let's drink. Here's to the release of AE and Xiao Song's new song tomorrow. May it achieve great success. Cheers. Zhang Cheng raised his large cup, inviting everyone to join in the toast. The table was filled with drinkers. Even He Shui, who appeared somewhat demure, could outdrink the average person. It is often said that beautiful women possess an innate tolerance for alcohol. Perhaps she is the epitome of that notion. Chapter 13. Online July 9th. 10 a.m. General's order, Compendium of Materia Medica, Yellow Race, and Broken Bridge Under Melting Snow were simultaneously released on major platforms. Du Song sat in Song Yi's office, intently focused on the computer screen. Due to his role as a lyricist and composer, Tang Dynasty Company had allocated a separate office for Song Yi. However, Du Song did not receive such favorable treatment, as he was only provided with a cramped workspace for occasional rest. Fortunately, Du Song did not typically engage in music production, so a simple office was sufficient for him, especially since he spent most of his time enjoying the air conditioning in Song Yi's office. The company had also assigned an experienced manager named Zhao Daimei to Du Song, a warm-hearted woman in her 40s who had been attentive to his needs in recent days, even inquiring about his daily meals. Zhao Jia, I am not pursuing an idle route, so it's fine if I eat a bit more. Right? No way. You are not handsome to begin with, and if you gain weight, you'll just become even uglier. This had become the most frequent exchange between the two, leaving Du Song in a fit of rage, yet utterly helpless. Meanwhile, Song Yi, burdened by the psychological shadow left by Wu Qin, temporarily declined Su Yun's proposal to arrange a manager for him. Su Yun did not press the matter, understanding that Song Yi currently had virtually no engagements. Even the few tasks he did have could be handled by Su Yun's assistant, Wenli. The music videos had just launched, and they received extensive recommendations across all major music platforms. Many netizens clicked to play Song Yi's songs through searches. Finally, it was time. All 4 songs are online at once. I don't know which one to listen to first. I choose Yellow Race. I wonder how the official version differs, since they were released under a free model. Upon their release, netizens found themselves conflicted about which song to listen to first. Song Yi clicked on the MV for Yellow Race. Tang Dynasty Company had hired professional MV producers to meticulously plan and shoot videos for these 4 songs. The filming locations for Yellow Race primarily featured the Great Wall and remnants of frontier fortifications, showcasing Song Yi clad in armor, depicting a stirring historical narrative. As the majestic Great Wall appeared on screen, accompanied by the resonating sounds of the Dragon Kingdom's drums and flutes, a barrage of comments flooded in from netizens. The recorded version's prelude is even more melodious. It's sublime. Wow, the sound quality is absolutely stunning. Far more impressive than any performance in the square. I can't believe how much more handsome Song Yi looks in ancient attire. He could easily switch careers to acting. Acting skills don't matter. He just needs to look good. Lack of acting skills is what we call a pretty boy. With Song Yi's talent, why would he need to be just another pretty face? A bunch of sycophants. My Kuan Gu and Fan Gu are 100 times more handsome than him. He can't even play basketball. What good is that? Our Kuan Gu trained hard for 2.5 years before debuting. There's no way this roadside amateur can compare. Oh please, Isn't that Kuan the one who needed hospitalization after a mosquito bite? Such a weakling. Online trolls are truly tiresome. The motherland's landscapes are magnificent. I had previously overlooked that. The drums and flutes are so enchanting. This melody is simply delightful. Despite the incessant smearing from trolls and fandoms, the viewership for Yellow Race continued to soar. Songy couldn't see the specific data across various platforms, but the surging comments and reviews clearly indicated the audience's fondness for the song. Many netizens shared these songs on their social media platforms, bestowing them with high praise. Absolutely breathtaking. I never imagined that traditional instruments from the Dragon Kingdom could produce such exquisite notes. This is incredible. I no longer need to listen to the outdoor performance version. This is the true testament to Songy's vocal prowess. Yellow Race is phenomenal, with a grand prelude and passionate lyrics. I highly recommend it. Compendium of Materia Medica has an infectious rhythm. It makes me want to dance. General's Order has left me in awe with its arrangement, and the lyrics are quite bold. Dusong's Broken Bridge Under Melting Snow is also noteworthy, brimming with traditional charm. Aside from ordinary netizens, numerous singers from various music companies were also listening to these three songs. The fusion of traditional instruments from the Dragon Kingdom with electronic music was a musical form many had never considered before. Undoubtedly inspiring creativity in many.at this moment, numerous artists began to contemplate reaching out to Songy for collaborations. Additionally, the super-rich second-generation Wang Chong, who had previously given 2 million in tips, shared the link to Yellow Race on his Weibo. I enjoy all three of Songy's songs, but my favorite is still Yellow Race. It's grand and majestic without losing its elegance, and his singing skills are truly remarkable. This song deserves to be on repeat for a long time. I hope to have the chance to meet Songy and become friends. Wang Chong is famously known in the entertainment circle as the Discipline Committee member, renowned for his candidness and one of the most prominent rich second-generation individuals in the Dragon Kingdom, boasting over 10 million followers on Weibo. Once this news broke, it sparked widespread discussion. What song could warrant such high praise from Wang Chong? Who is this Songy? Why have I never heard of him before? I suspect Songy paid Wang Chong off, but I have no evidence. Oh please, with Wang Chong's wealth, who could possibly pay him? Haven't you heard of Songy? He was trending just a few days ago. You should definitely give his 3 songs a listen. They will absolutely astonish you. It is not mere flattery. I am genuinely astonished. Wang Chong's promotion of his scarf has undoubtedly added considerable fervor to Songy's presence. Despite the presence of numerous trolls and fandoms attempting to sway opinions, the ratings for Songy's 3 songs remain impressively high. The streaming rates have skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. At Dusong's insistent request, Songy also opened the MV for Broken Bridge and Remaining Snow. The producer chose the picturesque Jiangnan Watertown as the filming location, while also featuring ample shots of Westlake. Following Songy's suggestion, the rather unremarkable Dusong ultimately did not appear on screen. Though Dusong was quite dissatisfied and regretful about this decision, he ultimately acquiesced to Songy's counsel. The accompaniment commenced with the enchanting sounds of the guzheng and pipa, instantly immersing everyone in the song's melody. The fragile, wingless butterfly, unable to find flowers, shall forever remain blind to the withering. Beneath the night sky of Jiangnan, the small bridge and eaves, unable to comprehend the desolation of the northern wilderness. During the plum blossom season, entangled in loneliness, it swiftly vanishes after spring departs. The melody of the song is not overly complex, yet the balanced and structured lyrics are rich with elements of Dragon Country culture. The small bridge under Jiangnan's night sky, the wilderness of the northern frontier, the plum blossoms that come and go with the seasons, all evoke a profound appreciation for the allure of Dragon Country culture. Moreover, Dusong's rather mediocre vocal skills ironically contribute to the song's status as a widely sung favorite, even giving rise to the illusion that I could sing it better than Dusong. Chapter 14. Troubles. It turns out Jiangnan is so beautiful. I truly wish to see it. To think one can even take a boat in the midst of the city. How delightful, by the way. Has Dusong lost all shame? He is nowhere to be seen in the entire MV. Do you really wish to see him that badly? Isn't it better that he doesn't appear? Ha ha ha, could we spare a little face for Dusong? He can look quite handsome when he's not being unappealing. This song is quite pleasant. It's just that Dusong's singing still has room for improvement. I think it's alright. This song is enjoyable and easy to sing, and it will soon become a staple in karaoke venues. I still prefer Songy to perform this song. He would undoubtedly be better than Dusong. Although Broken Bridge and Remaining Snow enjoys a substantial number of plays and comments, most people cannot resist the urge to critique Dusong. In truth, Dusong's vocal performance in the MV is commendable. Coupled with the tireless efforts of a million sound engineers, The result is even superior to what Song Yi recalls from his previous life. Unfortunately, the audience has already branded Du Song as the weakest link in vocal prowess. Additionally, since this song lacks particularly high-pitched moments, many perceive it as lacking in difficulty in reality, while the song may not be challenging. Mastering it is far from easy. Regrettably, the online community did not afford Du Song the chance to explain himself. Upon reading these comments, Du Song was filled with indignation. How dare they claim my singing is inadequate? If you think you can do better, then step up. They even go so far as to say I am too unattractive to appear on screen. Brother E, next time I must make an appearance. I shall dazzle them all with my charm. Seeing Du Song clench his teeth, Song Yi found himself both amused and exasperated. Since you insist on appearing, so be it. After all, even an unappealing daughter-in-law must eventually meet her in-laws. And an unattractive star must face their fans. There's no hiding that truth. I cannot believe this. Lacking the comfort of a brother's support, the frustrated Du Song could only turn his gaze to the MV on the computer screen. For his debut single, despite not being visible, Du Song still felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Only I remain to enjoy the fireworks that fill the sky, swaying and drifting away with the wind. Has it ever snowed on the broken bridge? I gaze at the lake's surface. If we are fated never to meet again, the willow curtains of the white embankment shed tears repeatedly as the camera shifts. The scene transitions to the serene beauty of Westlake. A masked man in traditional Han attire bids farewell to a lovely and gentle woman on the bridge, leaving a deep impression. Wow, such an ancient-style song. Yet Du Song manages to convey the essence of heartbreak. Could that masked man be Du Song? Strangely enough, he appears much more pleasing to the eye when concealed. Listening closely, his voice is filled with genuine emotion. Has Du Song ever experienced love? Haha, perhaps it is inspired by Song Yi's past romance. That cannot be. Song Yi is far too handsome to have ever faced heartbreak. The tone of the online comments began to shift dramatically as discussions erupted about the potential love story between Song Yi and Du Song. In the office, Du Song turned to Song Yi. Song Yi retorted, "Why are you looking at me? This is clearly a song about parting between friends. Who told you to sing it as if it were a love song? However, this could work to your advantage. You can now publicly declare your romantic experiences are quite rich, and I shall write you more love songs." What do you think? Upon hearing that Song Yi was willing to write him love songs, Du Song decided to cease his resistance. I get it. I am merely to be that friend in your narrative. For the sake of music, I can endure. Xiao Song, Broken Bridge and Remaining Snow has entered the top 10 of the new song charts. Du Song's manager, Sister Zhao, excitedly rushed into Song Yi's office to share the news. Within less than a day, Broken Bridge and Remaining Snow followed closely in the footsteps of General's Order, entering the top 10 of various platforms' new song charts. So soon. Sister Zhao, do you know the statistics for Brother Yi's other 3 songs? Hearing this news, Du Song was elated. After all, this was his first song release, and such achievements made him feel as if he were floating on air. Zhao Daimei replied, the total plays for Yellow People surpassed 10 million by noon, even ranking first on some platforms' new song charts. General's Order and Sao Gongmu have also shown remarkable results, surpassing Your Broken Bridge and Remaining Snow significantly. Upon hearing this, Song Yi maintained a calm demeanor, while Du Song grew even more excited. Brother E is extraordinary. He hits the mark every time, producing nothing but masterpieces. All right, enough flattery. Let us go downstairs to eat and prepare to head home. Sure thing. Neither of them had received any valuable performance offers yet, so life remained rather leisurely. The Tang Dynasty Music Company boasts its own employee cafeteria, with dishes that are quite delectable. Moreover, for artists like Song Yi and Du Song, the company credits their meal cards with 2,000 yuan each month. This means they hardly need to spend their own money on food. At this moment, it was the peak lunch hour. The cafeteria was bustling with colleagues enjoying their meals. The arrival of Song Yi and Du Song did not draw excessive attention. Although Song Yi had gained some notoriety for his criticisms of foreign entities and young idols, the Tang Dynasty Company is vast, housing many exceptional artists, including several top-tier stars. Consequently, to most of the company's employees, Song Yi did not seem particularly extraordinary. The two found an empty table and quietly enjoyed their meal. Du Song cheekily remarked, "This twice-cooked pork is lacking in your usual skill, Brother E. It's a pity you've been too lazy to cook lately. You can stand there and criticize without feeling any pain." Song Yi retorted angrily, "Every time we cook, you only wash the vegetables, I make you an egg, and besides, eating in the cafeteria costs nothing. How convenient is that? Hee hee, Brother E. Your teachings are wise. I shall definitely be thrifty in the future." They chatted casually, while a few colleagues nearby were discussing. I hear that Song Yi, personally signed by President Su, He's quite handsome, don't be so superficial. His songwriting skills are truly impressive. The quality of those songs is exceptional. I've been too busy with work this week. What interesting events have transpired? You haven't heard about the big news. It's that handsome guy across from you. He wrote a few songs criticizing foreign influences and the young idols. It's just a ploy to gain attention, but I must say, his approach is rather clever. Gossiping is a shared pastime for most people, especially among entertainment company employees who are particularly curious about industry gossip. Not only clever, but he is genuinely talented. Our supervisor mentioned that all 4 of his songs entered the top 10 of the new song chart upon release. All 4 songs in the top 10? Is that for real? It cannot be false. You can verify it on your music app. I bet it won't be long before industry bigwigs come knocking for him to write songs. How enviable. Though they were seated some distance away, Song Yi and Du Song occasionally caught snippets of conversation. Damn, why is no one paying attention to me? It's all about you, brother E, and I'm not having it. What can you do? You're simply not as handsome as I am. This world is all about appearances. Unfortunately, the troubles of a handsome man are something you will never understand, as they are often overshadowed. Chapter 15. Praise the following morning, Yellow People and its accompanying songs had taken the internet by storm. Discussions about ethnic music filled various forums in an era where national music was on the verge of extinction. The sudden emergence of a song like General's Order, which resonated powerfully, alongside Yellow People, which brilliantly showcased the charm of Dragon Country's traditional instruments, thrilled many who cherish traditional culture. It is worth noting that prior to this, foreign cultural encroachment had reached an omnipresent level. Furthermore, under the influence of capital, the Dragon Country's Golden Melody Awards had been dominated by foreign language songs for 3 consecutive years. Many citizens have not watched the Golden Melody Awards ceremony since then. Perhaps if one were to casually approach a young person on the street, they would be able to hum a few melodies from Korean or English songs. Yet, they might scoff at Mandarin songs. This disdain does not stem from a lack of exceptional Mandarin music, but rather from the machinations of capital flow, which have gradually eroded the market for such songs. Coupled with the impact of foreign cultures, the status of Mandarin music has become increasingly precarious. The rapid rise to fame of Song Yi's 4 songs can be attributed not only to the vigorous promotion by Tang Dynasty Company, but also to the subtle support from Longtai's officials behind the scenes. Without such backing, it is likely that his songs would soon be overshadowed by capital interests, ultimately sinking into oblivion. Moreover, Song Yi's Weibo following surged from 500,000 to over 2 million in a single day. And this growth continues to accelerate. Son, we saw you on Douyin. You look quite dashing in your ancient attire. Truly, you are my son. As he was engrossed in the ever-increasing follower count on Weibo, Song Yi suddenly received a call from his father, Song Qian. With the ongoing spread of Yellow People, even his parents, who seldom venture online, stumbled upon his video. By the way, son, I noticed many people on Douyin are criticizing you. Please don't take it to heart. Listening to his father's concern warmed Song Yi's heart. Rest assured, I have a great mindset. Those people are merely envious of my talent. Dad, how's everything at home? Any troublemakers? Everything is well. The number of people coming to fish and dine has increased several-fold these days, and your mother and I are nearly overwhelmed with work. A few days ago, some troublemakers did come by. But they were scared off by other customers. They were just a bunch of youngsters, so you needn't worry about us. Although Song Qian spoke lightly, Song Yi suspected that the reality was far more complex than his father's words suggested. I am sorry for the trouble I've caused you. If more trouble arises, perhaps you should close the farm stay for a while. I'm making quite a bit of money now. You could start enjoying retirement. Though Song Yi's bank account wasn't particularly full at the moment, the 4 songs he had released were still generating profits, and he believed earning money would only become easier in the future. No need for that. We're not old yet. What retirement? While you may be earning quickly, young people have plenty of places to spend their money, so keep it for yourself. At this point, his mother, Yuan Qiong, took over the phone, quickly dismissing Song Yi's suggestion of their early retirement. Many of our regular customers have grown accustomed to our flavors. Even if we wanted to close, they would not agree. You need not worry about us. With the support of our fellow villagers and loyal customers, we won't encounter any major troubles. Hearing his parents' resolute stance, Song Yi ceased to persuade them further. If anything arises, you must inform me. Do not let anyone bully you. Rest easy, son. You go on with your work. Song Yi was engaged in casual family talk when a Weibo post from Longhua Television suddenly captured the attention of the public. Our station intends to hold a theme song solicitation event for Sing Out Longhua. Any song that makes it into the top 16 will receive a cash reward of 1 million yuan. And the champion single will earn 5 million yuan along with a certificate of honor from our station. We sincerely invite Mr. Songy to enter Yellow People for the competition and hope he can create more outstanding songs. Beneath this post, detailed information regarding the registration time and selection process was provided. Within 5 minutes of the announcement, it was shared and commented on by countless netizens. This is exciting. The officials have directly named Yellow People for the competition. Incredible. This is tantamount to publicly praising Songy's Yellow People, right? The officials are setting a standard with Yellow People, stating that participating songs must embody an uplifting national spirit. I timidly ask, who is Songy? Why have I never heard of him? Do you live in the mountains? Go listen to Yellow People. It's absolutely stunning. Sing out Longwa. Is the government trying to correct the current trends in the entertainment industry? Finally, the officials have intervened. How wonderful. Looking forward to the live broadcast of the finals. Thanks to Longtai's formidable influence, the topic Sing Out Longwa theme song solicitation swiftly ascended to the top of trending lists across various platforms. Closely following were Yellow People praised by Longtai invite Songy to compete who is Songy before long. Over half of the top 10 trending topics were related to Songy, further propelling the popularity of his release singles. Soon, Suyin excitedly arrived at Songy's office. Xiao Song, have you seen the news online? The officials have named your Yellow People for the competition. Vice Director Wu Yuxuan of Longtai Channel 3 even personally called to commend you. The officials praised me. After hanging up with his parents, Songy had been engrossed in studying the system's database and various peculiar abilities, leaving him little time to keep up with online happenings. Even now, numerous trolls were relentlessly criticizing him, and despite his positive mindset, he could only choose to remain oblivious. Take a look at Longtai's Weibo. Perhaps too excited, Suyin handed her phone to Songy. Once he finished reading the post, he finally understood. Then I shall participate. Have they mentioned the selection mechanism and timeline? Yes, Director Wu spoke with me. The solicitation event officially begins in 2 weeks, with a 1-month evaluation period. He mentioned that this event was inspired by your work and aims to promote Longwa culture, with songs primarily featuring an uplifting theme. The evaluation will consist of online voting and official scoring, ultimately selecting 16 songs for the live finals. Suyin explained in detail, sharing even many unpublished details from Longtai. However, the stagnation in the development of the entertainment industry in this world was apparent, particularly in the realm of variety shows. Just like this theme song solicitation, once the online voting commenced, it would inevitably be influenced by capital interests and fan circles. Even an initiative launched by Longtai would likely struggle to avoid such effects. Songy reflected on the multitude of wildly popular variety shows from his previous life, which seemed almost non-existent in Longwa. Instead, various entertainment companies thrived on producing male and female idol group talent shows, capturing the admiration of countless young fans. Many youngsters skyrocketed to fame through these talent competitions, only to be packaged into flowery idols by capital firms. While they enjoyed great popularity, few truly exceptional works emerged from them. Songy had even contemplated collaborating with a television station to produce quality variety shows for sale, believing that even the advertising profits alone could amount to hundreds of millions. Not to mention, selling the rights to these excellent variety shows overseas could yield enormous profits and facilitate genuine cultural export. However, at present, Songy lacked the conditions and capabilities to pursue such ambitions. Earning money remained the most pressing concern. Chapter 16. Sisters at Xingfei Entertainment Company, Vice President Li Fei convened all songwriters and artists from the songwriting department for a meeting. Although our company has not received a formal invitation, that does not mean we cannot proactively participate. There are still 2 weeks until the event begins. The songwriting department must unite. Even if several or even dozens of creators collaborate, we must produce several works that meet the competition requirements. As long as we can fulfill the contest criteria, we are confident that we can secure a spot in the finals through online voting. It is not impossible to clinch a top 3 position. Li Fei surveyed the numerous creators, artists, and agents before him. Xingfei Entertainment Company sensed a hint of crisis from Longtai's event.as, one of the top 3 entertainment companies in Longwa. The absence of any artist receiving formal invitations indicated the officials' dissatisfaction with Xingfei Entertainment's performance. To improve this perception, the leadership decided to collaborate among multiple creators to enable more artists to qualify for the competition. They hoped to align with the official theme of promoting Longwa culture. Isn't it just promoting the main theme of Longwa culture? As long as there are benefits and profits to be made, they would not mind altering their original style. Understood, we will accomplish this task. Nearly 100 creators in the audience responded in unison, brimming with confidence in this solicitation event. Similar initiatives had occurred before, and this was not their first collaborative effort in the past 3 years. Xingfei Entertainment had monopolized 2 of the English songs at the Golden Melody Awards, relying on this operational model. Meanwhile, a similar scene unfolded at Jinlin Entertainment Company and various music production firms. In the afternoon, Soo-yun returned to Song-yi's office with two lively young girls who looked strikingly similar. Xiao-song, these two are a pair of promising newcomers our company is keen on. They are twins and possess great potential. They wish to officially debut through this long-time solicitation event, and I was hoping you could tailor a song for them to compete. Perhaps fearing that Song-yi would decline? Soo-yun leaned closer and whispered, their father is a major shareholder behind the scenes of our company. The sisters have loved singing since childhood, and their university major is popular music performance. Their foundational skills are quite solid. They don't care about money. They can even forego profit sharing. If they win a prize in the competition, all the earnings would go to you. After hearing Soo-yun's explanation, Song-yi finally comprehended why the two newcomers had gone to the trouble of asking Soo-yun to come personally. Raising his gaze towards the two young ladies ahead, he noticed that the sisters appeared to be around 20 years of age. They were strikingly beautiful, their eyes radiating a clever spark, exuding an air of vivacious charm. Were it not for their differing attire, he would hardly discern any distinction between them. The girl on the left smiled warmly and said, "Hello, teacher Song-yi, I am Chen Jiaxuan, and this is my sister Chunja. We are both your fans, indeed, indeed." The girl on the right eagerly chimed in, "Teacher Song-yi, we adore several of your songs. Would it be possible for you to write one for us as well? The copyright profits would belong entirely to you, and we could even offer you 100,000 as remuneration. We simply require the right to perform it." From just a few sentences, Song-yi gleaned a general understanding of the sisters' personalities. They were indeed as lively and charming as their appearance suggested. And perhaps due to their affluent background, their demeanor was also quite confident and poised. After a moment of contemplation, Song-yi replied, "There's no need for a fee. We're all colleagues in the company. It wouldn't be right for you to perform for free. Let us go with the distribution the company has set. 4% for the company, 4 for me, and the remaining 2 for you. Should you win any awards in the competition, the prize money will be allocated accordingly. However, I must first assess your singing performance before I can entrust the song to you." After all, they were both artists under the Tang Dynasty Company. If he were to withhold all profits from the performing artists, it would not bode well for his reputation. No, we're fine with just 1%. Teacher Song-yi, you can take 50%. Song-yi found it difficult to discern whether it was the elder sister or the younger sister speaking. Yet, it was evident that they were not concerned about money, so there was no need for him to be coy about it. "Very well, I do happen to have a song suitable for female vocals, though I am unsure if you can handle it. Please wait a few minutes while I jot down the lyrics and melody for you." Upon hearing Song-yi's agreement and that he already had a complete set of lyrics and music, the sisters were beside themselves with excitement. Song-yi took out paper and pen, directly unlocking all the details of Langue Hua in his mind. The lyrics and melody flowed seamlessly. Without a moment's pause, Soo-yun and the others assumed that this was a song he had prepared earlier. Thus, they did not question his speed of creation. The twin sisters excitedly gathered behind him, observing the lyrics and melody. The shoulder pole is wide, the bench is long. The shoulder pole wishes to be tied to the bench. The elder brother and younger brother sit before the slope, and on the slope lies a goose. A long string of tongue twisters left the sisters utterly astonished. "Teacher Song-yi, can tongue twisters really be used to write songs?" "Of course, as long as the melody is fitting, even ancient poetry can sound delightful." "Oh, I see. I've truly learned something today. Teacher Song-yi's talent is indeed well-deserved. MHM, and you're incredibly handsome as well. Even more so than in the videos online." The sisters showered Song-yi with compliments as if they were performing a comedic routine. Even with Song-yi's composed demeanor, he couldn't help but feel a bit elated. However, his hands with the paper and pen never faltered. The whole world speaks Langue Hua. Confucius words are becoming increasingly international. Hearing the sisters' murmurs, Soo-yun couldn't resist stepping forward to take a look. Although she had yet to see the complete composition, her years of experience in the industry allowed her to swiftly determine that this song was exceptionally suitable for the Singing Out Langue theme event. The three of them ceased to disturb Song-yi's work, quietly standing in the office waiting. 10 minutes later, Song-yi handed the A4 paper to the twin sisters, saying, "You know how to read music, right? Go to the recording studio to familiarize yourselves with the lyrics and melody. It will take about an hour to produce the computer accompaniment and arrangement. I'll come by later to see how the singing sounds. If it's not suitable, we'll switch songs." Although the song did not demand a wide vocal range, it belonged to a semi-rap style. Song-yi was uncertain if the sisters could adapt to this genre. If their performance fell short, he did not intend to casually hand over the song. After all, the potential profits from this song could be quite substantial. "HM, thank you, Teacher Song-yi. We'll head to the recording studio and wait for you." Soo-yun led the exuberant sisters straight to the recording studio. The trio was not surprised that Song-yi had already prepared the entire accompaniment and arrangement. After all, it was well known in the industry that Song-yi was a multifaceted talent, adept in lyric writing, composition, arrangement, and singing. Moreover, Song-yi had no intention of delegating the arrangement work to anyone else. Given that he already had it vividly envisioned in his mind, there was no reason to share the profits with others. Chapter 17. Naming an hour later, Song-yi arrived at the recording studio with the accompaniment arrangement. By this time, the sisters had grown quite familiar with the entire song's lyrics and melody. With the help of the recording engineer, the sisters donned headphones and began recording. The shoulder pole is wide, the bench is long. The shoulder pole wishes to be tied to the bench. The sisters' clear and melodious voices resonated through the headphones, reaching Song-yi's ears. Even from just the opening line, he could discern the sisters' solid vocal foundation. Their timbre perfectly suited the song. This remarkable compatibility seemed to surpass the voices he remembered. The staff members and Soo-yun outside the glass window were all transfixed, their eyes gleaming with surprise and excitement at the sight of the two beautiful figures in the recording studio. The whole world speaks langue hua. Our words make the world listen attentively. Once the first recording was completed, all the staff present erupted into applause, Song-yi included. The recording quality was unexpectedly excellent. Soo-yun praised, "Xiao Song, this song you've written is simply extraordinary. It will undoubtedly secure a spot in the top 16 of the competition." As the music director of the Tang Dynasty Company, Soo-yun was accustomed to encountering numerous songs, yet few could stir her excitement to such a degree. The sisters emerged from the recording booth, their faces alight with admiration. "Teacher Song-yi, you're incredible. I never knew tongue twisters could sound so melodious indeed. While singing this song, I felt my entire body brimming with energy. Your lyrics are superb. To receive such a high-quality song right at the start of our debut. We can't thank you enough, Teacher Song-yi." The sisters, one on each side, grasped Song-yi's arms, bouncing with enthusiasm. Given that it was summer and the attire was rather light, some physical contact was unavoidable. Faced with two identical beautiful girls behaving so affectionately, even Song-yi found it somewhat overwhelming. "It's primarily due to your excellent vocal quality and singing skills. Since you're in good form, let us record a couple more takes to ease the sound engineer's workload." Song-yi spoke to calm the excited sisters. After all, he was still a young man brimming with vitality. If this continued, he worried that his body might react in an unexpected way, leading to an awkward situation. "All right, just wait for us, Teacher Song-yi. After work, we'll treat you to dinner." Yes, today is such a lucky day. We must celebrate with a drink." Faced with the overly familiar twin sisters, Song-yi suddenly felt unsure of how to respond and glanced at Soo-yun for guidance. Soo-yun had mentioned that the two were daughters of a major shareholder, and he wished to avoid any unnecessary complications. Seeing the inquiring look from Song-yi, Soo-yun quickly understood and responded, "Then I'll join too. This song truly deserves a celebration." With the executive Soo-yun accompanying them, Song-yi no longer felt concerned about any rumors spreading. He promptly agreed, "Very well, let us finish the recording work first. We'll be done shortly." The sisters' fundamental skills were quite solid in just half an hour. They completed the recording exceptionally well, nearly rendering the sound engineer unnecessary. Next, they only needed to finish recording the MV before it could be released. Half an hour later, in a small Chinese restaurant. "Hello, sisters. I'm Song-yi's good friend and roommate, Do-song. It's a pleasure to meet you, so I'll raise a toast to you." Upon learning that Song-yi was going to have drinks with the beautiful executive and the twin sisters, Do-song volunteered to join uninvited. The sisters, who were also quite affable, responded with polite smiles. "Hello, Brother Do. We've seen you during Teacher Song-yi's live performances. Your Wanqiao Sanchu is lovely as well. I just didn't expect you to look even more ordinary in person than in the videos." The sisters seemed oblivious to their inappropriate remarks, clinking glasses with Do-song and downing their drinks. Cough. Observing Do-song in a daze, Song-yi had to quietly remind him, "What are you dawdling for? The girls have already downed their drinks." Gulp. With a look of dejection, Do-song downed his drink, but he quickly accepted the harsh reality of face value and resumed joking with Soo-yun and the sisters. As Do-song and the sisters were both naturally sociable and chatty, the atmosphere at the table grew lively and amicable. After several rounds of drinks, the distance between the group seemed to lessen. Even the beautiful executive Soo-yun no longer maintained any semblance of authority. "You're about to debut. Have you decided on a group name?" Upon hearing Soo-yun's question, the sisters immediately fell into a dilemma. Having not yet settled on a name, the task of selecting a group name proved to be quite challenging. either came across as overly simplistic or veered into the realm of non-mainstream English. The dilemma was palpable. Previously, the Tang Dynasty Company had suggested numerous names to the two sisters, all of which were dismissed for various reasons. Now, with time dragging on, they still had not finalized a name. How about you, Teacher Song-yi? Lend us your creativity. As long as it's your suggestion, we would gladly accept any name. Teacher Song-yi quickly declined, saying, Me? Come up with a name. I lack that capability, to which the sisters replied. If you lack that capability, then surely no one else possesses it. Indeed, you are a master creator. Crafting a name should be a simple task for you. Faced with the enthusiasm of the two sisters, Song-yi felt a surge of confidence. The passion he once held as a wandering songwriter was rekindled. Tentatively, he suggested, Shall we try to create one? Absolutely. As long as it's from you, we will embrace it. Well, since you are twins and share the surname Chun, how about calling yourself Chun and Chun? Upon hearing Song-yi's response, Du-song was left utterly flabbergasted. Naming someone truly this casual? Wait a moment. This seems reminiscent of Teacher Yi's earlier attempts at writing folk songs. Du-song was puzzled by Song-yi's fluctuating creative prowess, yet the sisters exclaimed with delight, Indeed, as expected of Teacher Song-yi. This name is truly remarkable. Yes, it is not only novel but also rich in meaning. Our group name shall be Chan and Chan. Come, Mr. Su, Teacher Song-yi, and Brother Du-song, let us toast to the establishment of Chan and Chun. At that moment, the sisters' spirits soared even higher, leaving Du-song bewildered as to whether it was his own taste that had faltered or if this era had simply outpaced him. Is such a casual group name truly acceptable? On July 14th, within a mere span of 3 days, the Tang Dynasty Company successfully completed the production and promotion of the music video for Dragon Country Talk. The twin sisters, under the name Chan and Chan, officially debuted and garnered fervent attention online with their song Dragon Country Talk. The duo, possessing both sweet and charming looks, yet strikingly identical, swiftly won the hearts of numerous netizens, as soon as the music video launched. A plethora of viewers clicked the play button. In terms of arrangement, traditional instruments from Dragon Country were employed, commencing with a beautiful guzheng melody. The producer even engaged several Shaolin monks to perform a stunning display of martial arts. Soon after, the youthful and adorable twin sisters graced the audience's view. With a wide shoulder pole and a long bench, the shoulder pole desires to be tied to the bench. Marilyn in London bought a qipao for her mother. In Moscow, Fu Siki fell in love with beef noodle dumplings. They delivered a tongue twister in a semi-rap style, marking a groundbreaking moment in Dragon Country's music scene. Coupled with the sisters' clear and melodious voices, they swiftly garnered a multitude of accolades. Wow, can tongue twisters actually be transformed into songs? Song-yi is truly a creative genius. My eyes have been opened. The twin sisters are simply adorable. How can I not join in on this? Brothers, let us enjoy the show civilly. Isn't this 100 times better than any Korean or Japanese girl group? Come on, brothers, you are being shallow. Shouldn't the focus of this song be on the lyrics? Indeed, foreigners are wearing our kipeos and savoring our unique cuisine. Yet we have been overly enamored with foreign music. Dragon Country rises. Song-yi's prolific songwriting speed was astonishing. Within less than half a month, he had already produced his 5th song. The music video had just begun, yet it had already spurred a barrage of comments from netizens. Though opinions varied, the consensus was overwhelmingly positive, with discussions revolving around diverse skin tones, hair colors, and the lyrics beginning to popularize Dragon Country's language. For years, we have labored over English pronunciation and grammar, while in recent years, they have been twisting their tongues to learn the tonal shifts. How clever are the people of Dragon Country, how beautiful is our language. The online discourse was lively. As the music video gradually transitioned into the chorus, the lyrics struck a chord with countless viewers. Damn it, after years of learning English, it's finally their turn to learn our language. When will we be free from learning English? It's so difficult. Dragon Country's Mandarin has been recognized by the United Nations as an international language. With many countries offering mandatory Chinese courses, the day when Mandarin will traverse the globe is imminent. Haha, while we struggle with English, they will find learning our Mandarin even more challenging. Let us hope that one day, the mandatory English requirement will be replaced with an elective option. I truly lack the talent for it. Good brother, you are not alone. I thank you. I am not alone. Can I turn into a dog instead? In response to a few lyrics, an online discussion erupted regarding the challenges of learning both English and Mandarin, with many citing the comparative difficulties and advantages of each language. In fact, some netizens even penned lengthy essays on the topic, attracting the attention of educational departments in certain regions who began deliberating the weight of mandatory English courses. While they deemed the outright cancellation of mandatory English courses unlikely, they earnestly considered reducing the scoring weight of English. It was unprecedented in Dragon Country for a song to influence educational policy. Brothers and sisters sit on the slope. A goose lies atop the slope, and a river flows beneath. The world is now learning Dragon Country's language, and the teachings of Confucius are becoming increasingly globalized. What we say compels the world to listen attentively. As the song approached its conclusion, the sisters' sweet voices echoed in the minds of the audience. Many unhesitatingly opted for a second or even a third listen, sharing the song across their social circles. The pinnacle of girl groups, both visually appealing and melodically delightful. Brothers, cease your admiration for the antics of the cold nation's girl groups. The song is explosively catchy, and the lyrics are exceptional. If you find it unappealing, then you must be foolish. A direct 5-star rating. I fear not for the pride of the two young ladies, for they have the merit to be proud. Master Songy has delivered another new song, never failing to impress. It is already on repeat. Not listening would be your loss, brothers. The twin sisters are simply adorable. My heart has been captured by them. Online, discussions about Dragon Country talk abound. Qian and Qin, with their sweet and charming appearances and solid vocal skills, have garnered a substantial following. At the Tang Dynasty Entertainment Company, Su Yun is monitoring real-time data backstage with the twin sisters, Mr. Su. Within just 10 minutes of going live, the total clicks across all major platforms have surpassed 1 million. Chen and Chen has already entered the top 20 of the Penguin Music search rankings. Dragon Country Talk has made its way into the top 10 of the trending topics on Weibo. Mr. Su, over 100,000 people have rated this song 5 stars. Listening to the staff continuously reporting good news, the twin sisters were already beaming with joy. That's wonderful, sister. Achieving such success upon debut means Dad has nothing to say now. Indeed, it is primarily due to teacher Songy's exceptional songwriting. We must express our gratitude to him. How should we express our gratitude? He wouldn't even glance at a 100,000 yuan fee. What should we do then? How about we pool our pocket money from this month to buy a car for teacher Songy? That wouldn't amount to much, sister. What good car can we buy for only 200,000 yuan? That's rather meager. True, such things are rather banal. Sigh. What kind of gift would be worthy of the extraordinarily talented teacher Songy? The two sisters, oblivious to their surroundings, discussed how to express their gratitude to Songy. Leaving all the staff in the room utterly astounded. 200,000 yuan is merely pocket money for a month? A 200,000 yuan car is too meager? Has inflation in Dragon Country left me behind? The staff began to question their life choices, and even Su Yun could not help but facepalm. Sighing, let me first help you find a suitable manager. Now that you are officially debuting, I will have less time to attend to you. That would be a great help, Mr. Su. While the sisters may not have a concrete understanding of money, they were not lacking in social etiquette. They promptly followed Su Yun to the department where the manager was located. As Dragon Country Talk was being released, the Tang Dynasty Company also submitted the song for the Singing Out Dragon Country competition. Director Qin, Dragon Country Talk was also written and composed by Songy, and its lyrics and melody are incredibly uplifting. The content is both novel and invigorating and has passed the preliminary review by the working group. Chen Yuxuan, as the deputy director of Dragon Channel's third channel and the head of this competition, listened as the staff reported the results of the song's review. Then let us announce the results of the review. How many songs have registered for the competition so far? Upon hearing Chen Yuxuan's inquiry, the staff's expressions turned somewhat helpless. As of now, over 100 songs have registered for the competition, but the vast majority do not meet the review requirements. Most are merely bubblegum pop songs from young idols, and some even resort to using foreign songs to fill the quota. Currently, there are fewer than 10 songs that have passed the working group's review, and quality songs are exceedingly rare. After listening to the staff's report, Chen Yuxuan's expression darkened. Although there were still 11 days until the registration deadline, however, the solicitation event initiated by Long Tai has been inundated with entries from some trivial songs and even foreign tunes, which is enough to incite Chen Yuxuan's ire. He resolved to amplify promotional efforts, urging brother departments such as the Cultural Troupe and the Opera Society to actively enlist for the competition. In the wake of his frustration, Chen Yuxuan could only place his hopes on these allied departments. Yet, in recent years, these departments have been notably bereft of creative talent. Moreover, the challenge of composing exceptional songs that meet the criteria within a mere 10 days further complicates the situation. At this moment, Wu Yuxuan suddenly thought of Songy. Chapter 19, Management at Jinlin Entertainment Company. President Qin, we have submitted over 30 songs, yet none have passed the official review thus far. The director of the Creative Center, Zhu Hongba cautiously reported to the sullen vice president Qin Lin.is, your creative department merely idling away. Song Yi from Tang Dynasty Company has already produced 2 chart-topping songs and has even secured 2 spots in the top 16 ahead of time. Are you telling me that several hundred creators in your center can't compete with just him? The official wind has shifted. If we continue down this path, we will be left far behind by Tang Dynasty Company. Facing Qin Lin's fierce demeanor, Zhu Hongba wiped the cold sweat from his brow and tremulously responded, President Qin, we can't be entirely blamed. It's only been 3 days since the official announcement. Who could have anticipated Song Yi's terrifying speed of composition? In the past, even with the collaboration of over 10 creators, perfecting a single song would take at least 10 days to half a month. This time, to improve the official stance, the entire creative center at Jinlin has ramped up operations. However, crafting excellent work requires meticulous refinement, which is why the company hastily submitted some trivial songs. We didn't expect these songs to win, but I thought passing the submission criteria would be feasible. At least our data report wouldn't look too bleak. Yet, to our astonishment, the official television station's review criteria have proven exceptionally stringent. Not a single one of the 30-plus songs submitted was approved. Stop making excuses. Why can Song Yi succeed while your hundreds of creators cannot? You must accelerate your creative pace. If necessary, can't you follow the template of Song Yi's songs and produce 1 or 2? Especially the songs by Su Kuan and by Hong Kai must be expedited. As long as they pass the review, rankings will not be an issue. Do you understand? Among the 4 young male pop idols, Jinlin and Xingfei Entertainment each claimed 2. Su Kuan, with his English song Hello, 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 leveraged fan support and capital to clinch the Best Mandarin Song Award that year. Subsequently, Xingfei Entertainment emulated Su Kuan, elevating Jifan and Jiang Xiangwen to the pinnacle of the Mandarin Song Awards. These 4 individuals are also the hope of their respective companies, currently collaborating with dozens of creators to produce competition songs. If they can pass Longtai's submission review, even a subpar song would be seen as a contender for the champion single. Understood. I will arrange it immediately. At Xingfei Entertainment, upon witnessing Song Yi's songs trending once more, Wu Qin could no longer contain her angered, Oh Xinjia, have you prepared your competition song? You must overshadow the popularity of Song Yi's new release. As the star agent of Xingfei Entertainment, Wu Qin oversees several moderately famous artists, with Oh Xinjia representing the new generation. Though he may not rival Su Kuan, Jifan, by Hong Kai, and Jiang Xiangwen, he enjoys considerable fan support. Rest assured, Sister Wu, a mere newcomer dares not provoke your ire. My new song will be released tomorrow. Just watch me suppress his popularity. Having debuted 4 years prior, Oh Xinjia had faced criticism from veteran artists, only to have his fans retaliate vehemently, silencing the critics. Since then, his career has flourished, fostering a rather arrogant demeanor. Naturally, he dismisses newcomers like Song Yi. That's good. I will strive to secure additional promotional resources from the company for you. Similar scenes unfolded across various entertainment companies, particularly those focused on K-pop, which felt a palpable sense of crisis from the official solicitation event and sought to instigate change. Xiao Song, director Wu Yuxuan from Long Ai, has just called, expressing a desire to meet with you. After finally sending off the twin sisters who came to express their gratitude, Su Yun hurried into her office. He wants to see me. What could he possibly want? Song Yi pondered, somewhat perplexed, as he did not know any officials. He had been maintaining a low profile recently, not stirring any trouble, and couldn't fathom why they wished to meet him. It seems to be related to the Singing the Dragon country solicitation competition. He wishes for you to assist the Cultural Troupe and Opera Society's veteran artists in writing a few competition songs. After voicing this, even Su Yun found it hard to believe, for from the tone of Wu Yuxuan's call, it seemed he desired not just 1 or 2 songs, but as many as possible. For an ordinary lyricist and composer, perfecting a single song within a month would be deemed satisfactory. Though Song Yi had previously claimed he had some songs in reserve, he had already unveiled 5 high-quality pieces in quick succession. Su Yun was uncertain how many more songs Song Yi could produce. Then I shall go. Should I head to the television building to find him? Establishing a good rapport with the leadership of the official television station is a coveted aspiration for many artists, and Song Yi saw no reason to decline. Yes, Director Wu is quite busy with work. He is currently waiting for you at the station. I will arrange for a car to take you there. Su Yun looked up at Song Yi, her gaze questioning. This meeting might involve discussing remuneration and profit sharing. Should I arrange for an agent to accompany you? After previously attempting to assign an agent to Song Yi, only to have him decline, Su Yun was unsure whether Song Yi held any reservations. However, as the music director of Tang Dynasty Company, her own schedule was quite demanding. While she could still manage to oversee Song Yi's limited engagements, arranging for an agent was an inevitability, at this moment. The psychological shadow left by Wu Qin was gradually fading, and Song Yi did not wish to impede Su Yun's work. After a moment of hesitation, he readily agreed. I appreciate your assistance. Su, all right. Upon hearing Song Yi's consent, Su Yun's face brightened with a smile. She called out to the office door, Xiao Li, please come in. Song Yi then saw a charming young woman in professional attire approaching him. Hello, teacher Song Yi, I am your devoted fan. My name is Li Shanshan, and I hope to assist you in your work in the future. As she spoke, she extended her right hand towards Song Yi, hovering in the air. Taken aback by her youth and beauty, Song Yi hesitated. Perceiving Song Yi's lack of response to Li Shanshan's outstretched hand, Su Yun assumed he doubted her capabilities and hurriedly clarified. Though Xiao Li is only 29, she has been working in the entertainment industry for several years, and her family resources are quite good. Her experience and connections are extensive. Let her assist you for the time being. If you're unsatisfied with her work, we can always make a change. Only then did Song Yi smile and extend his hand for a brief handshake. Then I shall trouble you from now on. No trouble at all. To be the agent of teacher Song Yi is something many young ladies in the company covet. Li Shanshan's demeanor and actions left Song Yi quite satisfied. This agent, compared to Wu Qin, was indeed a world apart. Chapter 20. A Trial Xiao Fei. This solicitation event by Dragon Country Television is a golden opportunity for your comeback. Have you considered entering in a high-end villa in Dijin? 3 years after Su Kuan won the Best Mandarin Song Award with an English song and subsequently withdrew from the entertainment industry, former diva Wang Fei was on the phone with her former agent. Both recognized the official's determination to alter the current landscape through the Singing the Dragon Country event. Just 30 years of age, Wang Fei was eager to seize the chance for her return. Sister Lu, I am indeed contemplating this, but with limited registration time, it may be challenging to find a suitable song, with only 10 days until the submission deadline for Singing the Dragon Country. Even offering exorbitant sums for a custom song would be unlikely to yield results. Furthermore, since they aim to make a comeback, the song must be of exceptional quality. As they contemplated this, a silence ensued. I have some connections with Su Yun, the music director at Tang Dynasty Company. Why not reach out to that prodigious composer and see if he can assist? However, his current price might be exorbitant. In recent days, Song Yi's compositions had taken the music charts by storm. Whether it was the 3 songs he performed himself or Broken Bridge in the Snow, created for Du Song and Dragon Country Talk. For the twin sisters, all had achieved tremendous acclaim across the internet. Wang Fei, eager to re-enter the music scene, had been following Song Yi closely. She was keen to make his acquaintance. Then I will trouble you. Sister Lu, to give it a try if he is willing. I can offer up to 500,000 for a custom song. If that fails, I am open to sharing profits from my singing. Understood. I will make the call. Lu, the agent, found no issue with the 500,000 price tag, nor did she see any impropriety in Wang Fei's willingness to share profits with Song Yi given her previous achievements. Indeed, considering the remarkable achievements of Song Yi's earlier songs, the total revenue generated by each subsequent song is poised to exceed tens of millions. Although this may require a decade, or even longer. To sustain such earnings, the prospect of directly purchasing the copyright at a price of 3 to 5 million may not be readily accepted by the other party. The office building of Longhua Television is not far from Tang Chao Company. Li Shanshan drove Song Yi, arriving at the television station's entrance in just over 20 minutes. Teacher Song Yi, although Director Wu Yuxuan is merely the deputy director of the station, his standing in the industry is quite elevated. If you find his offered price for the lyrics and music unsatisfactory, just give me a look, and I will negotiate on your behalf, leaving room for future adjustments. Understood, we are of similar age, so there's no need to call me teacher. Just address me by my name from now on. All right, then you can call me Shanshan. As the two walked towards the television building, they engaged in casual conversation. Given their similar ages, there was little generational gap in their exchange. Greetings, teacher Song Yi. I am Zheng Xiaoyu, assistant to Director Wu. He is currently waiting for you in his office. Please follow me. As they entered the building, a young woman approached excitedly to greet them. Song Yi nodded and followed her inside. Teacher Song Yi, I am a huge fan. I have listened to all the songs you composed, especially Huang Zhong Ren and Longhua Hua. The leaders in the station sing your praises. I never expected you to be even more handsome in person than in the MV. I am not only your fan but also a devoted admirer of your looks. Thank you. You are quite adorable yourself. As the three entered the elevator, Zheng Xiaoyu, who had previously appeared composed and reserved, transformed into a fervent admirer, showering Song Yi with compliments and eagerly requesting a photo. After their photo op, they reached the 25th floor. Navigating through an office area, Song Yi arrived at a spacious office. Director Wu, teacher Song Yi has arrived. Inside the office were not only the poised and capable Wu Yuxuan, but also two middle-aged men around 50 years of age. Teacher Song Yi, you have finally come. I have long wished to meet you, but the opportunity never arose. Please, have a seat. Xiao Yu, make some tea for our guests. As Song Yi stepped into the office, Wu Yuxuan warmly approached to shake hands. After exchanging pleasantries, Wu Yuxuan directly revealed the purpose of their visit. Teacher Song Yi, allow me to introduce you to these two, my old friends. Wu Yuxuan led Song Yi to face the two middle-aged men. Though Song Yi was not yet 24, the others showed him great respect, rising to shake his hand. Even Wu Yuxuan, as the deputy director, politely referred to Song Yi as teacher. The very Wu Yuxuan who had previously exerted pressure on the Douyin platform was here. This is teacher Li Yufeng from the Imperial Capital Opera Society, a master of singing opera-style songs, and renowned for his ability to perform female roles. This is teacher Zhang Mingchang from the Military District's cultural troupe, whose voice is powerful and resonant, with great emotional impact. After briefly introducing the two, Wu Yuxuan turned his gaze to Song Yi, his eyes filled with anticipation. Both men had faded from the entertainment scene for many years. But the reality was that suitable competition songs were in short supply this time. I had no choice but to shamelessly drag them back into the competition, but they can only sing and cannot write. The cultural troupe currently lacks creative talent, and time is of the essence, so I hope teacher Song Yi can help them craft two tailored songs. All three turned their gaze to Song Yi, uncertain whether he could indeed create two songs that met their requirements within 10 days. For an average lyricist and composer, such a feat would be virtually impossible. I understand, Song Yi responded. I have listened to the songs of both teachers since I was quite young. And I am genuinely delighted to have the opportunity to collaborate with you. This was not mere flattery on Song Yi's part. The two men before him had been celebrated for their hit songs that had resonated across the nation over 2 decades ago. However, with the rise of pop music and the influx of foreign musical influences, these venerable artists had gradually retreated from the public eye. Yet for Song Yi, who had cherished traditional Longwa music since childhood, the singing styles of these two masters were still vividly etched in his memory. That's wonderful. Upon hearing Song Yi's response, Wu Yuxuan expressed excitement. Since you are familiar with their music, you will have even more confidence in your composition. This not only indicated that Song Yi was well acquainted with the styles of the two veteran artists, but also indirectly signified his agreement to write songs for them. The mere fact that Song Yi was willing to accept the challenge suggested he possessed a sense of assurance. Do you believe you can complete these two songs before the registration deadline, teacher Song Yi? This was Wu Yuxuan's primary concern. The time. Song Yi bowed his head in contemplation for a moment. Feeling it unnecessary to make a return trip later, he stated directly, I have some unfinished songs from my previous compositions that I believe might suit both teachers quite well. Would you like to give them a try? Upon hearing this, the three were momentarily taken aback. Initially, they had approached Song Yi with only a tentative mindset. In reality, Wu Yuxuan had not only sought out Song Yi but had also extended invitations to other industry creators. However, he wished to meet this emerging creative genius in person, hence inviting him to the television station. Yet none of them had anticipated that Song Yi would already possess ready-made works. Having existing works is simply splendid. Are the scores at your company or at home? I can arrange for someone to drive you to retrieve them immediately. Since Song Yi had arrived empty-handed, Wu Yuxuan naturally assumed that his completed works were either at home or at the company. No one could have guessed that all of Song Yi's creations were actually stored in his mind's mobile database. However, each time he wished to unlock and exchange a song, he needed to contribute a charity point ranging from 100,000 to 500,000, depending on the song's value. Fortunately, he had only utilized 5 of the 10 song exchange opportunities granted by the system. Otherwise, he would have to scramble for cash. After all, the songs operated under a revenue-sharing agreement with Tang Chao Company, with profits settled monthly. This meant that earnings from previous songs would not be credited to Song Yi's account until the following month. Thus, he had refrained from making any hasty moves in recent days. Should he exhaust all 10 song exchange slots, he would need to borrow money to unlock new songs, and no need. I have the lyrics and music stored in my mind. Just wait for me a moment. Without further ado, Song Yi disregarded the astonished expressions of the others in the office. He pulled out paper and a pen from Wu Yuxuan's desk and began transcribing the songs Wanjiang in My Heart for Longhua. The three quickly gathered around him. Even Li Shanshan and Zheng Xiaoyu, who had remained silent, could not help but step forward to witness Song Yi's lyrical and musical creation. The red sun rises in the east, its great path filled with radiant light. How fortunate I am to be born in your embrace, inheriting a lineage of flowing blood. Difficult to share the same fortune, let us stand tall with our spines erect, our nation spanning vast realms with benevolence. An unyielding faith through millennia, Just from glimpsing the song titles and the opening lines, the minds of those present were ignited with awe. They stood transfixed, unable to utter a word. The ancient and poetic lyrics echoed repeatedly in their minds. Though the music had yet to be composed, they could already envision the grandeur and magnificence of their homeland's landscapes, along with the glorious yet tumultuous history that accompanied it. Is this the creative prowess of teacher Song Yi? He crafts classic lines with such ease. Zheng Xiaoyu was the first to break the silence, unable to contain her astonishment upon reading the stunning lyrics. Hush, do not disturb teacher Song Yi's recollection and creativity. Let us wait over there. Wu Yuxuan, concerned that the crowd's attention might disrupt Song Yi's flow of thought, quietly instructed everyone to step aside. With the support of masterful musical theory, Song Yi's transcription progressed swiftly. In less than 10 minutes, Wang Jiang was fully transcribed. After a quick check for errors, he handed the lyrics and music to the visibly excited group. The five gathered around the sheet of music, brimming with enthusiasm. Old Wu, could you move over a bit? I can't see it all. Old Li, don't be greedy. Let me have a look for a moment. Stop tugging. The sheet is going to tear. Everyone was eager to view the lyrics and music, but none could get a clear look. Xiaoyu, hurry and make 5 copies of this. Wu Yuxuan decisively instructed his assistant to quickly make copies. And fortunately, there was a copier readily available in the office. Soon, everyone had a copy in hand, diligently scrutinizing the lyrics and music. Though apart from Zhang Mingchang and Li Yufeng, the other 3 lacked deep musical knowledge. Even being unfamiliar with music notation, this did not hinder their astonishment at the song. Only Yin Huang, with a heart unburdened, journeys across 4 corners. Only Hua Xia, with brilliance unfolding, the path in full bloom. The lyrics were remarkably well crafted, imbued with grandeur and vigor. Not only were the lyrics exceptional, but the composition was also of an extraordinarily high caliber, with the unique singing style of teacher Li Yufeng combined with contemporary methods. It was certain to be a breathtaking performance. Indeed, the MV for this song must be meticulously produced. I believe it will be one of the frontrunners for the championship. The group continued to exchange whispers. Meanwhile, Li Yufeng had already begun experimenting with singing the song. Although Song Yi did not explicitly state it, everyone understood that the style and lyrics of this song belonged to Li Yufeng. This is the most astonishing song I have encountered in my nearly 30 years of work. I can hardly wait to head to the studio to record it. Approaching 50, Li Yufeng appeared exceedingly impatient, his excitement palpable for all to see. However, everyone understood his feelings, as their own situations were not much better. Even director Wu himself was eager to release this song to the market immediately. Song Yi did not keep them waiting long. Within 2 minutes of the group reviewing the lyrics and composition of Wang Jian, Song Yi had already completed the rendition of My Dragon Nation Heart. This time, there was no scramble. They directly handed the score to Zhang Xiaoyu. Soon, everyone held a new score in their hands. The mountains and rivers only linger in my dreams. My motherland has been distant for many years. Yet no matter what, it cannot change my Dragon Nation heart. Though I wear foreign attire, my heart remains steadfastly Dragon Nation. My ancestors have long engraved everything about me with the seal of China. Having merely glanced at the beginning, Zhang Mingchang was already in tears. The others looked at him with puzzled expressions. Song Yi quickly explained to everyone. This song is written from the perspective of overseas Chinese. If teacher Zhang Mingchang feels this song is unsuitable, I can certainly rewrite it. No. Before Song Yi could finish, Director Wu quickly responded on Zhang Mingchang's behalf. This song suits him perfectly. Old Zhang's father is a Chinese national from Ghana. And he himself only returned to develop his career in the motherland in his 20s, having long since changed his nationality back to Dragon Nation. Thus, his emotional connection to this song is particularly profound. You need not alter it at all. It is an excellent fit for him. Zhang Mingchang even thought that Song Yi must have already been aware of his past, which is why he entrusted him with this song to sing. Song Yi felt somewhat bewildered but chose not to elaborate further. After Director Wu's brief explanation, the group ceased their discussions and began to study the score. The style of this song was entirely different from the previous one. The lyrics were simple yet dignified and grand. The melody was even more stirring and impassioned than Wanjian. Yangtze River, Great Wall, Yellow Mountain, Yellow River, weigh heavily in my heart, good. Upon reaching this point, Zhang Mingchang could not help but exclaim thrice in delight. Thank you, teacher Song Yi. Before I came, Old Wu praised you as the youngest creative genius. I was somewhat skeptical at the time. Now, I am completely convinced, and I sincerely apologize for my previous doubts about you. After finishing the score, Zhang Mingchang, overwhelmed with excitement, solemnly bowed before Song Yi. Startled, Song Yi hurriedly helped him up. Teacher Zhang, There's no need for such formalities. You are a senior in the music industry. If you keep this up, I might age prematurely. It was no wonder Zhang Mingchang had earlier expressed skepticism. Even Li Yufeng harbored some doubts. After all, from their perspective, a 24-year-old youth, even if he had recently risen to fame in the entertainment industry, could hardly be expected to produce the songs they desired. Their visit was solely out of respect for their old friend Wu Yuxuan. Yet, upon arriving, their perceptions were utterly transformed. Chapter 22. Negotiation. After expressing their gratitude to Song Yi, Li Yufeng and Zhang Mingchang suddenly appeared somewhat awkward, as if realizing something. Teacher Song Yi, to be frank, our initial budget for the songwriting fee was a maximum of 2 million, but the quality of these two songs is simply too high. At this point, Zhang Mingchang found it difficult to continue. Given Song Yi's current fame and the exceptional quality of these two songs, even a price tag of 5 million would attract a multitude of artists clamoring for them. It was not only the economic income these songs could generate, but also the benefits they would bring to the artists' careers. It is no exaggeration to say that regardless of which singer performed these songs, they would undoubtedly become signature hits. They could even bring the artists numerous awards and accolades. Having long since faded from the entertainment scene, neither of them were particularly lucrative stars. 2 million was already the highest budget they could muster. However, this meant that even if Song Yi were willing, they would feel embarrassed to accept the two songs. Seemingly sensing the awkwardness and concerns of his two old friends, Director Wu pondered for a moment. As if struck by an idea, he suddenly turned to Song Yi with solemnity. Teacher Song Yi, the significance of these two songs is extraordinary. I would like to represent Dragon Nation Television to purchase the copyright for both songs. However, the funding regulations in our department have strict limits. My maximum authority allows me to offer only 3 million per song. I wonder if Teacher Song Yi could be persuaded to part with them? Upon hearing Wu Yuxuan's words, everyone present was taken aback. The notion of Dragon Nation Television purchasing the copyrights for two songs. Such occurrences in the Chinese music scene were not unheard of. But they were exceedingly rare. Moreover, they were always classic masterpieces of significant historical value. Yet, these two songs had yet to be released, nor had they undergone market scrutiny. Wu Yuxuan's unilateral decision was undoubtedly a considerable risk. Simultaneously, it underscored his admiration and confidence in these two songs. Song Yi was still contemplating the implications of Wu Yuxuan's statement when Li Shanshan, who had remained silent until then, stepped forward and calmly remarked, "Director Wu, this price seems rather inadequate. The value of these two songs is evident to all, and not to mention, their intrinsic market value exceeds 10 million. Even setting that aside, next month's Singing Dragon Nation competition will undoubtedly place these two songs as strong contenders for the top 3 positions. If they are fortunate enough to secure first place, the official prize alone is 5 million. Even third place offers 3 million. Therefore, I believe 3 million for the complete rights to these two songs is somewhat low." Li Shanshan articulated her points succinctly, unflinchingly addressing even the deputy director Wu Yuxuan. Negotiating prices was one of her primary responsibilities as a manager, and this was the main purpose for which Su Yuyan had arranged for her to attend. She was unafraid of offending anyone. As business is business. One cannot expect us to suffer losses simply because you are a leader at Dragon Nation Television. However, she maintained a measured approach, calmly presenting her perspective without agitation, making it difficult for anyone to find fault with her. At this moment, Song Yi tugged at Li Shanshan's arm, gently shaking his head before stepping forward to say, "Let us proceed with the price proposed by Director Wu. To be able to submit these songs to the state is a tremendous honor, and it reflects Director Wu's appreciation of my work. How could I dare to ask for more? Moreover, 3 million is already quite substantial." Although Li Shanshan's market value analysis indicated that 3 million was indeed somewhat low, Song Yi had his own considerations. The number of opportunities to unlock songs was limited, and he needed to secure some cash flow as soon as possible. Currently, there were only 300,000 charity points in the system, leaving Song Yi hesitant to unlock new songs. Even his long-desired album for himself and Du Song would have to wait until next month when he received his share of the company's profits. While several songs were currently popular, Song Yi could not ascertain how much profit would actually be generated in a single month. The so-called stories of earning tens of millions or even hundreds of millions from a single song were often the result of profits accumulated over many years. This included ongoing revenues from various platforms, films, ringtones, and the performance fees of singers over the years. Many artists, due to a single hit, gained numerous opportunities for commercial performances. While they earned substantial sums, many had long since become weary of singing that one song. Moreover, most of that money was taken by their management and copyright companies. The actual amount that singers received was far less than what the media portrayed. Thus, Song Yi himself was uncertain about how much he would earn next month. Rather than risk uncertainty, it was better to win favor with Wu Yuxuan. Not only would it establish a good relationship with the officials, but having the state preserve his songs would also be a commendable tale. However, Wu Yuxuan and the others did not anticipate that Song Yi would proactively express such sentiments. Li Shanshan's remarks, in the eyes of the others, were quite reasonable. After all, management companies are in the business of making money, and it is entirely normal for both parties to negotiate before a deal is reached. While one may play the role of the bad cop and the other the good cop, Song Yi's words left Wu Yuxuan even more impressed. A talented individual who was not arrogant and knew when to yield. Such a young person even garnered the admiration of someone as seasoned as Wu Yuxuan. He promptly responded, "No, I also neglected to consider the competition's prize money. While the copyright is assigned to our television station, the credit for the production will forever belong to teacher Song Yi. Here's what we'll do. Any honors or rewards earned in relation to the creation of these two songs will all belong to teacher Song Yi, including all the prize money from this competition." Wu Yuxuan was a person of resolve. Otherwise, he would not have directly approached his two old friends to ask Song Yi to write songs. If all goes according to plan, these two songs are practically guaranteed to make it into the top 16. Even if they do not secure a top 3 position, there would still be at least 1 million in entry prize money. This means that these two songs could potentially yield at least 2 million in additional rewards, which further pleased Song Yi. Then thank you, Director Wu, for your kindness. We will proceed as you suggested. At this point, upon seeing Song Yi's stance, Li Shanshan ceased her insistence. Ultimately, everything must be guided by Song Yi's own wishes as the foremost principle. Ah, how delightful! Teacher Song Yi is not only exceptionally talented but also possesses a charming personality that is truly endearing. Xiaoli, please arrange for the contract to be prepared immediately. I will also make a call to report to the headquarters, as it is somewhat inappropriate to act without prior approval. Very well. Once the matter is settled, everyone is thoroughly satisfied. Even Li Yufeng and Zhang Mingchong were expressions of excitement, with Longhua Television securing the rights to the song. Assisting in the performance will be significantly easier, and they won't even have to spend their own money to purchase the rights. After all, they are already somewhat affiliated with the system. Furthermore, if the recording of the song turns out well, the television station will likely reward them with a handsome bonus. Chapter 23. The Lottery. On July 15, Wu Qin's rising star, Oxinjia, releases his new single I Love Longhua. This song has been meticulously crafted by 5 creators from Xingfei Entertainment at Wu Qin's request, tailored specifically for the competition. Previous foreign songs and love ballads submitted as fillers had not passed the official review. Thus, this time, everyone has learned their lesson. It is simply a matter of patriotic themes and positivity, right? Oxinjia's new song boldly proclaims its title, I Love Longhua. Now, the Longtai station can hardly claim that this song lacks uplifting spirit. As long as it passes the official review, even if the arrangement and lyrics are subpar, ranking will pose no challenge for their vast fanbase and capital operations. Xinjia, this time you must ensure that Song Yi's popularity is overshadowed. Do you have confidence? Rest assured, Sister Qin, I will certainly help you vent this frustration. Wu Qin's admiration for him is his fortune, and he dares to be ungrateful. I will post on Weibo shortly to rally fan support. Today's headlines will undoubtedly feature my new song. Oxinjia is Wu Qin's most significant asset. However, despite the glamorous exterior and the ability to command his fans, within the entertainment company, he is tightly controlled by his manager and the company. All his engagements are meticulously arranged, and his share of profits may only amount to 1 or 2%, or even less. Moreover, he cannot terminate his contract voluntarily. Otherwise, the exorbitant penalty fees could bankrupt these young stars. If he offends his manager or the company, he risks being shelved. At this moment, while Oxinjia massages Wu Qin's shoulders and legs, he continually promises to trample Song Yi beneath his feet. In truth, he does not wish to oppose Song Yi, however, to cater to his manager Wu Qin's sentiments and to incite a rivalry between his fans and Song Yi, he seeks to maximize his own publicity. Thus, Oxinjia does not shy away from the opportunity to appease Wu Qin. Alright, as long as you can ensure Song Yi is brought low this time, I will be able to negotiate for more resources from the company. Elevating the 4 young stars of the music industry to 5 will soon be within reach. Feeling the comfort radiating from his shoulders, Wu Qin is thoroughly pleased. At 9 a.m., Oxinjia's I Love Longhua is officially launched. Simultaneously, he submits an application to participate in Sing for Longhua. Oxinjia promptly shares the song on his personal Weibo. This is a song I specially prepared for Sing for Longhua, titled I Love Longhua. I hope all my fans will lend their support. Though Oxinjia harbors lofty ambitions and a hint of arrogance, he is not foolish enough to directly confront Song Yi on Weibo. Before the song's launch, he has already instructed his assistant to promote it across his numerous fan groups. Brothers and sisters, My new single I Love Longwa is about to be released. Our goal this time is to seize today's headlines and thoroughly overshadow Song E's understood. We support APA. When it comes to boosting data, Song E is far behind. I've long found Song E displeasing. Watch me criticize him harshly this time. The assistant spreads the word in every fan group, while Oshinja himself only promotes on Weibo. Thus, even if matters escalate and yield negative consequences, Oshinja can claim it was a spontaneous action by his fans, leaving him unaware. He may even issue apologies to certain veteran artists, garnering sympathy from fans who will laud his magnanimity. This tactic has been tested numerous times in their previous operations, proving to be consistently effective. Ding! A bank notification arrives. Your bank account ending in 9857 has received a deposit of 36 million yuan, with a balance of 3,393,141.59 yuan. Meanwhile, Song E is busy creating computer arrangements for Wanjing and My Heart for Longwa. The 6 million yuan payment from Longwa Television has already been credited to Tang Dynasty Company's account. The authorities place significant importance on Song Yi's two songs. When Wu Yuxuan reports to the headquarters, the leaders on the other side are somewhat taken aback. After all, Wu Yuxuan boasts an extensive work history and seldom engages in such preemptive actions. However, once Wu Yuxuan sends the scores of the two songs to the headquarters, everyone understands why he chose to promise first and report later. The leaders and professional music advisors at the headquarters are immediately astonished by the two songs, and they promptly approve the matter as a special case, fearing that any delay could lead to unforeseen changes. Official procedures require multiple levels of reporting and reviewed. A single paper report could take 3 to 5 days just for signatures. That afternoon, once the contract is signed, the next morning, Tang Dynasty Company receives a call from Longtai confirming the 6 million yuan in copyright fees. Prior to Song Yi's employment, he had already agreed with Su Yun that for songs written for artists outside the company would only take a 30% cut, leaving 70% for Song E. Therefore, for the 6 million yuan in fees for the two songs, Song E should theoretically receive 4.2 million yuan. However, the company deducts 20% for personal income tax, meaning Song E ultimately receives only 80% of 4.2 million, which amounts to 3.36 million yuan. Although the funds he receives have nearly halved, Song E remains quite content and harbors no resentment over the company's 30% cut. The relationship between the company and the artist is inherently symbiotic. While Song E generates profits for the company simultaneously safeguards him and provides opportunities. Moreover, the song's release process is quite complex. Without the company's legal review, Song E would hesitate to sign even a simple authorization contract. Gazing at the 3 million plus in his bank account, Song E feels he has just scraped into the affluent class. System, please donate 3 million. Retaining 39,000 for himself, Song E believes it is more than sufficient, preferring to keep more points in the system for peace of mind. Furthermore, donating the money sooner allows those in need to benefit more quickly. This time, 3 million yuan has been transferred for the host donation. The current total charity points are 3.3 million. Does the host wish to participate in the lottery? Previously, with insufficient points, Song E had refrained from recklessly engaging. Now, with over 3 million points, he feels an urge to take the plunge. Let us go for the lottery. Calling forth the system panel in his mind, Song E sees a colossal lottery wheel filled with countless music and film skills, including numerous master and grandmaster level abilities that captivate him. After all, those skills would require millions of points for direct exchange. Now, with a chance to draw for just 100,000 points, how could Song E resist the temptation? He clicks the lottery button with his mind and watches as his charity points diminish by 100,000. However, with his newfound wealth, he doesn't care about this trivial deduction. Congratulations to the host for drawing the ability. Hair growth rate increased by 10. Dio, you wish to continue the lottery? In an instant, Song E feels a peculiar energy coursing through his entire body. What the hell? System, are you messing with me? Song E quickly glances at the hair on his arm. Fortunately, it is merely a 10% increase in growth rate. Not too noticeable. Otherwise, he would be at a loss for words. Can I refuse this ridiculous ability? Or can you draw it back? I refuse to accept it. Once the system rewards are granted, they cannot be retracted. Life is inherently full of surprises. If you wish to take shortcuts, you must bear the corresponding risks. Does the host choose to continue the lottery? Damn it! This dog system even dares to lecture me. However, Song E finds himself helpless. If the system could casually withdraw rewards once granted, he would feel more uneasy at heart. Thankfully, an increase in hair growth rate by 10% is not a significant matter. It merely means he will shave once every 9 days instead of 10. He decides to let it be, continue the lottery. Song E clicks the lottery button again, and the enormous wheel spins once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the song Love for Sale. Do you wish to continue the lottery? In an instant, every detail of the song floods into Song Yi's mind, and he can refer to the system database to review it at any time. Although the song is not suitable for release at the moment and lacks a fitting singer, exchanging 100,000 points for such a song is not a loss. Continue the lottery. The wheel spins again. Unfortunately, no prizes were drawn this time. Do you wish to continue the lottery? I'll be damned. Even if it's a random draw, one would at least expect a consolation message. What the hell does it mean to tell me it's unfortunate? After spending a whole 300,000 points, I only get one Love for Sale. This is more than sufficient, even if it were to directly unlock the redemption. However, gazing at the remaining 3 million points, Song Yi still harbored a sense of dissatisfaction. He resolved to continue the lottery. Today, he must probe the limits of the system. Otherwise, in the future, he would be left with no choice but to adhere to the listed prices in the system's marketplace for redemption. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn the ability. Master-level Suona playing skills. Would you like to continue drawing? Finally, he had acquired a skill of worth. In an instant, an overwhelming influx of knowledge regarding the Suona flooded into Song Yi's mind. He even felt as though his chest cavity and lung capacity had significantly expanded. It seemed that while the system had its flaws, the odds of winning were still quite favorable. Sensing that he had grazed the system's limits, Song Yi chose to withdraw while ahead. After all, he had no pressing abilities he required at the moment. If he continued to draw, he genuinely feared he might acquire some nonsensical abilities. It was better to earn money diligently and unlock the abilities he truly desired. Never mind, he would refrain from drawing today. That wretched system was too much of a scam. Suddenly, Song Yi seemed to recall something. Wretched system, where have you funneled all my money? After all, 3 million was a substantial amount, and it would only grow larger in the future. Song Yi remained curious about the destination of the funds. This time, the host's 3 million has been donated to 5 individuals and institutions. The host can check the specific allocation of funds through their bank transfer records. Upon hearing this, Song Yi promptly took out his phone and opened the banking app after logging in. He indeed saw 5 transfer records. The largest transaction amounted to 1,500,000, with the account name being Yulin Hope Welfare Institute. The system had thoughtfully noted that the donation was for the construction of the Welfare Institute. The remaining 1,500,000 had been donated by the system to 4 different individuals. The amounts varied. Although they did not bear Song Yi's name, the funds had all been put to good use. This brought some comfort to Song Yi, but suddenly he seemed to think of something else. Wretched system, how did I come by these individuals' accounts? If someone discovers this later, how will I explain? He had no qualms about engaging in charitable acts with money earned through the system's advantages. However, if it were to be exploited by ill-intentioned individuals, it would be a loss. These institutions or individuals had previously published requests for assistance on various platforms, where someone had helped them post such requests. If needed, the system can provide the host with corresponding evidence. It seemed that the system had indeed considered every aspect thoroughly, alleviating many of Song Yi's concerns. In fact, he had previously contemplated donating through charitable organizations to apply for partial tax refunds from the government. However, compared to the system's precise allocation model, his own donations would undoubtedly be less efficient and could even be questioned as mere performance. If he donated through a certain charity organization, the funds that genuinely reached the intended recipients might be halved. Thus, Song Yi opted to entrust the entire distribution to the system, ensuring that every penny was effectively utilized. Meanwhile, in a small county in Xian province, at a public nursing home, Director Lu Guoping was troubled by the overcrowded living quarters and the funding for the nursing home in the upcoming month. Suddenly, a text message notification chimed. Dejected, Lu Guoping opened the message, and upon reading its contents, he was instantly overwhelmed with joy. Bank text notification. Your bank account has received a transfer of 1,500,000. With the remark for the construction of the Welfare Institute. In a certain people's hospital in Lu province, in the intensive care unit of the hematology department, a middle-aged woman looked at her son, who was suffering from leukemia on the hospital bed. His emaciated and pained expression brought tears streaming down her face. After much difficulty, they had finally found a suitable bone marrow transplant, but they truly could not gather the 50,000 for the surgery, truly could not. The doctor, witnessing the bond between mother and son, felt a pang of compassion. I have already secured a 20,000 reduction from the department. You must try to raise the rest as soon as possible. After over 20 years in medicine, Wang Zhihua had seen countless similar scenes. Almost every critically ill patient bore their own suffering and anguish, yet, the hospital's funds and resources were limited. This 20,000 reduction was the maximum he could negotiate. Just as despair enveloped the woman, a brief phone ring interrupted the moment. However, she was too distraught to check the message, collapsing onto the floor in tears. Wang Zhihua shook his head helplessly and exited the ward, as he had another surgery to attend to. Once the doctor left, the woman's tears ran dry in her desperation. She pulled out her phone, considering reaching out to relatives and friends for help. But life often works this way. The poorer you are, the less your friends dare to lend you money. Conversely, the wealthier you become, the more likely people or banks are to queue up to offer you money, as no one fears that you might default. Bank text notification. Your bank account has received a transfer of 50,000, designated for the treatment of Tanyan's leukemia. In an instant, the woman, who had just run out of tears, was suddenly overwhelmed with joy. Unable to contain herself, she shouted toward her son, who had already slipped into a coma. "Son, you are saved. We have hope now." Finally, a kind benefactor has come to our aid. Without regard for her appearance, the woman sprinted out of the ward, determined to find Dr. Wang Zhihua and arrange for the surgery immediately. Her son's condition could not afford any delays. Chapter 25, The Platform. "Yaij, why are you so calm? Many people online are criticizing you." Just after sending the accompaniment arrangement to Wu Yuxuan, Songyi heard Du Song's loud voice. "What's so strange about that? Isn't it just another day of being criticized?" Songyi shrugged it off. Although the online outrage had subsided somewhat over the past few days, the disparagement and slander directed at him had never ceased. That's true." Du Song scratched his head. He felt that Songyi had a point, but there was still something off about it. "This time feels a bit different. These people are not only criticizing you but also praising someone named Oshinjia." Du Song pulled out his phone and opened Oshinjia's recently released single, "I Love Longhua." The man in the video appeared somewhat thin, dressed flamboyantly, even lacking the masculine traits one would expect. "I love Longhua. Longhua is my home. My home is vast. I will forever love her." The individual in the video sang in a weak voice, performing some peculiar yet self-assured gestures. The lyrics were repetitive and, upon closer inspection, devoid of substance. At first glance, it seemed uplifting, but upon reflection, it was utterly vacuous. Moreover, the melody was incredibly rough, even interspersed with many dark elements, making it quite uncomfortable to listen to, yet online. The cheers rang out. "Appa is amazing. This is a true patriotic song. Shinjiagij is so cool. Isn't this 10 times better than Songyi's Yellow Race?" Of course, this was completed with the help of several renowned composers. Can Songyi's raw approach even compare? Exactly. Does Songyi even understand what dark musical style means? Appa's dark arrangement hints at the hardships of Longhua's history. This is the true theme song of Longhua. Support Shinjiagij and let us claim the top spot. Struggling to suppress his discomfort, Songyi managed to watch half of the MV. Ultimately, he could no longer bear it and returned the phone to Du Song. "I see they've also bought a lot of trending topics. There are now many posts across platforms declaring Oshinjia's challenge against you. They even boast that I Love Longhua aims directly at the champion of singing Longhua and other such hubris. Yaij, we must retaliate." Songyi rubbed his temples. After listening to the song, he felt quite overwhelmed. It would take him quite some time to calm the inner turmoil. How should we retaliate? If he bites me, shall I bite back? Isn't that pointless? Right now, it's just fans entertaining themselves. If Songyi were to make any response, it would only serve to help the other party trend even more. The 2 songs you wrote yesterday were bought out by Longtai, right? Once that news gets out, it would be a direct slap in their faces. Du Song, being the passionate type, could not tolerate the audacity of the young idol challenging Songyi. After all, in his eyes, his brother was a godlike figure. "Never mind. It's not necessary. You seem rather free. Let me write you another song. Focus on honing your vocal skills and your works without getting distracted by these flashy matters." Songyi reprimanded Du Song. Hearing this, Du Song was not angry. Instead, he wore a playful grin. "Hee, Yaij is right. Capital companies are paper tigers. Just wait till we crush them with high-quality works." As he spoke, he incessantly kneaded Songyi's shoulders and legs, almost as if he wanted to warm his bed. "What kind of song will the boss prepare for me this time? Are you writing a song for me to enter the competition as well?" "Don't worry, I will definitely slap that Oshinjia's face." Du Song, in his excitement, could hardly contain himself. "Go play elsewhere. Don't distract me from writing. This time, I'll give you a song in the Longhua style. Titled Luzhou Moon. Whether it can pass the program's review, I cannot say. If you're interested in the competition, you should sign up and give it a try." Songyi currently finds himself somewhat perplexed regarding the review standards for singing the Dragon Country. Although the song is infused with the essence of the Dragon Country, It draws upon the moon of Luzhou to express sentiments of nostalgia and the melancholy of change, which diverges significantly from the theme of celebrating the dragon country. Therefore, Song Yi believes that the likelihood of this song passing the review is rather slim. After unlocking all the details of Luzhou Moon in his mind, Song Yi's free unlocking quota is reduced to merely 2 songs. Beyond that, he will have to pay the corresponding charitable points according to the system's listed prices. Half an hour later, Du Song, elated, rushed to find his manager, Sister Zhao Dimiai, with the lyrics, melody, and accompaniment arrangement of Luzhou Moon. Since Du Song's music video does not require him to appear on screen, it is estimated that it can be completed in no more than 2 days. In the afternoon, the hype surrounding Oxinjia continued unabated. Even Li Shanshan inquired multiple times with Song Yi about whether to have the public relations department launch a counterattack. However, before Tang Chao Company could react, Long Tai seemed even less inclined to see Song Yi suffer any indignities. Promptly responding on Weibo, upon our channel's review, Oxinjia's lyrics for I Love the Dragon Country are deemed overly superficial, and the dark arrangement does not meet the competition requirements. Therefore, it has failed our qualification review. And the results are hereby publicized. Additionally, our channel has purchased the copyrights for 2 new songs from teacher Song Yi and is currently expediting the recording process, which is expected to be unveiled within 3 days. Upon the release of this Weibo post, the internet was astounded. Even the army of fans who had been incessantly praising Oxinjia ceased their actions. Some who had previously disparaged Song Yi quickly deleted their posts from the morning that praised Oxinjia. Alas, the internet has a memory, and many netizens had already taken screenshots. Wow, is Long Tai openly supporting teacher Song Yi? Teacher Song Yi is incredible, having pinned 2 high-quality new songs that were directly collected by Long Tai. In just half a month, this marks the 7th new song. Even a prolific artist would be hard-pressed to match such output. Brothers, this is clearly Long Tai's way of expressing disdain for the chaos created by fan circles. If these young idols do not rein in their antics, they are bound to face dire consequences. The last time the fan circle attacked Song Yi, Long Tai praised his yellow people. This time, they have outright supported him. Song Yi is truly favored. I am so pleased. Recently, everyone from every walk of life has sought to undermine teacher Song Yi. I have long found this intolerable. Ha ha ha, I can barely contain my laughter. Long Tai has smacked Oxinjia in the face. What a relief. Even yellow people had not been purchased by the official channel. One wonders just how exceptional the quality of these 2 new songs must be. Anticipation is palpable. Brother E, you are amazing. Please accept my deepest admiration. The online discourse shifted dramatically. Even Du Song took to the internet to shower Song Yi with praise. Many netizens supporting Song Yi expressed their admiration. But most were preoccupied with their own affairs, lacking the fervor of fan circle enthusiasts. Throughout the previous public relations debacle, they remained part of the silent majority. The official stance this time sparked a ripple effect across various sectors of society. Chapter 26. The meeting at Xingfei Entertainment Company. You truly are a waste. You can't even pass the review, yet you dare boast about stepping on Song Yi? What use are you to me? Bang! Wu Qin was venting her fury at Oxinjia, shattering a teacup on the floor. Oxinjia stood silently beside her, a look of shame on his face. In truth, the problem did not lie with him. The song was crafted by someone Wu Qin commissioned, and it was Wu Qin who proposed opposing Song Yi, even suggesting stepping on him. In the grand scheme of things, Oxinjia was merely a soulless singing machine, and a rather inept one at that. Had it not been for Wu Qin's insistence on riding Song Yi's coattails, even with somewhat superficial lyrics, the song still stood a good chance of passing the program's review. However, this tug-of-war did not manage to undermine Song Yi. It merely provoked the ire of the review committee. How could they allow his song to pass? That would be tantamount to disrespecting Song Yi. Wu Yuxuan, upon learning about the online friction between Song Yi and Oxinjia, was also incensed. Teacher Song Yi could effortlessly compose classic songs, while this talentless celebrity dared to compare himself to him. Upon hearing these words, the head of the review committee could hardly remain oblivious to Wu Yuxuan's sentiments. They immediately deemed Oxinjia's new song unqualified. Subsequently, a report was drafted for Wu Yuxuan, essentially stating that the results of Oxinjia's new song review would be publicized online. Upon reviewing the report, Wu Yuxuan nodded in approval and added the details of the 2 new songs created by Song Yi. Leading to Long Tai's Weibo post. As various singers and artists saw Long Tai's post, they instantly grasped the official commitment to reforming the entertainment industry's atmosphere. They also developed a deeper admiration for Song Yi's creative talent. Previously hesitant artists promptly extended songwriting invitations to Song Yi on Weibo. Emerging singer Deng Ziki. I'm incredibly fond of teacher Song Yi's music and would be thrilled if he could write me a new song. I will offer generous compensation. Renowned director Wang Jin. I am currently filming a martial arts series titled The Legend of Jiang Yuanen. Wish to use teacher song E's Yellow People as the theme song. A formal invitation has been sent through my company. I look forward to your prompt response. Film director Chen Jia. I have a film based on strange stories from a Chinese studio, depicting a romance between a human and a demon. And the shooting is complete. It is a major investment with high production values, and I am in need of a fitting theme song. I hope teacher song E can assist me with this amidst his busy schedule. And I will ensure generous compensation. Wealthy Air Wang Chong. This weekend, I am hosting a soiree with several business associates and would like to invite teacher song E to attend. If he could perform a few songs live, I would be immensely grateful. I will offer substantial compensation and eagerly await teacher song E's response. Countless celebrities from various fields continued to post, either out of admiration for the official stance or recognition of Song Yi's creative prowess, all expressing their desire for collaboration. Although the actual invitations from Tang Chao Company amounted to less than half, the sheer number was still astonishing, with proposed compensation far exceeding industry standards. Sister Lu, how did Tang Chao Company respond? Can teacher Song Yi help me write a competition song? Seeing the swell of online enthusiasm, Wang Fei could no longer remain idle. Previously contemplating a gradual approach for her agent to communicate, she realized the urgency given the multitude of industry luminaries extending invitations to Song Yi, each accompanied by promises of generous compensation. Who knew just how substantial these offers might be? If Song Yi were to accept even 3 or 5 of them, he would undoubtedly be unable to meet the competition registration deadline should he later take up Wang Fei's invitation. For Wang Fei, this official call for submissions represented the best opportunity for her comeback. I just spoke with Su Yun this morning, intending to invite her for dinner after work to discuss the possibility of having teacher Song Yi write a song for you. Given our previous rapport, since Wang Fei announced her departure from the entertainment industry, Sister Lu had naturally severed her management ties with her and had since joined a new agency. While she too wished for Wang Fei's return and their collaboration, she had her own commitments and could not devote herself entirely to securing a song for Wang Fei. Wang Fei urged, "There are so many industry veterans sending invitations to teacher Song Yi. I fear I may miss the competition registration if I delay. How about this, Sister Lu? I will head to Tang Chao Company immediately to meet teacher Song Yi in person. Please call Director Su to arrange an appointment." "All right, I will call Su Yun right away." After hanging up, Wang Fei hurriedly drove to Tang Chao Company. Just after concluding a leadership meeting, Su Yun entered Song Yi's office with a beaming smile. "Xiao Song, you have truly brought honor to your sister. In the recent shareholders meeting, the company not only praised you but also acknowledged my contributions. Now, even the shareholders who rarely involve themselves in day-to-day affairs were aware of Song Yi's name. After all, Long Tai's 2 public endorsements represented the highest recognition from the authorities for Song Yi. Naturally, Su Yun, who had signed Song Yi to the company, became a subject of praise from the shareholders as well. It is not an exaggeration to say that Song Yi has not only become a prized possession for Tang Chao Company, but also a cherished figure for Long Tai's officials. In light of this situation, those who attempted to undermine Song Yi to elevate their status would need to reconsider their actions. A moment's carelessness could provoke official backlash, something no artist could withstand. Even the major entertainment companies Xingfei and Jinlin would think twice before crossing Song Yi. Merely verbal praise without concrete actions? Song Yi quipped, "I knew you would say that." Su Yun was evidently prepared for this. The company had convened a meeting to discuss offering him an exceptional treatment. From now on, his share of the earnings from songs he performs would increase from 60% to 70%. The commission for songs written for artists outside the company would rise from 70% to 80%. Is this offer sincere enough? This profit-sharing ratio is indeed among the most favorable in the domestic entertainment industry. It also thoroughly illustrates the company's regard for Song Yi. By the way, Xiao Song. 3 years ago, the renowned diva Wang Fei, who retreated from the music scene, wishes to enlist your talents in composing a competition song. Her sincerity is palpable, and she is already en route. Would you like to meet her? Chapter 27. The affectionate King Wang Fei. Through the memories of the original host and his understanding of this world, Song Yi was already familiar with this prodigious diva. Well then, let us meet. Given that she is already on her way, it would be rather inappropriate to avoid her. Moreover, Song Yi is quite curious about this celebrated songstress, who withdrew from the industry in a fit of indignation after winning the Golden Melody Award for her song Wei 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 by Su Kuan. One might even say he admires her. After all, a woman who is daring in love and hate, and bold in her actions, naturally possesses an extraordinary allure. All right, I shall have Xiaoli bring her over shortly. Additionally, ever since the official endorsement, numerous artists and directors from the industry have sent you invitations. I have asked Shan Shan to compile and filter them for you. Take a look at which offers pique your interest. and feel free to choose the ones you like. For those that do not appeal to you, I shall respond on your behalf. It was evident that Su Yun was in high spirits. Not only did she refrain from interfering with Song Yi's willingness to accept offers, but she also approached him with a smile, patting him on the shoulder, her eyes brimming with admiration, before leaving the office with a light step. Watching Su Yun's departing figure, Song Yi shook his head and then took out his phone to check Weibo. Naturally, he was elated by the fact that Longhua Television had publicly supported him. This was indeed an honor. It further bolstered Song Yi's confidence in accomplishing the task of revitalizing the cultural entertainment sector. The post released by Long Tai was prominently displayed on the Weibo homepage, with likes and shares exceeding 1 million. Following that were various discussions surrounding Song Yi and singing the voice of Longhua. Many independent musicians were hastening their creative processes, hoping to leverage this official event to promote their own songs. Such activities by the official channels had been rare in the past. Even when local television stations organized similar events, they were invariably controlled by capital entertainment companies. Ordinary musicians had little opportunity to shine, except for a select few with connections. However, this time was different. With Long Tai consistently backing Song Yi and directly challenging the young idols, the public had begun to recognize the official's determination to alter the status quo of Longhua's entertainment industry. Now was the time for musicians from all walks of life to showcase their talents. Seeing the fervent discussions about musical innovation online, Song Yi felt a profound joy. Alone, he could not possibly revive the vast Chinese music scene. Even with systematic assistance, it would be insufficient. Only by igniting the passion and creativity of the populace could Longhua's music, culture, and film truly step onto the global stage and make an impact on the world. After briefly perusing the current trending topics, Song Yi opened the message list, which contained tens of thousands of messages. Most were private messages from fans and friends. Upon noticing the derogatory comments directed at him by certain fans, many sent encouraging words of support. Some even penned lengthy messages, exceeding 1,000 words, solely to reassure him not to be affected by the attacks. For in the silent corners, numerous fans were still silently supporting him. Although Song Yi had never placed much weight on the critical voices, he was deeply touched by the kindness of his fans. Besides the messages from fans, many independent musicians had also sent lengthy private messages, expressing admiration for Song Yi's music and talent. They shared their own musical works, hoping he could provide feedback and suggestions for improvement. Others sought his assistance in promoting their songs. There were simply too many such messages for Song Yi to review thoroughly. He then navigated to several trending Weibo posts mentioning him, most of which were invitations from various artists. However, the post that garnered the most attention was from the wealthy heir Wang Chong. Brothers, how substantial will this so-called heavy investment be for the gala organized by the 4 young masters of the capital? Last time, Wang Chong generously tipped 2 million during Song Yi's livestream. I bet he won't settle for anything less than 5 million for a song. Wow. If teacher Song Yi performs 3 or 4 songs, that would be 20 million in the bank. These are just some spoiled rich kids. I hope teacher Song Yi doesn't participate in such performances. Earning through one's own talent is admirable, and the 4 young masters of the capital do have a decent reputation. Artists need to eat too, but it would be best to arrange for a live stream so we can also witness it. Haha, great idea. With the big shot spending money, we can ride the wave too. Due to the immense fame of the 4 young masters of the capital and Wang Chong's follower count exceeding 10 million, discussions surrounding this Weibo post were fervent. Netizens speculated whether Song Yi would respond to Wang Chong. Aside from this post, Song Yi also noticed numerous invitations from various artists and directors. However, these invitations would need to be filtered by the marketing department and his manager, Li Shanshan, before being presented to him. Although some artists appeared enthusiastic and sincere in their Weibo posts, many merely sought to capitalize on the momentum generated by Longhua Television, offering very low compensation. It was clear that they had no genuine intent to collaborate. Disregarding those artists' posts, Song Yi sent Wang Chong a private message. What is the address for the gala? He simply replied with this brief inquiry, neither providing a definitive answer nor inquiring about the so-called heavy investment. He held a slight fondness for this wealthy heir, who had generously tipped 2 million just for watching a live stream. His appreciation for yellow people and Compendium of Materia Medica suggested that Wang Chong intrinsically rejected the notion of idolizing foreign culture. Thus, there was potential for friendship. Moreover, when Yellow People officially launched, Wang Chong had publicly expressed his support on Weibo, which attracted significant backlash from many fans. Despite being a super-rich heir, he was still subject to the slings and arrows of fans, who were unrelenting in their criticism. Even many seasoned industry veterans were not spared from their wrath. In terms of standing up to power and treating everyone equally, fans truly exhibited an admirable fearlessness. As long as they adored their idols, they were all friends and siblings. Anyone who dared to criticize or insult their brother was deemed a mortal enemy, and the four young masters of the capital were no exception. Fortunately, Wang Cheng's penchant for unveiling certain industry secrets had earned him many enemies, and he often found himself the target of various fan attacks. Previously, he was even humorously dubbed the King of Simps for pursuing a girl he could not attain. Some of his more cringe-worthy lines were turned into memes, circulating widely across the internet. Chapter 28. Wang Fei, what the heck? Song Yi replied to me, in the most upscale villa district of the capital. Wang Cheng and three friends were gathered for a party. Although each had a beautiful companion by their side, the scene was not as glamorous as one might expect. The conversation gravitated more towards anecdotes from the entertainment industry and the business world. What's going on, Cheng? You seem excited. Did that female classmate Sun Ning reach out to you again? Haha, it seems you still pine for what you cannot have. Cheng, heed my advice. Stop being a simp. It will only lead to heartache. Laughter erupted among the three. Although the incident had transpired a year ago, they still occasionally revisited the topic. If it weren't for Wang Cheng's resilient heart, he might have already faced social death. Shut up. It's teacher Song Yi who replied to me. He asked where the gala is. How should I respond? Wang Cheng had long since developed immunity to such jests. Frequent exposure to the river meant one inevitably got wet. He had changed girlfriends numerous times without issue, but this particular woman, who had never been his girlfriend, had become the largest blemish on his life. Wonderful. I've been eager to meet teacher Song Yi. His songs are incredibly cathartic. Cheng, hurry up and reply. Send him the address, and also let him know the price. Whether we send the address or not doesn't matter. We can just pick up teacher Song Yi in 2 days. The price, however, is a bit tricky to determine. What's tricky about it? The higher, the better. Each of us can contribute 5 million for teacher Song Yi to perform 4 songs. That shouldn't be excessive, right? I want the foreign guests to see that we in Longwa have truly great music. The price is reasonable, but won't that make it seem like we're simply throwing money at him with no sincerity? The four fell into contemplation, while the accompanying ladies remained quiet, witnessing for the first time the respect these 4 renowned heirs displayed towards an artist. How about this, Cheng? Since teacher Song Yi won't be asking about the price, let us temporarily avoid that question. If he is willing to perform, we can pay him 5 million per song. That shouldn't be perceived as throwing money at him. That's a good idea. If we mention a price, netizens will surely claim that teacher Song Yi is only in it for the money. Which wouldn't be good for his reputation? Exactly. If we don't discuss the price and teacher Song Yi is still willing to perform, it indicates he is open to befriending us. A few individuals engaged in a brief discussion and decided to refrain from negotiating financial matters with Song Yi for the time being. They were not concerned about the sum of money itself, but rather the external commentary surrounding Song Yi. As the saying goes, the words of the people can be formidable. Furthermore, there were already numerous individuals harboring animosity towards these affluent heirs. Envy of wealth is a common human inclination. Even if Song Yi were to refuse payment, there would likely be whispers suggesting he was merely currying favor with the powerful. If news of the 500,000 per song price were to leak, it would undoubtedly provoke even more skepticism about Song Yi's motives. Ladies, heed my words. Do not mention this to anyone. Should this price become public knowledge, I trust you understand my temperament, the young man seated on the sofa remarked. Casting a somewhat menacing glance at the women in the room. Rest assured, we will keep this under wraps, replied Cheng Xiao, her voice firm. Indeed, my lips are notoriously sealed. I would never bring trouble upon teacher Song Yi. Another added, we are fully aware of our discretion, they collectively affirmed. The significance of being valued by 4 wealthy heirs was not lost on them. They dared not take it lightly. Teacher Song Yi. Our event will be held at the Yunming Manor in the western part of the city. I shall personally come to fetch you the day after tomorrow. Very well. I shall see you then. Wang Cheng was evidently surprised by Song Yi's prompt and straightforward response, without any inquiry regarding performance fees. This was settled. Teacher Song Yi asked no questions and agreed outright. That's splendid. It's time to show those foreign fellows that our nation also boasts young musical masters. He had long found those individuals irksome, especially since they had brought a Western band to perform, clearly mocking the inadequacies of music from his homeland. Had it not been for some business dealings abroad, I would have already given them a piece of my mind. Several foreign-born heirs were also set to attend this gala. Previously, these foreigners had openly derided artists and music from their country, particularly criticizing the current generation of performers as a laughingstock, lacking distinction between male and female. Although the 4 were not part of the entertainment industry, they were not devoid of patriotic sentiment. Closing his social media, Song Yi did not dwell on the matter. He viewed it merely as an opportunity to witness the extravagant lifestyle of the wealthy. As for singing, he would decide based on his mood at the time. Knock, knock. Teacher Song Yi, teacher Wang Fei has arrived. With a crisp knock, Wen Li ushered in the young diva. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her slender figure radiated an undeniable aura. Her confident and nonchalant demeanor gave her an air of aloofness. While her features were not the epitome of beauty, they possessed an inexplicable charm. Greetings, Teacher Song. I deeply admire your musical talent and hope you will forgive my audacity in approaching you. To Wang Fei's surprise, the seemingly aloof woman broke into a smile upon meeting Song Yi, an instantaneous shift in her demeanor that momentarily captivated him. I am unworthy of your praise, Teacher Wang Fei. In truth, I have been a fan of yours since my school days. Let us address each other by our names, shall we? Song Yi's humility caught Wang Fei's attention, while his striking looks left her even more astonished. Having seen videos of him online, she had already categorized him as handsome, yet the real thing was even more radiant and charming. Though she maintained an exterior of cool detachment, she had always been defenseless against good-looking men, especially those younger than herself. Their eyes met for a brief moment, and she felt a flush creep across her cheeks, accompanied by a flurry of unfamiliar emotions. Please, have a seat here, Teacher Wang Fei. Without dwelling on the subtle changes in the woman's expression, Song Yi guided Wang Fei to a chair opposite his desk. I understand you wish to make a comeback through this official competition. Do you have any specific requirements for the songs? No specific requirements, really, as long as they meet the contest criteria, any song will do, though ideally, something with a gentler tempo. Wang Fei quickly dismissed the strange thoughts swirling in her mind upon hearing Song Yi's question. Chapter 29. 2 songs after receiving Wang Fei's response, Song Yi promptly took out paper and pen from the desk and began to compose. He had intended to write the songs in advance, but fearing it might intimidate her, he opted to inquire first before starting. What he considered a reasonable approach appeared to Wang Fei as something akin to witnessing a marvel. While the outside world characterized Song Yi's writing speed as akin to a pig giving birth, she had assumed it would take at least a day or two to produce a custom song. However, 20 minutes later, amid Wang Fei's incredulous gaze, Song Yi set down his pen. Here are 2 songs. I cannot determine which one suits you better, so you may choose. The lightness of Song Yi's statement struck Wang Fei like a thunderclap. She had seen him pull out fresh sheets of paper, but she had assumed he was merely revising his initial composition. At that moment, she had somewhat composed herself, realizing that even genius creators required revisions. That had been her initial thought. Yet now, she comprehended just how naive she had been. Song Yi not only required no revisions, but he had also composed 2 songs in a mere 20 minutes. Teacher Wang Fei. Observing her dazed expression, Song Yi waved his hand in front of her. My apologies, Teacher Song Yi. I was lost in thought. Wang Fei hastily gathered the scores from the desk and began to scrutinize them intently. Me and My Motherland. As desired. Merely glancing at the titles of the songs deeply captivated Wang Fei. Song Yi sat calmly across from her, and these 2 songs exhausted his final complimentary redemption opportunities. With only 290,000 charity points remaining, Song Yi yearned to secure funds promptly. There were numerous skills he wished to redeem in the system, but such a meager amount deterred him from making any rash moves. Me and My Motherland cannot be separated for even a moment. I sing of every mountain, I sing of every river. Wang Fei's foundational skills were remarkably solid. Upon seeing the score for the first time, she effortlessly sang it with her ethereal voice. Her exceptional skill and vocal quality prompted continuous nods of approval from Song Yi, who sat on the sofa. The pulse of my mother speaks to me, my homeland and I, like the sea and the waves. I share the sea's sorrows, I partake in the sea's joys. The tranquil and serene imagery of her homeland filled Wang Fei's mind. As she hummed this song, her heart swelled with pride. Simultaneously, she felt immensely grateful to Song Yi for entrusting her with such a piece to perform. At that moment, she was resolute in her choice of this song. She believed there could be no other piece more suitable for her to present in the competition. Yet, she quickly dismissed that notion in her mind. If these songs had caused even Song Yi to deliberate, their quality could not possibly be lacking. Suppressing her excitement, Wang Fei picked up the second score. You are the distant path, the light in the fog of the mountains and fields. I am but a child. Walking in your gaze, after merely humming this line, a surge of different emotions washed over Wang Fei. Unlike the calm and peaceful tone of the previous song, As Desired depicted the story of the previous generation's tireless efforts culminating in the realization of a prosperous era in their children's time. This was the true essence of the song's title, As Desired. And I shall love the world you cherish, wishing for your smiling face. Your hand, I stumble in holding, please take me to tomorrow. each day of this prosperous era. Our landscapes remain unscathed, our lives ordinary, yet you gaze upon it as you desire. As she hummed to this point, tears welled in Wang Fei's eyes. Through the lyrics, she felt the contentment and pride of her ancestors for achieving their long-held dreams. Yet, she also sensed a tinge of melancholy. She thought of her late grandparents and her parents, who were gradually aging after a lifetime of hard work. It was their relentless pursuit and sacrifices that had afforded them today's prosperity. Setting down the lyrics, Wang Fei chose not to continue. She feared her tears might cascade down her cheeks. Gently closing her eyes, she needed a moment to gather her emotions. Song Yi remained silent, not intruding that a prodigious talent like Wang Fei did not require explicit guidance. She could inherently grasp the most delicate emotions embedded in the song. This was a trait shared by most outstanding musicians, who possess a heightened sense of empathy. Only with such a quality could they resonate with listeners through their melodies. Teacher Song Yi, forgive my greed. I wish to acquire both songs. After a full 5 minutes, Wang Fei finally opened her eyes, as if having made a momentous decision. She spoke with solemnity. Discussing money in relation to such songs may seem trivial, yet I hope to purchase each for 500,000 from you. Although this price was far from reflecting the true value of the songs, it represented all the funds I can muster after 3 years away from performance work. I assure you, I will pour all my passion into performing these 2 pieces, and will not do a disservice to such songs. All the prize money earned in the competition will be delivered to you. I implore you, Teacher Song Yi, to grant me this opportunity. Upon concluding her words, Wang Fei bowed deeply to Song Yi. The gesture took Song Yi by surprise, as he had not anticipated such an act from her. Wang Fei harbors an immense admiration for these 2 songs and possesses a steadfast confidence in her ability to interpret them flawlessly. She not only desires for these songs to serve as explosive catalysts for her return to the music scene, but she also feels a deep-seated reluctance to entrust such masterpieces to anyone else. The sum of 10 million represents all the funds she can currently muster. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, she even considered selling her villa to secure additional finances, but she promptly dismissed that notion. She does not wish for these songs to be tainted by an overwhelming presence of monetary influence. That would be a desecration of their essence. Should this not suffice to sway Song Yi? Wang Fei would reluctantly accept that she is fated to be unconnected to these 2 songs. Teacher Wang Fei, rise. 5 million is more than ample, since the songs have been sold to you. The ensuing rewards rightfully belong to you as well. I sincerely hope these songs can shine brilliantly in your hands, and I eagerly anticipate your magnificent comeback. With a smile, Song Yi extended his right hand toward Wang Fei. After hearing her voice, he even contemplated offering these 2 songs to her for free. Alas, such a gesture was not feasible. He needed the funds. The exorbitant points required for system exchanges were not the only concern. Countless individuals in need of the system's charitable assistance required financial support as well. Otherwise, these songs would have been freely donated to the nation long ago. Wang Fei was evidently taken aback by Song Yi's response. What astonished her even more was the radiant smile that illuminated Song Yi's face at that moment. Her heart raced unexpectedly, as if struck by a heavy force. Chapter 30. Jumping Exercises. Ding. A bank notification. Your account ending in 9857 has received a deposit of 6.4 million yuan, bringing your balance to 6,491,341.83 yuan. Barely 2 hours after Wang Fei's departure, Song Yi received the remuneration from the company. A testament to Wang Fei's remarkably swift transaction. In light of the accolades from Dragon Country Television, Tang Dynasty Company increased Song Yi's share of the songwriting earnings to 80%. The 2 songs sold to Wang Fei yielded a total of 8 million in royalties. After deducting a 20% tax, the funds credited to Song Yi's account amounted to 6.4 million. As he pondered how to allocate this substantial sum, his mother, Yuan Xiong, suddenly called, "Hello, son. Today, many guests from the city came to fish, and they mentioned that your songs have been sold to the nation. They also said that Dragon Country Television specifically praised you. Is that true?" Before Song Yi could respond, his father, Song Qian, interjected, "Dear, your question is redundant. Our son's achievements are making headlines. How could it be false? The men of the Song family are truly exceptional. Oh, Song, you've become quite bold, daring to speak to me like that. I merely wanted to hear our son confirm it. Oh dear, please spare me, my love. I shall certainly be more mindful of my tone in the future. It is said that the Sichuan Chongqing region is known for its spirited banter, and Song Qian is no exception." Song Yi had grown accustomed to the dynamic between his parents since childhood, knowing that their exchanges were merely playful banter, and he did not take it to heart. "Mom and Dad, this is just the beginning. It's nothing significant that if all goes well, you will soon see me on television. So don't be too surprised. Really? You're amazing, son. I'm so glad I didn't stop you from pursuing music and DJing. Otherwise, where would you be now? Old lady, you call that not stopping? If it weren't for my unwavering support, our country would have lost a musical genius. Why is your tongue so sharp today? Just wait until tonight. Please spare me, my dear. Didn't you just come by last night? Once they began their playful bickering, they left Song Yi momentarily forgotten. The sharp exchanges made him break out in a cold sweat. Ahem, Mom and Dad. I'm still here. Please mind your influence. You old thing, still so unrefined at your age. Son, don't misunderstand. Your mother and I were just discussing doing jumping exercises to Yorbin Saogongmu tonight. Your mother insists that I must jump for an entire hour. How can my old bones handle that? It seemed the other end of the line soon recognized the awkwardness, hastily offering explanations to Song Yi. Ahem. No worries, a bit of exercise is good, by the way, Mom and Dad. I'm earning big money now. Let me transfer you 1 million as a token of filial piety. Upon hearing Song Yi's casual mention of transferring 1 million, the voice on the other end was taken aback, and after a moment of silence, they quickly responded, No, son. Keep the money for yourself. You're a person of great importance with many expenses. There's no need to send us money. We save quite a bit for you to marry. Yes, the business at the villa has been booming lately. Your mother and I are nearly overwhelmed with work. We were just planning to hire a couple of ladies to help out. Just take care of yourself. Song Yi initially intended to impress his parents, but it turned out they were entirely self-sufficient. Their business was thriving, and they had no plans for retirement. All right then, if you ever need money, feel free to call me. Earning money has become quite easy for me now. Haha, we know. Our son has become a star. The villagers are all praising you. Haha, it's clear that the Song family produces exceptional offspring. Son, you carry on. We must attend to our guests now. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the call ended. Though they were not face-to-face, Song Yi could sense the immense pride in his parents' voices. System, assist me in donating 6 million. After a moment of contemplation, Song Yi decided to retain over 400,000 for emergencies. After all, one could never predict when unexpected financial needs might arise. It was prudent to keep some reserve funds. Ding! This transaction has successfully donated 6 million on behalf of the host. The remaining charitable points are now 8.9 million. Would the host like to participate in the lottery? The system's response echoed swiftly in his mind. I'll draw from you. You scammer. Do you think I'll fall for that again? Leave me be. After his previous experience, Song Yi was now wary of engaging in any lotteries. He had discovered that the most alarming aspect of increased hair growth was not on his limbs, but rather his facial hair. Once leg and arm hair reached a certain length, it typically ceased to grow. However, facial hair and scalp hair did not follow suit. An acceleration of 10% in growth rate was concerning enough. If it were to double, it would be disastrous. He could find himself in a situation where the stubble he had just shaved in the morning might reappear by the afternoon. Fortunately, the current increase of 10% was not overly noticeable. However, if he were to draw something that increased growth by 100 or even 200%, it would spell disaster. Thus, Song Yi no longer wished to seek shortcuts. He preferred to unlock exchanges at the price of points. Albeit costly, it was far safer. On July 17th, despite it being a weekend, Song Yi and Du Song adhered to their routine of reporting to the company due to the launch of Luzhou Moon. In the eyes of popular artists and executives, the concept of weekends was virtually non-existent. Many artists operated in a state of perpetual busyness, since Du Song chose not to appear in public. The production of the music video progressed rapidly. In just 2 days, Tang Dynasty Company successfully completed all aspects of Luzhou Moon. Hello, everyone. This is my new song Luzhou Moon. I hope for your continued support. Due to the rushed release, the company could not manage extensive promotion for the song. It was merely Du Song who posted this information on his Weibo account. Following the tremendous success of Broken Bridge and Remaining Snow, Du Song had amassed over 100,000 followers on Weibo, and a handful of fans, intrigued, clicked on the song's music video. As the Guzheng's prelude began to play, the essence of the song unfolded before the audience. Song, Luzhou Moon lyricist, Song Yi composer, Song Yi arranger, Song Yi performer, Du Song. Since Tang Dynasty Company had not announced this in advance, and Song Yi was too preoccupied to promote Luzhou Moon individually, the public was entirely unaware that the song had been penned by Song Yi. Oh my goodness, how is it that yet another song is written by Song Yi? Didn't he just compose 2 songs for the official release? Is the prolific pig truly deserving of such a reputation? Not only is he productive, but he is also clandestinely prolific. No way. A new song by the great song E cannot go unannounced. I'll share it immediately. You're too slow. I've already taken a screenshot to share. Chapter 31. An appointment. The numerous online shares quickly propelled the song to popularity. The moderate-paced accompaniment led to a series of melancholic melodies. Du Song's raspy voice evoked a deep sense of nostalgia within the listeners. In my childhood, I stole the light from someone's home, not combing my hair for years, enduring a decade of hardship. Now, in the lamplight, I read leisurely, the red sleeves adding fragrance. Half a lifetime of fleeting fame is but an illusion. Amidst the drifting willow catkins, I catch a glimpse of my hometown, unaware if you, who dwell in my heart, still reside in Luoyang. The video depicted a scholarly youth reading under the flickering light. Reflecting on the years spent in diligent study, under the moonlight of Luzhou, the scholar contemplated the vain pursuits of wealth and fame, feeling the poignant sorrow of time's passage. Brothers, I must say, while Du Song's singing may be lacking, his emotions are spot on. I'm already feeling a bit emo, by the way. Why does Song E always write these kinds of songs for Du Song? It seems to evoke themes of love and nostalgia. Yet it is rather intricate. In my childhood, I longed to leave my hometown, but now that I have ventured out, I yearn to return, only to realize I can never go back, my dear brothers. I find myself missing home. The wandering outside is quite exhausting. Although the lyrics are steeped in an ancient charm, they effortlessly strike a chord within the hearts of many. The melody remains as serene and melodious as ever, allowing each listener to derive their own interpretations from the song. The lovers on the bridge, intertwined, while the moon sways, and people find themselves lost, as a lament of parting echoes from the boat. The moonlight over Luzhou casts a glow upon my heart, yet the one beneath the moon is no longer the same as in years past. Too many wounds remain, too painful to articulate. Now, who is by your side? The moonlight of my hometown is indelibly imprinted upon my heart, yet I cannot shed the tears of yesteryear. The lyrics, as meticulously crafted as ancient poetry, leave a profound impression. Coupled with the remarkable professionalism of the stand-in actors featured in the music video, the complex emotions and sorrows interwoven in the song are perfectly presented before the audience. My brothers, do you remember that girl who once made your heart flutter? I recall running beneath the sunset that day, a symbol of my lost youth. The lyrics are undeniably beautiful, yet why do I feel the urge to weep? I suspect the problem lies with Du Song. His singing is imbued with such sorrow. Truly, one cannot convey this depth of feeling unless they have faced heartbreak multiple times. Du Song's experiences must be quite tragic. Teacher Song E tailored this piece perfectly. What a genius, Du Song. Do not despair. Dear Auntie loves you. Come embrace her. The online community buzzes with excitement as the request data for Luzhou Moon continues to soar. All of Song Yi's compositions follow his vision of a free model, relying on platform traffic for profit. Thus, upon release, the song simultaneously launched across major music platforms. Sister Zhao, the request volume on the Penguin Music platform has exceeded 100,000. Comments on Wang E Cloud have surpassed 10,000. With an overall rating reaching an impressive 9.2, Sister Zhao, Luzhou Moon has surged into the top 10 of the Kugo Music New Song chart. The backstage staff continuously deliver good news. Manager Zhao Daimei can hardly contain her joy. Well done, Du Song. Rarely have I seen a newcomer achieve such astonishing numbers outside of Teacher Song E, she exclaims while patting Du Song's shoulder, a look of satisfaction on her face. Yet, Du Song feels mixed emotions. Lamenting, alas, now I cannot wash away the stains of this situation. Ego, could you perhaps provide me with a different style next time? I do not wish to perform such sorrowful songs. Upon hearing Du Song's complaint, Song E playfully punches him on the shoulder. Is this what you call a sorrowful song? This piece primarily expresses homesickness and the lament of changing times. Who told you to sing it in such a manner? And do you really think you can sign up for singing out loud in the Dragon Country? Forget it. You won't even pass the review now. Song E chides Du Song, having not closely monitored the recording of this song due to the busyness of recent days. This was, after all, his first time hearing Du Song perform Luzhou Moon. He was astonished to find that Du Song's emotional interpretation had completely missed the mark. Oh well. At least the feedback from netizens has been relatively positive. Although competition seems bleak, the song has garnered attention, and considering your lack of romantic experience, being misunderstood in this way is not entirely a bad thing. A man could use more emotional depth. Song E earnestly pats Du Song's shoulder, a slight smile betraying his true feelings. Oh, Igu, you are even laughing at me. Who told you not to clarify before handing over the lyrics and melody? Moreover, the production director also believed there was no issue. Du Song feels quite wronged. Despite his performance lacking such emotional turmoil, netizens have filled in the gaps with their own dramatic interpretations. Now, everyone perceives Du Song as a pitiable figure perpetually thwarted in love. Alas, misunderstandings are inevitable in life. Let it be. As long as the song is popular, tonight, I shall attend Wang Chang's soiree. Do not think I am neglecting you. Would you like to join me and experience the world? After all, venturing into an entirely unfamiliar environment makes Song Yi somewhat wary. Taking Du Song along offers a measure of reassurance. Du Song immediately grasps the situation, laughing heartily. Ah, Igu, you are so generous. You won't forget to bring me along to feast. I shall certainly accompany you to protect you. Hee. Just past 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Chong calls. Hello, Teacher Song Yi. I am Wang Chong. Where are you now? I will come to pick you up. I am still at Tang Dynasty Company. Do give me a call when you are close to be. By the way, I am bringing a friend along. Is that all right? No problem. Absolutely no problem. I will be there in 10 minutes. Wang Chong mistakenly believes that Song Yi intends to arrive with a female companion, his tone laced with an odd hint of flirtation. Fortunately, Song Yi does not pick up on it. Otherwise, he would have been thoroughly creeped out. Who would consider Du Song as a female companion? I must say, you have been watching that music video all afternoon. What is so amusing about it? The scholar in the video is not you. He is a stand-in. Observing Du Song lying on the guest sofa, grinning foolishly, Song Yi shakes his head helplessly. You, Igu, cannot possibly understand the joy of driving. The two continue their light-hearted banter as the yellow sports car pulls up before them. Wow, that Ferrari is truly magnificent. Igu, once we earn some money, let us buy one too, Du Song exclaims, his excitement palpable. He has always been a car enthusiast, often dreaming of luxury vehicles alongside women. However, given his current circumstances, he doubts he could ever afford such a car valued at over 20 million. Thus, he can only hope that Song Yi will buy one and lend it to him for a spin. Nowadays, transportation companies assign us cars and drivers, so why bother driving ourselves when it is so exhausting and troublesome? The city of Dijing is currently overcrowded. Traffic congestion is one thing. There are many places where parking spaces are simply non-existent. Regardless, Song Yi is not inclined to drive. You do not understand the joy of driving. As they continue their conversation, the yellow sports car halts in front of them. A young man in his 30s steps out, dressed in formal attire, standing approximately 1.75 meters tall, with neatly styled hair reflecting the sunlight. With a broad smile, he approaches Song Yi, extending his hands. Teacher Song Yi, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I have long admired your music and have been eager to visit you in person. I am thrilled to find this opportunity. You look even younger and more handsome in person than in the videos. Haha, Mr. Wang, you flatter me. You are truly a remarkable young talent yourself, handsome and wealthy. Many young women would surely wish to be your wife. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the atmosphere lightens, leaving Du Song grinning from ear to ear. By the way, this is Du Song, my good brother, who is a bit bored and wishes to join me in witnessing this event. Will that be a bother? Upon hearing Song Yi's introduction, Wang Chong turns to Du Song. Initially, he had assumed this seemingly average-looking man was Song Yi's assistant, but now he recognizes him. Oh, I remember you. You were the one performing at the live event in the E-City Square, Du Song. It is an honor to finally meet you. Haha, I thought Teacher Song Yi would be bringing a female companion. I did not expect you to be accompanied by a brother. Would you like me to arrange a female companion for each of you? It seems that attending such soirees has become standard practice for men and women to pair up. Wang Chong raises his eyebrows at Song Yi and leans in closer, whispering, these are all industry socialites. If you wish to develop further connections after the event, it would be entirely feasible. He then flashes a knowing look, causing Du Song's eyes to light up, his mouth nearly watering. Ahem, Du Song, mind your drool. Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Wang, but there is no need to concern yourself with us. We are public figures now, and we must maintain our image during outings. We shall pass on the female companions and head out. Upon hearing Song Yi's polite refusal, Wang Chong nods, his understanding evident. Understood, Teacher Song Yi, rest assured, I will discreetly arrange for both of you. Ahem. Wang Chong's vivid imagination surpasses even Song Yi's expectations. Mr. Wang, there has been a misunderstanding. I mean it in the literal sense. Please do not overthink it. Oh, is that so? Then let us head to the car. It is quite warm outside. Wang Chong remains uncertain whether he has genuinely misunderstood or if Song Yi is merely feigning modesty. However, he is also quite experienced in social interactions. We can find an opportunity to probe later. After inviting Song Yi to take the passenger seat, Du Song settled into the back. The nature of this evening's gala, what is it exactly? Both of us are dressed in casual attire. That should be acceptable, right? Looking at Wang Chong, who was impeccably clad in a suit, Song Yi felt that his outfit seemed somewhat inappropriate for the occasion. While he was indifferent to the opinions of others, he did not wish to cause any trouble for the organizers. Oh, it's nothing serious. It's merely a commercial gala. Who wants to dress up in this sweltering heat? Wang Chong replied, as one of the hosts. I have to greet the guests in style, but you two are guests, so feel free to dress as you wished. As Wang Chong drove, he and Song Yi engaged in light conversation, displaying none of the arrogance typically associated with the wealthy elite. Instead, he was remarkably easygoing, much to the surprise of both Song Yi and Du Song. All right then, what was that performance you mentioned earlier? Since it was a commercial gala, Song Yi found it puzzling that he had been invited to perform. This gala is co-hosted with a few foreign dignitaries. They brought a Western band to entertain everyone. Wang Chong explained, it's quite normal to have a band perform at such events. But the issue is that these individuals have had past grievances with Cheng Shao and the others. They have even demeaned our nation's music as garbage, and the most arrogant among them is of Chinese descent. Bringing a band here is clearly a means to vindicate their previous statements. Thus, we would like to invite you, Teacher Song Yi, to perform and help bolster our presence at the event. At least we cannot appear to be lacking in spirit. Wang Chong elaborated extensively. Although Song Yi found the thought processes of these affluent youths somewhat unclear, he grasped the essence of their intentions. It was all about maintaining face. Is the Western band performing purely instrumental music? I'm a pop singer, and it might be inappropriate to mix the two styles, right? Moreover, if I sing Chinese songs, will those foreigners even understand? Most of Song Yi's previous songs were critiques against the blind worship of foreign culture, intended as motivation and reminders for his fellow countrymen. However, the reactions from foreigners might be unpredictable. Upon hearing Song Yi's questions, Wang Chong realized that the scenario might indeed be somewhat awkward. Ahem, you have a point. I hadn't considered that. Regardless, we all believe in your incredible talent, Teacher Song Yi. While they may be performing instrumentally, once you take the stage to sing, you will undoubtedly captivate the entire audience. Observing Wang Chong's excitement, Song Yi suddenly felt he should not have come to this gala. I shouldn't have been curious about this event at all. Isn't it more enjoyable to stay home and play a couple of video games? Or to have drinks with He Shui and her twin sister? Since it was all about saving face, singing something like Yellow People in front of foreigners would only highlight his disadvantage. Furthermore, considering it was an all-instrumental performance, even if he sang to counteract them, it would hardly have the desired impact. It would require magic to defeat magic. Hearing Song Yi's muttering, Wang Chong and Du Song exchanged confused glances. Egu, what do you mean by using magic to defeat magic? Have you been watching Bala Bala Little Magic Fairy lately? Forget that nonsense. I'm deep in thought. Song Yi gazed at the system panel, suddenly recalling the master-level Suona playing skills he had drawn a few days ago. I can't believe I forgot about the Suona, Song Yi exclaimed, leaving the two in the car bewildered. Egu, what about the Suona? You can't be serious. It's just singing on stage, right? Don't get so worked up. If you're too nervous, I can go up and sing. It's up to me to bring glory to our country. Not wanting to dampen Du Song's enthusiasm, Song Yi merely smiled. You re so confident, Wang Zong. Could you arrange for a Suona to be prepared for me? I might need it. Wang Chong, still processing this request, was interrupted by Du Song's loud exclamation from the backseat. What, Egu, you're planning to play the Suona? I didn't know you had that skill. I have many talents that shouldn't all be revealed to you. Song Yi deflected Du Song's curiosity and turned his attention back to Wang Chong. After all, the Suona was a rather rare instrument nowadays. If it wasn't arranged in advance, it would be challenging to find one later. Are you really going to play the Suona, Teacher Song Yi? What else can we do? Well, if it's a Western band performing, what does it matter if I just sing? All right, I'll have someone bring it over shortly. An ancient saying goes, among all instruments, the Suona reigns supreme. It either ascends to the heavens or is employed in weddings. While there may be no one who can cry without the eru, there is certainly no soul that the Suona cannot send away. In folk culture, the Suona has long been revered as the king of instruments. Using the king of folk music to counter a Western band should be considered a gracious gesture, right? Chapter 33. The four young masters. Wang Chong drove the Ferrari at breakneck speed. And around 6 o'clock, the trio arrived at a grand estate on the outskirts of the capital. The estate was nestled between mountains and water, providing a serene environment. The entrance displayed the words Yunming Manor prominently. We've arrived. The formal start of the gala is at 7 o'clock. Teacher Song Yi, let me take you inside for a bite. I've already arranged for the Suona. Wang Chong parked the sports car at the entrance, where two security personnel promptly approached to take the keys from him. What an impressive place. I've been in the capital for years and had no idea such a location existed in the suburbs. Du Song couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the grandeur of the estate. Hee, this is my private manor. I usually just host gatherings for a few friends. If you two enjoy it, you're welcome to visit often. The three chatted as they walked through the estate, which was filled with various socialites and beautiful servers, causing Du Song's eyes to widen. Chonggu, so glad you're here. This must be Teacher Song Yi, right? It's an honor. We're all your fans. As they entered the estate, three young men dressed in formal attire approached to greet them. All appear to be in their early 20s, exuding a competitive spirit. Wang Chong was the most composed among them. Teacher Song Yi, allow me to introduce my close friends and co-hosts of this gala. Cheng Hao, Wang Jie, and Ma Su. We all admire your talent. Wang Chong introduced each of them to Song Yi, and the four young masters of the capital exchanged pleasantries. They praised Song Yi's extraordinary talent, and he reciprocated by complimenting them on their youth and success. The scene was quite the spectacle, leaving Du Song, who felt somewhat out of place, to grimace internally at the insincerity and pretense. This is Du Song, a close friend of Teacher Song Yi, the one who sings Broken Bridge and Remaining Snow in Luzhou Moon. I am sure you all remember him. Wang Chong, seasoned in the business world, made sure Du Song was not overlooked. Teacher Du, it's an honor to meet you. We enjoy your music as well. Yes, your rendition of Luzhou Moon was so poignant. You must have rich emotional experiences. Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover. Teacher Du's skills in romance must be extraordinary. Dio, share a few tips with us when you get the chance. The young men showered Du Song with compliments. Though he felt something was amiss, nevertheless, it was still a gesture from the four young masters of the capital, and Du Song responded politely, you can just call me Xiao Song. You are all renowned figures in the capital, so I dare not presume to call you teachers. Du Song was aware of his own standing. His rise to fame as an artist was largely due to Song Yi's support, so he refrained from elevating himself. Isn't this Wang Xiao? Hello. I heard Cheng Hao boasting this afternoon about a musical genius emerging from your country, and that you were going to have a collaboration with the Simon Symphony Orchestra tonight. It wouldn't be this fellow beside you, would it? To think someone so young would attend such a high-profile event dressed so modestly. What real talent could he possess? I say your country's entertainment industry is in decline. Perhaps you four should consider emigrating to the United States. As they chatted jovially, a young man with a similar Asian appearance approached, accompanied by a stunning blonde. Qin Hui, clean up your language. Don't forget your ancestry is from our country. Don't be a dog that forgets its roots. It was evident that there was some history of conflict between them, with Cheng Hao appearing particularly incensed. The tension was palpable, and had it not been for the setting, a physical altercation might have ensued. I didn't realize you were still so crude, Cheng Hao, and by the way, I no longer go by Qin Hui. My family is now American citizens. Please call me by my English name. Demo, you dog. I won't bother arguing with you now, but tonight, I'll let you see what's what. The group ceased their bickering as Wang Chong and Ma Su guided the fuming Cheng Hao into the estate. This dog is becoming increasingly intolerable. He dares to act so arrogantly in the capital. I'll find someone to deal with him tomorrow. Forget it. We live in a society governed by law. Besides, his father has considerable connections back home. It would only create unnecessary trouble. Yet his mouth is becoming increasingly unbearable. I would love to teach him a lesson. Cheng Hao and his companions grumbled as they walked, indicating a long-standing acquaintance. Teacher Song Yi, you've seen the situation. You must help us settle the score tonight. This Qin Hui has known us since we were young, but after his father found success, he moved the entire family to the United States. While such things aren't uncommon, this guy has returned to study in our country the past few years. As you can see, he has become a thorough sycophant of foreign culture. The four individuals turned their gazes towards Song Yi, all hoping that he would step forward and deliver a slap to the face of their adversary. I don't intend to take the stage to sing tonight, why not? Teacher Song Yi, aren't you the one who despises such sycophants who pander to foreign influences the most? You should perform General S. Order and Compendium of Materia Medica tonight, preferably singing it right in Qin Hui's face. Indeed, Teacher Song Yi, we are all quite fond of those two songs, and we boasted about it this afternoon. If you don't sing, that scoundrel will think we have backed down. Is Teacher Song Yi worried about the performance fees? Rest assured, we are all reasonable people, and the fees will certainly not disappoint you. The three of them chimed in, almost revealing the exorbitant performance fee of 5 million per song directly to Song Yi. It was merely that Song Yi was oblivious to the price they had offered. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have sent the four into financial ruin. You three need not fret. I have already communicated with Teacher Song Yi. He won't be singing tonight as he intends to play the Swana. Without waiting for Song Yi to speak, Wang Chong promptly explained to the trio. What? Teacher Song Yi, you can play the suona too? That instrument is nearly extinct. How will you perform? After all, they have an entire symphony orchestra. Although I am not well versed in instrumental performances, I must urge you, Teacher Song Yi, not to underestimate it. I've heard that the Simon Symphony Orchestra is among the most renowned orchestras in Europe, and their prowess is formidable. Perhaps you should reconsider and sing instead. The three were utterly clueless about instrumental performances and did not care whether Chinese pop music could overshadow an entire symphony orchestra. They simply felt that Song Yi singing his songs would be exhilarating, especially in front of that scoundrel Qin Hui. The thought of that scene excited them in the afternoon, yet they never anticipated that Song Yi would opt to play the suona instead. They had hardly heard of this instrument. Ahem, Mr. Wang, when will the suona arrive? Without answering the trio's incessant queries, Song Yi turned his attention to the equipment. I've already sent a message on my way here. It should arrive shortly. Allow me to take the two teachers to grab a bite first. You may tend to your own matters, for Teacher Song Yi has his own plans. Upon hearing Wang Chong's words, the trio ceased their relentless questioning and turned to the entrance to welcome guests. This area served as the dining zone, while directly opposite was the designated performance stage. Wang Chong led the two to a section adorned with an array of food, then gestured towards the stage diagonally across. Various Western instruments were displayed on the stage, indicating a highly professional ensemble. At that moment, several foreigners were already tuning instruments and adjusting sound equipment. Wang Chong gazed at Song Yi with anticipation and inquired. I've heard that the Simon Orchestra is the most famous in Europe, performing worldwide. Teacher Song Yi, do you feel confident? Let us give it a try. If it doesn't work now, it must work later. Song Yi shrugged, feeling somewhat perplexed by the thought processes of these wealthy heirs. You all eat something here for now. I shall greet the guests. Once Wang Chong had settled the two, he busied himself with his affairs. As the owner of Yuming Manor, he had numerous tasks to attend to. Chapter 34. Suona time gradually passed. The number of guests at the manor began to swell. As dusk approached, the manor was illuminated by dazzling lights. Particularly around the stage, it was exquisitely decorated. Most of the attendees were prominent figures from various fields. Even Song Yi, who was not particularly familiar with business elites, could recognize a few well-known names. A majority of the guests brought along some starlets from the entertainment industry, and several actresses recognized Song Yi, eagerly approaching him to exchange pleasantries and hand over their business cards. Although Song Yi was a singer and music producer, for these aspiring actresses, the opportunity to meet a figure like Song Yi in the music industry represented immense potential and opportunity. Egu. That beautiful lady just now was quite something. Can I see her business card? Du Song, who had been overlooked, felt utterly invisible. Even these minor actresses, coming to give Song Yi their cards, would automatically disregard Du Song standing beside him, leaving him feeling quite hurt. However, if his brother had the cards, didn't that mean he had them too? Here, take them all, but be cautious. None of these girls are simple. Don't get hurt. Song Yi handed over the stack of cards he had just received to Du Song. I'm not afraid of getting hurt. Let the beautiful ladies ravage me. Observing Du Song's infatuated expression, Song Yi could only step back 5 paces to distance himself, signaling his reluctance to be associated with him. The evening gradually commenced. Prominent figures mingled within the manor, exchanging toasts and laughter. The symphony orchestra on stage began their performance. The ensemble was remarkably well equipped, boasting over 10 violinists alone, with the entire orchestra comprising 50 musicians. The melodious strains of violins began to fill the air, followed by the harmonious sounds of the piano, cello, trombone, and saxophone, creating a delightful atmosphere within the manor. Such a high-caliber instrumental performance captured the attention of many distinguished guests. Occasionally, patrons would gather around the stage. Simon truly deserves to be one of the top symphony orchestras in Europe. Their reputation is well-earned. The cost of inviting the Simon Orchestra must be substantial. Demo, you've spent quite a bit. It's merely a small sum. What matters is that everyone enjoys themselves. When it comes to music, Western music is paramount. The music of Long Country is utterly trash, unbearable to the ears. A few foreigners surrounded Qin Hui, engaging in light banter. Though it appeared casual, their deliberately raised voices ensured that those nearby heard every word. Damn, how arrogant. I'm itching to give that scoundrel a good whack. Egu, speaking of which, why hasn't the suona arrived yet? How would I know? Be patient. Let them gloat for a few more minutes. Though the evening had commenced, the ordered suona had yet to arrive. At this moment, Song Yi felt a surge of anger. Glancing at the system interface, he noted the master-level piano-playing skill valued at 5 million points. He was tempted to unlock it immediately, to rush forward and defeat them with their own instrument. It is here, teacher Song Yi. The Suona has arrived. However, the owner insists on seeing you first before handing it over. To fulfill the task assigned by Song Yi, Wang Chong had reserved the most expensive Suona available. Accompanying Wang Chong were 3 furious heirs and an elderly gentleman in his 60s. Old sir, your tardiness is forgivable, but now that you have met teacher Song Yi, please present the Suona without delay. As Yunmeng Manor is located in the suburbs, it takes at least half an hour to arrive. In truth, the owner set off immediately upon receiving the order. However, the evening traffic in Daijing was quite congested, causing the delay. This left Wang Chong, Cheng Hao, and the others seething with anger. None of them anticipated that, given their status, they would encounter such a peculiar owner while trying to purchase a Suona, refusing to sell unless he met the person who would actually use it. You are Song Yi? I've heard your songs. They're quite decent, but do you know how to play the Suona? To everyone's surprise, the elderly gentleman stood his ground against the group of youngsters. Yes, I am Song Yi, and I happen to know a bit about the Suona. Song Yi regarded the old man without any irritation. It was clear he had a deep-seated passion for traditional instruments and hoped that a quality Suona would be entrusted to someone who truly understands it. The old man opened his bag and retrieved 2 cloth packages. Proceeding to assemble them, he merely uttered this light remark. The Suona was crafted from exquisite century-old mahogany, passed down through generations. The brass Suona bowl was an antique from his master, producing a remarkably clear sound with exceptional projection. If he discovered that Song Yi was utterly clueless about the Suona, even if he were one of the Daijing 4 young masters and a popular singer, he would unceremoniously turn and leave. Good, Song Yi received the old man's cloth package, merely uttering a single word of approval. The group moved to the manor's hall, placing the cloth packages on the table. Thanks to his master-level Suona playing skills, Song Yi was well acquainted with the components and assembly of the instrument. Unpacking the 2 packages revealed just 5 components: a trumpet-shaped Suona bowl, a 40-centimeter-long Suona rod, a reed, a wind chamber, and a very small reed mouthpiece. Each of these 5 components was indispensable, particularly the smallest mouthpiece, which was crucial for pitch and tone. After opening the packages, Song Yi did not rush to assemble but first placed the reed mouthpiece in his mouth. Uninformed individuals would not know that the reed mouthpiece, due to its pre-drying, needs to be held in the mouth for a minute to soften and open. Wang Chong and the others were utterly bewildered by Song Yi's actions. Yet the old man quietly nodded in approval. Subsequently, Song Yi threaded the Suona rod through the Suona bowl's opening, pressing the slender reed firmly at the mouth of the Suona rod, then placing the wind chamber atop the reed. Only then did he remove the reed mouthpiece from his mouth. Gently pinching the mouthpiece, he adjusted its size before placing it atop the reed. Old sir, are you satisfied? Your assembly skills are quite proficient. However, I must caution you that this Suona produces sound far superior to the average, with exceptional projection. It demands greater lung capacity. Should you fail to produce sound? Do not blame my instrument. Rest assured, old sir. I am well aware. The old gentleman did not rush to leave after handing over the Suona. He too wished to see what these youngsters planned to do. Teacher Song Yi, can such a small, trumpet-like instrument truly compete against the symphony orchestra outside? Indeed. I remember this instrument from my childhood visits to the countryside with my grandparents, typically used only during weddings and funerals. I haven't heard it in years. Perhaps I should just sing instead. A few wealthy second-generation individuals appear somewhat apprehensive. Although Song Yi has garnered some fame in the entertainment industry, even being hailed as a creative genius, no one has ever heard of his prowess in instrumental performance, especially with such an obscure traditional instrument. To say that the Suona is nearly on the brink of extinction in our nation would not be an exaggeration. Upon hearing their inquiries, Song Yi chose not to respond. Instead, he walked outside, simultaneously unlocking in his mind the melodies of She, Good Man's Song, and 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix. Although acquiring these 3 pieces cost him a staggering 1.5 million charity points, which pained him greatly, he resolved that if he were to make an impact, it should be nothing short of earth-shattering. It was time for the world to once again hear the resonant sounds of our nation's traditional instruments. Chapter 35. Magic in an instant, a torrent of information flooded into Song Yi's mind. Every detail of the 3 pieces was already etched into his memory. Holding the Suona, he slowly approached the stage, followed closely by Wang Chong, Du Song, and 3 others, along with an elderly gentleman in his 60s. The expressions of the group conveyed both excitement and concern. After all, no one could fathom the scene that would unfold the moment Song Yi began to play the Suona. Their presence drew the attention of many guests, as Wang Chong and his companions were renowned as the 4 young masters of the imperial capital, now trailing behind a young man, igniting curiosity among the crowd. As they neared the front of the stage, Qin Hui and several foreigners stepped forward. "Oh, here they come. Are you aiming to embarrass yourselves? Feel free, but you won't know just how inferior your nation's music is until you try." Qin Hui scoffed, eyeing Song Yi and his companions. "Just wait a few minutes. Master Simon's piece will conclude shortly, and the stage will be yours." He regarded Song Yi and his group with disdain. The foreigners behind him displayed a keen interest, their command of Chinese not matching Qin Hui's. Thus they refrained from engaging too much in the conversation, yet their expressions clearly indicated their agreement with Qin Hui's remarks. Cheng Hao and Wang Cheng's faces flushed with anger, ready to confront them, but they witnessed Song Yi raising the suona before the orchestra had finished their performance. With a gentle puff of his cheeks, a penetrating sound reverberated throughout the venue. "Hu ba!" Song Yi's tongue danced rapidly on the reed, the sound of the suona resonating in harmony with the Western musical ensemble. The orchestra mistakenly believed that Song Yi intended to harmonize with their melody, continuing their performance unabated. However, moments later, they realized they could not keep up with the shifts in Song Yi's tune. The original melody had been abruptly interrupted by his suona. After a brief pause, the orchestra members, ignited by a competitive spirit, resumed their playing under the swift movements of their conductor, Master Simon. Yet, at that moment, Song Yi offered no chance for them to catch up. "Who?" As an extraordinary high note rang out for a full 50 seconds, the Western musicians ceased their playing, realizing their instruments could not possibly match the soaring and resounding melody. Though Song Yi held no microphone, the clarity of his sound overwhelmed the entirety of the symphony orchestra. The formidable resonance coupled with its emotional power instantly captivated everyone in the manor, including the Western musicians on stage. Who is this young man? Does he not require breath control? He bears a striking resemblance to that recently renowned musical genius. What was his name again? Ah, Song Yi. He must be utilizing nasal and abdominal breathing techniques, allowing him to play continuously. What is he attempting? Is that truly a suona? I haven't seen one in years. I wonder what Wang Xiao is doing. Is he streaming this live? A chorus of astonished voices erupted. As the sound of Song Yi's suona filled the air, Wang Chong and Cheng Hao realized why Song Yi had chosen this instrument. Its sound was simply extraordinary. Most importantly, it behaved like a rogue among instruments. Once the suona's voice emerged, it would overshadow all others in the orchestra. This overshadowing was not merely due to the volume of Song Yi's playing, but rather the instrument's incredible penetration and timbre, relegating all other instruments to mere accompaniment. No wonder Teacher Song remarked that the suona is the king of all instruments. Such a reputation is indeed well-deserved. At that moment, Wang Chong recalled Song Yi's words from earlier that afternoon, his heart racing with excitement. Cheng Hao, Du Song, and the others were equally astonished. Even the elderly gentleman beside them gazed at Song Yi's silhouette with disbelief. I must stream Teacher Song's performance. Wang Chong suddenly had a revelation. He hurriedly opened his phone, launching his Douyin account, which boasted nearly 20 million followers, initiating his very first live stream. Despite the vast number of followers, this was indeed his inaugural foray into live broadcasting. As many Douyin users received notifications that Wang Chong was live, they flocked to his stream. What on earth is happening? Is this super-rich second generation in need of money? He's actually live streaming? You're overthinking it. I reckon he's simply bored and wants to chat with some girls. Hey, everyone, isn't that Song Yi? What's he doing? What instrument is he playing? Oh wow, isn't that the rogue instrument, the suona? Song Yi can play that too? What is a suona? Why have I never heard of it? That's because you're narrow-minded. It's an instrument traditionally played during rural festivities, but sadly, it's been overshadowed by Western instruments. I haven't heard an authentic suona performance in years. Teacher Song is incredible. To think he can play such a nearly extinct folk instrument. Everyone, you have to lie down and listen to this. Why lie down to listen? As the rural elders say, when the suona sounds, the cloth is spread. The whole village waits for the feast. At first, one might not recognize the suona tune, but upon hearing it again, it resonates even in the grave, my friends. Thanks to the allure of Wang Chong's live stream, the moment it commenced, tens of thousands of viewers surged into the broadcast, and this number continued to climb at an astonishing pace. Woo-hoo, after an extended minute of the suona's resounding notes, Song Yi finally transitioned to a new key, the intricate details of the piece she's swirling in his mind. Employing masterful technique, he rapidly vibrated his lips and fingers, producing a myriad of astonishing tonal shifts. The conductor, Master Simon, momentarily forgot to conduct, lowering his baton. As the saying goes, the suona and trumpet, though small in tune, possess great resonance. Unlike typical bamboo flute instruments, the suona features 7 air holes on the front and 1 on the back. With 8 holes plus the reed in the musician's mouth, it can mimic an array of ever-changing timbres. Within the manner, only the sound of the suona remained. It emitted a moving melody that, while not as high-pitched as before, conveyed a touch of sorrow amidst the excitement. Song Yi slowly turned his back to the stage. Facing Wang Chong, Du Song, and the others, he allowed the audience in the live stream to see the intricate movements of his fingers clearly. The atmosphere was somewhat chaotic, with various luminaries whispering about this suddenly emerging young talent. Not everyone was attuned to the shifts in the entertainment industry. To many business moguls, most artists were merely performers on stage. President of the National Folk Music Association, you must see this live stream. A young man burst into the office of Chairman Li Hongyun, brimming with excitement, completely disregarding the displeasure etched on the faces of the chairman, vice chairman, and board members. He cranked the volume on his phone to maximum, placing it on the table before them. The soaring melody and timbre instantly captivated the elderly gentleman. A suona? And a young man can play it? Not just play. His technique is remarkable. In such a short melody, he's employed tongue slaps, breath control, vibrato, and finger techniques. What piece is this? Why have I never heard it before? The arrangement is quite sophisticated. Wait, this seems familiar. Isn't this the recently celebrated musical genius, Song Yi? Is he also performing folk music? Where is this? He has a full symphony orchestra behind him. Is there a showdown occurring? The elderly members of the Folk Music Association were immediately drawn in by Song Yi's performance. Their previous irritation forgotten, replaced by expressions filled with hope and excitement. Chapter 36, Banquet Master Simon, you all continue to play. Why are you standing there in a daze? On the edge of the stage, Qin Hui appeared exasperated, his gaze filled with anger toward the symphony orchestra that had halted their performance due to the sound of Song Yi's suona. He lacked a deep understanding of the standards of instrumental performance. Yet he believed that this orchestra, hired at great expense, had already lost the battle in terms of momentum. In response to Qin Hui's shouts and reproaches, the conductor, Master Simon, could only shake his head in resignation. This instrument is quite unique. We cannot keep up with this gentleman's rhythm. Even if we managed to follow along, we would merely become background players, relegated to accompaniment in response to Song Yi's provocative behavior. Simon naturally felt a surge of anger. However, he differed from Qin Hui, for he was a true connoisseur of music. He understood the profound power embedded within Song Yi's composition. At the same time, he was captivated by the curious notion of how such a diminutive instrument could produce such soul-stirring sounds. Ignoring the crimson-faced Qin Hui, he found every cell in his body irresistibly drawn to the resonant notes emanating from Song Yi's suona. Woo-hoo! The melody from the suona grew ever more fervent and exhilarating. Everyone was rendered speechless by the formidable aura exuding from Song Yi at that moment. The rapidly shifting tones and the intricately paradoxical melodies transported the audience to a fantastical scene. It seemed to be a surreal wedding banquet. Everywhere, deep red double happiness characters were prominently displayed. Yet, the solemn vows were not exchanged in the light of day, but rather in the deep of night. The bride, veiled in red silk, appeared to be both laughing and weeping. The smiles of the banquet guests bore an unsettling undertone. The impassioned melody, laden with intense contradictions, surged forth towards the listeners. Goodness! What is this piece by Master Song Yi? It feels a bit frightening. It's exquisite, yet I feel a chill run down my spine, and my vision is darkening. Whoa, brothers, I've reclined to listen. This feels so much more comfortable. I recall my grandfather saying that when the suona sounds, it either signifies ascension or a wedding ceremony. Why does it feel like Master Song Yi's piece encapsulates both emotions? My word, it's terrifying. I've nearly wet myself, yet it is truly captivating, impossible to stop. Teacher Song Yi, while grounding your artistic creations is commendable, you mustn't tether them to the underworld. I'm quite scared, brothers, the immersive experience is overwhelming. I am already lying down. Could someone cover me with a white cloth? Ha ha ha, I'm going to die laughing. I'm genuinely curious about the title and story behind this piece by Master Song Yi. At this moment, the number of fans in Wang Chong's livestream skyrocketed beyond 500,000. It was rapidly approaching the million mark. Wang Chong was too engrossed to notice the uproar in the live stream. With his hands holding the phone aloft, his gaze was fixated intently on Song Yi ahead. Not only Wang Chong, all the guests in the manor, socialites and servers alike, hastily set down their glasses, converging towards the stage. They yearned to draw nearer to that enchanting sound. In Hangzhou, the film crew of a Chinese ghost story. Director Chung, I found the perfect background music. You must listen to this. The film's music supervisor, Wang Qingfeng, excitedly burst into Director Chen Dong's office. Hadn't they already selected a candidate piece for the trombone a few days earlier? Could there truly be something better? Director Chen Dong was perplexed. After all, Wang Qingfeng was nearing 50, with extensive experience in film scoring. Chang had never witnessed him so unrestrained. Without addressing Cheng's inquiry, Wang Qingfeng cranked the phone's volume to the maximum and placed it before Cheng's eyes. There was no time for words. Just listen to this piece. It is the finest accompaniment for Xiaoqian's wedding. Cheng Dong turned, skepticism evident in his gaze as it landed on the phone screen. Yet, before his eyes could fully focus, the climactic portion of the piece enveloped his ears. Du Wu, the piercing timbre, infused with the most fervent melodies, struck against Cheng Dong's eardrums. It resonated within his mind. Is this the sound of a suona? What on earth is this composition? It feels joyous yet sorrowful, each note brimming with contradiction. Wait a moment. I see this the newly emerging musical prodigy, Song A? He can play the suona too? Silence. Just listen to the music. Faced with Director Cheng Dong's relentless questioning, Wang Qingfeng retorted with surprising ire. Cheng's inquiries were disrupting Wang Qingfeng's appreciation of the piece. When confronting such a rare gem of traditional music, even the director was not exempt. All right. Yet, Wang Qingfeng's outburst did not anger Director Cheng Dong. Instead, he found it quite reasonable. Gaga gaga. As Song Yi's fingers danced swiftly and his lips and teeth harmonized, an eerie laughter seemed to echo in the ears of the audience. Yet, this laughter was laced with a peculiar strangeness, raising goosebumps upon all who heard, perhaps in an effort to better control his breath. Song Yi's body swayed rhythmically with the melody. The resonant sound continued to reverberate throughout the manor. Meanwhile, the viewer count in Wang Chang's livestream soared to 1 million. Wow, Master Song Yi's piece truly frightened me. I am so scared. Listening to this piece at night is quite daunting, yet I cannot resist its allure. What to do? It has been years since I last heard a suona performance. It fills me with fervor. It is truly beautiful. I'm getting married next month. Do you think it would be appropriate to play this song at the wedding? Oh dear sister, that's not suitable at all, brothers. Please cover me with a white cloth. Thank you. I truly wish to hear teacher Song Yi speak about the origins of this piece. It's exceptionally talented, almost reminiscent of the Ming Dynasty. Watching a live stream at night nearly took my soul away. But it is genuinely magnificent. The atmosphere of fear did not linger for long. With a surge of triumphant melody, the composition approached its conclusion. Hoo-hoo, as the suona let out a long, resounding note, the music came to an abrupt halt. The audience seemed unprepared for the cessation of sound, and the manor fell into a profound silence. It was not until Song Yi gently lowered the suona that everyone awakened from their reverie. Their thoughts disentangled from that surreal wedding scene. A thunderous round of applause erupted, echoing throughout the manor. The ensuing buzz of conversation reverberated within the halls. Chapter 37. King of Music. Egu is incredible. So handsome. As Du Song's voice pierced the air, the 4 young masters of the imperial capital joined in a chorus of admiration. Teacher Song Yi, you are simply magnificent. From this day forth, you are my idol. Absolutely astounding. It sent shivers down my spine and raised goosebumps all over. I was so shallow to ever question your suona skills. Please accept my humble respect. Ma Su among the 4 declared he would bow before Song Yi. Wang Chong and Cheng Hao rushed forward to support him in shock. Goodness, old 4. Are you truly so frightened by teacher Song Yi's piece that your legs have gone weak, seeking such an excuse? While assisting him, they realized Ma Su's legs were genuinely trembling, prompting them to fetch a chair for him to rest. The manor buzzed with chatter as everyone whispered amongst themselves. Song Yi's name swiftly spread through the ranks of lesser-known actresses. Teacher Song Yi, it has been years since I last heard such a pure suona performance. Could you enlighten me about the title and story of this piece? At that moment, a middle-aged man with a genteel demeanor stepped forward to inquire. This business magnate grew up in a rural setting where, during every wedding and funeral, the sound of the suona and drums filled the air. The music of the suona had become ingrained in his very essence. Thus, upon hearing this composition, he was particularly animated. Alas, with the passage of time, this traditional instrument had gradually faded from public consciousness within a mere 2 to 3 decades. Witnessing Song Yi's performance rekindled distant memories, making him eager to uncover details about the piece. The title of this composition is Double Happiness, narrating the tale of a girl's marriage, steeped in both joy and sorrow. After providing a brief response, Song Yi did not dwell on the crowd's reaction but turned to the now crimson-faced Qin Hui. Cheng Hao, one of the 4 young masters, immediately quipped to the weakened Ma Su. I say, "You really are pathetic. That dog Qin Hui hasn't even knelt yet." Though this appeared to mock his brother, the exaggerated volume and sarcastic tone left no doubt that he was seizing the opportunity to ridicule the Western-leaning Qin Hui. Blushing, Qin Hui glanced at the crowd and then at the silent symphony orchestra on stage, defiantly retorting, "Everyone present is a business elite. What do you mean by playing such sorrowful music? I reckon that little horn in your hand can only produce such mournful tunes. It hardly merits a grand stage. You are a vulgar person." It seemed Qin Hui had suddenly found his footing, regaining some confidence, for in his mind, Western instruments were the epitome of elegance, far superior to the suona, which he deemed a crude instrument. Ha! Who said the suona could only play mournful tunes? Moreover, double happiness is not sorrowful at all. Since you refuse to concede, allow me to show you what it means to be the true king of music. With that, Song Yi raised his suona once more, preparing to play again. However, Simon on stage interrupted him. "Sir, you should perform on stage." Looking into Simon's sincere and kind eyes, Song Yi realized that he was a true maestro of music. Undeterred by the earlier provocation, but rather wishing for Song Yi to take to the formal stage to perform the next piece. "Thank you, but I prefer to remain here." Song Yi smiled graciously, declining the goodwill of his counterpart. As long as there are spectators, any place can serve as a stage. For the past few years, he had been singing daily on the overpass and in bars. Though lacking in splendid stages and dazzling lights, Song Yi still found joy in the experience. His unwavering dedication stemmed from a profound love for his craft. Moreover, the suona is inherently a folk instrument, rooted in the lives of the common people. Since its introduction to the Han Dynasty via the Silk Road from the Middle East, the suona has undergone over a millennium of evolution, becoming an integral part of the national instruments of the Dragon Kingdom. Its sound has long since woven itself into the very fabric of Dragon people's DNA, effortlessly stirring the pride that courses through their veins. Given its humble origins, why should one concern themselves with the absence of a glamorous stage? Ignoring the gazes of those around him, Song Yi lifted the suona to his lips, cheeks puffed, and with the melody swirling in his mind, he played the stirring tune of Hero's Song, "Do-do-do-do," in stark contrast to the eerie atmosphere of the preceding piece. This time the suona resonated with a fervent and passionate melody. The majestic strains, coupled with unparalleled penetrating power, struck the eardrums of all present with force. There were no lyrics, nor any accompaniment from other instruments. Yet, the suona in Song Yi's hands conveyed a complexity and richness comparable to a symphony orchestra. Its overwhelming emotional impact required no words of explanation. A grand historical narrative unfolded before the audience's eyes. Wow, that last piece nearly knocked me out, but this tune has revived my spirit. It was yet another new composition. Did Song Yi's prolific creativity know no bounds? A maestro of song and verse, and now a suona virtuoso, his charisma was simply overflowing. Oh my, how delightful. Auntie, please have some decorum. The internet is not a lawless realm. Song Yi is my beloved. Just when I had settled down, this piece compelled me to rise and execute a set of military-style exercises. Strangely, I felt this melody was perfectly suited for the tales of the water margin. Drinking heartily and feasting joyously, what a thrill! I heard the Dragon Kingdom television is filming a new version of Water Margin. This is a match made in heaven. With this tune, I could ascend the mountains and slay tigers. Punching my way through the town, bro, calm down, life is but one. Do not act impulsively. The vivid soundscapes ignited the imaginations of netizens, while several elderly members of the Dragon Kingdom Folk Music Association were left utterly astonished by this new song. What is this piece? It seems to blend numerous folk melodies from regions such as Shandong and Hebei, yet its grandeur is distinctly unique. The youth are indeed formidable. How tragic that such a young talent would dabble in pop music. Wasting his gifts, we must find a way to incorporate these two pieces into our association. With the addition of drums, eru, and pipa, they would surely reach perfection. Xiao Lin, draft a letter to Tang Dynasty Company, inviting Master Song Yi to join our Folk Music Association and discuss the pricing for these two compositions. The elders beckoned the young man who had brought in the phone. However, to their surprise, upon hearing the president's command, the young man remained utterly still, his gaze transfixed on the phone screen. A fellow suona enthusiast, he was reluctant to miss even a hint of this captivating piece. Chapter 38. Phoenix ascending in Hongdian, at the office of the Water Margin Drama Crew, the chief director Zhang Shaolin gazed at the phone handed to him by his assistant, continually expressing his astonishment. This production is a collaboration between the Dragon Kingdom Television General Station and the Dragon Kingdom Television Production Center, and all parties involved have demanded the utmost scrutiny over every detail. Filming had long concluded, and even the post-production editing was nearing completion. Yet, they had yet to find the most suitable theme song and accompaniment. Song E is indeed a musical genius. This piece aligns perfectly with the requirements for background music. Though one wonders if a lyrical version exists. Otherwise, they would need to seek a new theme song. Zhang Shaolin mused, fretting over the absence of a lyrical version, unaware that such lyrics had already taken root in Song Yi's mind. Pi Si. The resonant melody shifted and morphed. With the suona, Song Yi simulated the thundering hooves of galloping steeds. The sheer vividness of the imagery stirred the souls of all present, inciting a surge of unyielding spirit within them. Though only one person with a suona, it felt as though an army of thousands thundered through their hearts. Hoo-ha, with a piercing, heart-stirring crescendo, the final note of the piece descended, leaving the guests profoundly moved, all raising their hands in fervent response. Master Song E, what is the name of this piece? Wang Chong, distracted, glanced at the live stream, which had amassed 2 million viewers, many eagerly awaiting the title of this captivating composition. This piece is titled Hero's Song, adapted from folk tunes across the Dragon Kingdom. After a brief explanation, Song Yi turned to Wang Chong's phone, ignoring the awkward expression of Qin Hui, as he no longer viewed him as a rival to boast against. His focus was on the millions of viewers in the live stream. I stand here today to enlighten you all about the profound heritage of our Dragon Kingdom culture. Traditional instruments can indeed captivate the heart. In our land, there exists a national instrument known as the suona, a 1,000-year-old pipa, a 10,000-year-old guzheng. One tune from the suona can echo through a lifetime. As soon as Song Yi's words fell, the manor erupted in continuous applause. Especially among the older guests, excitement radiated from their faces. Today, I have another suona piece to share with you all. Remember its name, 100 Birds Greet the Phoenix. With his words, the applause intertwined with cheers resounded throughout the venue. The live stream's chat exploded, and a steady influx of netizens flooded in. This segment, along with the previous 2 suona pieces, was fervently shared by countless individuals. An unexpected discussion about national instruments had quietly taken root online. The elderly members of the Dragon Kingdom Folk Music Association felt a profound awakening from Song Yi's declaration. Shame, indeed, shame. As leaders of the association, it was disheartening to realize that they required a youth to vocalize the significance of folk music for them. Presently, no matter the cost, we must bring Song Yi into our association. We cannot allow him to be distracted by pop music. He is a natural-born talent for folk music. Indeed, I have witnessed his indomitable spirit and his gift for composing folk melodies. We must persuade him at all costs. The elders engaged in fervent discussion, as if they could already envision the resurgence of Dragon Kingdom folk music. Scanning the crowd, Song Yi adjusted his breathing. The suona demands immense lung capacity, and the instrument in his hands particularly so. After performing 2 pieces in succession, he felt a touch fatigued. Moreover, the performance of 100 Birds Greet the Phoenix posed even greater challenges, necessitating that he attain his optimal state. Fortunately, the awakening of his master-level suona techniques and vocal skills had significantly enhanced his lung capacity. After a brief period of recuperation, he was restored to his prime. Gently lifting the suona, with a slight puff of his cheeks, a resounding phoenix call reverberated throughout the Yunming Manor. Woo-woo. All were captivated by this stunning sound. 100 Birds Greet the Phoenix is divided into 3 segments: Falling Phoenix, Phoenix Nirvana, and 100 Birds Greet the Phoenix. In Song Yi's previous life in the countryside, Falling Phoenix was also known as Phoenix's Demise, a melody reserved for funerals. Phoenix Nirvana, symbolizing rebirth, is typically played during a child's first month. Only the 3rd segment, Harmonious Melody, is performed at weddings and joyous occasions. Therefore, it was only fitting that Song Yi performed the celebratory 3rd segment at this evening's gathering. Ji gu gu lin 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 zhao zhao. The air was filled with the sounds of various birds, transporting minds to a realm of floral fragrances and melodious chirps. The jubilant rhythm inspired vivid daydreams, as swallows, cuckoos, blue magpies, and larks seemed to dance around them. In the office of Li Hongyun from the Dragon Kingdom Folk Music Association, this piece once again shattered the cognitive limits of the elderly members. Where on earth did Song Yi learn to master the suona? At such a tender age, he had already mastered so many techniques. Truly remarkable. In just this segment, he had deftly employed techniques such as flower blowing, finger techniques, articulation, tremolo, glissando, breath attacks, rebound notes, and more. Yet, Even more impressive than his technical prowess was his creative arrangement of the entire piece. All the techniques blended seamlessly, exuding an effortless quality, as the elders discussed Song Yi's skills and arrangements. The ordinary audience, though unable to discern the intricate techniques, felt a surge of vitality and warmth emanating from the lively melody. Everyone could sense Song Yi's ardor for life, woven into the exuberant and spirited tune. This piece is so joyous. Finally, I need not recline to listen. I'm back on my feet, brothers. Truth be told, after hearing this tune, I feel compelled to get married. Haha, I am quite different from you. Upon hearing this melody, I feel compelled to present a gift. Just now, it appears there is a sister who is about to get married. This is indeed the proper way to celebrate. That piece titled should not be played. Truly, when the suona sounds, it either signifies ascension to the heavens or a wedding ceremony. Teacher Song Yi is incredibly talented. Brothers, I have already set this as my alarm tone. If I wake up, I shall head to work. If not, I shall simply take to the road. Goodness, look in the distance at the camera. What is that flying over? Wow, it seems to be a flock of birds. They are really coming to pay homage. As the piece progresses to its midpoint, the already suburban Yunmeng Manor is suddenly surrounded by a multitude of birds. Chapter 39. Birds. A swarm of birds soars over the manor's outer wall, swiftly approaching Song Yi. Instantly, the manor is enveloped in a clamor. Chang Xiao, look, what is that? What is happening? Why are there so many birds suddenly at Yunmeng Manor? Everyone, look, that flock of birds is circling around Teacher Song Yi. Hearing the reminders from several individuals, Wang Chong couldn't help but tilt his phone slightly upward, allowing the nearly 3 million viewers in the livestream to clearly witness everything above. Although it is already late at night, the lights of Yunmeng Manor illuminate the surroundings as brightly as day. The attendees within the manor can clearly see the birds spiraling around Song Yi. This surreal scene leaves everyone in disbelief and elicits waves of cheers from the female guests. Wow, those are magpies and there's a skylark. They are so beautiful. But why are they all circling around Teacher Song Yi and chirping incessantly? It seems like a tribute. Or perhaps the male birds are courting. How marvelous. If not for witnessing it firsthand, surely no one would believe the extraordinary events unfolding before their eyes. Song Yi's performance continues. The various bird calls emanating from the suona grow increasingly urgent, the notes becoming more resonant and diverse. More and more birds flock from around the manor, and even the butterflies in the garden are drawn to the sound of the suona, fluttering their vibrant wings around Song Yi. Chairmanly, what on earth is happening? I know many animals are attracted to simulated magnetic sounds, but I've never heard of so many birds being drawn in at once. It's because his suona technique is exceptional. He not only rapidly mimics nearly 100 different bird calls, but also perfectly imitates the sound of the phoenix's cry. Don't forget, Teacher Song, you just mentioned the title of this piece. The title, you mean? So that's it. No wonder he asked us to remember the name of this piece. Chairmanly, the difficulty of this piece is exceedingly high, and the elements it incorporates are remarkably rich. It undoubtedly deserves a place among the top 10 classic pieces of Dragon Nation's folk music. No need to rush. Tomorrow we will visit Tang Dynasty Company together. I believe he must have a more comprehensive performance plan in mind. Far beyond just a solo suona performance, several elders exchanged words, having decided to embark on a visit to Song Yi the following day. At this moment, they were not alone in their decision. The director of Qindong, the chief director of the new Zhang Shaolin, and the director of Changjia. Almost all the directors and producers eager to collaborate with Song Yi suddenly realized one crucial point. They must act swiftly. For in the future, the number of individuals wishing to work with Song Yi will only increase. If they were to wait for an official response from Tang Dynasty Company, they might be delayed for several years. Therefore, to expedite the collaboration, many have already begun reserving flights to the capital. The sound of Song Yi's suona persists. Despite holding only a 40-centimeter-long suona, the tones he produces are incredibly varied, coupled with the increasing calls of the birds. The layers of this piece become even more enriching. Everyone is captivated by this seemingly supernatural scene. Viewers in the live stream have begun recording this extraordinary moment, sharing it across the internet. Some bewildered viewers mistakenly believe it to be promotional effects for a movie. Yet they too are drawn in by the music played by Song Yi. More and more individuals are entering the live stream from various portals. The audience has surged from 3 million to 5 million in mere seconds. Wow, what kind of divine melody is this that has reached such heights? In ancient times, nations came to pay homage to our dragon nation. Now, we witness the 100 birds paying tribute to the great Song Yi. Please accept my utmost admiration. Had I not witnessed Wang Teheo's live stream from the start, I would surely think this was all a premeditated act or some sort of live stream special effect. Just moments ago, someone at the venue remarked that teacher Song Yi's suona is a crude instrument lacking elegance. But with this performance, what Western instrument could achieve such an effect? It is simply breathtaking and melodious, especially with the addition of this flock of birds, which has elevated this piece to divine status. The suona is incredibly impressive. I have resolved to learn it from today onwards. If only I could reach teacher Song Yi's level one day. Come on, with effort, there will surely be opportunities. Tomorrow, I will enroll my son in a folk music training class. Such an instrument must not be lost to the next generation. From today forward, teacher Song Yi shall remain my eternal idol. Due to this astonishing spectacle, a fervor for learning folk music is gradually sweeping across the internet. This, too, is precisely the goal Song Yi wishes to achieve. Only by fostering greater interest in folk music among the populace can we cultivate more talents to promote the culture of Dragon Nation abroad. If one day, these young individuals skilled in folk music can travel to every corner of the Blue Star world to perform Dragon Nation's ethnic instruments, what a grand occasion that would be. With the advancement of the times and the increase in global exchanges, even a moment's negligence could lead to the erosion of our nation's culture by foreign influences. At this moment, Dragon Nation is evidently suffering from such effects. While foreign capital companies profit immensely in Dragon Nation, they also subtly influence the youth of our nation. To alter this situation, we must first restore the cultural confidence of our citizens. This is a long journey, but Song Yi shall persevere until he is utterly exhausted, until the music and cultural elements of Dragon Nation are present in every corner of the world. Goo goo chirp 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 woo, at last. A resounding phoenix cry echoes. The venue is left with only the sounds of birds calling above Song Yi and the flapping of wings. Although Song Yi has ceased playing, the hundreds of birds continue to swirl around, reluctant to depart. Only when the guests within the manor erupt into thunderous applause and cheers do the countless birds scatter in a flurry, hastily flying in all directions. Igu, you are incredible. You are the deity in my heart. An exhilarated Du Song rushed forward to embrace Song Yi. Before Song Yi could protest, the four young masters of the capital swiftly surrounded him. Teacher Song Yi, you are truly remarkable. I have never admired anyone as much as I do you. Teacher Song Yi, I am 23. Is it too late for me to learn the suona? Teacher Song Yi, how did you manage that? You must tell us. If I were a woman, I would want to marry you. Get lost. Chapter 40. Piano. The group chattered away, exchanging nonsensical remarks. Song Yi felt overwhelmed by their exuberance. Among the attendees, a perceptive waitress observed Song Yi's perspiration and hastily offered him a glass of ice water. Even thoughtfully wiping his brow, as the fragrance of youthful femininity wafted into his senses, Song Yi ceased to resist. The recent performance had indeed exhausted him. After taking a sip of water to regain his composure, the group finally loosened their grip on him. The four young masters turned their gazes towards Qin Hui in the corner. Oh, you haven't left yet. I thought you might sneak away unnoticed. Indeed, if I were him, I would have vanished long ago. Who knew this scoundrel had such thick skin? Previously boasting that our teacher Song Yi was crude, now he has witnessed a high-quality performance for free. Qin Hui, we have treated you well, haven't we? The group unleashed a barrage of taunts at the visibly embarrassed Qin Hui. Many guests present were aware of the conflict between them and stood by as if watching a show. After all, although these young men were only in their 20s, they hailed from influential families. Many attendees at the event were company executives, yet they were all eager to connect with these affluent young masters. At this moment, as the wealthy youth squabbled, no one dared to intervene. Facing the mocking gazes of the crowd, Qin Hui retorted defiantly, so what if he mimicked some bird calls? What is so great about that? The world of Western instruments has countless famous pieces. What does your Dragon Nation have? The top 10 piano pieces of Blue Star are dominated by Americans. What does your Dragon Nation possess? A bunch of uncouth ruffians. Damn it, just wait and see if I don't tear your mouth apart today. Upon hearing the term uncouth ruffians, Chung Hao charged forward, ready to take action. I've wanted to deal with this scoundrel for a long time. He clearly doesn't understand whose territory Yunming Manor is. The four young masters surged forward, ready to brawl, while Wang Chong still held the live streaming phone. Millions of viewers watching Qin Hui's arrogance were equally enraged, flooding the chat with messages urging Wang Chong and the others to take action. Stop, stand down. At this moment, Song Yi could no longer afford to rest. Engaging in a confrontation before millions of online viewers could lead to an uproar of unimaginable proportions. Moreover, to be so brazen in the presence of the four young masters of the imperial capital suggested a formidable background. making it all the more difficult to resolve the situation. The crowd was momentarily silenced by Song Yi's fervent shout. Following his recent divine performance, he had already established a dazzling aura in the hearts of the audience. You just claimed that the top 10 piano pieces of the Blue Star are monopolized by your country, the United States, to the tune of half. Song Yi slowly approached Qin Hui. The overwhelming aura he exuded instilled a flicker of fear in Qin Hui's heart. Indeed, I may not be familiar with other domains, but I have studied piano for several years. The Blue Star's universally acknowledged top 10 piano compositions include 5 from the United States. After all these years of development, your dragon country has yet to produce a single piece. Doesn't that clearly demonstrate the disparity? Qin Hui could not help but take 2 steps back, his tone faltering slightly. After all, the piano is fundamentally a Western instrument, having only been introduced to dragon country in the last 2 centuries. Its popularization has only occurred in recent decades. Thus, the absence of dragon nationals among the creators of these renowned compositions is, in essence, entirely understandable. This statement was akin to a dragon national telling an American, all 10 of the world's top era pieces are ours. You Americans have none. Such a remark might initially seem reasonable, yet it was fundamentally a twisting of concepts. However, to Song Yi, this sounded entirely different. In his recollection, the entertainment culture of the Blue Star lagged significantly behind that of Earth, with even the distant United States being no exception. From what he knew, the so-called top 10 piano pieces of the Blue Star, aside from 1 or 2 that could truly be deemed masterpieces, likely lacked even the qualifications to make the list. Since you are so confident in American piano compositions, allow me to defeat you in your most proficient domain. Let us see how long your resolve can endure. Piano? You believe the top 10 pieces are half American? Do you have faith that within a year, I will ensure that not a single piece on that so-called list is composed by an American? Upon hearing Song Yi's declaration, all present were left dumbfounded, including the 4 young masters of the imperial capital and Dusong. Even Qin Hui, who stood opposite Song Yi, seemed to have heard the greatest joke in the world. His previously flushed face instantly broke into laughter. Ha ha ha, I thought you were a musical genius. Turns out you're just a complete fool. You think you can remove an American piano piece from the rankings? Do you believe the rankings are your family's to control? You can just decide who gets removed at will. It seems you not only know how to blow that little trumpet, but can also tell jokes. The guests present, although silent, clearly believed that Song Yi's recent remarks lacked any semblance of logic or reason. Each nation possesses its own cultural strengths and weaknesses. There is no need to vie for supremacy in every aspect. Nor is it feasible. It was evident that Song Yi's words were merely perceived as the stubborn bravado of youth. No, you may have misunderstood my intention. What I meant was that I will create enough piano compositions within a year to push all of your American pieces off the list. As soon as this statement left Song Yi's lips, everyone gazed at him in astonishment. Even the 4 young masters of the imperial capital and Dusong found it hard to believe. To them, Song Yi had always been a remarkably composed individual, yet such a brazen proclamation had emerged from his mouth. This, ha ha ha, you must be joking. Do you even realize what you are saying? Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. A few foreign individuals beside Qin Hui also burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Simon, the orchestra conductor standing on stage, could not help but step down. Sir, I acknowledge that your recent instrumental performance was indeed extraordinary. From a compositional standpoint, that piece, The 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix, is also a world-class composition. However, your previous words were exceedingly arrogant. The 10 internationally recognized piano masterpieces were all crafted by piano masters of whom only a few emerge every few centuries. Considering your youth, I can overlook your indiscretions. Master Simon's command of Chinese was quite proficient, even employing idiomatic expressions when addressing Song Yi. Though his tone was quite gentle, every word conveyed the sentiment that Song Yi's previous statements were excessively presumptuous. Well, since you all doubt, allow me to present you with another piano piece today. Initially hesitant, Song Yi was now resolutely determined. He glanced at the remaining 7.4 million charity points after redeeming 3 pieces and then at the system store, where a master-level piano technique was priced at 5 million points. The even higher-level grandmaster technique required a staggering 50 million points. Although he had not intended to squander his precious points on Western instruments, he now found himself compelled to spend them. Gritting his teeth, Song Yi opted to redeem the master-level piano performance skill. He also spent 500,000 points to acquire Croatian Rhapsody. At this moment, only 1.9 million charity points remained in Song Yi's system. Before he could even lament the loss of points, a torrent of information and techniques surged into his mind, leaving him momentarily dizzy. Even the joints of his fingers underwent subtle changes, becoming more agile. Shaking his head vigorously, he gradually regained his composure. Igu. Du Song quickly rushed forward to support Song Yi. Are you exhausted from playing the suona? Let us hurry back to rest. He had never heard Song Yi mention his proficiency in piano, and even he found Song Yi's previous remarks somewhat overconfident. Seeing Song Yi shake his head vigorously, he feared that Song Yi had genuinely lost his mind and sought to rescue him from the situation. If they could just leave Yinming Manor now, Song Yi's earlier statements would gradually fade from memory. Although numerous celebrities remained in the manor and over 5 million viewers were online, as long as the Tang Dynasty Company and the official channel supported Song Yi, those remarks could be overshadowed. At this moment, Du Song merely wished to escort his good brother away from the scene. Yes, teacher Song Yi must have been too tired from playing the suona. Let's quickly take him back to rest. Cheng Hao, Wang Chong, and the others also quickly caught on, rushing forward to support Song Yi as they attempted to lead him outside. Stop. I'm fine, truly. Just let me go. Seeing Song Yi's insistence, they dared not use force. Now, Wang Chong did not even dare to point his phone at Song Yi, opting instead to tuck it away in his pocket. He could only employ this method to mitigate any negative impact on Song Yi. Meanwhile, the live chat was filled with distress. What is going on? Why did the stream suddenly go black? Wang Chong, let us see. Is Song Yi unwell? Quickly take him to the hospital. I think Song Yi is indeed being too arrogant. While I acknowledge his talent, that statement was simply excessive. It's our brother Kuan who remains low-key, always focused on making music without grandstanding in public. Wang Chong, open the stream. I want to see if Song Yi is truly unwell. In the span of mere moments, Song Yi's earlier remarks had been disseminated by countless viewers and trolls, each with their own thoughts. Some hoped to see Song Yi's downfall, while others genuinely worried about his well-being. Given that his recent statement seemed overly audacious, almost uncharacteristic of him. Ignoring the anxious expressions of Du Song and the others, Song Yi slowly approached Maestro Simon. Maestro Simon, may I borrow your piano for a moment? Simon looked at Song Yi with astonishment, a mix of surprise and confusion in his eyes. You truly can play the piano? Just a little, Song Yi replied, gesturing modestly with his right hand. Upon seeing the determination in Song Yi's gaze, Simon nodded and pointed towards the beautifully adorned piano on the right side of the stage. That piano has the finest tone. Do give it a try. Simon, maintaining the demeanor of a music master, refrained from excessively reprimanding Song Yi for his brazen words and instead expressed curiosity about the piece Song Yi intended to perform. After all, music transcends boundaries. Given that Song Yi was capable of composing such high-caliber suona pieces, it stood to reason that even if his piano compositions were lacking, they would still possess unique qualities. Under the astonished, perplexed, derisive, and expectant gazes of all present, Song Yi gradually ascended the stage and approached the piano. The stage and its surroundings were adorned with an array of flowers, courtesy of the manor's staff, combined with vibrant lighting that rendered the entire scene even more splendid. Not in a hurry to sit down, Song Yi extended his right hand, gently letting his 5 fingers dance across the piano keys, rising and falling in a delicate manner. With the enhancement of master-level piano skills, he was intimately familiar with every detail of the instrument and each note. Feeling the ease and exhilaration transmitted through his fingers, Song Yi settled into the leather piano bench, radiating an aura of brilliance despite his casual attire. In that moment, the crowd in the manor was entranced. For they found that Song Yi, simply seated at the piano, exuded an aura of innate talent. The doubts of the onlookers began to waver. Even Wang Chong unconsciously took out his phone, directing the camera once more at Song Yi. He was reminded of the earlier moment when Song Yi had expressed his desire to play the suona. In this scene, the situation mirrored that of the previous few individuals. Since Song Yi had made up his mind, as his friends, their foremost duty should not be to doubt him but to offer their unwavering support. Even though the piano played by Song Yi may no longer evoke the same awe as his performances on the suona. So what? Song Yi remains the indomitable Song Yi. He is still the one who dares to confront capital, boldly criticize foreign nations, and mock those compatriots who idolize foreign cultures. Even if his piano skills falter, he is still the extraordinarily gifted Song Yi. The moment netizens witnessed Song Yi reappear on camera, the livestream was instantly engulfed in a cacophony of excitement. No way, no way. The esteemed Song Yi is truly going to play the piano. Does he not fear a disaster? Woo-hoo, regardless of the outcome, the great Song Yi will forever be a deity in my heart. Such audacity. Achieving fame at a young age can lead one to lose touch with reality. This could tarnish his reputation abroad. Support for Kuan Go. Such a reckless individual like Song Yi will eventually meet his downfall. Go, great Song Yi. No matter how others perceive you, I will always stand by your side. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, Song Yi took a moment to steady his breath before extending his right hand once more. His fingers spread wide. He gently pressed down on the first note. Ding dong ding ding dong dong. A clear and melodious sound resonated through the microphone set up nearby, filling the entirety of Yunming Manor. Merely a sequence of simple notes, yet it transformed the expressions of everyone present, especially Simon, who was closest to the stage. He could deduce from Song Yi's commanding presence at the piano and the graceful rise and fall of his fingers that Song Yi was undoubtedly a master of the instrument. At that moment, he could no longer afford to underestimate this young man from the ancient Eastern land. Dee-da-da-dee-da. The pace of the notes quickened. A more urgent melody rang in the ears of the audience. Before they could fully comprehend the moment, Song Yi finally extended his left hand. His 10 fingers danced across the keyboard with fervor. Initially, the connection between the notes was slow, the sound relatively subdued. However, with the addition of his left hand, a harmonious triad erupted in the ears of the audience. It was as if they were transported to a breathtaking realm, where the climate was temperate and the sun shone brightly. Yet, before these beautiful images could fully unfold in their minds, the notes played by Song Yi abruptly shifted. The rapid rise and fall of his fingers accelerated, and the netizens in the live stream could only catch glimpses of the afterimages left by his fingertips through Wang Chang's phone camera. His fingers leaped at a staggering speed of 16 notes per second, in the minds of the audience. The picturesque bays and radiant skies were suddenly pierced by a colossal bolt of lightning. Instantly, all beauty was torn asunder. Dark clouds enveloped the land. The stench of blood wafted through the air. Shells rained down from above. The earth was ablaze, buildings crumbled, and children cried out. The dust from the explosions swirled in the air. All that remained was a desolate wasteland. Although Song Yi uttered not a single word, every note that emanated from his hands seemed imbued with a magical power. It allowed everyone to feel the profound sorrow and inner conflict he harbored. All present seemed to deeply resonate with the brutality of war. Unbeknownst to them, the rise and fall of Song Yi's fingers gradually slowed. The horrific war seemed to pause for a fleeting moment. Song Yi slowly lifted his gaze towards the moon hanging in the night sky. The notes emanating from his fingers fell into a brief silence. Just as the audience was lost in contemplation, a low yet hopeful melody began to emerge. The speed of his fingers increased once more, and the notes grew increasingly impassioned. It was as if they witnessed soldiers slowly rising from the ruins. This was their irreplaceable homeland, the land they vowed to defend with their lives. Shells may pierce their bodies, but they cannot imprison their souls. The melody of resistance began to resonate as the soldiers emerged from the surrounding debris. They began to rally forward, crossing ravines with unyielding determination. The rhythm of 16 notes per second surged once more, carrying unparalleled strength that struck at the hearts of all. The soldiers felt no fear. Nor did anyone retreat. Even amidst the billowing smoke and torrential rain, they pressed on unwaveringly. A fierce and brutal resistance unfolded before the audience. Young lives shone brilliantly in their final moments. The conflicted notes echoed repeatedly in their ears. As the invasion and resistance intertwined on the battlefield. Finally, as the last note struck heavily from Song Yi's hands, the starry sky fell into tranquility. This moment of peace was hard-won, captivating all who were present. The lingering tones of the piano pierced through the darkness of the manor, leaving an indelible mark in the hearts of everyone. Like a shooting star, beneath the dawn sky, all seemed to witness a pure white flower slowly blooming amidst the ruins of war. It was a signal of life and peace. The exhilarating performance left Song Yi in a trance, as if he had traversed that war-torn land. His emotions remained unsettled until the unprecedented applause and cheers erupted within the manor, pulling him from that fantastical realm. Everyone in the manor was shouting and cheering for him. Even the self-proclaimed elegant business tycoons and actresses were no exception. At this moment, all were utterly captivated by Song Yi's piano composition. Chapter 42. Captivation. The applause at Yunming Manor was unrelenting. In a live stream of 5 million viewers, the comments flooded the screen. Grass, brothers, what did I just hear? Why do I feel as if I just experienced a war? Is this the prowess of teacher Song Yi? Although I know nothing of the piano, he was truly magnificent just now. That finger speed. One could not achieve that without being single for over 20 years. This is the true essence of a piano masterpiece. Teacher Song Yi has unveiled yet another skill. How much more talent does he possess? Those who previously praised Kuan step forward and witness what true musical humility looks like. Has teacher Song Yi ever publicly announced his proficiency in so many instruments? How many divine compositions has he secretly created without uttering a word? Indeed, had it not been for that arrogant Qin Hui, teacher Song Yi would likely have continued to remain low-key. Now that is true humility. Keep it up. I am genuinely curious about the name and background of this piano piece. The moment the piano resonated, it felt as though countless shells struck at the core of my being. At this moment, no trace of any fan circles could be seen. Even the most naive among them could discern the weight of this piano piece. It was not something they could easily disparage. The video of Song Yi performing this piano composition quickly spread across various online platforms, with some users even sharing it abroad, drawing the attention of musicians worldwide. Professors from major music academies in Longwa and top-tier pianists were all profoundly impacted by this piece. Although it was deep into the night, the customer service hotline of Tang Dynasty Music Company was inundated with calls. Numerous industry luminaries reached out, eager to arrange meetings with Song Yi. Consequently, the higher-ups at Tang Dynasty Music Company convened an emergency meeting, marking an unprecedented level of attention towards Song Yi. Meanwhile, at Yuming Manor, as Song Yi's piano performance approached its finale, Qin Hui had already slinked away, accompanied by several foreign guests, with their tails between their legs. Their departure did not escape the notice of Cheng Hao and his companions. But they chose not to intervene, as none wished to let such trifling individuals disrupt their appreciation of the piano piece. Mr. Song Yi, could you please tell me the name and origin of this piano composition? Once the applause subsided, Simon could no longer maintain his composure. He excitedly rushed to the stage, grasping Song Yi's hands with fervor, his lips trembling as he spoke. The passion radiating from his eyes made it difficult for Song Yi to meet his gaze. The warmth of the man's palms was somewhat disconcerting to Song Yi. The original inspiration for this piece came from a series of wars that occurred in the last century. If I must assign it a title, I would prefer it to be called War Rhapsody. War Rhapsody? War Rhapsody? I see now. I see now, Simon exclaimed, a dawning comprehension illuminating his face. No wonder the contradictions in the composition are so intense, and the melody and playing techniques are so wild. From this piece, I can hear your profound disdain for war. Upon uttering this, the elderly man, who appeared to be nearing 60, abruptly released Song Yi's hands and bowed deeply before him. Master Song Yi, please forgive my earlier recklessness and ignorance. This composition is truly a world-class masterpiece. In my opinion, it deserves to rank among the top 3 piano pieces in Blue Star. I implore you to permit the Simon Symphony Orchestra to perform this piece during our future world tours. I am willing to pay 10 million RMB in copyright fees. I humbly request your approval. At this statement, the entire room erupted in astonishment. Everyone stood frozen in place, unable to utter a word. As the saying goes, outsiders watch the excitement, while insiders discern the intricacies. From the lightning-fast dexterity of Song Yi's fingers and the impassioned melody, it was evident to all that this piece was of masterful caliber. Yet, none could have anticipated that Simon, the world-renowned conductor of the symphony orchestra and a true musical maestro, would bestow such high praise upon this piano composition. Although it was merely his personal opinion, his claim of it being among the top 3 in his mind spoke volumes. If all goes well, this piece could easily secure a place among the so-called top 10 piano masterpieces of Blue Star. This implies that Song Yi's seemingly audacious claims may very well hold truth. At just 24 years of age, he has already composed this world-class masterpiece, and he is recognized as a musical prodigy. With his terrifying pace of creation, it may be challenging for him to realize his previous grandiose claims within a year. Yet given a decade or 8 years, nothing would be impossible. Moreover, Simon is willing to pay an exorbitant sum of 10 million for the copyright of this piano piece. This is merely the fee for a live performance. Everyone was astonished. If prior to this moment, there was no clear judgment regarding the quality and value of this piece, Simon's declaration undoubtedly provided the most lucid standard for all. Furthermore, the fact that this nearly 60-year-old gentleman addressed Song Yi with the honorific "you" left everyone profoundly shocked. Master Simon, you are too courteous. Please forgive my abrupt interruption of your performance today. The copyright fee can be arranged as per your suggestion, but the specific contract terms must be discussed further with my agent. Upon hearing Song Yi's apology, Simon was taken aback. He hesitated to accept forgiveness. Instead expressing gratitude for the magnificent performance he had just witnessed, I will personally visit your esteemed company tomorrow, hoping to have this piece included as a mandatory repertoire for our concert tour. After a brief exchange with Simon, Song Yi gradually descended from the stage, returning it to the Simon Symphony Orchestra. However, following Song Yi's commotion, dozens of orchestra members had already lost their focus on performing. The guests present showed no inclination for appreciation, instead eagerly surrounding Song. Teacher Song E. I have long heard of your reputation as a rare musical genius from the Dragon Kingdom. I did not expect your mastery of folk music composition and instrument performance to be so exceptional. Here is my business card. Next month, my mother will celebrate her 80th birthday, and I wonder if I might have the honor of inviting Teacher Song E to perform a few pieces. Teacher Song E, here is my business card. My corporation will host a large-scale promotional event at the beginning of next month, and I would like to invite you to sing a few songs. Rest assured about the remuneration, Teacher Song E. I am the Vice President of Phylong Construction Group, and I wish to extend an invitation to you. The chorus of voices clamoring for Song Yi's attention echoed in his ears. Faced with the invitations from these business magnates of various industries in the Dragon Kingdom, Song Yi could not afford to be dismissive and could only accept the business cards one by one. Assuring everyone that the invitations would be relayed through his company, Tang Dynasty Company, and his agent would respond accordingly. Despite Song Yi's evident attempts to deflect, no one was angered, for they all understood just how busy he was about to become. Chapter 43. Legacy. A full half-hour passed before Du Song and Wang Chong managed to rescue Song Yi from the throng of onlookers. Teacher Song Yi, you were simply magnificent. I have never felt such satisfaction in front of Qin Hui, that dog. Indeed, you should have seen the embarrassed expressions on Qin Hui and his cohorts as they sneakily slinked away, their faces a shade of green. Come, let us escort Teacher Song Yi to the inner courtyard on the 3rd floor. After performing 4 such challenging pieces, Teacher Song Yi must be utterly exhausted. Let us have a drink to refresh ourselves. Drink, tonight. We must not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. From this day forth, Teacher Song Yi, you are my sole idol. The group excitedly ushered Song Yi toward the estate's interior. Yet, Song Yi noticed the elderly man who had previously delivered the suona following closely behind him, seemingly wishing to convey something. Elder, do you have something to discuss? Upon hearing Song Yi's inquiry, Wang Chong and the others regained their composure. In their fervor, they had overlooked the fact that this elder had remained. Boss, I believe I have already arranged for someone to pay you. Is there still an issue? As the owner of the estate, Wang Chong had indeed sent for the suona, and naturally, he had settled the payment long ago. No, it is not a matter of money. I wish to gift another suona to Teacher Song Yi, the elder said, reaching into his bag with care to retrieve a cloth-wrapped suona. This is an old suona passed down from my grandmaster. He once remarked that the craft should never be far from oneself, and I have carried this suona with me whenever I traveled far. Observing the nostalgic glimmer in the elder's eyes, the others were puzzled but chose not to interrupt. My name is Lin Weigua. When my master entrusted this suona to me, he established the Lin family troupe for me. However, times have changed, and the troupe has long since disbanded. Although I have taken on a few apprentices, they have all since changed careers, and none are willing to continue this path. The elder's gaze was tinged with sorrow. Song Yi seemed to grasp the weight of his words. I am now old and can no longer play. I had thought this old suona would be buried with me, but today I witnessed your performance, Teacher Song Yi, and you are the true suona master. I wish to gift you this ancestral suona. Do not be deceived by its age, for the sound it produces is even more astonishing than the one you currently possess. I hope you can take it to a grander stage and not allow it to be buried with me. If possible, I also hope you can find a successor for it in the future. May I ask? Faced with the elder's request, Song Yi found himself momentarily choked with emotion. This humble elder was a living embodiment of countless legacies of traditional instruments in the Dragon Kingdom. As times change, many traditional crafts and artisans are fading away. Countless craftsmen, in pursuit of a livelihood, have been compelled to relinquish their steadfastness, toiling for mere scraps of silver. Much of this is an inevitability of progress, and even Song Yi feels powerless to halt it. Yet, with the opportunity to revive traditional instruments, he could make a difference. Without uttering unnecessary words, Song Yi stepped forward to accept the suona wrapped in cloth from the elder. Rest assured, elder. I am confident that before long, you will witness the resurgence of traditional music, and perhaps you may even find a couple of outstanding young apprentices once more. I will safeguard this for you. From now on, all my suona performances will feature it. Should you find a suitable disciple, you may come to reclaim this precious suona at any time. Observing Song Yi's resolute gaze, the elder seemed to glimpse a flicker of hope for the revival of traditional music. Thank you. Handing the suona cloth bag to Song Yi, the elder appeared to have accomplished a monumental task. This was a legacy. Though the two shared no formal master-disciple relationship, it was a transmission of hope from an old suona player to a new one. The comfort of knowing there would be successors. The elder turned and departed with a lightness in his step, regardless of whether traditional music would indeed rise again as Song Yi had just stated, or if he would find a cherished apprentice in his lifetime. He felt a profound sense of fulfillment in having passed on this legacy. Not allowing this ancestral Suona to gather dust was the greatest tribute he could offer to his master and grandmaster. Even if he were to return to the earth, he would face his master's inquiries with courage. Igu, do you think I can still learn to play the Suona at my age? Teacher Song Yi, we also wish to learn. Could you teach us? Observing the elder's retreating figure, Du Song and the wealthy young men seemed to grasp something, suddenly expressing a fervent interest in learning the Suona. Certainly. We will first test your lung capacity and then assess the dexterity of your tongues. If you pass, I will personally teach you. Regardless of whether their interest was fleeting or genuine, learning the Suona at over 20 years old might seem late. Yet passion can be contagious as long as enough people cherish the Suona. Outstanding talents will inevitably emerge. What sort of test involves gauging tongue dexterity? Igu, is your test even legitimate? Indeed, Teacher Song Yi. You wouldn't be trying to trick us, would you? Upon hearing their skepticism, Song Yi replied with annoyance, get lost. The coordination of lung capacity and tongue movement is fundamental for playing the Suona. Do you think I was able to mimic nearly 100 bird calls just by chance? It relies on the synergy between the tongue and that pea-sized reed. Seeing their doubtful expressions, Song Yi ceased to elaborate. After all, these rich young men were unlikely to pursue Suona seriously. It was more probable they were merely caught up in the moment. The group arrived at a villa deep within the estate, where a variety of food and drinks had already been prepared. Song Yi fetched 5 bottles of liquor and directly handed them to the 4 young men and Du Song. If you can drink them all in one breath without taking a break, it indicates that your lung capacity is sufficient. Give it a try, damn. Igu, if you want to get us drunk, just say so. There's no need for such a test. Who would have thought that Teacher Song Yi, with his upright demeanor, could also be so cunning? Ha ha ha, but I like it. It's just drinking from a bottle. Watch me. Masu stepped forward, grabbing a large bottle and began chugging. However, after barely half a bottle, he sensed something was amiss. He had done this before, but never without taking a breath. He found that he simply could not continue pouring the liquor down his throat. After struggling halfway, he gave up. Old Four, how can you be so useless? You didn't even finish half. Watch me. The others took turns, only to discover it was impossible. The one who drank the most was Du Song, the half-hearted singer. He had a slight understanding of diaphragmatic breathing, and after years of singing, his lung capacity surpassed that of the 4 wealthy young men. Yet, he too could barely manage 3/4 before he sputtered it out. Song Yi shook his head in disappointment. It appears none of you possess the talent for playing the Suona. There's no need to test your tongue skills, a bunch of amateurs. Upon hearing Song Yi's mockery, the group instantly bristled. Damn, while we may lack lung capacity, we have never shied away from drinking. If beer is insufficient, let us go straight for the white or red liquor. Exactly, Teacher Song Yi, you are too arrogant. Tonight, I must outdrink you. A group of individuals clamored to overturn Song Yi, who, feeling quite pleased, welcomed them with open arms. After the 3rd round of drinks, they all began to feel a wave of dizziness. Clearly intoxicated, Mr. Song, what is your bank account number? We need to settle the payment for tonight's performance. Wang Chong and the others, their faces flushed, did not forget to settle the performance fee with Song Yi. What? What performance fee? Song Yi could hardly recall any discussion regarding a performance fee. We, the brothers, had already agreed 5 million for each song, but we didn't expect you to not sing, and instead play a tune. Yet, it was all the same, and the effect exceeded our expectations. Indeed, Mr. Song, you performed a total of 4 pieces tonight. That makes 20 million. Please don't think it's too little. At this moment, Song Yi was already feeling quite lightheaded. However, upon hearing the astronomical sum of 20 million, he momentarily regained his clarity. Even Du Song, who had collapsed onto the sofa, sprang up in surprise. What? 20 million? Igu, how did you manage to earn money again? Mr. Song, please don't be modest. This is something we agreed upon in advance. As brothers, we shouldn't complain about the amount. Yes, in the future, if you find yourself in the capital, just let us know. We may not be able to assist with much, but we can certainly issue a few subtle warnings to those media companies that speak ill of you. Hearing their responses, Song Yi, who initially intended to decline, abandoned that thought. It was unnecessary to be coy about money in front of these wealthy young men. That would be a sign of disrespect. He promptly took out his phone and sent his bank account details to Wang Chong. 2 minutes later, a notification chimed. Bank transfer notification. You have received a transfer of 20 million. Your account balance is 20,486,955.32 yuan. Gazing at this substantial sum, Song Yi felt a rush of satisfaction. System, please assist me in donating 20 million. After a moment's hesitation, Song Yi swiftly donated the money through the system. This was partly due to the system's remaining balance of only 1.9 million charity points, which left him feeling insecure, and partly because having that money sit idly in his account would serve no immediate purpose. It was better to distribute it through the system to those in urgent need. Without the system's alluring sounds tempting him to draw lots, Song Yi resumed toasting with the others. By the end of the night, none of the 6 left standing. Unbeknownst to Song Yi, this untaxed income would soon bring him a modicum of trouble. Chapter 44. Equity. The following morning, Song Yi and Du Song, still swaying from the lingering dizziness, arrived at the company. After a night of fermentation, the video of Song Yi's performance on the suona and piano had already spread across major domestic and international websites. Everyone was abuzz discussing this rising musical prodigy, and many were curious to know whether Song Yi's War Rhapsody would make it to the Blue Star's top 10 piano masterpieces. Simultaneously, Song Yi garnered the intrigue and attention of countless music industry veterans. Many had rushed from all corners of the globe to the capital, eager to meet Song Yi, whether to seek collaboration or simply out of admiration. As soon as they stepped into the company, they sensed something amiss in the atmosphere. A group of company executives was gathered at the entrance to their office, led by a middle-aged man around 50 years of age. Clad in formal attire, he exuded a commanding presence, standing at about 1.8 meters tall. The back of the group stood Su Yun, the music director of Tang Dynasty Company, accompanied by the Chen sisters, Chen Jiaxuan and Chen Jiayue. Since Song Yi had only been with the company for a little over 10 days, he had only met a few of these executives, and he had never encountered the middle-aged man at the forefront. Noticing the confusion on Song Yi's face, Du Song quietly whispered, "Igu, he seems to be Chen Guohua, the behind-the-scenes big boss of Tang Dynasty Company. I read about him in the news. I've heard he has other significant ventures." "Mr. Song, I have long wished to meet you in person, but I've been too busy and lacked the opportunity. We watched your performance at Yiming Manor last night, and it was truly astonishing." Chen Guohua stepped forward, bringing the others along, and greeted Song Yi with a broad smile. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen Guohua, the chairman of Tang Dynasty Company. However, the daily management of the company is handled by our president, Tang Maosher." Chen Guohua gestured toward the middle-aged man behind him, whom Song Yi deduced to be Tang Maosher. "We have come today to offer you a transfer of 2 equity in Tang Dynasty Company, and we kindly ask you not to decline." As he spoke, Tang Maosher handed over a document to Chen Guohua. "Please do not misunderstand. This agreement does not impose any special requirements on you. We merely hope that you will remain with the company for at least the next 5 years. Upon hearing this, Song Yi showed little initial reaction, while Du Song nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. Tang Dynasty Company ranks among the top 3 entertainment giants in the Dragon Kingdom. Although it has faced challenges in recent years due to external capital and competition from Xingfei and Jinlin companies, its market value remains well above 50 billion. While it may seem a mere 2, its worth exceeds an astounding 1 billion. Such wealth, unimaginable for an ordinary person, was being so easily offered to Song Yi, who had been employed for less than a month. What was even more astonishing was the company's only request, that Song Yi remain with Tang Dynasty for the next 5 years. This meant that even if he did not work or release new content during that time, he could still generate annual earnings of up to 200 million, not to mention the unprecedented 90 artist revenue share. Just how much importance did they place on Song Yi to make such an offer? Rest assured, this decision was reached unanimously by all board members after a meeting last night. This 2 equity was allocated from all shareholders and has been approved by the entire shareholder assembly, so there will be no issues afterward. Chen Guohua looked earnestly at Song Yi, clearly pleased with the talented young man before him. Otherwise, he would not have allowed his 2 beloved daughters to seek out Song Yi to produce their debut single. Initially, he opposed his daughters entering the entertainment industry, believing it to be a mixed bag. In his view, there was no need for his daughters to expose themselves to the public eye. However, unable to withstand their insistence, he reluctantly agreed to let them approach Song Yi for a trial. Little did he expect, not only did Song Yi agree to produce singles for the twin sisters, but the quality exceeded all expectations. Dragon Kingdom talk quickly became a sensation across the vast expanse of the land, and the youthful, sweet image of the twin sisters attracted countless fans. This left Chen Guohua unable to halt his daughter's aspirations to debut. Yet, he held no regrets about permitting them to seek out Song Yi for their songs. In fact, he felt quite pleased. Even in the treacherous waters of the entertainment industry, with his protection, no one dared to harm the twin sisters. Even rival companies would not dare to deploy smear tactics against Chen and Chen, for the industry bigwigs knew that it was Chen Guohua's Achilles heel. To cross that line would mean a true declaration of war, which would be disadvantageous for all major companies involved. When presented with such enticing conditions, Song Yi refrained from hastily agreeing. He valued freedom more than wealth. After all, with the system by his side, he was not in need of money. He could amass significant wealth at any time he wished. However, being controlled by external factors would pose the greatest trouble. Though their current collaboration was pleasant, the future remained uncertain. Chairman Chen, I sincerely appreciate the company's generous offer, but I would like to inquire if, after signing this agreement, I would still have the freedom to leave the company within 5 years? Does this imply exorbitant penalties for breach of contract? This was the crux of Song Yi's concern. The initial contract with Tang Dynasty clearly stated that both parties could terminate the agreement at will, with no penalties involved. If the transfer of this to equity were to alter that clause, Song Yi would prefer to forego the equity altogether. Upon hearing Song Yi's inquiry, Chen Guohua smiled once more. You may leave the company at any time without incurring any penalties. However, should you depart midway, the equity transfer agreement would automatically become void, meaning you would forfeit this equity valued at over 1 billion. Do you understand? After hearing this, Song Yi nodded but refrained from signing the agreement immediately. Did I understand? Thank you very much for the trust and kindness shown by the company. However, I would like to consult a lawyer to review this agreement. Once I confirm its accuracy, I will sign it. Is that acceptable? Naturally, indeed. As everyone has said, Teacher Song Yi exudes an extraordinary calmness, which is truly commendable. I shall refrain from disturbing everyone at the company. I have heard that many people are seeking your presence today, so let everyone attend to their tasks. Chen Guohua approached and gently patted Song Yi on the shoulder, his gaze filled with admiration. He then turned to glance at the twin sisters, his expression a blend of affection and mild exasperation, yet he chose not to elaborate. Chapter 45. Wanjiang Chen Guohua departed with a host of company executives, leaving behind Su Yun, the twin sisters, and their ever-watchful manager, Li Shanshan. Xiao Song, you are simply remarkable. I never imagined you could conceal such talents, playing both the suona and piano so proficiently without ever mentioning it to your sister. I must admit, I am a tad upset. Once the crowd had dispersed, Su Yun stepped forward to jest with Song Yi. Sister Yun, you jest? I merely possess a modicum of skill. It is hardly worth mentioning. Is there anything else you wish to discuss? Indeed, there is. You are unaware of the incessant calls flooding the company's customer service line since last night, all seeking you. Currently, the customer service department is organizing the inquiries, and Shanshan is filtering through to present you with valuable offers. I wish to inquire about your preferences in advance. There are various opportunities for commercial performances, copyright collaborations, song requests from singers, requests for theme songs for film projects, invitations from the Folk Music Association, and even invitations from major music academies for you to lecture. If we do not seek your input beforehand, merely compiling the offers would amount to an overwhelming stack. Just reporting to you could induce a headache. Let us prioritize creative opportunities for now. As for performance requests, they tend to be time-consuming, so we will temporarily set them aside. The company can handle the copyright requests. I trust your expertise exceeds mine. As for the various dignitaries requesting meetings, let us decline whenever possible, and those we cannot refuse, please pass them on to me. This was Song Yi's pragmatic solution. Crafting a song took him mere minutes, whereas a commercial performance entailed travel, rehearsal, and the actual event, which could not be wrapped up in less than a day. In comparison, the cost-effectiveness of commercial performances was dismally low. However, declining all meeting requests from influential figures was impractical, as Song Yi's grand vision for cultural enrichment necessitated collaboration with exceptional directors. Even if he could awaken relevant skills, his energy was finite. Establishing connections with prominent figures would be beneficial for his network. Moreover, some influential individuals were people the company could not afford to refuse. What seemed reasonable to him appeared differently to the others present. As expected of you, Xiao Song, to claim that performance requests are more time-consuming than creative work. Do you have any idea how many creators in the company have lost their hair, struggling to produce even a single finished piece in a month? You can say that to us, but do not voice it elsewhere. I fear you may find yourself ensnared in a web of trouble. Su Yun's words resonated with both Du Song and Li Shanshan, who nodded in agreement. Had it not been for their strong camaraderie, Du Song might have impulsively reprimanded Song Yi for his arrogance. Yet he could not dispute his point. I believe Teacher Song Yi is absolutely correct. His creative speed is evident to us all. Indeed, when Teacher Song Yi pinned Longwuo for us, he completed it in under 10 minutes. Accepting commercial performances is indeed not worth the effort. The twin sisters consistently supported him. which filled Song Yi with immense gratitude. Teacher Song Yi, could you possibly compose another song for us? Having only one piece upon debut seems rather insufficient. Yes, yes, this time, we shall forego the singer's share. We only desire a song. The two sisters bounced joyfully to Song Yi's side, tugging at his arms and causing the already disoriented Song Yi to feel even more dizzy from his hangover. He casually replied, "All right, I shall write you a sweet song this time, titled AINI. Teacher Song Yi." Upon hearing the title, the sisters' faces flushed crimson, and they hastily released Song Yi's arms, scampering away in a flurry. Why the sudden dash? Women are truly perplexing. Standing at the office door, Song Yi marveled at the complexities of youthful emotions. Meanwhile, the Dragon Country television station, seemingly eager to amplify Song Yi's burgeoning fame, decided to release the MV for Wanjiang at this moment without any prior promotion, simply unveiling the sub-5-minute video across its various online platforms. With nearly 100 million followers on its official accounts, the release sparked an immediate frenzy among viewers. Why has Dragon TV chosen to release Wanjiang without any announcement? Even before viewing the MV, numerous netizens began sharing it, and as the first scene unfolded, they were captivated by the breathtaking scenery. Mist-laden peaks, the crimson glow of dawn, and the serpentine Great Wall. Each frame showcased the majestic beauty of the nation's landscapes. This stunning visual tapestry unfurled, an enchanting voice, imbued with dramatic flair, resonated in the ears of the audience. The red sun rises in the east, illuminating the vast expanse. How fortunate am I to be born in your embrace, flowing with your lifeblood. Let us share the blessings, standing tall and proud. Our nation, Wanjiang, embodies a faith of compassion that endures through the ages. Lacking complex instrumental backing, no performers appeared on screen, leaving only the resplendent scenery of the homeland and the breathtaking voice, its gender difficult to discern. Accompanied by powerful lyrics, the melody was gentle, yet each line of the lyrics carried an immeasurable strength and depth, effortlessly striking a chord within the hearts of viewers. Wow, the visuals in this MV are stunning. Our homeland is truly magnificent. Brothers, is this voice masculine or feminine? Or perhaps it belongs to a child? I find myself utterly confused. This is a dramatic countertenor, brother. Clearly a male voice. It has been ages since I heard such pure dramatic tones. I wager the singer is an esteemed veteran artist from the Dragon Country. Brothers, should we not focus on the lyrics? They are imbued with the essence of our nation. Each line is beautiful and powerful. Indeed, the lyrics are splendidly crafted. How fortunate am I to be born in your embrace, flowing with your lifeblood. I cannot help but feel tears welling up. Our nation, Wanjiang, embodies a faith of compassion that endures through the ages. What divine lyrics! Listening to them makes me realize how deeply I cherish my homeland. The MV had barely reached the 30-second mark when fervent discussions ignited across the internet. At that moment, Li Yufeng, standing on the Great Wall clad in traditional robes, slowly entered the frame, and information about the song flashed before the viewers. Song. Wanjiang lyrics. Song Yi composition. Song Yi arrangement. Song Yi performed by Li Yufeng. Boom. The brief lines of text stirred a tremendous wave of excitement among the audience. Chapter 46. Qin Lin Wow, Wow, Wow. Another new song composed by Song Yi. Did he not just perform 4 new pieces last night? What a terrifying pace of creativity. Even a production team's donkey would not dare to work this hard. It would surely collapse from exhaustion. I seem to recall Dragon TV previously announcing that Song Yi had 2 new songs purchased by the official channel. Could this be one of them? I am more intrigued by the performer, Li Yufeng. His dramatic flair and countertenor are simply mesmerizing. The lyrics are grand yet delivered with such gentleness. I know this individual. He is also a veteran artist. In his youth, he performed cross-dressing roles beautifully. He has been out of the limelight for over a decade. I cannot believe he is making a comeback now. With a song like this, who could resist returning? Song Yi's lyrical prowess is simply unparalleled. Having merely heard the opening, discussions began to proliferate rapidly. The MV's imagery continued to shift, from the winding Great Wall to the tumultuous Yellow River and the boundless mountains, each scene underscoring the vastness and grandeur of the motherland. To this point, Li Yufeng, embodying dual roles, began to sing once more. Tio paint the heavens. I only depict the sun and moon in their eternal dance. To portray the earth, I merely sketch a tranquil corner of mountains and rivers. Tio observe the ages. I behold 5,000 years, as heaven and earth share a gaze. Only Yin and Huang, with open hearts, traverse the 4 corners. The grand and unrestrained lyrics, delivered by Li Yufeng's gentle voice, instilled a profound sense of beauty and healing. The millennia of history belonging to the motherland flickered through the minds of the audience, embodying the unique essence and depth of Huaxia. A powerful sense of pride surged within everyone. Oh, how breathtaking is this scenery! The grandeur of our motherland's mountains and rivers fills one with immense pride. I find myself wondering how teacher Song Yi conjured such exquisite lyrics. Truly, they are magnificent. It would be even more splendid if this song were performed during National Day. Teacher Li Yufeng's voice is so gentle. His vocal prowess is remarkable. He truly deserves to be part of the national team. I wouldn't even consider watching this year's Spring Festival Gala without his song. Indeed, the harmonious blend of masculine and feminine voices sent shivers down my spine. It is simply astounding. Observing the ancient times, spanning 5 millennia, we have endured internal strife. However, when faced with external threats, we unite as one, bound by our shared cultural heritage and beliefs. In the embrace of our glorious land, our hearts are open and resolute, radiating our spirit across the 4 corners of the earth. Teacher Li Yufeng's singing resonates deeply within my soul. When it comes to magnanimity and inclusiveness, it is undoubtedly we, the people of Longhua, who embody these virtues. The composition is exceptional, which explains why the authorities could not resist acquiring the copyright outright. At this moment, the online comments have flooded the screen. Some marvel at Li Yufeng's ability to portray 2 roles with such stunning vocal talent, while others are in awe of Song Yi's extraordinary creative genius. Yet, above all, there is a profound sense of pride in our nation's strength and beauty. As Wanjing approaches its finale, the lyrics unfold. Across the vast expanse, my homeland glimmers with unity. Only Huaxia shines resplendently, its path in full bloom. How fortunate am I to be born in your embrace, carrying the bloodline that flows through generations. Our nation, with compassion, upholds an everlasting belief. The sun rises in the east, casting its brilliance across the horizon. Li Yufeng once again elevates the song to its conclusion with his stunning operatic voice, while the MV continuously showcases the majestic landscapes of our homeland, eliciting gasps of admiration from countless viewers. The enchanting melodies resonate beautifully. Oh, the sacred sounds of the East. Teacher Li Yufeng's operatic tones are simply delightful. How fortunate am I to be born in your embrace. Carrying the bloodline that flows through generations, my heartfelt gratitude to Song Yi and Teacher Li Yufeng for articulating the sentiments I hold dear. Is this the prowess of national team singers? It is utterly breathtaking. I foresee them securing a place in the top 16 of the preliminary selection. Brothers, I find myself on the verge of tears. Am I too sentimental? Only Huaxia shines resplendently. Its path in full bloom. Our motherland has risen. It would be even better without so many who fawn over foreign influences. I am truly moved. May our nation enjoy peace and prosperity. Our nation, with compassion, upholds an everlasting belief. In this life, I have no regrets for being part of Huaxia. May the world know peace. The MV has been fervently shared by countless netizens. In a mere half hour, Wanjing surged to the top of trending lists across various platforms. Everyone is discussing this song produced by Longhua Television, claiming it not only secured a spot in the top 16 of the official selection, but also a place in this year's Spring Festival Gala. As the astonishment grows, it is revealed that, despite there being 5 days remaining until the deadline for the Singing Longhua selection, Song Yi's independently created songs, Huang Hungren, Longhua, and Wanjing, have all but ensured their places in the top 16. If we also count another song from Long Tai that has yet to be aired, Song Yi could potentially have 4 entries in the top 16. Unbeknownst to the public, Wang Fei has also acquired 2 songs from Song Yi for entry into the competition, which would surely cause even more alarm. Regardless, Song Yi's dominance with 4 entries has sent shockwaves through numerous artists and entertainment companies. At Jinlin Entertainment Company, with only 5 days until the registration deadline, the Creative Center's approved songs amount to a mere 3. Do you even want to keep your position as the Creative Center Director? Witnessing the uproar caused by Wanjing, Vice President Qin Lin was furious. The Creative Center Director, Zhu Hongba, stood across from him, drenched in cold sweat, yet dared not speak. What on earth have the hundreds of creators in your center been doing? Only 3 songs made it through the approval process. Song Yi from Tang Dynasty Company has already secured 4 songs in the top 16, not to mention the additional songs from other creators within Tang Dynasty Company. Are you all aiming to be completely outdone? Bang! In his fury, Qin Lin smashed the teacup before him. Previously, whether in any type of event or competition, Tang Dynasty, Jinlin, and Xingfei companies maintained a balance of power, leaving countless others to scramble for the remaining slots. However, ever since Song Yi's emergence, the landscape has shifted dramatically. The authorities, who had previously remained neutral, have actively supported Song E. Even organizing grand theme song selection events, it is evident that a significant transformation has occurred in the domestic entertainment industry. If one fails to adapt to the shifting policy winds, even a giant like Jean Lin will inevitably decline. Initially, it was believed that despite a sudden change in musical style, Jean Lin, with its hundreds of music creators, could easily navigate the selection process, thereby demonstrating its loyalty to the authorities. However, 10 days passed, and out of the hundreds of songs submitted, only 3 mediocre pieces managed to pass muster. Even if Jean Lin attempted to leverage its capital to push these 3 songs into the top 16 through online voting, it would face immense challenges. President Qin, this really isn't my fault. The program's review process has been exceptionally stringent. I've already put pressure on our department members to produce an additional 100 songs before the registration deadline, Zhu Hongba cautiously explained, hoping to salvage his standing. After all, Jin Lin's financial prowess is formidable, and he had worked hard to secure his position, naturally unwilling to lose it easily. Originally, he intended to release the 2 songs only at the registration deadline, but now he must do so prematurely. Go on, coordinate with the operations department on a solid plan. Don't let it end up like Xingfei's Xinjia, or Jean Lin will truly miss its opportunity in this competition. Yes, President Qin, rest assured, I will ensure the task is completed. Seeing Jean Lin's attitude soften, Zhu Hongba hurriedly exited the office. A similar scene unfolded across various entertainment companies, large and small, as everyone made a final push for the official selection. Chapter 47. The Elder at Tang Dynasty Company. Hello, Teacher Song E, didn't you just leave? Why are you calling me? At this moment, Song E, who was not overly concerned about the buzz surrounding Wang Jing, was calling Wang Chong. After a night of heavy drinking, Song E had chosen to stay overnight at Yiming Manor. The following morning, both arrived at work, with Wang Chong arranging for a driver to bring them. It's nothing serious. Tang Dynasty Company suddenly wants to transfer 2 of their shares to me, probably to keep me on board. I've sent you the contract's photo. Could you help me find a few professional lawyers to check if there are any hidden pitfalls in it? Wang Chong, initially feeling slightly dizzy, instantly became alert upon hearing this. What? Tang Dynasty Company is making such a bold move. That's impressive. Wang Chong knew exactly the value represented by a 2-share transfer from Tang Dynasty Company and couldn't help but admire their audacity. With your talent, Teacher Song Yi, that too is quite a bargain. If I were in your position, I would do the same. Don't worry, I'll have an answer for you by this afternoon. All right, I appreciate it. Hey, this is just a small matter. Feel free to reach out anytime. After discussing the matter, they ended the call without further conversation. Having such a wealthy friend is certainly convenient. Many tasks can be delegated to them. And importantly, there is no need to pay. If they discussed money, it might lead to a heated argument. For a contract worth 10 billion, if Song Yi sought an external lawyer for review, the consultation fees alone would likely reach hundreds of thousands, if not over 1 million, as lawyers generally charge based on a percentage of the contract amount. The larger the contract, the higher the fees. As Song Yi prepared to relax on a lounge chair and recover from the night before, Su Yun and Li Shanshan entered the office with a thick stack of folders. Xiao Song, we've compiled a list of the most pressing clients and announcements. All collaborations that can be handled by the company have been assigned to the marketing department, and we turned away those we could refuse. However, there are still dozens of clients we cannot decline, and their requests are quite firm. They all wish to meet with you to discuss further. I've arranged for them to wait in the large conference room downstairs. Dio, you want to meet with them? As she spoke, Su Yun handed Song Yi a folder containing a list of valuable announcements that had been carefully curated. This list was compiled at Song Yi's request, excluding all commercial performance invitations, or else the list would have doubled in size. I have directly declined any invitations from singers offering less than 2 million. However, there are still over 20 requests pending. At present, several artists are already waiting downstairs. Notably, there are the illustrious Hua Sai from Hong Kong and the esteemed Li Fujin from Taiwan. They wish for you to compose a piece for their participation in the recent call for submissions from Longhua Television, with a remuneration of 6 million for each song. Additionally, several film directors and music producers are eager to discuss potential collaborations for theme songs, and director Wang Jin has even extended an invitation for you to make a cameo in a new film. I wonder if you have any aspirations to venture into the film industry at this juncture. At this point, Su Yun paused. Although Tang Dynasty Company primarily focuses on music production, its film department is equally formidable, boasting several top-tier actors under its banner. Should Song Yi truly be inclined to enter the film realm, Tang Dynasty would undoubtedly offer its unwavering support. Given Song Yi's current fame, even a poorly made film would likely attract a substantial following and box office revenue. For now, The mere thought of these songwriting invitations is already overwhelming, leaving little time for acting engagements, Song Yi lamented. Even with a system in place, managing such an influx of requests is not a task that can be accomplished swiftly. Furthermore, even if one wishes to accept, it is impossible to accommodate them all. Otherwise, such an extraordinary pace of creation would inevitably raise suspicions. Song Yi has no desire to become a subject of scrutiny. Moreover, a few esteemed professors from the Longhua Higher Education Music Group have arrived, eager to discuss in detail the suona and piano pieces performed last night, and they wish to extend an invitation for you to teach at the Academy. Several vice presidents and the president of the Longhua Folk Music Association are also present, with intentions similar to those of the professors from the Higher Education Group, yet they also seek to discuss licensing for the 3 suona pieces. Currently, these are the most pressing guests. Do you have any thoughts? Su-Yun set down the folder in her hands, inquiring about Song Yi's opinions. Due to the company's heightened regard for Song Yi, Su-Yun, as the music director of Tang Dynasty, has effectively taken on the role of half his agent. The individuals mentioned are all prominent figures within the Longhua industry, making it impossible to avoid them even if one chooses not to accept their offers. Fearing that Song Yi's youthful exuberance might lead to unintended rudeness, Su-Yun decided to accompany him throughout the meetings. What other choice do we have? We shall meet them one by one. However, the number of singers requesting songs is simply too great, and I cannot possibly compose for them all at once. For the time being, let us prioritize Wat Sai and teacher Li Fujin. As you suggested. As for the other singers, kindly inform them to return for now, and we shall reconsider their requests when time permits. Additionally, let us first meet with the Folk Music Association and the professors from the Higher Education Group. Could you arrange a separate meeting room for them? I will join them in approximately half an hour. Understood. I will attend to that immediately. Upon hearing this, Su-Yun promptly turned to arrange matters with Li Shanshan, not questioning why it would take half an hour for him to descend. Since Song Yi had stated it, there must be valid reasoning behind it. Once the two had departed, Song Yi pulled out a sheet of manuscript paper from his desk and began to replicate the lyrics and melody of the hero song and Double Happiness. He meticulously composed the 3 sections of 100 Birds paying homage to the phoenix, demise, rebirth, and harmony. Given that the president of the Folk Music Association had come in person, it was clear that these 3 pieces were of particular interest to him. Although the performance of 100 Birds paying homage to the phoenix last night had been stunning, it was merely a third of the complete version. Half an hour later, Song Yi, accompanied by Su-Yun and Li Shanshan, arrived at the meeting room downstairs. At this point, Su-Yun had already divided the numerous guests into several groups. It was estimated that merely meeting these guests would consume an entire day for Song Yi. Upon entering the meeting room, he was immediately surrounded by 10 or so elderly individuals nearing 70. Song Yi, you have finally arrived. I am Li Hongyun, the president of the Longhua Folk Music Association. I wish to incorporate the 3 suona pieces you performed last night into our association's regular repertoire. However, our budget is limited, and we can only offer 1 million for the rights to each piece. I am Shen Liangping, the dean of the Instrumental College at Daijing Music University. I wish to include all 4 of your pieces from last night into this year's new curriculum. The Higher Education Group will reward you 1 million for each piece. I hope you do not find this insufficient. Furthermore, I wish to invite you to teach a few music classes at the Academy. I am Pan Jingyi, the Vice Dean of the Modu Music Academy. Our faculty and students hold you in high regard, and I would like to invite you to become a permanent special lecturer at our academy. Before Song Yi could utter a word, the group of elderly individuals surged forward, their voices growing ever louder. Thank you, esteemed elders, for your kind words. I am aware of your intentions. Please, have a seat. Observing the spirited group of elderly individuals, Song Yi genuinely feared that their excitement might lead to some unforeseen incident, and he hurriedly urged them to sit. Unfortunately, his plea went unheard as they continued to surround him at the office door, chattering incessantly. Among them, Li Hongyun, the president of the Folk Music Association, and Shen Liangping from Daijing Music University were particularly animated. Song Yi, you must listen. Your talent in folk music is unparalleled. The techniques you showcased in the 3 suona pieces you played yesterday are beyond the reach of many seasoned suona players. Not to mention the intricate and esoteric arrangements. These are pieces rarely seen in decades. Listen to me. Forget about pop music. Come with me to the Folk Music Association, and I will hand over the president's position to you. The traditional instruments of Longhua need you to inherit and promote them. At that moment, Li Hongyun became increasingly fervent, tugging at Song Yi's arm as if to lead him outside. Despite being a man nearing 70, he exhibited a surprising strength that left Song Yi somewhat powerless to resist. The critical point was that he dared not push back too forcefully, should Li Hongyun happen to stumble to the ground in a fit of indignation. The repercussions would surely be significant. Before Song Yi could express his refusal, Shun Liangping, the representative of the higher education group, interjected, Li Hongyun, you are talking nonsense. What about folk music? Are you aware of the significance of the piano piece Song Yi performed last night? It stands among the top 10 piano masterpieces in the world. As for folk music genius, I believe Song Yi is a rare piano prodigy. Do not take offense, but while pursuing pop music at Tang Dynasty may be more lucrative, I sincerely hope you will join me at the Academy to study piano pieces and create more world-class compositions. That would be far more worthwhile. I will strive to secure you the best treatment at the Academy. You are the one who is mistaken. With your abilities, you should not be teaching. It is time for you to retire. As the two elderly gentlemen began to quarrel, tugging at Song Yi's arms, he found himself in a rather comical predicament. Perhaps it is inappropriate for you two esteemed gentlemen to compete for my attention within Tang Dynasty Company. Why not sit down and discuss this? Fortunately, at that moment, Su Yun's interjection brought a momentary calm to the agitated elders. It seemed they began to realize their behavior was somewhat inappropriate, and after exchanging a few sharp words, they sequentially settled into their seats within the meeting room. The professors from the higher education group sat to the left, while the members of the Folk Music Association took their places on the right, leaving the foremost seat for the youngest. Song Yi, I appreciate the sentiments of all the esteemed elders. However, I currently have no intention of departing from Tang Dynasty Company. As for teaching at the Music Academy, I must humbly admit that my knowledge is rather limited, and I am unworthy of taking the stage to display my abilities. As he spoke, Song Yi offered a slight bow toward the elderly gentlemen on either side, acknowledging their warm invitations. However, what he believed to be heartfelt words were interpreted entirely differently by those present. If you consider yourself lacking, what does that say about us who have spent decades in education? Your words leave this old professor feeling utterly ashamed. Do we even have the right to hold any professorial titles? While humility is a cherished virtue among the Longwa people, excessive modesty can be perceived as pretentiousness. At that moment, Song Yi's words, whether intentional or not, struck a heavy blow to the spirits of the elderly gentlemen, leaving them somewhat shaken in their resolve. Please, esteemed elders, do not misunderstand. Much of my knowledge is merely superficial. I know the what but not the why. Despite my ability to play and perform, when it comes to articulating profound theories, I truly find myself at a loss. I hope you will forgive my shortcomings. I speak from the heart. Upon observing Song Yi's earnest gaze, which seemed devoid of pretense, the gentlemen swiftly gathered their fraying convictions. Li Hongyun spoke slowly, to know the what but not the why. Does this imply you possess the so-called absolute pitch? Is your composition solely instinctual? At that moment, the elderly gentleman exchanged glances, seemingly in agreement with Li Hongyun's assertion. Indeed, it is no wonder that you are the youngest musical prodigy. Possessing absolute pitch explains your astonishing speed of creation. Shen Liangping also affirmed the notion of absolute pitch, and the emotions of the group began to stabilize, gradually accepting the vast differences in talent among individuals. Once the atmosphere calmed, Song Yi distributed the sheet music he held to the elderly gentleman. When Shen Liangping and the others laid eyes on the score for War Rhapsody, they expressed little surprise, as they had already spent the night comparing it with the video of Song Yi's performance, resulting in a complete version of the score. It bore little difference from what Song Yi had just submitted. However, when the members of the Folk Music Association beheld the more complete lyrics and arrangements for Double Happiness and the Hero Song, their faces lit up with excitement. The mere Swana solo had already been so breathtaking. One could only imagine the spectacle that would ensue with the addition of other instruments and vocals. A few individuals could not help but succumb to their reveries. Is this the complete rendition of 100 Birds paying homage to the phoenix? When Li Hongyun beheld the full score and detailed explanation of 100 Birds paying homage to the phoenix, his face flushed with excitement, rendering him speechless. Even the professors from the university group displayed an insatiable curiosity towards the score, rising one after another to examine it. With profound expertise in music, they naturally possessed a comprehensive understanding of both Eastern and Western instruments. Upon discovering that 100 Birds paying homage to the phoenix comprises 3 distinct sections, they were utterly astonished. As everyone witnessed, the piece I performed last night was merely a fragment of those 3 sections. The complete composition could be employed for occasions such as full moons, weddings, and funerals, encapsulating the entirety of an ordinary person's life. It can be played solo, or as a duet, quartet, or even an ensemble of 8. Furthermore, it can be combined with instruments like the shang, drums, xiao, pipa, and even Western instruments such as the violin. The esteemed leaders might consider taking it back for further study. I believe it will be even more breathtaking than my rendition from last night. Song Yi's words ignited the imaginations of all present. As if a grand performance of traditional music were already unfolding in their minds, Li Hongyun, trembling as he stood, spoke. Song Yi. The significance of these three pieces for the development of traditional music is immense. I hope to include them in our association's regular performance repertoire. Would a copyright fee of 5 million be acceptable to you? As he spoke, Li Hongyun's tone lacked the earlier bravado he had displayed in his debate with Shen Liangping. Although the Dragon Nation Traditional Music Association received official funding support, their financial resources were dwarfed by those of the University Education Group. 5 million was merely half of what the Simon Orchestra had offered the previous night. Yet they sought the performance rights for 3 entire pieces. Such comparisons are disheartening. Without a point of reference, the 5 million copyright fee appears to be a substantial sum. However, once juxtaposed with the previous offer, it seems somewhat lacking in sincerity. Nevertheless, this 5 million far exceeded the budget of those present prior to their arrival. Once they return, the elders would need to devise a strategy to appeal to their superiors for additional funding, lest the entire association face a return to austerity. Song Yi, we in the university group also wish to include your 3 Suona pieces and 1 piano piece in this year's new curriculum. This will bolster students' confidence in our Dragon Nation's culture. We will not discuss any authorization fees. The University Education Group will grant you a creative bonus of 5 million. Although it may not be substantial, it is the utmost authority we possess, so I hope you will not decline. While the university's funding was ample, every allocation required layers of approval. Previously, relevant rewards for each piece had not exceeded 500,000. Thus, this 5 million bonus would necessitate a complete report for reapproval upon the elders' return. If the higher-ups did not grant approval, they might even have to cover the difference out of their own pockets. Though the likelihood of that was quite low. The group of elders, seated along the elongated conference table, gazed at Song Yi with excited anticipation, fearful that he might utter a refusal and of course, whether its inclusion in the curriculum or performances by the Traditional Music Association. Either would be an unparalleled honor for me, however. I have some differing thoughts regarding the copyright fee and bonus. Upon hearing Song Yi's response, Shen Liangping and Li Hongyun quickly inquired, what thoughts do you have? If you believe 5 million is insufficient, we can attempt to apply for more. Indeed, I understand that for these 4 pieces, 5 million may be a bit low. Our association can reapply. It was evident that the assembly believed Song Yi felt the compensation was inadequate and sought to negotiate a higher price. While they considered his actions somewhat avaricious, they did not voice their reservations. After all, artists must also make a living, and there is nothing amiss with transparent pricing. However, what Song Yi uttered next left everyone feeling as though the ground had shifted beneath them. No, dear elders, you misunderstand. The 5 million bonus and copyright fee you offer are more than sufficient. I wish to transfer this 10 million fund to the Dragon Nation Traditional Music Association and the University Group. And I am willing to relinquish the copyrights for all 4 pieces to you. Boom. The moment those words escaped Song Yi's lips, the room was filled with a cacophony of astonishment. No one had anticipated that Song Yi would make such a declaration. Not even Su Yun, who stood quietly to the side. She understood the economic value of these pieces all too well, if one were to factor in the lyrics versions of Song of the Brave and Double Happiness. Managed by Tang Dynasty Company, the economic potential of the 4 pieces could easily reach tens of millions, if not over 100 million. After all, a single piece, War Rhapsody, could compel the Simon Symphony Orchestra to splurge $1 million RMB. Following that, numerous orchestras and film institutions would seek collaboration. Moreover, the copyright for the traditional masterpiece 100 Birds paying homage to the phoenix signified immeasurable economic value. Little Song, do you comprehend what that statement entails? Have you considered it carefully? Even from the company's perspective, Su Yun felt compelled to advise Song Yi to reconsider. After all, as long as Song Yi remained with the company, the economic benefits generated by these pieces would yield a portion for the company as well. Sister Yun, I am aware of what I am doing. I just hope the company can support my decision. Song Yi turned to Su Yun earnestly. Although it had been established upon his hiring that all creative copyrights would belong to him, with Tang Dynasty Company only holding operational rights, he desired the company's backing due to their cooperative relationship that, of course, Chairman Qin and President Tang specifically instructed that all matters align with your will. However, you must contemplate this carefully. These are pieces worth over 100 million. Song Yi nodded gravely in acknowledgement. He then turned to face the group of elders, who appeared utterly dumbfounded. Esteemed elders, I am willing to donate the copyrights and bonuses for these 4 pieces to the University Education Group and the Traditional Music Association. But I have one condition. At this moment, the representatives from the University Education Group, Shun Liangping, and the president of the Traditional Music Association, Li Hongyun, wore solemn expressions. They rose and addressed Song Yi earnestly. Song Yi, please state your condition. Whatever we can do, we shall certainly agree. They assumed Song Yi sought assistance with something challenging, hoping to enlist their aid. Although the notion of bartering was somewhat disreputable, the elders had softened their stance in light of this youthful musical prodigy and his classic compositions. I hope that the University Education Group and the Traditional Music Association can utilize the profits generated from these pieces to jointly establish a fund for the development of traditional instruments, aiding all young individuals interested in traditional music in bettering their studies. Additionally, I hope the Music University can enhance its support for traditional music students and even expand enrollment. I understand that for universities, this educational funding is but a drop in the bucket, yet I aspire to witness traditional music flourish from rural areas to universities and even reach beyond our borders. Boom. The assembly was once again left in stunned silence by Song Yi's heartfelt words. If, prior to this moment, they had merely admired Song Yi's astonishing creative talent, they were now profoundly moved by his passion. Though Song Yi had never explicitly mentioned the word donation, his actions effectively amounted to a direct contribution of over 100 million towards the advancement of traditional music. What was even more significant was that Song Yi harbored a grand dream: to see traditional music transcend national boundaries. This was a notion that many in the Dragon Nation, where foreign music reigned supreme, dared not even contemplate. Observing the crowd lost in a daze, Song Yi continued to articulate his vision. Many traditional instruments are now at risk of extinction. I propose that the Traditional Music Association keep pace with the times and not cling to antiquated practices. For instance, during regular performances, we should not confine ourselves to traditional repertoires and live presentations. We can seamlessly integrate online streaming and popular music adaptations. Song Yi's words jolted the assembly back to reality. Regardless of whether they were professors from the university group or vice presidents of the Traditional Music Association, their hearts were invested in the development of traditional music. However, in recent years, the impact of capital and the lack of effective promotional strategies had led to a decline in young people's interest in traditional instruments. Even rural weddings and funerals had ceased to engage traditional music ensembles, opting instead for Western bands. Ordinary traditional music bands struggled to make ends meet, making it impossible to attract younger generations to carry on this legacy. Upon hearing Song Yi's remarks, the assembly seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope for the resurgence of traditional music. Song Yi, will audiences actually watch live streams of traditional music performances? Moreover, can popular music truly intertwine with traditional instruments? Although the association had previously attempted internet promotion, the viewership had been dismally low, ultimately leading to the abandonment of that route. Absolutely. As long as the right methods are employed, anything is possible. My performance last night was a live stream. Wasn't it? Given the appropriate opportunities and suitable representatives, even traditional music performances can attract a vast audience. Furthermore, you see, in my piece Yellow-Skinned People, the main accompaniment consists of the bamboo flute and the large drum. This song, while popular music, has garnered a substantial audience as well. Everyone should liberate their conventional thinking. Traditional music can indeed harmonize with Western instruments. With sufficient audacity and the right electronic effects, my rendition of 100 Birds paying homage to the phoenix could even be played at nightclubs for the youth to dance to. This assertion was not mere bravado on Song Yi's part. In a previous life, such an approach had indeed been successfully executed, inciting a wave of enthusiasm for the Swana among the youth. However, it was evident that this avant-garde perspective was beyond the comprehension and acceptance of the elderly assembly before him. No. Such a solemn and majestic piece as 100 Birds paying homage to the phoenix should never be played at a nightclub for dancing. Absolutely not. Indeed, Song Yi, your idea of combining traditional folk music with Western instruments is excellent, and it is something that our music academy is currently pursuing. However, using a piece like 100 Birds paying homage to the phoenix for dancing would be nothing short of sacrilege, unthinkable. Observing the lack of support from both groups for this notion, Song Yi ceased to insist. After all, change must come gradually. It is entirely normal for people to be unable to accept it all at once. Well, I have shared the concept with you. How you choose to execute it is entirely up to you. Moreover, I believe there are many masters of traditional instruments out there. You might consider organizing a competition for folk instrument performances. I have even thought of a name for it: Grand Festival of Folk Music. The prize can be set quite high, and performances from various instruments are welcome. Additionally, we could arrange for a few professional instructors to oversee the event. Once it is broadcasted online and on television, it will undoubtedly attract more young people to appreciate folk music. Listening to Song Yi's imaginative ideas, the crowd was once again taken aback. They had never considered such a method to promote folk music. So, Song Yi, would you be willing to serve as a judge for this competition? Yes, yes. With your popularity, it would surely boost the viewership of the event. Indeed. How could we not have thought of such a method before? Song Yi inherently brings a substantial following. Coupled with his exceptional instrumental skills, the viewership of this competition is bound to reach astonishing heights. A group of elderly men began to engage in animated discussion. From how to set the prize money to how to invite folk masters to participate, even down to the broadcast and advertising arrangements. They even speculated about where Song Yi would sit on the judging panel. Ahem, esteemed seniors, I think being a judge is a bit much for me. I am rather inexperienced. Bang. Before Song Yi could finish his sentence, the elderly gentleman erupted with fervor. Silence. You insolent young man, whom do you insult? How outrageous. We are nearly 70 years old. Why should we endure such humiliation from you? If it weren't for your vast number of fans, I would have given you a good beating right now. Yes, if you dare to retaliate, we will simply lie down on the ground. A dozen elderly men shouted in unison, leaving Song Yi at a loss for words. He could only wait for them to finish before weakly stating, esteemed seniors, I truly cannot serve as a judge, and besides, my appearance fee is rather high. You probably can't afford it, right? However, I can promise that on the day of the grand festival of folk music, I could come and perform a few pieces to help draw a crowd. Upon hearing Song Yi mention performance fees, the crowd fell silent. Given his current value, they indeed found it somewhat difficult to afford him. Yet, they soon discovered something else. Song Yi, what did you just say? A few pieces. Which other instruments do you play that you haven't told us about? How does your skill with other instruments compare? Is it as strong as with the swona? Yes, can you play the eru? What about the pipa? Hurry and show us what you've got. The crowd grew excited once more. They insisted on dragging Song Yi to the instrument room for a performance. But he quickly waved his hands and said, No, let's leave it for today. I can only play a little on those instruments. It's not worthy of a grand presentation. How about we call it a day? I still have many guests to meet. Mainly, he had not yet unlocked or exchanged for the other instruments, and he could not play them at all. Furthermore, he estimated that organizing this competition would take quite some time. After all, folk music has been in decline for a long while, and merely discovering talent in folk music would require considerable effort. Oh, by the way, a film crew should come to ask for the usage rights to a few of my pieces today. I will direct them to negotiate the price with you. Song Yi suddenly remembered that he had several directors to meet afterward. Since he had already transferred the copyright to the Folk Music Association and the Educational Group, there was no need to discuss it further. As for the copyright transfer, representatives from Tang Dynasty Company would prepare the documents for his signature. Although the payment would be significantly less, the work would also become much easier. He just wondered if, when their transaction was completed, the system would count this portion of funds as part of his donation quota. Chapter 50. Negotiations. Several elderly gentlemen left Tang Dynasty Company in high spirits, their hearts filled with the aspiration to cultivate a group of outstanding folk music youth, excitedly discussing the various details of the grand festival of folk music. They hoped to unearth a batch of exceptional musicians through this competition. These musicians, one day, could proudly showcase the instruments of Longhua, dressed in Hanfu and Tang suits, on the streets and stages of Europe and America, confidently presenting the music of Longhua. Although this goal seemed somewhat distant, Song Yi's words had instilled a glimmer of hope for success within them. Perhaps within their lifetimes, this goal might just become a reality. Wang Jin, Chen Jia, Zhang Shaolin, and Chen Dong, for directors, were waiting in the adjacent meeting room. Would you like to take a break first? No need. Let us head over directly. The moment he finished sending off the elderly gentleman, Song Yi hurried to the next appointment. Fortunately, the meeting with the elderly did not take too long. Lasting just under an hour, he took a few steps to the adjacent meeting room. Upon entering, he saw 8 middle-aged men seated on the sofa, consisting of 4 directors and music producers from different production teams. Among them, the most memorable was a smiling, slightly rotund middle-aged man. This was director Wang Jin. Due to his high filming frequency and occasional cameo appearances in his own films, many audiences in Longhua were quite familiar with him. And Song Yi was no exception. Upon seeing Song Yi enter, the group promptly stood up and approached him. Teacher Song Yi, welcome. I am Wang Jin, the director of Legend of Jiang Yuyan. I sent you an invitation on Weibo. Do you remember? Additionally, I would like to invite you to make a cameo in my new film. Would you be interested? Hello, Teacher Song Yi, I am Zhang Shaolin, the director of the TV series Water Margin. We would like to use the piece you played last night, Song of the Hero, as the theme song. Could you possibly write a set of lyrics for this series? Finally, I get to meet you, Teacher Song Yi. I am Chen Jia, the director of the movie Painted Skin. I had also sent you an invitation on Weibo. Could you spare some time to write a theme song for our film? I am Chendong, the director of the movie A Chinese Ghost Story. I wish to use the piece you played last night, Double Happiness, as the background music for our film. If possible, we would also hope you could write a theme song for this movie. We will definitely offer a generous remuneration. The four directors, along with their respective music producers, proactively approached Song Yi to shake hands and greet him, directly stating their intentions. Compared to the previous elderly gentleman, the four directors appeared considerably more composed. While they were enthusiastic, they did not exhibit impatience. In fact, for such requests, it was usually sufficient to send a formal invitation through the production team to Tang Dynasty Company. If Song Yi found the price agreeable, he could remotely produce a demo of the song to send back. The reason these four directors personally came, accompanied by their music producers, was due to their fear that a remote invitation to Song Yi could take 1 or 2 months just to get a response. As these projects had already entered the production phase, they could not afford to delay at this stage. Moreover, everyone wanted to meet this rising star in person, even contemplating inviting Song Yi as the male lead for their next project. After all, no matter the era, popularity translates to significant financial gain. At this moment, Song Yi's popularity was on par with the top-tier stars. If they could establish a relationship with Song Yi in advance, it would undoubtedly be beneficial. This was why so many people were eager to meet him today, though unfortunately, most had been directly turned away by Tang Dynasty Company. Besides the elderly gentleman he had just seen off, these were the only prominent directors allowed to meet him. Thank you for your patience. I understand your intentions, so let us sit down and discuss further. Song Yi invited everyone to sit down. He recalled the requests made by the group earlier and, after organizing his thoughts, spoke. Director Wang Jin, thank you for your kind words. However, I currently have no intention of entering the entertainment industry, so I must decline the offer for a cameo role for now. I recall you wish to use Yellow People as the theme song for the TV series, which is entirely feasible. However, I'm not quite familiar with the specific licensing fees. Perhaps you could arrange for someone to discuss the details with my agent, Li Shanshan. As one of the most prolific film directors, Wang Jin had indeed produced his share of mediocre films, but he had also created several classic Chinese films, thereby supporting a large number of actors. Song Yi held a degree of respect for Wang Jin. Although he had no intention of entering the film industry now, he knew that once the opportunity arose, many excellent scripts would require these filmmakers to bring them to life. Relying solely on himself would not suffice to break into foreign markets and export Lungwa's cinematic culture. This was also a key reason for Song Yi's decision to meet with these individuals personally. Therefore, he spoke with utmost courtesy, considering they might be valuable resources in the future. Excellent. Securing the rights to Yellow People will make this trip worthwhile. I will have someone contact your agent as soon as I return. After finishing his conversation, Wang Jin did not rush to leave. Instead, he quietly sat aside, seemingly preparing to depart with the others. After all, both Wang Jin and Chen Dong hailed from Xiangjiang, and it was quite possible that the two had taken the same flight to arrive together. Subsequently, Song Yi turned to Zhang Shaolin, the director of Water Margin, and handed him his phone. Director Zhang, here are the lyrics and melody for Heroic Song that I have prepared. Please take a moment to review the content to see if it fits your needs. Since the paper draft had already been submitted to Li Hongyun, Song Yi's phone only contained previously taken photos, but that was more than sufficient. Zhang Shaolin eagerly took the phone from Song Yi, excitedly sharing it with the music producer behind him. The two had initially thought they would need to engage Song Yi for individual lyric contributions, which would require considerable effort. To their surprise, Song Yi had already completed the work in advance. Even the other 3 directors and music producers could not contain their curiosity and rose to join the excitement. Unfortunately, the small screen of the phone only allowed 3 or 4 people to catch a glimpse of the lyrics and melody. The music producer behind Zhang Shaolin could not help but softly hum along. The great river flows eastward. The stars in the sky align with the Big Dipper. A bowl of wine symbolizes a bond of life and death. When witnessing injustice on the road, let out a roar. When it's time to act, one must take action. Charging through the 9 provinces with great fervor. Although the singing was rather poor and somewhat off-key, those few simple lines of lyrics brought immense joy to Zhang Shaolin. He could already sense the heroic spirit and camaraderie of the Liangshan outlaws emanating from the unpretentious words. Teacher Song Yi. The lyrics are absolutely splendid. This is precisely the theme song we desire for Water Margin. I wonder when you could help us record this song. Zhang Shaolin did not delve into the specifics of compensation. Given that Water Margin was an officially produced script, the pricing was sensitive, and it was not prudent to offer too high a figure. However, due to Song Yi's good rapport with Long Tai, Zhang Shaolin believed he would not demand an exorbitant price. I shall not participate in the singing of this song. and I have already transferred the copyright to the National Music Association. Director Zhang, you may contact President Li Hongyun later to discuss the usage rights. Transferred? The words of Song Yi astonished the several directors present. After all, no one had anticipated the swift action of the National Music Association. It had taken less than a day for them to secure all the copyrights for Heroic Song. At this moment, no one considered the possibility of a gift. They all assumed the association had offered a high price to outright purchase the rights. Song Yi merely smiled subtly, offering no further explanation. He then turned to Chen Dong, the director of A Chinese Ghost Story. Director Chen, I have also transferred the copyright for Joy to the National Music Association. If you wish to use this Suona piece as background music, you will need to arrange for someone to contact President Li Hongyun in this manner. Song Yi effectively handed over 2 projects to the National Music Association. Although he had incurred a loss of several million, he felt a deep sense of fulfillment. The decline of traditional music in Longwa, even with the support of official funding for the National Music Association, left it in an increasingly precarious situation. Despite Li Hongyun's insistence on a 5 million price tag for the usage rights of 3 Suona pieces, the association's internal members had been leaving in droves due to a lack of performance opportunities and low fees. Without intervention, it was feared that in a few years, only those in their 60s and 70s would remain. Providing additional funding for the association's members could help foster better development. Teacher Song Yi, is your reluctance to participate in the singing of this song due to concerns about the compensation being too low? Rest assured, I can apply to the investors for increased funding for the theme song. I will ensure it satisfies you. The investors for this television drama were Longtai and the Longwa Television Production Center. Funds were not lacking. Rather, every expenditure needed to be reported upwards. However, Zhang Shaolin believed that as long as Song Yi was willing to sing, the higher authorities would certainly approve special funding. Director Zhang has misunderstood my decision not to participate in the singing is not motivated by financial concerns, but rather because I have someone in mind who is more suited for the role. That would be Lu Huan, a master who has been out of the limelight for over a decade. His voice is exceptionally fitting for this song, and whether or not he can be persuaded to return is something you will need to negotiate. Longwa had once boasted many national-level vocalists. However, witnessing the entertainment industry become clouded by capital, many seasoned artists chose to retire. Song Yi hoped to encourage these individuals to return to the stage. Only through a flourishing music scene could Longwa's music truly thrive. Relying solely on oneself to combat the tides of foreign influence would ultimately prove insufficient. Lu Huan, Teacher Song Yi, if you hadn't mentioned him, I would have forgotten. His powerful high notes are indeed perfect for this song. Thank you for the reminder, Teacher Song Yi. I will personally visit Lu Huan. I believe with such an outstanding piece of work, he will be unable to resist. Following Song Yi's suggestion, the others recalled Lu Huan's voice, recognizing him as the ideal choice to perform this song. Having secured Zhang Shaolin's agreement, Song Yi turned his attention to the 2 directors, Cheng Dong and Chen Jia. Have you brought the script summaries? I would like to review the plot development first to determine if I can compose a fitting theme song for the film. Although he had his suspicions, Song Yi decided to politely inquire first. Presenting a perfectly matched song right away might startle those present. We have it. Teacher Song Yi, you can take your time to look it over. There's no rush. Our crew can certainly wait for 10 days or half a month. Yes, indeed. Teacher Song Yi, feel free to take your time. We all trust the quality of your work. The 2 directors hurriedly retrieved a sheet of paper from their bags, which briefly outlined the content of their films. The film Painted Skin is adapted from a short story in Strange Tales from a Chinese studio, telling the tale of a fox demon that has cultivated for 1,000 years. Besieged by a group of mountain bandits, and unexpectedly saved by the officer Wang Sheng. The fox demon, who later adopts the name Xiao Wei, falls deeply in love with Wang Sheng, leading to a series of intricate love stories involving her, Wang Sheng, and Pei Rong. While there were some differences in the details, the overall plot trajectory was nearly identical to Song Yi's recollection of Painted Skin. He then picked up the script summary for A Chinese Ghost Story. Notably, this film was also adapted from a supernatural story in Strange Tales from a Chinese studio. The simultaneous approach of these 2 films left Song Yi somewhat puzzled. What had drawn these 2 productions to him? Would he become pigeonholed as the go-to composer for ghost-themed films? He also wondered if the close release dates of these 2 films would impact their box office performance. A Chinese Ghost Story was similar to Painted Skin. Although there were slight differences in details, the overall plot direction aligned with the classic version that lingered in Song Yi's memory. I have finished reviewing the scripts from both directors and have formed a general idea for the songs. I will have the demos ready within 2 days. And if they do not meet your expectations, we can discuss further. This time, Song Yi decided to modestly conceal his prowess. While he could immediately present the lyrics and melody, He would respond that it would take 2 days before he could provide the song demos. He thought this would be a sufficiently low-key reply. However, it still left everyone gasping in astonishment. Creating 2 theme songs in just 2 days? Truly, Teacher Song Yi lived up to his reputation. Rumors circulated that Teacher Song Yi's creativity was boundless, even more prolific than others, having spontaneously produced 4 high-quality pieces just the previous night. It was no surprise to witness his extraordinary talent. The group lavished compliments upon Song Yi, their expressions filled with disbelief. This left Song Yi somewhat speechless. It was you who rushed to request a song. And now you are astonished by my swift delivery. What exactly do you wish from me? Naturally, he could only internally voice such thoughts. After all, he had only been with Tang Dynasty for half a month and had already produced over 10 songs, which was indeed astonishing. After discussing several song invitations, the directors chatted with Song Yi for a while longer. After exchanging contact information, Song Yi finally rose to escort them out. He then hurried to the next lounge, where Xiangjiang's Hua Zai and Baodao's Li Fujin were waiting for him. Xiao Song, didn't you mention this morning that you were going to write a song for the Chen sisters? Now you've taken on 2 more projects. Are you able to manage? Maybe you should take a break. After the 4 directors left, Su Yun could not help but advise Song Yi to slow down. Her words hinted that he could consider declining the invitations from Hua Zai and Li Fujin. After all, with only 5 days left until the registration deadline for singing the Dragon Country, he would need to reserve at least 2 days for recording the songs. This meant that Song Yi had less than 3 days to create 5 new songs. The idea of completing 5 songs in just 3 days was unfathomable to Su Yun. Yet, for Song Yi, the limits of imagination were meant to be broken. This moment. If he did not establish the belief that anything was possible, what would happen when more incredible skills were revealed in the future? Surely they would drag him off to the Abnormal Human Research Center for dissection. No worries, Sister Yun. I am well aware. I still have a few songs suitable for singing the Dragon Country in my possession. Let us first consider the requirements from Huazai and the others. Oh, you still have some in reserve? Pray tell, how many songs have you stocked up on? Not too many, just a handful. Really? Let us proceed. We wouldn't want to keep our guests waiting. In response to Su Yun's curious gaze, Song Yi smiled and made a small gesture with his thumb and index finger. Yet, no matter how hard Su Yun tried to imagine, she could not fathom that this little gesture signified the entirety of a resplendent cultural legacy. Upon entering the adjacent reception room, Song Yi encountered the slightly younger Huazai and Li Fujin. Huazai appeared to be in his 30s, handsome and poised, exuding an air of elegance. Beside him, Li Fujin, though in his 40s, radiated vitality. I apologize for keeping you both waiting. I was simply overwhelmed with tasks. Upon hearing Song Yi's apology, both men promptly extended their hands to greet him. Not at all. We are the ones who are too impatient, intruding upon Teacher Song Yi's time. I have long admired your talent. Teacher Song Yi, merely meeting you has filled me with contentment, and waiting longer is well worth it. After the 3 exchanged pleasantries and settled into their seats, Song Yi directly addressed the crux of the matter. I hear that you both wish to acquire a song suitable for the competition. Indeed, the registration period is limited, and we aspire to participate as artists from Hong Kong and Taiwan. In all of Dragon Country. I dare say you are the only one capable of completing this creative task within 5 days. While discussing finances may seem rather mundane, we hope to invite Teacher Song Yi to compose a song for us at the price of 600,000 for each piece. The 2 stood, their eyes brimming with anticipation as they gazed at Song Yi. Perceiving their eagerness, Song Yi pondered briefly before responding. There is no need for such formality. I happen to have 2 songs that are quite suitable for the competition. Please wait a moment. Song Yi rose and fetched paper and pen from the reception room. Under the watchful eyes of the 3, he began to replicate descendants of the dragon and people of the Dragon Country. Each song cost him an additional 500,000 in charitable points. Fortunately, he had just earned 20 million from several wealthy heirs the night prior. This moment, he still had a total of 20,900,000 charitable points remaining. Song Yi chose not to replicate the more popular version of Descendants of the Dragon by Wang from his past life. Instead, he opted for the original rendition. Wang's version felt overly casual and lacked the necessary solemnity, especially with its interspersed English raps, which were not suited for Li Fujin. Su Yun and the 2 singers stood opposite Song Yi, their faces awash with astonishment as they watched him craft the lyrics and melodies without pause. This must be the stash he mentioned earlier. Otherwise, who could compose songs with such fluency, requiring no revisions at all? Su Yun silently reassured herself that only this could keep her from being too overwhelmed. In under 10 minutes, Descendants of the Dragon was completed. After a brief review to ensure there were no errors, Song Yi presented the lyrics and music to the still dazed Li Fujin. Please take a look at the lyrics and melody first. If you find them unsatisfactory, I will gladly make revisions. Yes, of course. Let me take a look. Even as Li Fujin took the manuscript from Song Yi, he felt a lingering sense of unreality. With nothing else to do, Hua Zai leaned in closer to join Li Fujin in examining the piece. Merely seeing the song title filled both with immense satisfaction, for whether from the mainland or Hong Kong and Taiwan. They all shared the legacy of being descendants of the dragon. The dragon had become one of the most significant totems in the hearts of the people of Dragon Country. A song themed around the dragon was undoubtedly the most fitting for the competition's main melody. In the distant east, there flows a river, known as the Yangtze. Though I have never heard the grandeur of the Yellow River, its surging waves echo in my dreams, with black eyes, black hair, and yellow skin. Forever we are the descendants of the dragon. Unbeknownst to him, Li Fujin had begun to hum the song. His steady, resonant voice echoed throughout the reception room, leaving Su Yun, Hua Zai, and the two agents utterly stunned. The lyrics were simple yet imbued with profound meaning. The melody was soothing, awakening an intense sense of national pride, particularly with the identity of Li Fujin as an artist from the beautiful island. The song's significance was elevated even further. Could it be that this song was composed by teacher Song Yi in less than 10 minutes? Hua Zai and Li Fujin exchanged glances, each recognizing the astonishment mirrored in the other's eyes. Hearing their exclamations, Song Yi remained focused on his work, continuing the replication process. Su Yun, however, took the initiative to explain. This is a piece that Xiao Song had completed previously. It simply hadn't been published until now. Ah, I see. Indeed, teacher Song Yi is a genius. To create a song of such quality and yet refrain from publishing it is truly admirable. With Su Yun's clarification, the two men felt considerably relieved. They continued to fixate on Song Yi, who was diligently writing. A few minutes later, People of the Dragon Country was also replicated. Song Yi handed the lyrics and music to Hua Zai. This time, there were no more pleasantries exchanged. Hua Zai swiftly took the manuscript and began to study it earnestly. As an artist skilled in both acting and singing, Hua Zai possessed a solid foundation in music theory. Upon seeing the lyrics brimming with patriotic fervor, he could not help but sing them in his slightly deeper voice. 5,000 years of wind and rain. How many dreams does it conceal? Yellow faces, black eyes, unchanged is the smile, the same blood, the same ancestry. Let the world know we are all people of Dragon Country. What was originally a somewhat pop-oriented style, when sung by Hua Zai, took on an air of profound solemnity in the reception room. Aside from Hua Zai's melodious voice, there was not a whisper to be heard. Before long, Hua Zai's eyes had grown misty, forcing him to cease his singing prematurely. After a moment of silence, Hua Zai turned to face Song Yi, who was seated on the sofa. Teacher Song Yi, thank you. I will go to the Great Wall to record this song. And thank you for allowing me to proudly declare to the world that I am a person of Dragon Country. Chapter 53. Provocation. Hua Zai and Li Fujin left Tang Dynasty Company, their faces beaming with smiles. Even as they parted, they continually promised Song Yi that they would strive to perform these two songs to perfection. Should they win any awards in the competition, all the prize money would belong to Song Yi. Observing their sincere expressions, Song Yi naturally did not refuse their request. Let us go. After a long morning of work, sister will take you out for a meal. Certainly. Both of them were quite busy, leaving little time for a lavish feast. After a simple lunch in the company cafeteria, they returned to their respective offices. Song Yi, not one to idle away time, immediately unlocked and exchanged all the details for the songs Painted Heart, A Chinese Ghost Story, and I Love You from the system. Fortunately, these three songs were not excessively costly in the system store. Painted Heart and I Love You each consumed 300,000 charitable points, while A Chinese Ghost Story was slightly more expensive at 400,000 points. Additionally, Song Yi spent 500,000 charitable points to acquire a skill in Cantonese proficiency. This way, even when singing Cantonese songs in the future, his pronunciation would be indistinguishable from that of the residents of Guangdong Province. At this moment, he had a total of 19,400,000 charitable points remaining. Igniting a thrill of temptation within Song Yi, dog system, lottery, today, I must win the whole-level singing prowess. Upon receiving the command, the lottery wheel in his mind began to spin rapidly. Ding. Unfortunately, no prizes were won in this draw. Would you like to continue? Continue drawing. A mere 100,000 points were no longer of any concern to Song Yi. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the song Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales. Would you like to continue? On his second draw, he won a song valued at 500,000 points. It seemed that drawing was indeed the way to wealth. Continue drawing. The wheel in his mind spun once more. And Song Yi watched intently, eager for that billion-point hall-level singing talent. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability. Increased intestinal smoothness by 20. Would you like to continue drawing? In an instant, a peculiar energy surged from his mind throughout his body. Song Yi distinctly felt a shift in the peristalsis of his intestines. I'll be damned if I draw again. If I ever draw again, I'll consider myself your grandson. What a stroke of bad luck. You wretched system, you're simply inhumane. What kind of absurd ability is this? I flatly refuse. As Song Yi rushed toward the restroom, he vented his frustration in his mind. Regrettably, his thoughts received no reply, leaving him feeling despondent. Fortunately, a few minutes later, as a sense of relief washed over him, he noticed no unusual effects. At least he would no longer have to worry about constipation. Once the thrill of gambling subsided, Song Yi could only console himself internally. However, he secretly resolved never to entertain thoughts of shortcuts again. Who knew what strange and terrifying abilities the system might present him with next time? After resolving his physiological issues, Song Yi promptly called for the twin sisters. He handed over the lyrics and music for I Love You. This song carries a sweet tone. I suggest you find a dance instructor to choreograph a routine. If the MV is well executed, it should attract a multitude of loyal fans. A.S. Song, he handed the manuscript to the two individuals. He kindly offered his suggestions. To his surprise, the pair looked at him with an air of bashfulness. Teacher Song, does your writing this song hold some deeper meaning? One of them stammered. By the way, Teacher Song, do you prefer my sister or me a little more? Their once lively and confident demeanor had transformed into one of shyness, leaving Song Yi feeling somewhat exasperated. Having lived two lives, Song Yi easily discerned the wild thoughts flitting through their minds. He promptly delivered a playful tap to each of their heads, causing the sisters to squeal in surprise. Stop overthinking. It's merely an ordinary song that I've deemed suitable for you. If you don't want it, then return it to me. With that, Song Yi reached out to reclaim the manuscript. However, the sisters were unwilling to part with the song they had been given. Hey, how can you ask for back something you've already given us? They exclaimed. We will definitely perform this song well and not disappoint Teacher Song's earnest efforts. The two sisters quickly dashed out of the room, prompting Song Yi to shake his head. Being too handsome often invites misunderstandings. As for the remaining Hua Xian and Qin Nu Yuhun, Song Yi planned to submit them to the company the following day. A day of concealment was better than none. It was quite reasonable for him to pull an all-nighter to write two songs, wasn't it? The next morning, before Song Yi had even set foot in his workplace, Xing Fei and Jean Lin, representing their respective companies, seemed to have struck an unspoken agreement. Both of their starlets simultaneously released new songs and entered the competition for the theme song of Singing Out for Dragon Country. The four of them promoted their songs on social media, creating a frenzy among countless fans. Jean Lin's entertainment company, sycophant, announced, "This is my original song Longhua Changsheng, wishing for the prosperity of our homeland. Once the review by Longtai is approved, I hope everyone will vote generously," by Hongkai from Jean Lin Entertainment stated. My original song My Dragon Country Dream is now online. I hope everyone will support it. Ji Fan from Xing Fei Entertainment proclaimed, My contest song I Was Born in the Dragon Country is registered. I hope everyone will vote for me. Love you all. Zhang Xiangwen from Xing Fei Entertainment added, This is my new song Zugua Taiping. I hope for everyone's support. Even before the sun had fully risen, the entire internet was engulfed in madness. Countless fans were busy liking and sharing posts for their idols. Previously rival fan groups now appeared remarkably united. Each of these four young stars boasted over 10 million followers, and with the addition of hired online promoters and marketing accounts, their momentum swiftly overshadowed the buzz surrounding Song Yi's four classic songs created just days earlier. Go, support Brother Kuan. His dream is for our country to prosper. That's true patriotism. Ji-Fan looked so handsome in the MV, and he even said love you all. I feel so happy. Xiangwen Zugua Taiping is so melodious. His voice is incredibly gentle. I absolutely adore it. Hongkai's My Dragon Country Dream is also fantastic. The lyrics are beautifully crafted, and it feels somewhat reminiscent of Song Yi's Longhua Hua. He must have copied our Hongkai. How shameless. No wonder his songwriting speed is so rapid. Why mention that guy? He's been busy writing songs for others, neglecting his own career. He doesn't even deserve the title of singer with just 3 terrible songs since debuting. Indeed, he has only released 3 subpar songs and then went silent. Perhaps he realized his singing skills were lacking and proactively withdrew from the scene to make easy money behind the scenes. Support Brother Kuan. He's the most handsome. Initially, The four young stars had learned from the previous failures of Oshinjia and had resolved not to provoke Song Yi. They even refrained from mentioning him in their fan groups. However, some fans couldn't help but bring him up. After all, Song Yi's recent popularity had completely eclipsed the four young stars, prompting many fans to voice their grievances for their idols. This culminated in Du Song waking Song Yi from his slumber as he barged into his bedroom. Go. The fans are criticizing you again. Are you out of your mind? When have they not criticized me? Is it necessary to wake me up this early? Still groggy from his interrupted dream, Song Yi was not particularly friendly towards Du Song. Du Song was accustomed to this behavior after 2 years of shared struggles and took no offense at Song Yi's grumpy tone. No, Igu, their latest songs clearly bear the influence of your earlier works. They are blatantly copying you. And yet, these fans have the audacity to bite back at you. The worst part is, they claim you've released 3 songs and then gone silent, saying you are not worthy of being called a singer. Du Song was visibly agitated, feeling more hurt than when fans insulted his appearance. Seeing this, Song Yi felt a pang of gratitude. Relax, let me catch a few more minutes of sleep. I'll head to the company to record a new song later and blow them away. Conveniently, he had drawn the song Tian Di Long Lin the previous afternoon, and no one had approached him for it yet. So he might as well sing it himself. Chapter 54. The Verbal Battle. Lu Jia, please communicate with the distribution company for me. I want to release the song early, today, in the villa area. Wang Fei was already fuming after seeing the news of the 4 young stars releasing songs. His anger intensified upon witnessing the fans slandering Song Yi, even claiming that his earlier songs had plagiarized their later releases. Why is Xiao Fei in such a rush? We haven't even had time to promote yet. This might impact the song's release data. Should we wait a couple more days? No, we can't wait any longer. These capital-driven young stars are becoming more brazen. After releasing a few terrible songs, they dare to provoke teacher Song Yi that I will show them what true mainstream music is. Alright, I understand. Hearing Wang Fei's resolute tone, Lu Jia ceased her attempts to dissuade him. After all, Wang Fei's primary goal was to pass the review of the Singing Out for Dragon Country program. Whether the song became popular was secondary. Old Zhang, why are you so slow? Isn't the new song ready yet? At Longhua Television, Wu Yuxuan was on the phone with Zhang Mingchang, venting his frustrations. Zhang Mingchang on the other end looked equally troubled. I finished recording my part long ago. The production team said they needed to refine it further. I'll go urge them now. What are they refining? Just release it, forget it. I'll call old Zhao from the production team directly. This must be online today. These capital companies are becoming increasingly arrogant. Yes, I noticed these young stars are trying to provoke teacher Song Yi. How shameless of them to bite back. The 2 middle-aged men commiserated over the phone, eliciting a curious response from their assistant nearby. The popularity of the 4 young stars' new songs continued to soar, racking up streams, shares, trending topics, and comments without fail. The power of capital could not be ignored, and they had several established protocols for boosting data. At that moment, not only Long Tai and Wang Fei were in action. Entertainment companies of all sizes were rallying for the final push in the Singing Out for Dragon Country competition. Xiaosong, regarding Xing Fei and Jean Lin's companies copying your work, I have already instructed our legal department to handle it. This is simply too much. As Song Yi stepped into the office, Su Yun and Li Shanshan entered right behind him. Both wore expressions of indignation but refrained from uttering harsh words. Song Yi understood that cases involving alleged plagiarism were notoriously difficult to adjudicate in court. Otherwise, Jean Lin and Xing Fei companies wouldn't be so brazen. Nevertheless, a lawsuit was necessary as it concerned the stance of Song Yi and Tang Chao Company on the matter. Thank you for your hard work. Yunjia. Here are the theme songs for Hua Pai and Qian Nu Yu Hun that I wrote during my all-nighter. Please find suitable individuals to record demos and send them to the production team. Song Yi retrieved the 2 songs he had prepared from his drawer. Stifling yawns as he did so, Su Yun and Li Shanshan exchanged puzzled glances, genuinely believing that Song Yi had stayed up all night to compose these 2 pieces. In reality, he had been woken early by Du Song and had been unable to fall back asleep, making him a bit drowsy. However, to Su Yun and Li Shanshan, he appeared to be tirelessly dedicated. Xiaosong, why are you working so hard? What does it matter if the production team has to wait a few more days? It's infuriating. You've put in so much effort, yet those hired trolls still try to tarnish your reputation. Yes, teacher Song, you should lie down on the sofa and rest a bit. We shouldn't disturb you with concerns about Su Kuan. Rest assured, we will help you get back at them. Looking into their concerned eyes, Song Yi suddenly felt he had overplayed his hand. Ahem. It's nothing serious. The Songhua Xan requires a vocalist with a gentle voice and the ability to hit dolphin notes. Check if there are any such female singers in the company, and if not, let the production team find someone. Qian Nu Yu Hun is a Cantonese song. Please find someone to record a demo. if we can't find a suitable singer? I can sing it myself. Moreover, the registration for singing out for Dragon Country is about to close. I plan to record a new song in the next couple of days. Yunjia, Shanjia, please help me arrange a recording studio and the production team. Had it not been for the fans' reminders, Song Yi might have forgotten that he was still a singer. Given the circumstances, let us confront the fan circles head-on. Are we to release a new song? Xiao Song, please do take care of your health. Your talent is evident to all, and there is no need to prove anything to those fanatical followers. Teacher Song Yi, perhaps it would be best for you to take a break. I can see the dark circles under your eyes, and they are quite red. As the two exchanged words, it seemed they were nearly persuading Song Yi to retire outright. However, Song Yi, too, wished to indulge in a brief respite, and thus acquiesced to their wishes. Reclining on the reception sofa, it was only after witnessing Song Yi gradually drift into slumber that they cautiously exited the office, instructing everyone not to disturb him. President Su, this time we must engage the finest legal team to ensure that Xing Fei and Jean Lin's company receive their due repercussions. Teacher Song Yi has worked so diligently. Those pretentious little men have no right to disparage him. Rest assured, I shall promptly consult with President Tang, and our public relations department must spring into action. Not long after, various marketing accounts and bloggers on the internet reignited their battle. Some rallied in support of Song Yi, criticizing the new songs of the Four Little Fresh Meat for their lack of substance, and directly pointing out the striking similarities between their four songs and Huang Zhongran and Longhua Hua. Even the lyrical templates bore significant resemblance. Such comments garnered immense support from countless netizens, while simultaneously inviting a torrent of insults and reports from the fan circles. Many blogger accounts subsequently fell victim to the backlash. In response, Jean Lin and Xing Fei's company employed numerous bloggers to dispel the rumors, refraining from retaliating against Song Yi as the fan circles had done. After all, the claim of a song released later plagiarizing one released earlier holds no water. These seemingly neutral voices merely employed various technical terms to argue that the songs bore no true similarities. At most, the chords and lyrical themes were unexpectedly alike, from both a legal and moral standpoint. They could not be deemed plagiarism. However, such seemingly impartial sentiments provoked the ire of fans on both sides. What nonsense! Are they profiting off Tang Chao's company? Clearly, it is Song Yi who has plagiarized our Kuan Gu and Fan Ji's new song. Is it possible for Song Yi to produce songs at such a rapid pace without some trickery? Those bloggers have the audacity to attempt to clear Song Yi's name. This does not even qualify as plagiarism against teacher Song Yi. Must it be identical to be considered so? The internet is not a lawless wasteland. Even in the pursuit of profit, there must be limits. You are showing utter disrespect for teacher Song Yi's talent and his work. The Chinese music scene has been tarnished by people like you, who have no sense of boundaries. Report these bloggers. The internet has become a battleground, filled with various condemnations, providing a feast for the onlookers. Chapter 55. Fellow countrymen, just as both sides remained at an impasse, Longtai officially released a new MV, explicitly stating that the lyricist and composer of this song is none other than Song Yi. The lyrics and composition of My Longhua Heart are solely the work of teacher Song Yi. After discussions at our station, we have decided to acquire the full copyright of this song. With the performer being teacher Zhang Mingchang, we invite everyone to appreciate it. There was no call for everyone to show their support, for Longtai has no need for such. In an instant, all the onlookers were left dumbfounded. Although Longtai's announcement made no mention of the verbal battle between Song Yi and the Four Little Fresh Meat, it subtly conveyed admiration and affirmation for Song Yi's creative talent. Things are getting exciting, my friends. Long Ma has openly invited everyone to appreciate this song, clearly expressing confidence in its quality. Each statement reflects overwhelming support for Song Yi. How magnificent! I must listen to the song immediately. The second song has finally arrived. I am still caught in a loop with the previous one, Wanjiang, and I am eager to see how this one will fare. Support teacher Song Yi. He is genuinely dedicated and modest in his musical endeavors. An abundance of netizens shared Longtai's post and video, and countless people simultaneously clicked the play button. The video's visuals were soon bombarded by a flurry of rhythmic drum beats. Accompanied by a rapid, stirring Eru melody, an exhilarating emotion began to resonate within the crowd. A high-pitched female harmony soared. The video revealed Zhang Mingchang standing atop the Great Wall, clad in a suit and modest in stature. Even donning a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, he nonetheless exuded an inexplicable warmth. When he began to sing, the audience was instantly moved by his heartfelt emotion. The rivers and mountains only linger in my dreams. My homeland has been distant for many years. Yet no matter what, it cannot alter my Longhua heart. Zhang Mingchang did not bellow with a hoarse voice. Rather, he narrated with a gentle cadence that resonated with everyone. Though dressed in foreign attire, my heart remains a Longwa heart. My ancestors have long engraved everything about me with the mark of Longwa. The simple lyrics, combined with Zhang Mingchang's deep, resonant voice, possessed a power that struck straight to the heart. The screen was already filled with netizens' comments. Who is this singer? He seems a bit older. Why was he chosen to sing this song? He looks familiar, but his voice is lovely, and this song is quite moving. Teacher Zhang Mingchang, do you not know? He was once a prominent overseas Chinese from Ghana. These lyrics are simply his true reflection. He's actually an overseas Chinese. No wonder his voice feels so genuine. I'm nearly in tears. Though dressed in foreign attire, my heart remains a Longwa heart, crying. In the most challenging times for our homeland, many overseas compatriots have been striving to assist us. My ancestors have long engraved everything about me with the mark of Longwa. What divine lyrics! I am grateful to Teacher Song Yi for articulating my innermost feelings. The power of netizens is always unexpectedly formidable. Without any promotional efforts, Zhang Mingchang, a singer who has been out of the spotlight for over a decade, quickly had his past unearthed. Upon discovering Zhang Mingchang's identity as an overseas Chinese, everyone deeply understood the profound message this song aimed to convey. It represented the voices of countless overseas compatriots. It was also the heartfelt sentiment that all Longwa people wished to express but struggled to articulate. At this moment, Song Yi, through this song, spoke the patriotic fervor that resided within everyone's hearts. The solemn melody continued. Zhang Mingchang's voice resonated once more. Yangtze River, Great Wall, Huangshan, Yellow River, weigh heavily in my heart. No matter when, no matter where, the bond remains the same. Zhang Mingchang's powerful and resonant voice, coupled with the heavy thumping of drums, struck the eardrums of all present. It also reverberated within their souls. Teacher Zhang Mingchang's voice possesses such strength. This is precisely how a main theme song should sound. What nonsense are those little boys singing? Yangtze River, Great Wall, Huangshan, Yellow River, weigh heavily in my heart. I give this line a perfect score. I am not afraid of Teacher Song Yi's pride. Those capital companies have truly lost all shame. How dare they claim that Teacher Song Yi is plagiarizing Kuan Kuan? What audacity! Hey, let us not mention these brainless individuals. Fortunately, this group of Water Army members dares not stir trouble under Long Ma's account. Otherwise, it would be quite bothersome. The sanctity of the internet must be preserved by Long Ma. With just over half the song played, the internet was already ablaze. The video's like skyrocketed to over 10 million. Countless individuals rallied in defense of Song Yi, while the visuals in the video continued to transition through the beautiful landscapes of Longwa, evoking pride and joy in all. The blood flowing in my veins resonates with the voice of China. Even if born abroad, it cannot alter my Longwa heart. As a stirring beat and harmonies surged forth, the entire song quietly approached its conclusion. Without hesitation, countless people chose to like, share, and replay the video, even going for a third listen. The lyrics are so well written, stirring the soul. Woo, I am currently studying in the United States. My homeland, wait for me 2 years, I will return soon. I have been working in Pakistan for several years. I constantly miss my hometown. Hearing this song brought me to tears. I used to think the moon was rounder abroad. Only after coming to Europe did I realize that Chinese people here receive hardly any respect. I will return to my homeland next month. Teacher Song Yi, please accept my admiration. This is truly a touching song. What are those flamboyant boys singing? My Longwa heart is undoubtedly a frontrunner for the championship. It is written so beautifully. Teacher Song Yi need not say a word. His outstanding work will silence them. My friends, I declare that singing the voice of Longwa has secured 4 spots in the top 16. Thanks to the song composed by Teacher Song Yi, in an instant, countless individuals shared Longtai's MV across their social circles. The parties that had previously engaged in verbal warfare suddenly fell silent, for all rumors had been effortlessly debunked beneath Longtai's video. Even the most stubborn fan circles dared not continue their smear campaign against Song Yi. Especially given the quality and emotion of this song, which left many fans speechless. Some even began to question their idols for the first time. Group message, Kuan Kuan's little fan has left the group. Group message, Fan's wife has exited the chat. Group message, the number 1 beauty in the fan circle has departed. Group message, Invincible Fire will has, in the various fan groups. Messages of departures began to echo. As these notifications continued, the once loyal supporters of the Little Fresh Meats began to waver in their beliefs. Although these individuals were negligible compared to the vast numbers of fan circle supporters, their shift was nonetheless significant. However, it is a signal of imminent collapse. Chapter 56. As desired. Shortly after Long Tai's announcement, what took everyone by surprise was the unexpected update from Wang Fei, who had withdrawn from the limelight 3 years ago. She posted a tweet alongside a nearly 10-minute video. This is my rendition of the new songs My Country and I and As Desired, both composed and arranged solely by teacher Song Yi. I hope to dedicate these 2 songs as a tribute to singing the Dragon Country. Moreover, I want to convey to everyone that teacher Song Yi is a true maestro of music, incomparable to any lesser talents. Before her retreat, Wang Fei had already carved out a place for herself as a new generation diva, renowned for her unique vocal timbre and singing prowess. Amassing over 10 million fans on social media, as soon as this news broke, it drew a massive crowd of fans. The goddess Wang actually tweeted and released 2 new songs. Is she preparing for a comeback? Ha ha ha, who would have thought that even the goddess Wang has become a fan of the great song E? How wonderful! Naturally, has everyone forgotten why the goddess Wang withdrew 3 years ago? It was precisely because the young star Su Kuan won the Mandarin Golden Melody Award with an English song. She must be the one who understands teacher Song Yi the best. Listening to music, during the 3 years since the goddess's retreat, do you know how I have coped? I could only listen to old songs daily, unable to absorb the new ones in the music scene. My good brother, me too. The collaboration between Song Yi and Wang Fei on a new song is something I eagerly anticipate. Long silent old fans were suddenly stirred into frenzy. Before even clicking on the video, they had already shared the tweet. Since the video is a montage of 2 music videos, the entire duration is nearly 10 minutes. The visuals showcase a serene and beautiful countryside, dotted with endless terraced fields. Behind the beauty lies the diligent sweat of farmers. Accompanied by a gentle and uplifting violin melody, Wang Fei's ethereal voice begins to resonate. My country and I cannot be separated for even a moment. Wherever I go, a song of praise flows. Just those 2 lines of lyrics, delivered in Wang Fei's hauntingly melodic voice, send shivers down the spine. This soft vocal quality, in stark contrast to the typically grandiose main theme songs, is irresistibly enchanting. I sing of every mountain. I sing of every river. Wisps of smoke rise from small villages, a single track on the road, la la la, la la la. As Wang Fei's voice rings out, the previously quiet listeners can no longer sit still. Brothers, this voice is simply too delightful, and it has to be Wang Fei singing. I thought I had almost forgotten this voice. Thankfully, after 3 years, Wang Fei's voice remains unchanged. This voice is so healing. Though the lyrics depict mountains, rivers, and small villages, it makes me feel that my country is thriving. A voice from the heavens. A divine timbre, warm, romantic, and peaceful. It turns out that even main theme songs can be presented in such a manner. Sister Fei is the most skilled at singing that I have ever seen, even without any lyrics. It sounds so captivating. The video's comments section is flooded with various praises from netizens. Wang Fei's voice is so extraordinary that it completely shatters the conventional perception of main theme song performances. Though a few dissenting voices emerged, they were swiftly drowned out by the fervent tide of support. You use your mother's pulse to tell me about my country and me, like the sea and a wave with no complex accompaniment. Only the occasional drumbeat and violin responding to Wang Fei's singing. Her voice approaches pure singing yet fully embodies tranquility and beauty. The wave is the child of the sea, and the sea is the support of that wave. I share the sea's sorrows, and share the sea's joys, la 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 la, la la la. Nearly halfway through the song, as the visuals transition from rural landscapes to urban scenes, from mountains to oceans, many are filled with emotion, on the verge of tears. Brothers, my entire body is covered in goosebumps. Wang Fei's la completely eclipses all dolphin sounds. Such a celestial voice, is it a fairy singing? Wang Fei's performance makes me realize that patriotism is inherently a romantic affair. With a gentle narration and an engaging performance style, it feels as if a child of the nation is proudly celebrating the strength and prosperity of their homeland. This hopeful rendition is Wang Fei's tribute to her country and a perfect expression of her emotions. Forever grant me, azure waves and clear tides, the song in my heart, la 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 la, la la la. Unbeknownst to me, the entire song is gently reaching its conclusion. Countless individuals find themselves unable to continue watching the next music video, instead choosing to rewind to the beginning. After all, everyone still craves more. Brothers, let us revisit the beginning. It sounds so blissful, yet inexplicably, tears flow. The heavenly sound lingers. I want to listen a billion times, with no time to hear the next song. I must start a loop. Due to Wang Fei's stunning performance, Many chose to replay from the beginning rather than continuing with the full music video, which significantly affected the popularity of As Desired. Nevertheless, some methodically opted to continue watching, and as Wang Fei's segment spread further, more and more people were introduced to this still astonishing song. The lively piano notes, accompanied by images of cities from the 70s and 80s, appeared before everyone's eyes. You are the distant path, the light in the fog of the mountains and fields. I am but a child. Walking in your gaze, her voice remains soft yet conveys a subtle hint of melancholy. This ethereal voice feels as if it is narrating a story. Even with eyes closed, one can imagine an infinite array of scenes. You are the bright moon and gentle breeze. I am the dream you bless. Whether seen or unseen, I embrace you for a lifetime. The poetically balanced lyrics spark boundless imagination among the audience, while Wang Fei's stunning vocal finale unexpectedly brings all listeners to a peak of emotion. And I will love the world you cherish, wishing for the smiles that you desire. Your hand I stumble to hold. Please take me to tomorrow. Upon hearing this line, the previously calm comments section erupts. Listening to it, I can't help but cry. What sorcery is this? I thought the previous song was already touching enough. Yet this one is even more heart-wrenching. Singing like a poetic verse, perhaps only Wang Fei can achieve such a feat. I will love the world you cherish. I'm crying. It reminds me of my grandparents, wishing for the smiles that you desire. The lyrics and the emotional resonance of the voice are so beautiful. Yet my tear ducts are too sensitive, and I can't help but tear up. The lyrics, rich in imagery, tread upon a somewhat melancholic melody, delivering a tremendous impact. As the audience sheds tears, they also ponder whether this truly qualifies as a main theme song. Regardless of how people speculate, Wang Fei's voice in the video continues unabated. If you have tasted the sweetness of my sufferings, I wish to live as your wishes. May it not be in vain. May it be courageous. In this prosperous world every day, it is only at this moment that the audience dispels their doubts, for they now understand that this song expresses the dreams and aspirations of the previous generation. Although these wishes were not realized at that time, they have come to fruition in our generation. Song E and Wang Fei have once again shattered my preconceived notions of main theme songs. It is not solely songs that extol the beauty of the motherland that qualify as main theme songs. Although the melody carries a hint of sorrow, it is profoundly moving and brimming with strength. This is undoubtedly a main theme. If it weren't for this song, I might have forgotten how hard won our current happiness is. Thank you, Song E. Thank you, Wang Fei. It is you who have rekindled my love for the little things in life. Because I dare not let down the hard work of our ancestors. The lyrics are beautifully crafted, and Wang Fei's vocal skills are outstanding. It's a tear-jerking masterpiece. Keep it up. May this prosperous world be as you wish. Chapter 57, Leave of Absence. Wang Fei's songs continue to play, and netizens engage in fervent discussions about the music. Companies and artists of all sizes, including Tang Dynasty, Xing Fei, and Jin Lin, are closely monitoring these two songs. At this moment, Su Kuan and Bai Hongkai from Jinlin Company sit in their office, glancing at each other, with a young girl nestled beside them. Brother Kuan, our song quality has utterly failed this time. Let it be. We can't possibly compete with Song E and Wang Fei in terms of composition and vocal prowess. Our advantage lies in the online voting afterwards. There's no need to worry. We will definitely secure a spot in the top 16. Indeed, they probably still don't understand the operational rules of the entertainment industry. Merely having good works is of little use. After comforting and motivating each other, they regain some of their former spirit, venting their frustrations on the woman beside them. Meanwhile, Wang Fei's As Desired quietly progresses to the chorus. The mountains and rivers are intact, the fireworks are ordinary. Yet you gaze as you wish. Children, sleep soundly, just as you are dearly loved. Wang Fei's voice gradually rises, unburdened by the tranquility of the past. Even after sound processing, one can still detect a hint of choked emotion. For every time she reaches this line, she cannot help but shed tears. The production team, in a state of utter helplessness, could only extract the segment with the least fluctuations, coupled with the relentless efforts of millions of sound engineers. They managed to adjust Wang Fei's choked voice to a barely audible level. It was so poignant. What divine lyrics! The mountains and rivers remain unscathed, and the fireworks are ordinary, yet you gaze longingly as you wished. To the great revolutionary pioneers, may this flourishing era align with your aspirations. I miss my grandparents dearly, reminiscing about the rural life of my childhood, a time when the local customs were so endearing. Tears well up, the past cannot be revisited, so let us strive onward. The screen is filled with tearful expressions. Countless individuals are moved by Wang Fei's ethereal voice, and once again, our understanding of Song Yi's creative prowess is profoundly refreshed. At the conclusion of the video, all instrumental sounds cease, and Wang Fei sings the final lyrics in an a cappella style. I shall see the world you have yet to witness, pen the verses you have yet to compose. The moon at the horizon, the thoughts in my heart, you shall always be by my side. With you, I pledge a life of clarity, as pure as your youthful visage. The video concludes amidst a throng of children racing towards the setting sun. Those youthful silhouettes evoke endless imagination and hope. After the video ends, many wipe their tears while eagerly clicking the replay button. The preceding song, Me and My Motherland, was warm and romantic, soothing the soul. The latter, As You Wish, is deeply emotional yet brings forth tears. People cannot discern which is superior, yet they recognize that both songs are destined for the finals of Singing the Dragon Nation. Brothers, let me share some exciting news. Song Yi has likely pre-reserved 6 songs for the top 16 of Singing the Dragon Nation. Be confident, remove the likely, Yellow Race, Dragon Nation language, 10,000 territories, My Heart for the Dragon Nation, Me and My Motherland, and As You Wish. Which of these is not a classic among classics? Song Yi's creativity is simply astonishing. There are still 4 days left for registration. Do you think Song Yi will release a new song? Probably not, right? Even Song Yi must face creative bottlenecks. Recently, there have been attacks from fans of young idols, yet Song Yi has remained silent, making one wonder if he is secretly concocting something grand. Ha ha ha, I support the chart domination. As the videos of Long Tai and Wang Fei spread across major online platforms, the disputes regarding Song Yi and the 4 young idols quickly dissipated. Both entertainment companies promptly restrained their respective fan armies. Aside from quietly boosting their rankings and statistics, they no longer dared to provoke Song Yi's son. I saw you in the news on Long Tai again at noon. You really make your mother proud. Now, many customers come to fish and dine here just for you. Just as Song Yi completed the arrangement for the accompaniment of Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale, he received a call from his mother. Yuan Xiong. Despite the thousands of miles that separated them, he could still detect the pride in her voice. By the way, son, Yu Haven Tea returned in nearly half a year. Your father's birthday is at the end of the month. Why don't you come back for a visit? Your aunt and your uncle have mentioned how long it's been since they last saw you. Upon hearing his mother's gentle reproach, Song Yi remembered that since moving to the capital for the Spring Festival, he had not returned to the Fog City. After all, he had to meticulously budget his living expenses and rent each month, making frequent trips unfeasible. The 27th of this month marks his father Song Qian's 49th birthday. In Song Yi's rural community, there is a tradition where boys celebrate their 9th birthday and girls their 10th. However, the family had no plans for a grand banquet, though relatives would inevitably gather for a lively occasion. As the only son, he certainly had to return. All right, I will arrange my work schedule over the next couple of days and try to come back a couple of days early. That sounds great. After confirming the plans to return, the two engaged in casual conversation before Yuan Xiong ended the call. Song Yi directly called his manager, Li Shanshan. Sister Shan, I have prepared a new song for Singing the Dragon Nation. Please arrange a recording studio for me so I can finish recording it today. Before Li Shanshan could express her astonishment, Song Yi continued, I plan to return to the Fog City on the 25th. So please adjust my work schedule. I want to take a few days off. Ordinary artists would never dare to make such a request of their company, let alone take time off for themselves. The more popular the artist, the more they work year-round without rest, as many teams depend solely on their livelihood. Whenever there is a gig, the company will fill their schedule to the brim. Fortunately, when Song Yi joined the company, he made it clear that he would join as a creator, and just a few days ago, he had turned down all commercial performance offers. Thus, compared to typical artists, Song Yi's work was relatively effortless. All right, adjusting a few days should not be a problem. I will book your flight in advance. By the way, what is the purpose of your trip back to the Fog City? Do you need me to accompany you? As a capable manager, Li Shanshan was quite diligent. It's nothing major, just that my mother misses me, and I'd like to return to celebrate my father's birthday. If you're interested in a vacation, I can take you to my family's reservoir for fishing. Since his family operated a farm stay, there were plenty of vacant rooms, and Song Yi didn't mind inviting a few friends along. The more, the merrier for his parents. Hearing Song Yi's response, Li Shanshan was exceptionally delighted. Really? Then I must join. Speaking of which, should I prepare a gift for your father's birthday in advance? No need, it's just a regular birthday. And we're not hosting a banquet. You can simply come empty-handed as if it were a countryside vacation. I'll handle everything else. Li Shanshan, excited with the arrangement, rushed off to organize the recording studio. However, News of Song E's father's birthday soon spread within the company. Chapter 58. The final sprint. Hello, Xiaoxue. What prompts you to call me? Just after completing the recording for Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale, Song E received a call from Xue of the Tiger Band. Since Song E's outdoor performance, the band had garnered immense attention. In addition to their booming online livestream popularity, they had even received numerous invitations for commercial performances. Thus, everyone had been preoccupied, and Song E had not seen them for nearly half a month. Brother Ae, I heard from Du Song that your father has a birthday next week. Can we come visit as well? Upon hearing Xue's inquiry, Song E's face darkened. Just a few hours had passed, and even the Tiger Band members were aware. As Du Song was a good friend, Song E had not intended to conceal his plans to return home. Yet he hadn't expected Du Song to spread the word everywhere. However, since the Tiger Band were friends, it was no problem to invite them along for some fun. Sure, let us all head to the Fog City together for a couple of days, and I'll take you for hot pot and fishing. Thank you, Brother Ae. After agreeing on flight arrangements, they hung up. Song E quickly calculated that with the Tiger Band, himself, Du Song, and Li Shanshan, there would be a total of 8 people. He could not allow it to grow any larger. Otherwise, such a large gathering would surely astonish his parents. Just as he was about to call Du Song and Li Shanshan to request that they keep the news under wraps, Chun Jejun and her sister excitedly approached Song E. Teacher Song E, we heard you're going back to the Fog City next week. Take us along. Yes. Sister Shanshan mentioned your father's birthday, and we must express our sentiments. Moreover, I'm craving authentic Fog City hot pot and want to take some beautiful photos by the Hongya Cave riverside. And I've heard the architecture in Fog City is quite magical, with the same building having several ground floors. Is that true? The two sisters launched into a delightful duet, chatting incessantly, leaving Song E feeling overwhelmed. What was happening? He merely intended to take a short break, return to his hometown for a couple of days, and celebrate his father's birthday. Why did it seem like the entire world was in on it? All right, you can come along, but how is the recording of your new song going? Don't let it interfere with your work. Although he was a bit bewildered by the two, having them along was not a burden, especially since they were such charming twin sisters. The audio had long been recorded, and they were currently rehearsing their dance with the teacher, ensuring they would complete their tasks before departure. As it was dinner time, Song E suggested, let us go out for dinner together. I heard a private restaurant opened in the west of the city that's quite good. Let us treat you to a meal. Unable to resist the insistence of the two, Song E was practically led to the car by the sisters. At his insistence, they merely enjoyed a quiet meal without any alcohol. Although he was unsure of the sisters' specific identities, he had formed some guesses, and given that all three were now well-known figures, dining together had already attracted considerable attention and was not suitable for excessive publicity. On July 24, the final day for registration for Singing the Dragon Nation, countless artists and record companies rushed to sign up and release new songs, hoping to catch this last train. According to enthusiastic netizens' incomplete statistics, over 800 new songs were released today alone, with nearly all participating in the Singing the Dragon Nation recruitment event. Among these numerous songs, 2 stood out particularly: People of the Dragon Nation performed by Hong Kong's Hua Zai, and Descendants of the Dragon sung by Taiwan's Li Fujin. Their performances were devoid of any ostentation, yet their simple and unadorned voices conveyed sincere and touching emotions, moving countless Chinese people both domestically and abroad. When the creators acknowledged in the MV were finally revealed, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Lo and behold, the surprise was indeed grand. Both songs were penned and composed by Song E. Remarkable, Hua Zai's Longguoren truly moved me to tears. I can't wait for the voting channels to open so I can support Hua Zai's campaign. Personally, I prefer Li Fujin's rendition of Long De Chuanren. His voice is rich and powerful. Even the 25 airs from the Treasure Island should give it a listen. These songs epitomize the true spirit of the mainstream. May our motherland unite in strength and prosperity. The credit primarily goes to the incredible songwriting of Song E. It's astonishing that he would share such magnificent works instead of keeping them for himself. He is simply too humble. Today, many artists under Xingfei and Jinlin's label also released new songs, and after listening to a few, it was quite torturous. I hurriedly came here to cleanse my ears. I can't believe you managed to endure a few more tracks. You truly are a valiant warrior, brothers. This marks Song Yi's 8th contribution to chanting the Dragon Nation, and each one is a masterpiece. Securing half of the top 16 spots is an extraordinary feat. Among the multitude of songs, Longguoren and Long De Chuanren, with their excellent production quality and the esteemed name of Song E, swiftly captivated a vast audience of fans and listeners. At 11 o'clock at night, just as this day was drawing to a close, Tang Dynasty Company finally completed the MV for Tian Di Long Lin and uploaded it for submission. By this time, Song Yi and Du Song had already returned home to rest. Yet, Su Yun and Li Shanshan remained at the company, urging the production team to expedite their progress. Phew, we finally made it. Or else we would have had to submit just the audio files. Zhao Qifa, a post-production expert in his early 30s, suddenly slumped into his chair. Exhaling deeply, I remarked, "Old Zhao, your production team is rather incompetent. Xiao Song's audio was completed 3 days ago, and you still took until now to finish the MV? Indeed. We nearly missed the submission deadline. If that happened, Teacher Song, you would have been let down by you all." Su Yun and Li Shanshan chided the post-production editing team. However, Zhao Qifa and his colleagues had their own grievances. Su, you must speak with some integrity. Producing a high-quality MV in 3 days is no small feat. And we only received the video files this morning. If it weren't for my team of bald brothers working overtime, we wouldn't have finished in time. We haven't even had dinner yet. Listening to Zhao Qifa's complaints and glancing at the shiny heads of the editing team, Su Yun felt a twinge of guilt. The delay was primarily due to her high standards for this MV, which included filming at the Forbidden City in the capital, causing a day's delay just for the reservation. When it came to post-production editing, she had requested numerous modifications. It was already past 11 at night, and everyone had yet to eat. Reflecting on her role as the music director, she realized she might have been a bit excessive. Everyone has worked hard all day. Let us go out for a late-night snack, crayfish and barbecue on my treat. Today's overtime will be paid at triple the rate. Old Zhao, file the report, and I'll authorize it. Does that sound all right? Woohoo, Su, you're beautiful and kind-hearted. You're simply wonderful. Let us go, barbecue and beer. Upon hearing the beautiful executive's comforting words, the grievances of the tech-savvy men dissipated in an instant. Chapter 59. The Forbidden City Director Liang. We have a song submitted under the name Song Yi. Just as Su Yun and her team raised their glasses to celebrate the completion of their work, staff from Longtai were still diligently reviewing submissions. Contrary to external speculation that only 800 songs were submitted for the competition, the number had already surpassed 1,000 by the afternoon. This left the review team overwhelmed. Nevertheless, even with the submission placed at the very end of the list, the conspicuous name Song Yi instantly captured the reviewer's attention. Could it be a case of a same-name artist? Or perhaps a newcomer adopting a similar moniker for publicity? Moreover, I had not received any notification from Tang Dynasty Company, nor had I heard that Teacher Song Yi released a new song. As the chief director of the Chanting the Dragon Nation program, Liang Qiaobo was no stranger to the phenomenon of artists using similar names to popular figures. He instructed the review team to conduct a standard review, aiming to open the online voting platform by tomorrow. After half a month of extensive promotion, over 100 songs had already passed the review process. Considering today's submissions, Liang estimated that the final count of approved songs could reach 300, or even 500. The remaining decisions would rest with the online audience and a panel of professional music judges. The review team did not fast-track the process simply because the singer shared a name with Song Yi. Yet, the online community, through the officially announced submission platform, caught wind of the song titled Tian Di Long Lin, performed by an artist named Song Yi. Before anyone clicked play, comments erupted. Wow, this person dares to ride on the coattails of Teacher Song Yi's name. How shameless, indeed. Neither Tang Dynasty Company nor Song Yi himself gave prior notice, so it certainly isn't him singing. Exactly. And with Teacher Song Yi's fame, even if Tang Dynasty didn't promote it, Longtai would surely help with the publicity. Tian Di Long Lin. The title is quite catchy. Let us see how the content holds up. If it's subpar, I'll report it. It seems everyone is a night owl, still awake at dawn. I'll give it a listen too. Although only a few individuals noticed this song listed at the bottom of the submission list, the allure of the name Song Yi prompted many to click play. As a figure resembling Song Yi appeared on screen alongside a massive dragon silhouette, everyone began to question their initial judgment. This figure truly resembles the esteemed Song Yi. Could it be him performing? The visuals are stunning, filmed at the capital Xijingcheng. Typical counterfeit companies would struggle to produce such a high-quality MV. The opening music is grand. What instruments are these? It sounds like wind chimes. A pipa, gongs, and electronic effects. It's absolutely delightful. The OO vocalizations in the song bear a striking resemblance to Song Yi's style. Could it be? Initially dismissive, the audience began to pay attention, unconsciously increasing the volume while fixating on their screens. As the solemn and majestic Forbidden City graced the backdrop, Song Yi's visage finally came into view. This land I pin, the bloodlines of our nation stretch for thousands of miles. For 6 centuries, the descendants of dragons have weathered storms. The clear and resonant voice echoed in the ears of the listeners. At that moment, any lingering doubts evaporated. leaving only profound awe for the song and MV. Incredible! It truly is Song E. Why didn't he promote this beforehand? Even a tweet would have sufficed. This is the essence of Song E. He is so low-key. This night has been worth every moment. Beautiful, beautiful. How does the lyric 600 years come about? Shouldn't it be 5,000 years? The 600 years likely refers to the time since the Forbidden City's establishment, starting from the Ming Dynasty. Viewing the Forbidden City like this is truly magnificent. Although the online audience was not vast, the barrage of comments never ceased. The fusion of pop music with electronic soundscapes starkly contrasts with the traditional architecture symbolized by the Forbidden City. Creating a captivating interplay of sound and visuals. It represents an exquisite tug-of-war between tradition and modernity, classicism and fashion. Through this MV, Song E aspires to inspire those dedicated to creating music in the Chinese music scene, demonstrating that traditional music can seamlessly incorporate contemporary elements, rather than remaining strictly divided. In this central axis of the capital, like a gentleman's unwavering integrity, the glazed tiles on the Nine Dragons wall reflect history's rise and fall. The melody gradually ascended as the camera roamed through every corner of the Forbidden City, allowing the audience to envision the myriad stories that unfolded within. History rises and falls from here. Tears welled in the eyes of the audience. Just a few words from Song E encapsulated the blood and tears of the descendants of the Dragon Nation, beautifully written and impeccably sung. Song E is exceptional, like a gentleman's unwavering integrity. This line resonates deeply with me. It embodies the steadfast resolve of the Dragon Nation. Keep going, even if we often face hardships, we remain unyielding. As the online discourse surged, the song seamlessly transitioned into the chorus. With the resounding beat of a grand drum, Song Yi's voice soared even more. Yet these dragon scales once fell, shattering like ice. Each scale, a piece of my heart. The stories sway. I cannot bear to hear. People abide by propriety, hearts remain calm. The gentle Guqin plays the heart of a gentleman. I await the echoes, swirling amidst the grandeur of Chinese civilization. The piercingly powerful vocals, interwoven with dazzling electronic effects, delivered an auditory experience like no other. Meanwhile, the stone lions and dragon throne within the Forbidden City showcased its rich history and glory, igniting a fervor within the audience. Song Yi's singing is truly enchanting, yet he selflessly allows so many outstanding songs to be given to other artists, demonstrating an admirable lack of greed for personal acclaim. The sound resonates like shattering ice. Though we have weathered storms, we emerge unbroken. Today, we have risen anew. Yet what we lack is the cultural confidence of our people. The story sways, and I cannot bear to listen. It feels as though Song E, while crafting this line, could not help but shed tears. Alas, whether Song E wept or not is uncertain, but I certainly did. One must uphold propriety while the heart remains tranquil. The magnificent civilization of China. What divine lyrics these are. Being born in China fills me with immense pride. Once again, I find myself bowing to teacher Song E. I initially thought that the new songs by Hua Zai and Li Fujian were the ultimate treasures in his repertoire, only to discover that the true gem is so understated. Brothers, I can hardly contain my urge to share this. I shall return to listen again shortly. I have only just reached the midpoint of the song. Even at this juncture, the night owl could not resist sharing the song across various online platforms. Chapter 60, Points. Brothers, Song E has released a new song, and it is explosively thrilling. Song E has never disappointed me. If the song isn't captivating, then I must be foolish. The grand production of the music video emerges in such a humble manner. Teacher Song E is truly remarkable. Night owls, gather round. It is so beautiful that it brings tears. The seemingly exaggerated promotional phrases hold no embellishment in the hearts of many netizens. It has been nearly a month since Song E first performed Yellow Race and Compendium of Materia Medica. During this time, he has penned over 10 classic songs for various artists. Yet, he has been ridiculed by fans as merely an elusive music producer behind the scenes. Hearing Song E perform such a stunning song once more naturally incites fervent adoration from countless fans. The night owls still battling in various realms immediately clicked to play upon receiving this news, allowing the song to soar in popularity without any deliberate promotion. After many netizens shared it, they eagerly returned to the original position of the music video. Following the first course's climax, the music video fell into a brief silence, with only the tinkling of wind chimes resonating. The continuously shifting visuals seemed to hint at the tumultuous history of the Dragon Kingdom. I pen this in reverence on the vast yellow earth of the East, where ink is splashed across the landscape, revealing the rugged spirit of China. Song Yi's impassioned voice once again fills the air. In the video, he wanders through every corner of the Forbidden City. The sunlit silhouette of his figure allows all to witness the Chinese spirit lying deep within his heart. The divine military gate of the Forbidden City, shaped by countless vicissitudes, forges the soul of China. I inherit culture and cultivate deeply, transforming chaos to restore order. The powerful lyrics and voice continue to reverberate in the hearts of the people, igniting their fervor and stirring their blood. The rugged spirit of China, the vicissitudes that forge the soul of China. How were these lyrics crafted? They are simply incredible. When it comes to songwriting, one must look to Song Yi, whose creations blend the contemporary with the solemn, embodying an undeniable charm. With such a carefree approach, he sings the sentiments of the Dragon Kingdom's people. Only Song Yi could achieve this, brothers. I cannot understand why I am crying. Could this be the tears of pride? This song nearly slipped through my fingers for a night, yet I am grateful to be working late. Be cautious, dear brother, as you continue working. Do not risk exhaustion. Everyone is moved by the stirring melody of this song and its lyrics brimming with national confidence. An increasing number of people are clicking the play button through various channels. Song Yi's voice imbues each lyric with boundless strength, lifting the nation's destiny as it strides towards revival. Seeking dragon scales through heaven and earth, the bloodline of the dragon flourishes abundantly. Until the last lyric fades, everyone remains transfixed, fearful of missing even the slightest moment. Brothers, let us bid farewell at the beginning. Tonight, sleep is not an option. I am caught in a loop of this single. Listening fills me with fervor. How could I possibly sleep? I am off to perform a set of military exercises. With heads held high, we rise again. Each lyric is splendid. Thank you, teacher Song Yi. The dragon's bloodline flourishes abundantly. The children of the Dragon Kingdom have already spread across the globe. This is the foundation of our renewed strength. Brothers, this marks the 9th song crafted by teacher Song Yi for singing the Dragon Kingdom, and each one is a masterpiece. He dominates the top 16 with a majority share. I feel that teacher Song Yi remains too modest. If he wished to, I believe he could easily sweep the top 16 entirely. Ha ha ha, that cannot be. Teacher Song Yi is too humble and will surely provide opportunities for other artists to rise. Listening to this song, I could loop it for a month. I hope it makes an appearance at the Spring Festival Gala. Little did Song Yi expect, while still in slumber, that fervent netizens would elevate him to great heights. Director Liang, the viewership for Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales has suddenly surged, surpassing 1 million. The staff organizing the registration songs suddenly noted that a song originally placed last has rapidly ascended. Furthermore, the reviews on the registration platform are overwhelmingly positive. Such results are not something an ordinary street performer could achieve. Within just over 10 minutes of registration, it has reached 1 million. Could it truly be sung by teacher Song Yi? Quickly, let us listen. Liang Xiaobo was left in shock by the data. After all, it is already the early hours. Online traffic at this hour is far less than during the day, yet it has achieved such results swiftly. Once Liang Xiaobo finished listening to the entire song, he was filled with mixed emotions. What on earth is Tang Dynasty Entertainment doing? Why didn't the masterful vocal prowess has elicited continuous praise from netizens? One cannot help but wonder what the even loftier realm of a grandmaster would entail. Chapter 61 Gij casually glanced at his transaction records. Song Yi discovered that the 12 million funds had been meticulously distributed by the system to over 30 accounts. Among them, the majority were allocated to various critically ill patients, along with funding for several schools in remote mountainous areas, as well as a few welfare institutions across different locales. The amounts varied from hundreds of thousands to millions. The system's precise judgment and allocation saved Song Yi a considerable amount of effort. Igu, hurry up. Why are you still sitting there in a daze? Shan Jia's car is already downstairs. The boisterous voice of Du Song reached his ears. Turning to look, Song Yi found Du Song struggling with 2 enormous suitcases, leaving him momentarily speechless. Are we really going to need all this for just 3 to 5 days of fun? Hey, better safe than sorry. This is my first time visiting the Fog City, and I've heard it's quite fascinating. Observing the eager expression on Du Song's face, Song Yi felt a pang of reluctance to dampen his enthusiasm. Yet, he kindly reminded him, be prepared. It's quite hot and humid in the Fog City right now. I wouldn't be surprised if you want to head back the moment you arrive. For Du Song and Meng Hu, being authentic northerners, embarking on a summer journey to the Fog City indeed posed a significant challenge. Song Yi could only hope that once they arrived, they wouldn't feel suffocated by the sweltering heat. That's not me. Do you think I'm someone who lives a life of luxury? I was born into the proletariat. What is a little heat to me? Ha, let us see if you remember those words when the time comes." After taking the suitcase from Du Song's left hand, the two made their way downstairs to join Li Shanshan. As they placed the suitcases in the vehicle, Song Yi noticed it was crammed full of beautifully wrapped gift boxes. "Shanjia, why are there so many gift boxes in the car?" This spacious and comfortable van had been specially arranged for Song Yi by the company, complete with a dedicated driver. Just yesterday, it had felt so roomy and comfortable, yet now, it was stuffed to the brim with gifts. "These are special preparations from Chairman Chun, General Tang, and Director Su for your father's birthday." Almost all the senior executives and frontline artists from the company contributed. Initially, Director Su had planned to accompany them, but due to work commitments, he couldn't make it and entrusted me with the gifts. Upon hearing this, Song Yi's expression darkened. How did his simple plan to take a few days off to visit home turn into such a grand affair? Even Chairman Shin Guohua had gotten involved? Perhaps it's best to let it go. I appreciate the sentiment, but carrying all these gifts on a plane would be quite cumbersome. Don't worry. IVE already contacted the airport in advance. We can package everything and take it all without any issues. Once we land, they'll help us transport it directly to your home. It seemed they were once again resorting to the power of money. Well, as long as they were willing to spend, it wasn't really a problem. Driver Lao Zhang drove the three directly to the Emperor Capital Airport. After dropping them off at the airport entrance, he took the luggage and gifts to the check-in area, sparing Song Yi any concern, i.e., "Xiao Song, over here. Teacher Song Yi, we're here." As soon as they stepped into the departure hall, Song Yi spotted the 5 members of the Meng Hu band along with the Chen sisters. Although they weren't as extravagant as the gifts in Li Shanshan's car, they too were laden with bags, distinctly holding gift-shaped items. It seemed that in the celebration of his father's birthday, he had become the least invested participant, having prepared no gifts whatsoever. "Let us proceed to check in first. You all handle your baggage yourselves, okay? Since we're here, we might as well make the most of it." Song Yi decided not to dwell on the pomp surrounding the occasion. After all, given everyone's current income, these gifts were hardly a financial burden, so there was no need to continue any pretense. The group consisted of precisely 10 people, all familiar to Du Song. Upon meeting, he enthusiastically introduced everyone, creating a delightful atmosphere. "Teacher Song Yi." As soon as they settled into their seats on the plane, Song Yi heard a man calling out. Turning to the side, he found a young man with a buzz cut and sunglasses, exuding a somewhat rebellious air. "Indeed, it is Teacher Song Yi. I'm Go from the Fog City. I saw your large group in line and could hardly believe my eyes. Are you all heading to the Fog City for a performance?" No wonder Song Yi felt a sense of familiarity. This was an acquaintance from the Fog City with whom he had interacted on social media. "Hello, Gu. I'm taking a few friends back home for a few days. What a coincidence." Due to different booking times, the seats for the group of 10 were somewhat scattered. Only Li Shanshan was seated to Song Yi's left, while Gu sat on the other side, as fellow residents of the Fog City. They naturally felt a sense of kinship, quickly engaging in lively conversation. "Teacher Song Yi, I absolutely love your songs Bin Chao Gang Muan Jiang Junling. Your rapping skills are undoubtedly top tier in the country. Would you be able to write me a new song? Rest assured, I will pay you according to the industry's highest standards." Although Song Yi's fees for songwriting were exorbitantly high, numerous artists still flocked to him. Now that fate had brought them together, Gu naturally did not want to miss this opportunity. After contemplating Gu's request for a song, Song Yi took a moment. He held a favorable impression of this rapper who had donated his first million earned after gaining fame to poverty alleviation. "I have a duet rap song that would suit you perfectly. If you're interested, you can perform it with me, and I'll grant you 20% of the profits." Song Yi made his intentions clear. He had a song, but he was not willing to sell the rights. Gu wouldn't need to spend money to acquire the song and would even receive a share of the profits. The rights would remain with Song Yi, and the management would be handled by Tang Chao Company. Thanks to the special treatment from Tang Chao Company, Song Yi's compositions could retain 90% of the profits. Even after distributing 20% to other artists, he would still secure 70% for himself. This was an unprecedented privilege for industry artists. No need. If Teacher Song Yi is willing to collaborate with me, that's already a great honor. How could I dare to mention money? I'll perform for free. Saving at least 5 million in songwriting fees was already a significant boon for G.I. In truth, spending money to buy a song from Song Yi was not a guaranteed profit. What artists truly valued was the fame that came from outstanding works. Now that Song Yi was not only willing to write songs for him, but also to collaborate, Gu felt that this was an opportunity for Song Yi to support his career. How could he still hope to take a share of the profits? Gu, let us not delay. If you don't want to take a share, wouldn't that mean I'm getting a freebie? That would sound rather unseemly, wouldn't it? Everyone knows you're straightforward, Gu, but I'm not a freeloader, Song Yi said half-jokingly, yet his tone was firm. Alright, then thank you, teacher Song Yi. Seeing the seriousness on Song Yi's face, Gu ceased to be overly modest and simply committed this kindness to memory. Soon after, Song Yi requested a flight attendant to bring paper and pen. He spent 50,000 charity points and began to replicate Sheng Lai Ju Chang right there in his seat. From the very beginning of the Singing the Dragon Country competition, Song Yi had contemplated performing this song. However, it had always felt lacking when sung solo. With August 1st approaching, it would be fitting to present this song as a tribute to the military. Chapter 62. Under the watchful gazes of Li Shanshan and Gu on either side, Song Yi completed the entire song's lyrics and melody in just over 10 minutes. Take a look at the lyrics and melody. If everything is in order, we can divide the lyrics. Writing a new song on a plane was probably something only Song Yi could accomplish. Ji eagerly took the lyrics and melody, examining them with great seriousness. Given the extensive lyrics, the song filled 3 whole pages of A4 paper. There exists a force that none can withstand. It never admits defeat and is inherently stubborn. When disaster strikes, we share our trials and tribulations, helping and caring for each other without indifference, never compromising. The dignity of a great nation is inviolable. We will never yield an inch of our territory. I take pride in my homeland. Let the 5-starred red flag fly freely. Gu savored each line of the lyrics, becoming increasingly astonished and excited. Teacher Song Yi, why didn't you unveil this song sooner? This is undoubtedly a top contender for the top 16 in Singing the Dragon Country. Gu's comment was an understatement in his view. As long as the performance was executed well, it had a strong chance of clinching a spot in the top 3. He couldn't fathom why Song Yi had chosen to reveal this song only after the registration period had ended. Gu naturally did not believe that Song Yi couldn't find someone to perform with. Given Song Yi's fame, any artist would eagerly accept an invitation, even offering to pay for the privilege of collaborating without seeking rights. A-list artists would undoubtedly line up at Tang Chao Company. Let us give other creators a chance. It wouldn't be fair for me to monopolize the spotlight. Otherwise, the finals would be rather dull. Song Yi wore a relaxed expression. He truly didn't mind that this song wouldn't make it to the finals of Singing the Dragon Country. If he truly wished to dominate the competition, he could easily produce not just 16 songs, but even 100. However, doing so would deny other music creators their opportunity to rise, which was not something Song Yi wished to witness. He merely wanted to act as a catalyst, igniting the vitality of the Chinese music scene. The true spectacle has never been a solo act. Rather, it flourishes in the harmonious bloom of myriad talents. Teacher Song Yi, your passion is truly admirable. However, I lack your remarkable patience and cannot resist the urge to record this song right now. How about we head straight to the studio after we arrive in Wudu to lay down the track? While it may seem inappropriate to disturb your holiday, leaving such a splendid song silent in my backpack would only cause me further distress. Fortunately, Wudu is my home ground, and the recording equipment is well equipped. This way, you won't have to make the trip to Daijing later. After all, recording the song by myself should only take about an hour, which isn't much of an inconvenience. Moreover, if we aim to finish the song before August 1st, we cannot wait until my holiday is over and then record in Daijing. Hence, my suggestion aligns perfectly with your sentiments, leaving no room for refusal. Before noon, the plane arrived punctually at Wudu Airport. During the 2+ hours on the flight, Song Yi and I engaged in a thorough discussion about the division of lyrics. Given that this is a fast-paced rap song, singing it solo would indeed leave one breathless. Furthermore, since we have never collaborated before, meticulous refinement is essential. Luckily, I have years of experience in the industry, having started from humble beginnings. Like Song Yi and Du Song, I have performed as a resident singer in bars and even as a street musician. My professional caliber is quite solid. After over 2 hours of guidance from Song Yi, our cooperation has become remarkably harmonious. As soon as the plane landed, the members of the Menghu Band and Chen Jiaxuan rushed over. Teacher Song Yi, the temperature in Chongqing is rather high, one exclaimed. Where in Wudu is your hometown? How do we get there? They felt the heat outside while chattering animatedly towards the exit. Sister Shan has arranged 3 cars for us at the Wudu branch. However, I need to record a song with Brother Guy now. Why don't you take the car to my place first? It's quite far, and it takes over an hour to drive there. Asked the host, it seems a bit inconsiderate to leave my guests behind, but recording cannot be delayed, so I suggested they go ahead. However, it was evident that they were not fond of this proposal, turning their attention to Guy, who stood beside Song Yi. Guy, it's you? We from Menghu are huge fans of your music, one of them exclaimed. Why don't we all go with Teacher Song Yi? With your singing skills, it shouldn't take much time. The Chen twins nodded in agreement. Since we are all friends of Teacher Song Yi, coming to Wudu makes us friends of Guy too. It's just about mealtime. Let me take everyone to enjoy some voodoo hot pot. Sounds great. I've been wanting to experience your hot pot. Another chimed in. I could already smell the aroma of hot pot wafting through the air as we landed. Brother Guy, is it suitable to have hot pot in such hot weather? He Shui and the Chin twins clapped in excitement at the mention of hot pot, while Du Song wiped his sweat and voiced his concern. Du Song, where did your morning enthusiasm go? Didn't you say you wouldn't complain about the heat? Songy teased, feeling the heat too but unable to resist a jest. How was I to know it would be this hot? The weather forecast didn't indicate much difference from Daijing. The temperature measured in Wudu and the perceived temperature are entirely different. The humidity is high, and the heat lingers, so the hotter it is, the more one should eat hot pot to disperse the dampness. Let us embrace local customs and follow Brother Guy's lead. A group of over 10 people boarded 4 vehicles. 3 of them were arranged by Li Shanshan from the Tang Dynasty Wudu branch, while the other was prepared by Guy's manager. After over 30 minutes, the group arrived at an old underground air raid shelter filled with hot pot tables and chairs. Many patrons were already dining there. Chopping firewood, brother, how are you doing? All is splendid. Even in the sweltering midday sun, the people of Wudu's love for hot pot remained undeterred. As soon as our group stepped into the cool shelter, the sounds of men and women playing games filled the air, creating a vibrant atmosphere that intrigued the Chen twins. The burly men from the Menghu band, driven by their thirst for alcohol, called out to Guy, Brother Guy, it's been a while since you've come to enjoy hot pot. Oh, is that teacher Song-yi? He back in Wudu? Wow, aren't those the Chen twins? So beautiful and adorable. As soon as they took off their masks, the owners and onlookers recognized them, causing a stir in the restaurant. Thankfully, everyone was rational enough to take pictures before clearing space for our group. However, the news of Song Yi's return to Wudu with the Chen twins for hot pot quickly spread across the internet. Chapter 63. Encirclement. After our meal, the air raid shelter was filled with onlookers. Even in the hottest summer, the affection and admiration for Song Yi were unwavering. Throughout our journey, fans approached for photos and autographs. Initially, we tried to accommodate everyone, but as the crowd swelled, even the nearby police were alerted. For safety reasons, the community dispatched a dozen officers to escort us away from the throngs of fans. It seems we'll need to wear hats and masks in the future. It's too disruptive to traffic safety. In just a short while, the entire street was filled with illegally parked vehicles, all from fans who had come from afar. Even after Song Yi and the others departed, numerous cars continued to arrive. The traffic control would undoubtedly require significant effort from the police. It's clear that teacher Song Yi's fame in Wudu is immense. I frequently travel around Wudu and have never seen such enthusiastic fans. Let us head to my studio, Guy suggested, and everyone readily agreed. Taking a special route opened by the police, our group drove towards the studio in 4 vehicles. The police didn't intend to provide any special treatment. Rather, if our vehicles didn't leave first, the surrounding streets would be mired in endless congestion. To disperse the crowd quickly, it was essential to escort Song Yi away from the center of the commotion. Upon arriving at the studio, Song Yi spent half an hour creating a simple backing track on the computer. Although somewhat rough around the edges, it sufficed for the two of them to record and keep time. Once the recording was sent to the Tang Dynasty Company for post-production, professionals would refine it and add various instruments and harmonies. With all preparations complete, only Song Yi and Guy remained in the recording studio. The others stood outside, listening to the recording through external speakers. Guy, there is a force that no one can resist. It never admits defeat and is born stubborn. Song Yi, there is an ideal that illuminates the confusion. In that place filled with glory, accompanied by the intense drumbeats and exhilarating melodies, the two began their first collaborative recording session. Unlike ordinary songs that build gradually, Born Stubborn plunged straight into the climax. Guy's voice carried a strong sense of the rivers and lakes without sounding frivolous. With Song Yi's versatile vocal range and masterful technique, he effortlessly navigated most styles of pop music. The first recording took everyone outside by surprise. Yi's new song is so invigorating, and it harmonizes perfectly with Guy's voice. I never expected such a great recording outcome from their first collaboration. Completing the whole song shouldn't even take half an hour. Brother Ae, the lyrics of this song are splendid. If only we could have them a few days earlier. No worries, Xiao Song doesn't care about the superficial accolades of competitions. For him, it makes no difference whether one more or one less song is nominated. I believe this song is written by Xiao Song for the August 1st celebration. Upon hearing Li Shanshan's words, everyone's eyes lit up. Indeed, if this song could be used in a military promotional video, it would be incredibly inspiring. Imagining it sent a thrill through me. Even as I approached 30, this song made me want to enlist. Ha ha ha, Chenggu, you should take a break. How can you still be so impulsive at your age? Ah Chong, you're asking for it. I'll take you down tonight. Come on, Ah Chong, have never feared anyone when it comes to drinking. As they bantered, laughter erupted among the group. Even Guy's manager couldn't help but feel excited. For Song Yi, a casual creation, it could be a springboard for many artists. Moreover, this song not only featured Song Yi's lyrics and composition, but also marked his first duet with another artist. One can only imagine the significant impact it would have on Guy's career. Half an hour later, Song Yi and his entourage of 10 were en route to his hometown. Li Shanshan had already sent the recording directly to the Tang Dynasty Company. Although Guy's studio could also handle post-production and refinement, it was evident that the Tang Dynasty Company was far more professional in this area. After recording was completed, Guy was eager to accompany Song Yi, even boarding his vehicle, but was stopped by his manager. He had a commercial performance scheduled that evening in Jifangbai. This is the reality for most artists. They cannot dictate their workload. Their schedules are often packed tight. Had it not been for meeting Song Yi on the plane, Guy would have had to rush to the rehearsal for his performance in the afternoon. Song Yi's hometown is located in a small county in the northern part of Wudu. The journey was surrounded by mountains, with roads winding up and down, flanked by steep cliffs. A group of northerners was filled with delight. Fortunately, the journey was not overly long. After driving for an hour on the highway, we arrived at Song Yi's hometown. Under Song Yi's guidance, we spent another half hour reaching a small town named Gulu. His family's agritourism establishment, known as Bu Mountain Villa, is situated on the outskirts of this quaint town. Wow, what a vast reservoir! Standing here, I feel the temperature drop considerably. Why are there so many people fishing? Teacher Song Yi, does this large fish pond belong to your family? Igu, can we swim in the pond? The water quality seems excellent. Just as we stepped out of the vehicle, we were awestruck by the scene before us. Not only was the open space in front of the fish pond filled with vehicles, but the area surrounding the pond was also teeming with crowds. Among them were those fishing and various onlookers. Song Yi even spotted someone live streaming with their phone. Upon seeing the arrival of Song Yi and his companions, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, rushing from around the pond towards the agritourism spot. This unexpected scene startled Song Yi. Throughout his life, he had never witnessed such a thriving business at his family's agritourism venture. Hastily, he led us towards a small building nearby. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Song Yi's call was instantly met with a response. 4 figures emerged from the small courtyard. Song Yi's parents, along with his aunt and younger aunt who had come specially to greet him. Son, you've finally returned. This afternoon, a sudden influx of people came to fish. Even when there were no spots left, they refused to leave. They all claimed you had returned to Wudu and would surely be back soon. No matter how we tried to persuade them, they insisted on seeing you before departing. It was no wonder there were so many people gathered around the fish pond. The news of his return to Wudu had spread far and wide. Many had driven from the county, even from Wudu itself, just to see him. This left Song Yi feeling the weight of fame, where every move he made was scrutinized by countless eyes. Realizing that everyone was there for him, Song Yi calmly turned and walked towards the crowd. Teacher Song Yi, may I take a photo with you? My wife is a huge fan. Yes, I've been coming here daily to fish and dine just for a chance to encounter you. Teacher Song Yi, you are so handsome. I wish to be a little goldfish in your pond. Bravo. Song Yi, you've brought pride to the people of Wudu. The chorus of voices rang in Song Yi's ears. The enthusiasm of the people from Wudu was even more fervent than that of those in the capital, leaving Song Yi both elated and troubled. Thank you all for your kind words. I welcome everyone to visit Bu Mountain Villa. I am happy to take photos and sign autographs, but I only have 2 hours to spare. The remaining time, I wish to spend with my family and friends. I also hope everyone can pursue their idols rationally and not let it affect their work and lives. Amidst the raucous crowd, it was uncertain just how many truly absorbed his words. Song Yi simply continued signing autographs and posing for pictures, and the promised 2 hours quickly became a mere illusion. It was nearly 4 hours later before he finally managed to send the guests away. After all, they had come all the way to his home, and Song Yi couldn't bear to let them leave empty-handed. Son, you've truly brought honor to your father. Bu Mountain Villa has been operating for nearly 20 years. Yet we have never seen such a turnout. Let your son have a moment to rest. Son, drink some water. You must be exhausted. By this time, dusk had fallen. While he was busy, Chinyu, Chen, and Ming who were also occupied. Occasionally, someone approached them for photos, while Dusong found himself relatively free, as no one recognized him as the one who had sung Broken Bridge and Remaining Snow and Luzhou Moon. Dusong remained by Li Shanshan's side. Feeling a mix of frustration and urgency, wishing he could announce to everyone, I am also a singer, Dad, Mom. This is my close friend from the capital. They are here to spend a few days with us. This is my manager, Li Shanshan. And this is a throng of people clustered around Song Yi as they made their way into the courtyard, allowing him to introduce his friends to his family and relatives. I see, Xiao Shan, Xiao Song, Xiao Chun, Xiao Shui, and Xiao Chang introduced themselves to me this afternoon. Son, Xiao Shan and the others have prepared a whole truckload of gifts for me. What about yours? Soon after Song Yi and his companions arrived, the luggage from the airport was also delivered to Bu Mountain Villa. Li Shanshan took the opportunity to bring over a list of gifts prepared by Tang Chao Company. Song Qian and Yuan Qiong even set aside a special room for storage. Subsequently, Du Song, Chun Yu, and others presented their own gifts. Though the value of these items was uncertain, they left Song Yi's parents and relatives dazzled, both surprised and delighted. The more respect these individuals showed him, the more it indicated that their son was thriving in the outside world. This was indeed a joyous moment for parents. Dad, isn't your birthday in 2 days? I'll give it to you then. If I present it now, the surprise will be lost. Initially thinking that there was no need for such formalities among family, Song Yi was taken aback when his father inquired about it. He quickly adjusted his statement, promising to present the gift on his father's birthday. In truth, he planned to take some time to go to Wudu tomorrow to select gifts for his parents. Aunt and younger aunt, my dear son thinks of everything. Come on, while you were busy, we weren't idle either. We've prepared several large tables of delicious food. Upon hearing Song Yi's response, his parents had no doubts. They promptly ushered everyone to dinner. Igu. This tomato fish soup is incredibly fresh and delicious. This spring water chicken is delightful too. The meat is firm, and the flavor is exquisite. As everyone savored the pure, natural cuisine from the mountains, they all exclaimed how delicious it was. Zhang Chang and others took turns coming over to toast with Song Qian and Yuan Qiong. Though their parents had poor tolerance for alcohol and only sipped a few times, Zhang Chang and the others were unconcerned. Your eldest nephew has truly achieved great success. Unlike your cousin, who graduated and still can't find a decent job, it's truly infuriating. Indeed, your cousin also lost quite a bit in his startup last year and is still working to pay off debts. As the drinks flowed, the younger aunt and elder aunt approached Song Yi to chat, hinting at wanting his assistance. After all, they believed that having a big star like Song Yi could easily accommodate a few idle relatives, and it would be safer to rely on family. Song Qian and Yuan Qiong remained silent across the table, allowing Song Yi to handle things on his own. They understood that many matters were beyond their knowledge, and they couldn't prevent their siblings from seeking help from Song Yi, but they wouldn't interfere either. They trusted Song Yi's ability to make his own decisions. Elder aunt, younger aunt, as for your cousin and younger brother's job choices, I won't meddle too much. I'll support each of them with 200,000. Consider it my gesture of goodwill. This way, whether they choose to settle into a steady job or take an exam for civil service, it will certainly ease their burdens. What do you think? Before returning, Song Yi had anticipated this, thus deciding to part with some money to avert disaster. 400,000 was trivial to him now but could effectively dispel the initial thoughts of his relatives. Having lived 2 lives, Song Yi understood how troublesome it could be to invite friends and family to work nearby. If the individuals were honest and diligent, it might be manageable, but based on his understanding, both cousins were ambitious yet lacked the necessary skills, making them restless. Compared to future troubles, it was evidently far simpler to just provide financial support. After all, for those with wealth, money is the most affordable commodity. Although Song Yi was not exceedingly wealthy, he certainly possessed the ability to earn. This is truly too much trouble for my dear nephew. Rest assured, I will ensure your cousin earns money quickly to repay you. Your younger brother will too. Once he makes a fortune, he will surely pay you back double. Though the elder aunt and younger aunt appeared somewhat mercenary, they had shown Song Yi kindness during his childhood. He fully understood their little thoughts. Rather than trying to persuade them with grand principles of hard work, Song Yi believed that directly providing assistance would be far more effective. After speaking, he promptly transferred 200,000 to each of them via WeChat. Considering it a means to improve both families' living conditions, Song Yi's handling of the situation pleased his parents greatly. Although they had lost several 100,000, they clearly valued familial harmony above all. After the meal, his parents prepared individual guest rooms for everyone. Bu Mountain Villa was designed for fishing, dining, and lodging, and to accommodate Song Yi's friends, his parents had only retained the fishing service for the next few days. While the accommodation conditions were average, the number of rooms was more than sufficient. However, everyone was quite thrilled to spend their first night in the countryside. A group gathered in the courtyard, singing and dancing, all of them being debut singers or band members. Each had their own unique talents, which left Song Yi's parents, elder aunt, and younger aunt in awe. Igu, where are you taking us tomorrow? I want to try fishing. I want to go hiking. I want to explore the city. Before Song Yi could respond to Du Song's inquiry, everyone chimed in with their own desires, making it somewhat challenging for Song Yi to accommodate everyone. How about this? Tomorrow, those who wish to fish can stay at the villa. For those who want to swim, I will take you to the upstream reservoir, where the water quality is particularly good for swimming and crab catching. As for those who wish to head into the city, you can join me in the morning. I happen to have some matters to attend to die in front of his parents. Song Yi naturally refrained from disclosing his plans to buy gifts in the city the following day. Fortunately, upon hearing his proposal, no one probed further. Otherwise, Song Yi would have had to concoct another excuse to deflect their curiosity. Upon hearing Song Yi's arrangements, the crowd erupted in applause, overflowing with enthusiasm for the upcoming excursion. Laughter and merriment filled the courtyard. Meanwhile, the announcement of the song selection list for Singing the Dragon Nation by Longtai ignited fervent discussions online. That evening, major entertainment companies commenced fierce data manipulation to boost their rankings. Chapter 65, Poisoning. After more than half a month of registration and evaluation, a total of 186 songs passed Longtai's review. Remarkably, all 9 songs composed by Song Yi made the list. At this point, Longtai had opened the online voting channel, allowing each account to cast a vote for their favorite song daily. Perhaps considering the influence of capital in the digital realm, online votes accounted for only 50 of the total weight, with the remaining 50 determined by a panel of experts hired by Longtai. Additionally, the voting period was shortened from the initially set month to a mere 10 days. Ultimately, 16 songs would be selected to participate in a grand finale concert for Singing the Dragon Nation, culminating in a final ranking. While Song Yi himself remained indifferent to the rankings, Tang Dynasty Company and online fans were exultant. Finally, they could vote. Sisters, come support Brother Kuan's prosperity of the Dragon Nation. 1 vote per day feels rather insufficient. The selection is daunting. Among the songs performed by the great Song Yi are Yellow Races and Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales, with even more of his compositions. Longtai has opened 5 online platforms for voting. Switch it up, and you could cast 50 votes in 10 days. Clever. I'll allocate all 50 votes to Brother Kuan and Brother Fan. Let us go. I choose Wang Fei. As soon as the voting channel opened, Li Shanshan promptly informed Song Yi of the news. However, Song Yi paid it little mind. Although rankings held significance, he certainly wouldn't stoop to urging his fans like a fledgling star. Moreover, this was not in line with Longtai's intention behind opening the online voting. It was best to simply enjoy his vacation. The next morning, the burly members of the Tiger Band rose early to go fishing, while Chan, He Shui, and Chun decided to accompany Song Yi into the city. Du Song, initially inclined to swim, opted to join Zhang Cheng in fishing upon realizing he had no companion. Fortunately, Song Yi and his group merely strolled through the mall, where he purchased watches for his parents, aunt, and younger relatives, with prices ranging from several thousand to 20,000, not extravagantly lavish, yet sufficiently presentable. The 3 sisters, who had initially intended to check in at various spots around the fog-shrouded city, abandoned this idea due to the sweltering heat. They returned to Bu Mountain Villa just in time for lunch. After a hearty meal, Song Yi led the group to the upstream river section for swimming. When the 4 sisters donned their swimsuits to swim together, they left Du Song and Chong completely mesmerized. The twin sisters were undeniably stunning, and Li Shanshan's physique and beauty were equally remarkable. He Shui, perhaps due to her youth, was still developing but remained refreshingly adorable, with skin as white as jade. The sight was a feast for the eyes, prompting the men to exclaim they would return for another swim the following day. After yesterday's blockade, the number of fans who specially came had significantly dwindled. Bu Mountain Villa had been operating in a semi-open state, only allowing fishing while refusing dining and accommodation services. Nevertheless, the villa remained bustling beyond expectation. Song Qian and Yuan Qiong were nearly overwhelmed collecting fishing fees. On July 27, despite no public announcement, relatives and friends of the Song family spontaneously gathered to present gifts, particularly residents of the small town. Even those with whom there had previously been no social exchange arrived to pay their respects. They conscientiously left after gifting, not even preparing lunch. This left Song Yi's parents quite reflective. Some say that once you succeed, you will find yourself surrounded by good people, with no bad ones in sight. Who would have thought that such a small birthday celebration would attract so many eager to ingratiate themselves? Even officials from the county sent representatives to congratulate Song Yi's father. Observing silently from the side, Song Yi remained mute. For once he made an appearance, these individuals would likely present a variety of demands, be it donations, charity performances, or even requests to serve as a city image ambassador. With limited energy, and given the mixed outcomes of such endeavors, Song Yi preferred to avoid the spotlight. Although most guests departed after presenting their gifts, The remaining relatives still filled over 10 tables. Had it not been for the ample provisions at the villa, it would have been quite a spectacle. Following a wave of joy, the villa gradually quieted down as dusk descended. Over the past few days, Dusong had become addicted to fishing alongside Zhangcheng. Taking advantage of the cooler night temperatures, the group commenced night fishing. Chenggu, do you see that over there? Is someone lurking? Dusong pointed, and Zhangcheng and Achong peered into the distance, faintly discerning silhouettes moving stealthily. Shu, Achong, and I will sneak around from the left. You all approach from the right and block them. They aren't here to poach fish at night, are they? The five conspired quietly, creeping closer, while the two youths across remained utterly oblivious. Wei Gu, with just a few bottles of pesticide, can this really poison such a large pond? Rest assured, by dawn, all the fish in the pond will be belly up, and the Song family will surely be distraught. Good. If they dare offend our fan circle, given their recent glory, we must teach them a lesson. The pair wore expressions of excitement as they twisted open the bottle caps, preparing to pour the poison into the pond, only to be apprehended by five imposing figures who had emerged from the shadows. Stay right there and don't move. Youngsters these days, not learning the right things, resorting to poisoning. Damn it. I thought someone was just stealing fish, but I didn't expect such malicious intent. If you had succeeded, wouldn't your uncle and aunt have been heartbroken? Achong, with a fiery temperament, delivered a punch to each of the two, causing them to wail. Help! You can't hit us. I'll call the police. We still minors. Seeing that the two not only showed no signs of repentance, but also threatened to call the police, the group could hardly contain their laughter. Fine. Let us see who the police will arrest. Achong feigned an intent to strike again, but was held back by Zhangcheng. Let us take them back to Shosongi first, then decide how to handle it. We don't want to cause trouble for the uncles and aunts. Little Song, gather up the poison on the ground. Once Zhangcheng led the two into a well-lit area, they discerned that the youths were indeed quite young, no more than 15 or 16. Slender in stature, but sporting bleached hair and ostentatious earrings, adorned with tattoos. Now bruised and battered, they bore the marks of Achong's fists. Song-yi, these two rascals were about to poison the pond when we caught them. Should we call the police or handle it differently? At that moment, Song-yi was engaged in light-hearted conversation with his parents. Qian, He Shui, and Li Shanshan were learning to play mahjong from their aunt. The previously joyous atmosphere was abruptly shattered as everyone turned towards the courtyard entrance. Poisoning? Let me see. Song Qian stood up, his face a mask of fury. Tao Wei, Yu Yong, what are you two doing here? Where are your parents? Seeing Song Qian's reaction, the burly members of the Tiger Band were taken aback. Wait, these are familiar faces. Chapter 66. Confrontation. Noticing the confusion on their faces, Song Qian took the initiative to explain. It turned out these two were the children of local families. Although not particularly close, they were acquaintances, and their parents had even come to pay respects earlier that day. Having dropped out of school early, they spent their time chasing after celebrities, making them recognizable around town. What should we do? Uncle, Auntie, I think we should call the police. These young people, without a proper lesson in discipline, might engage in worse misdeeds in the future. Indeed, Uncle, they brought these bottles of pesticide. If they had released it, the fish in the pond would have perished. Dusong displayed the collected pesticide, inciting further outrage among the group. Uncle Song, Auntie Yuan, we were just messing around. We want to do it again. Yes, we're all from the same town. We didn't cause any damage, right? Uncle Song, please let us go. The pair's previous bravado evaporated as they pleaded for mercy from Song Qian and Yuan Xiong. I'll call their parents and have them come pick them up. After much consideration, Song Qian opted not to involve the police. After all, they were from the same town. If he reported them, it would leave a record that could tarnish their reputations. People often sympathize with the vulnerable and those who have been wronged. Fortunately, the two had been caught before they could carry out their plan, so no actual harm had been done. As long as their parents disciplined them properly afterward, there shouldn't be any significant issues. Sending them to the police station could provoke resentment from both families. If a similar incident occurred again, it could lead to trouble. Recognizing this, the group ceased their discussion, surrounding the two youths while Achong stood nearby, still itching for a fight. Hey, Lao Yu, you need to come here. Your kid and Lao Tao's kid tried to poison my pond, and I caught them. Don't worry, I haven't called the police yet. Just take them back and educate them properly. The Song family hasn't wronged you. Alright, then you and Lao Tao come over. I want to call him. Those who raise fish fear nothing more than someone poisoning their water. They dare not offend the people around them lightly. They are merely two mischievous children, and if they were truly malicious, they could easily poison the water inlet of the fish pond. Such an act would render one defenseless and exceedingly difficult to trace afterward. Song Yi's parents have been raising fish for nearly 20 years, and this is the first time they have encountered such an incident. Pray tell, why did you choose to poison my family's pond? With that, Song Yi stepped forward and crouched before the two individuals. He recognized them vaguely, as they had clearly crossed paths during various festive occasions in the past. Although he had long understood the principle that prosperity breeds envy, he still wished to inquire about their specific motives for the poisoning. After all, such actions are harmful to others without benefiting oneself, and they are illegal. Typically, one would not undertake such a course of action lightly. Go. We were just joking around. It was a moment of reckless impulse. Please let us go. One stammered. Yes, Igu. We will be your fans from now on. We won't pursue Su Kuin anymore. Just let us go, and you will be my idol from this day forth. Observing their current attire and cowardly demeanor, Song Yi began to understand why they had acted so irrationally. They were nothing more than fervent fans. These individuals act solely based on their whims, devoid of any logical reasoning. Before long, the parents of the two boys arrived on motorcycles, hurling insults as they approached the small courtyard. You little rascals. Do you think I want to teach you a lesson today? It's one thing to misbehave, but to dare to cause trouble at Song Igu's home is utterly unacceptable. Do you not realize who Song Igu is now? He is someone even the county leaders seek to befriend. Just watch as I break your legs. The four of them rushed into the courtyard. The two middle-aged men unbuckling their belts as they advanced. Upon reaching the boys, they unleashed a flurry of slaps. Their strikes were genuine, far more forceful than even a Chang'e dad. We want to do it again. They cried. Please stop, we haven't even begun. Writhing on the ground in pain, the two begged for mercy. Their mothers stood by, feeling distressed but too afraid to intervene. Instead, they expressed their sincere apologies to Yuan Xiong and Song Qian. Sister-in-law, we have failed in our responsibility to educate them, almost causing you great trouble. We are truly sorry. Here is 10,000 yuan from both our families. We hope you want to report this to the authorities. They are still young, and if they get a record, their lives will be ruined. The perspective of the two parents on the matter was entirely different from that of their children. Given Song Yi's current status, even though they were minors, they feared the police would impose severe penalties. Thus, they hastily gathered 10,000 yuan in hopes of appeasing Song Yi's parents. We don't need the money. Just take your children home. We, the Song family, have always conducted ourselves honestly in the rural hospitality business and have never offended anyone. Old Tao, old you, I hope such incidents do not recur. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to involve the authorities. Song Qian stated, his voice low yet heavy with weight. Understood, Brother Song. Thank you for your generosity. I will ensure they are kept busy and never cause trouble again. Tao Wei's father delivered a resounding slap to each boy. You worthless brats, take off those earrings. Tomorrow, you will get your hair and tattoos sorted out, or I will make your lives miserable. Go and apologize to your uncle and aunt and to Song Igu. Faced with their furious parents, the boys lost any remaining bravado. They obediently removed their earrings and apologized to Song Yi's family. Subsequently, the parents expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Song Yi's family before leading their children away from Bishui Mountain Villa. Once they had departed, Song Yi dismissed the incident from his mind and continued to relish the leisurely rural lifestyle. He even contemplated that if he were to produce a show like The Life I Yearn For, his family's Bishui Mountain Villa could serve as a filming location. The two were given a thorough scolding at home, their backs nearly bruised from the beating. However, once their parents fell asleep, they felt a surge of renewed spirit. Whether it was to garner sympathy from their fanbase or to boast, they documented their sorry state after being beaten by a Chong and their parents and shared it in their fan group. Brothers and sisters, we were headed to Song Yi's house today to pull off a grand stunt, but we got beaten up instead. Our behinds hurt so much, please send comfort. Accompanying their message were photos of their bruised faces, even displaying the vivid marks left by their parents. What? They hit you that badly? Song Yi's family is truly vicious. How dare he strike someone? Don't worry, we, the fan club, will definitely avenge you. How dare Song Yi attack one of our own without cause? This is intolerable. We, the fan club, shall never be subjugated. Let us retaliate. With the deliberate instigation of capital companies and internet trolls, the statements made by Tao Wei and Yu Yong were taken out of context. This series of messages and images was rapidly disseminated across social media, propelling the Song Yi assault incident to the top of trending topics. Various absurd headlines soon dominated major platforms. Song Yi assaults minor. Arrogant Song family, Song Yi mutilates child. After becoming famous, a village bully on the virtue of popular artists. Finally, the entertainment company Xingfei seized the opportunity, declaring this time that even Long Tai would be unable to rescue him. Nu Jia, rally your fans to intensify the pressure. This level of notoriety is unworthy of Song Yi. Observing the flood of rumors online, Wu Qin was positively gleeful. Although the public relations department of Xingfei had already stepped in, she could not resist inciting her artists to further inflame the situation. Don't worry, Sister Wu. I will make sure he is thoroughly crushed. In just a month since his debut, Song Yi had inadvertently offended many individuals. Seeing such a splendid opportunity, a multitude of internet trolls concocted a myriad of melodramatic tales based on Tao Wei's chat screenshots. Some claimed that Song Yi assaulted Tao Wei because he had taken a liking to Tao Wei's 15-year-old girlfriend upon returning home, leveraging his status to demand her company for the night. Young and impulsive, Tao Wei stood up to him, only to be brutally beaten by Song Yi's entourage. Others suggested that Song Yi had developed an inappropriate interest in the delicate Tao Wei and sought to take advantage of him, leading to the violent altercation. Yet another rumor posited that Song Yi's father, Song Qian, coveted a prime piece of land belonging to the Tao family and attempted to purchase it for 500 yuan as a future burial site, to which the Tao family naturally objected. Thus, the village bully, Song Yi, emerged to administer a beating to the Tao family. Countless ridiculous stories circulated, and astonishingly, many were willing to believe them. Hello? Is this Xiao Song? What is going on? Did you just get into a fight? Far away in Daijing, Su Yun saw the news online and immediately called Song Yi, leaving him utterly bewildered. It was already late at night. And in the countryside, people tended to retire earlier than usual. Everyone had returned to their rooms to sleep, blissfully unaware of the chaos unfolding online. What are you talking about? My friend A Chong just gave a couple of kids a light punch. It's nothing serious. Song Yi genuinely had not anticipated that several hours after the incident, even Su Yun would be aware of it. Could it be that Li Shanshan had brought it up? Nothing serious. The entire internet is in an uproar. They are calling you the village bully. Allegations of abducting women and seizing burial plots are circulating, complete with photos of the victims. Abducting women? Seizing burial plots? Is it really that outrageous? Song Yi, who had just entered a deep sleep, was suddenly wide awake. In this digital age, imagination knows no bounds. With just one image, the rest can be fabricated. Yes, our company's public relations department is currently working on dispelling the rumors. But we are unclear about the specifics and cannot act hastily. You need to tell me what actually happened. If you did indeed hit someone, we can issue an apology first. If the allegations were true, it would be challenging for anyone to wriggle out of responsibility. Furthermore, Song Yi had made numerous enemies. Even a minor misstep could be exaggerated to monumental proportions. The nature of a public figure assaulting someone is severe. And if they could secure the victim's forgiveness in advance, it might be possible to mitigate the situation with a public statement from Tang Dynasty Company and the authorities. Nonetheless, Song Yi would likely need to maintain a low profile for a while. No, I didn't hit anyone. You know me, sister, I'm a gentleman. Here's what happened. Song Yi recounted the events in detail to Su Yun. Is that all? These trolls are quite the storytellers. Relieved by Song Yi's thorough explanation, Su Yun finally relaxed. Don't worry. Even if you did hit someone, it's not a problem. I will handle it. Oh, by the way, is there surveillance around your fish pond? And send me those photos of the pesticides as well. Su Yun's voice was brimming with excitement on the phone. Comparing the chat screenshots and photos that were circulating from Tao Wei, she had surmised that this was a deliberate smear campaign by capital companies. As long as they had evidence, no matter how much the opposition stirred the pot, it would be futile. After all, Song Yi had already garnered recognition from the leaders of Long Tai. There is surveillance. But I'm not sure if it captured those two boys. I'll ask my dad and send it to you along with the photos. After this phone call, Song Yi found it difficult to return to sleep. He quickly got up to check with his parents about the surveillance footage. Just as he stepped outside, he encountered the anxious face of Li Shanshan, who had also received notification from the company's management department. Although Song Yi felt no guilt within himself, the others in the company were quite anxious. Sister Shan, there's no need to rush. I will speak to my father and check the surveillance footage. The truth speaks for itself. Indeed. Once Song Yi clarifies the situation to his parents, they will be even more agitated and indignant than Li Shanshan. It is the disappointment that comes from having good intentions met with betrayal. What on earth is this old Tao family up to? Had I known, I would have listened to Xiao Song and the others and reported it to the police directly. Yes, just think of the trouble this will bring our son. If only we had known, we would have never opened that farm stay. The more the parents spoke, the more absurd their claims became. They even considered shutting down the farm stay to avoid further complications. Mom and Dad, there's no need to panic. I have seen the chat screenshots online. This matter likely has little to do with Uncle Tao. It seems the chat records were simply manipulated. Let's first check the surveillance. As long as we have evidence, they will have to come back and apologize. The group, burdened with complex emotions, descended to the first floor. Even the sleeping twins and the fierce tiger received the news and gathered together. Some were cursing, while others wore anxious expressions. As first-hand witnesses to the incident, everyone knew just how unjustly Song Yi had been treated. Truly, those two ungrateful ingrates, after being shown kindness, they had the audacity to slander AE. Alas, it's all my fault. If I had just given those two kids a few punches back then, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. As the only one who had struck a blow, Chong now felt immense guilt. Brother Chong, don't worry. It's merely a tactic to undermine me, and it has little to do with your punches. Moreover, from the photos Tao Wei posted, it seems that most of the injuries were inflicted by his own father. I wonder what gave him the courage to share those injury photos online to elicit sympathy. Song Yi's parents, unfamiliar with computers, struggled for a while without managing to pull up the surveillance footage from that night. Seeing their frustration, Du Song stepped in and quickly retrieved the video. Although the footage from the pond was quite blurry, the figures of Tao Wei and Yu Yong were barely discernible. Importantly, the courtyard footage was crystal clear and even contained audio. It captured not only Song Yi's interrogation of the two, but also the scene and sounds of their parents arriving to pick them up. This was splendid. It not only proved their culpability in attempting to poison the pond, but also demonstrated that most of the injuries were self-inflicted by their parents. Xiao Song had never laid a hand on them. Li Shanshan had yet to mention one critical detail, that during the interrogation, the two had voluntarily admitted to being fans of Su Kuan. Once this video is released, it is likely that Su Kuan from Jinlin Company will be quite unsettled. Chapter 68. Response. Hello, Teacher Song. I heard you've gotten into quite a bit of trouble. What's going on? Do you need our help? Just after sending the video and photos to Su Yun, Song Yi received a call from Wang Chong. Thank you for your concern, young Master Wang. IVE already entrusted the matter to the company, and I believe we will soon witness a reversal of fortunes. Let the dust settle for a while. I too am curious to see who is still intent on undermining me. Politely declining Wang Chong's offer for assistance, Song Yi knew that, in such matters, even the wealthy few could do little to genuinely help. Otherwise, Wang Chong wouldn't have been dubbed the king of simps by netizens a year prior. Shortly thereafter, calls of concern came from Wu Yuxuan of Longtai, Li Hongyuan from the Folk Music Association, and several professors from various universities. Unlike Wang Chong's direct inquiry for assistance, these individuals sought a detailed account of the events. In their eyes, the truth was far more significant than allegiance. However, once Song Yi recounted every detail, the group's response was unexpectedly furious. Rest assured, Xiao Song, I will not allow you to be wronged. I am contacting the PR department of your Tang Dynasty company immediately. After learning the truth, they hurriedly ended the call. Following this, many industry friends, including Wang Fei, Hua Zai, and the acquaintance from just 2 days prior, Guy, also reached out to express their concern. Initially, Song Yi responded to each one, but as fatigue set in, he ultimately turned off his phone. After all, by tomorrow at the latest, when the company chooses an appropriate moment to unveil the truth, everyone will be fully informed. There is no need to waste any more breath on the matter. On July 28th, everyone at the villa rose early. While enjoying breakfast, they kept a close eye on the unfolding public opinion online. As neither Song Yi nor Tang Dynasty Company had yet made a statement. The capital firms and sensationalist accounts grew increasingly brazen. Shocking, the lesser-known side of the popular artist Song Yi, on the surface, a seemingly virtuous genius of patriotic song composition, yet beneath lies a tyrannical village bully. Should such an artist, unworthy of their position, continue to profit in the industry? Shocking. Turns out Song Yi likes men. Unable to love, he resorts to violence. Is this a decline in morality or an explosion of desire? When desire is amplified by power, where do we turn? Is there a need for the works of artists with tarnished reputations to exist? Various sensational headlines flooded major websites, inundating the public with in-depth analyses of the incident involving Song Yi. Marketing accounts exploited the situation for traffic, while capital firms wielded public opinion as a weapon. Only the countless onlookers remained oblivious, unwittingly providing fuel for the escalation of the event. Just as Song Yi was about to become the target of universal scorn, Tang Dynasty Company finally released a statement regarding the online rumors about our artist Song Yi's incident. These are the distorted interpretations and malicious fabrications of ill-intentioned individuals. Our artist Song Yi did not engage in any physical contact with Tao Wei or Yu Yong at any point. The truth is entirely unrelated to the various versions circulating online. The incident stemmed from Tao Wei and Yu Yong attempting to poison the fish pond at Song Yi's home in the evening. only to be caught red-handed by Song Yi's friends. Out of goodwill among neighbors, Song Yi's parents chose to forgive them. The wounds in the photos are solely the result of their parents' misguided discipline. We urge the media to cease their malicious intent and immediately issue an apology. Otherwise, we will pursue legal action to protect our artists' rights. Beneath the statement was a 10-minute video, meticulously edited, showcasing not only the high-definition footage of the two preparing to poison the pond, but also subtitled dialogues of their conversations. Wei Ge, can a few bottles of this stuff really poison such a large pond? Rest assured, by tomorrow morning, all the fish will be belly up, and the Song Yi family will be in tears. That's right. We must give him a taste of his own medicine. The following footage displayed the two being pinned to the ground by Zhang Cheng and others. As for a Chang's act of violence, that footage was conveniently omitted. Though the context was justifiable, it was inevitable that some would seize the opportunity to preach morality, given the sensitive nature of the minors involved. The subsequent scenes depicted the two being escorted to the villa's courtyard, where the dialogue was crystal clear. Now, tell me, why did you attempt to poison my family's pond? In the video, Song Yi squatted before them, maintaining a distance of about 2 meters, his tone remarkably calm. Ego. We were just messing around. Ego. We'll be your fans from now on. We won't follow Sukurin anymore. Just let us go. The two knelt on the ground, devoid of any defiance, even revealing their fan status for Sukuin. Although Sukuin had not directed them to act, the implication left a profound psychological impact on all viewers. Finally, the video captured the arrival of their parents, who unleashed a barrage of mixed reprimands and pleas for mercy, a sight too painful to behold. One had to turn their head away to watch. The apologies from the parents, along with the conversation where Song Yi's parents declined a bribe of 10,000 yuan, were all clearly transmitted to the audience. In an instant, the internet erupted. Those who had attempted to smear Song Yi and gain traffic were now scrambling to delete their posts and videos, believing they could evade repercussions from Song Yi and Tang Dynasty Company. Yet, they forgot that the internet has a long memory. Furthermore, last night, Tang Dynasty Company's PR department had been diligently recording all accounts and videos that defamed Song Yi. It is believed that the ensuing legal compensation would amount to a sum many could never hope to earn in several lifetimes. I can't believe this reversal came so late. I thought teacher Song Yi was finished. I was terrified. I thought Yellow Race and Heavenly Dragon scales would be taken down. Song Yi's parents are so gentle. I can't comprehend why these two children would harbor such malicious thoughts. Now I understand why some people's ponds can die overnight. How truly vicious. I can't even imagine the consequences of those few bottles of poison. These two children, unrepentant, dare to retaliate. They deserve severe punishment. Ultimately, it is the capital firms that deliberately tarnish teacher Song Yi's reputation. Have you all noticed? Both of them are fans of Su Kuan. How can Jinlin and Xingfei companies still dare to slander? They should clean up their own mess first. This is merely the statement from Tang Dynasty Company. Who can guarantee that the video hasn't been edited or fabricated? Indeed, we fans do not instigate trouble, but we are not afraid of it either. We will protect our beloved Kuan Kuan. The tide of public opinion swiftly shifted, redirecting the storm from Song Yi to Su Kuan of Jinlin Company. Immediately thereafter, fans from the entertainment circle emerged, casting doubts upon the authenticity of the video. In response, the Longtai account issued an investigative statement that dispelled all concerns. Chapter 69, History. Following verification by our station in collaboration with the police of Wudu, we have obtained related transcripts from the families of Tao and Yu, which corroborate the video released by Tang Dynasty Music Company. In light of the fact that the two individuals involved in the poisoning of the fish pond have secured forgiveness from Song Yi's family, and that the crime was not completed, the law enforcement authorities have provided stern education, and their freedom has been restored. Regarding the online incident in which Song Yi was attacked and falsely accused, our station will unite with law enforcement to conduct an in-depth investigation. The internet is not a lawless realm, nor is it an instrument for certain individuals to wield as a weapon for malicious attacks. We hope everyone takes this as a lesson. Attached below was a transcript signed by Tao Wei, Yu Yong, and their parents. It meticulously documented the motivations, process, and entirety of the arrest of the two individuals intending to poison. This perfectly corroborated the surveillance video released by the Tang Dynasty Company. Wow, both Longtai and the involved parties have issued statements. Now these brainless fans have nothing to say. This statement carries a heavy warning. Some individuals are bound to face consequences. Teacher Song Yi remains remarkably low-key, having not uttered a word in defense amidst such significant events. Many bloggers who spread rumors about teacher Song Yi have deleted their posts. We must not let these opportunistic internet celebrities escape unscathed, as they lack any bottom line. Indeed, Teacher Song Yi, a dedicated and humble musical genius, nearly drove them to retreat from the circle. They must be severely punished. It is my hope that these unscrupulous media outlets and internet personalities are brought to their knees. Losing everything? Brothers, it is time to go and vote for Teacher Song Yi on Sing Out for Longhua. The statement from Long Tai set the tone for this public opinion incident. Subsequently, the Longhua National Music Association, the Daijing Music Academy, and various singers and artists who have collaborated with Song Yi expressed their unwavering support for his character on Weibo. In an instant, the internet was filled with praises for Song Yi, leaving only discussions about fandom culture. Seizing the opportunity while Song Yi's popularity remains high, Tang Dynasty Company promptly released the single Born Stubborn. This song was launched with only the audio, lacking a corresponding music video. Besides the urgency of time, this was also due to the inability to find matching visuals. Upon the song's launch, Song Yi, adhering to the company's promotional requirements, shared the song's link on his personal Weibo. After nearly a month of continuous growth, the number of followers on Song Yi's Weibo has reached a staggering 30 million. There are no inactive followers. The engagement level of fans is exceptionally high. One could say that a simple Weibo post by Song Yi saved the Tang Dynasty Company over $1 million in promotional costs. Thank you all for your attention these past few days. This is my new song Born Stubborn, performed together with Guy. I hope you enjoy it. Wow, Song Yi actually updated his Weibo. How rare. I vaguely remember the last time he updated was during the release of his last song. Is his Weibo merely a platform for advertisements? He should share more of his daily life. I would love to watch him livestream fishing. At least his Weibo account updates occasionally. His Douyin has nearly 50 million followers but has never been updated since his debut. Has no one noticed that Song Yi has released a new song? And it's a duet? This is unprecedented. I've clicked play, and wow, what is this song? It starts with a climax. It's so invigorating. The clear piano notes accompany a powerful rhythm, striking the eardrums of the audience. The sound evokes images of thousands of troops marching in unison, reminiscent of a silent declaration at a military parade. Just the prelude stirs one's blood. There is a force that is insurmountable. It never admits defeat and is born stubborn. There exists an ideal that illuminates confusion. In that place filled with glory, first, Guy's slightly hoarse voice emerges, infused with the essence of the rivers and lakes, imparting a wild spirit of perseverance. Following closely, Song Yi's penetrating voice erupts. Although they possess two distinct vocal tones, at this moment, they harmonize exceptionally well. Before the audience, a battlefield seems to materialize, along with a 5-star red flag forged in blood. Gazing up at that vibrant flag, when disaster strikes, we stand together through adversity, mutual support and care, never indifferent, facing history with courage, looking boldly to the future, hoping for the safe return of heroes, never compromising. The dignity of a great nation is inviolable. Following a stirring introduction, the song appears to enter a calmer phase. Guy's tranquil tone resonates, as if reminiscing or recounting a history filled with trials. When the alarm of war tolls, the people of Longhua unite in hardship, never compromising. A bright red flag rises from the crowd. Despite enduring hardships and tasting failures, we have never shied away from that dark chapter of history. I am no longer the humiliated figure of the past. With a resolute heart and unyielding steps, no one can stop me. I care not for the mockery of others, though I too was once so insignificant. Then, Song Yi's voice, brimming with vigor, resounds. Moving forward through hardships, we once again stride towards strength. Just like Song Yi himself, Song Yi never pays heed to the derision of others. His steadfast resolve and forward momentum have never faltered. I take pride in my country. Let the 5-star red flag fly freely. Breaking free from chains, gathering flames, reinforced steel and iron bones shatter records. Diligence and kindness are the artistry of my existence. Honing skills amidst icy trials, Song Yi and Guy sing with remarkable speed, delivering each powerful lyric. The continuous echoes of their voices strike the audience like a barrage of bullets. Each voice expresses its resilience while interpreting the history of uprising. The fervent melody, paired with invigorating lyrics, brings tears of passion to every listener. This is true rap. What are those singing and dancing performances? This is Teacher Song Yi's best response to the slander and attacks from Capital. I am honored to witness the strength of our motherland. I am immensely proud. Our magnificent landscapes, we shall never yield an inch. Although there are no visuals in my mind, a perfect military parade unfolds. Brothers, I feel compelled to enlist and serve my country. With August 1st approaching, I believe I understand the intention behind Teacher Song Yi's creation of this song. We must strive for self-improvement. I merely wish to listen to music. yet ended up in tears. Am I the only one crying? Never admitting defeat, born stubborn. Teacher Song Yi is truly inspiring. In this lifetime, I have no regrets in becoming a part of Huaxia. In my next life, I shall still be a citizen of Longhua. Chapter 70, Excitement. Commander He, I have found a song more suitable for the Army Day promotional campaign. At the southwestern military district base of Longhua, a man with an exuberant expression rushed into the office of the publicity troop leader. He chinged a promotional song. Wasn't the track for the promotional video already confirmed last week? The military district's art troupe has been preparing the promotional video for Army Day on August 1st. The materials and background music have long been determined, and the final cut has already been produced. Shaoli, with only 4 days until August 1 st, let us not make any last-minute changes. It would be hard to explain to the military district otherwise. He Qing held a high regard for Li Qin's work ethic. Although he was not inclined to change the track at this late hour, his tone remained gentle. Commander, please wait. Listen to this new song by Teacher Song Yi. I believe you'll have the troop working overtime tonight, a song by Song Yi. That is worth a listen. The troop had previously considered using Song Yi's Wanjing as this year's promotional theme song. Unfortunately, the atmosphere and singing style of Wanjing were somewhat too gentle, not aligning with the military district's promotional style. Thus, it had to be set aside. However, the troop held great admiration for the quality of songs composed by Song Yi. There exists a force that is insurmountable. It never admits defeat, born stubborn. After merely hearing a few lines of lyrics, He Qing's face flushed with astonishment. Who is the other voice in this? He Qing stammered in excitement. As every lyric of this new song by Song Yi perfectly encapsulated the indomitable spirit of Longhua soldiers. To say it was a specially tailored promotional track for the military district would not be an exaggeration. Commander, the other singer is Guy. This is Teacher Song Yi's first collaborative song. Thanks to the efforts of countless sound engineers, their voices blended seamlessly as if they had been partners for years. Devoid of any forced combination, which is a crucial reason for the song's profound impact. Once the song concluded, He Qing sat in silence on the couch for a full 5 minutes, a glimmer of tears shimmering in his eyes. Change it, Shaoli. Immediately notify the production team to edit a video according to this song. Shoot anything that is missing without delay. I will contact Tang Dynasty Company. We must secure the rights to this song first. At that moment, He Qing was overwhelmingly excited. It should have been a straightforward task for the military district's art troupe to secure the rights to a song. They could even request Tang Dynasty Company for it free of charge without any rebuttal. However, at this moment, He Qing felt a twinge of impatience, for he feared that other military districts might also take an interest in this song. Indeed, his apprehensions were soon validated. The executives of Tang Dynasty Company were not only receiving calls from the propaganda art troops of various military districts, but also from colleagues at the headquarters. The song Born Stubborn was not merely suitable for celebrating the festival on August 1 st. It could also be used in promotional videos for new recruits. The factors to consider when selecting an official promotional song are numerous. One must evaluate not only the quality of the song itself, but also the integrity of its creators and performers. Song Yi, who had long been dedicated to combating the allure of foreign influences and had received multiple accolades for his efforts, perfectly fulfilled these criteria. As a result, once the song was released, it garnered widespread acclaim from netizens and quickly caught the attention of various military districts. The specifics of the discussions between Tang Dynasty Company and the military were unknown to Song Yi. At this moment, he was busy preparing a meal for his family and friends on the last day of his holiday. The kitchen at Bai Shui Mountain Villa was bustling with activity. Once spacious, the kitchen now felt somewhat cramped with more than 10 people squeezed in. Despite the crowd, there were few who were genuinely working. Dad, lend me a hand and marinate the fish slices. At that moment, the head chef, Song Qian, had already removed his apron and was leisurely pacing behind Song Yi. Marinate the fish? After decades of cooking, my son returns, and I can't even enjoy a little ready-made meal? All right, you can step outside and rest. Don't distract me while I work. Your movement is giving me a headache. After shooing away the group of men who were more of a nuisance than a help, Song Yi was left with only his delightful twin sisters and the quiet and reserved He Shui. Not for any other reason, but to make his work more pleasant. Mr. Song Yi, I will help you. I can cut potato strips, Brother Yi. I can marinate meat too. Let me assist you. The 3 young ladies were eager to lend a hand, yet upon observing their clumsy techniques, Song Yi realized they were all daughters of affluent families. What was supposed to be potato strips ended up as potato cubes. He Shui had poured in so much salt while marinating the fish that she nearly emptied a small jar. Alarmed, Song Yi hurriedly rinsed the fish slices in the sink. Fortunately, he caught the mistake in time. Otherwise, everyone would have ended up with overly salty fish. Never mind. Why don't you help me wash the vegetables? If you can't even wash the vegetables properly, you might as well take a break. Gazing at the three attractive young ladies, Song-yi shook his head slightly. It seemed that the last day of his holiday was destined to be laborious and busy. Oh, Mr. Song-yi, rest assured. Once I return to the capital, I will practice my culinary skills every day and surely impress you. And me? I will definitely become your most capable assistant in the kitchen. The twin sisters vowed to become Song-yi's diligent helpers before joining the quiet He-shue to wash the vegetables. Observing their flustered antics, Song-yi couldn't help but seems that beautiful young ladies, aside from being capable, can be rather inept in other areas. Nevertheless, the fact that they, all from wealthy families, were willing to roll up their sleeves to help him in the kitchen was quite down to earth. He realized he shouldn't set his expectations too high. As evening approached, Song-yi finally removed his apron and prepared 2 lavish tables of dishes for everyone. Come, let us thank you all for coming to the villa from the capital. Feel free to visit often. I propose a toast to you all. As the nominal head of the family, Song Qian stood up to invite everyone to raise their glasses. Song-yi's elder aunt and younger aunt had returned home earlier that morning. Now, aside from Song-yi's parents, only friends from the capital remained at Bai Shui Mountain Villa. This is what you said, Uncle. If my sister and I come to Wu City to perform in the future, we must come to enjoy your cooking. Every year during winter and summer breaks, I will come here for your fish. The scenery is simply too beautiful. Haha, Xiao Chun, Xiao Shui, are you truly craving the fish here? Rather than the people? Brother Chung, silence. Of course we crave Uncle Song's culinary skills. Listening to their contradictory responses, everyone burst into laughter. The crisp sounds of frogs and cicadas harmonized with the laughter of the crowd. Watching the smiling faces in the courtyard, Song-yi felt a profound sense of accomplishment despite the busy afternoon. Unlike the acclaim that came from transcribing songs, this joy felt far more precious. Chapter 71. Love You. On July 29, the Cybersecurity Department and the Legal Department of Tang Dynasty Company jointly took action, rigorously pursuing the numerous media outlets and influencers that had insulted and defamed Song-yi the previous day. In an instant, countless accounts were banned, and many influencers, unable to afford exorbitant settlement fees, hastily issued multiple apologies in hopes of securing forgiveness from Song-yi and Tang Dynasty Company. Unfortunately, Tang Dynasty Company was genuinely incensed this time, and the Cybersecurity Department aimed to take advantage of this opportunity to rectify the negative atmosphere online. Although many influencers did not maliciously exploit capital companies, but merely sought to ride the wave of trending topics for traffic and attention, their actions nonetheless accelerated the spread and intensity of public opinion. Fortunately, Song-yi, who was under attack, possessed not only solid musical works and character but also a formidable backing, allowing him to navigate this crisis successfully. Had it been any other artist, they might have found it impossible to recover from such a blow. Not only would their careers stagnate, but they would also face astronomical claims from management companies and endorsement contracts. Consequently, these influencers became the first casualties in this rectification campaign. The major capital companies were similarly embroiled in lawsuits. Although they could not topple their opponents, they could still secure a significant amount in compensation. The behind-the-scenes power struggles among these companies went largely unnoticed by Song-yi, who was currently bidding farewell to his parents and returning to the capital with his companions. As the group of 10 boarded the plane, the song Love You, performed by Chen and Chen, was launched across various music platforms. When the twin sisters, clad in plaid skirts, executed lively dance moves while singing the phrase I love you, countless young men went wild. Wow, 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 brothers, this is dangerously sweet. The sugar levels are off the charts. The little cutie sent me a heart. Who can resist this, brothers? I'm drunk. I never expected Song-yi could write love songs. How much honey did he consume to create such a sweet melody? The prolific artist truly lives up to the hype. Does Song-yi have no creative bottleneck? Not only is he prolific, but nearly every song is tailored to perfection, seamlessly fitting each singer. Song-yi is simply extraordinary. The twin sisters are so sweet. I want to take them home. Which one should I choose, the elder sister or the younger sister? It's such a dilemma. Only children make choices. Adults desire them all. Draw your swords, brothers. The twin sisters are mine. Countless men hid under their blankets, watching the MV for Love You with knowing smiles. The sweetness reminiscent of first love rendered them helpless, periodically erupting into fits of silly laughter. Through this song, Song-yi also showcased his talent for composing love songs, attracting numerous invitations from singers. After all, in Long Country, love songs are the easiest to gain popularity. Artists who debut with love songs are as numerous as the stars, making this market exceptionally vast. A.e. Xiao Song, My brothers and I have partnered to open a bar called Arrogance, and we plan to launch it the day after tomorrow. If you have time, come by and add to the atmosphere. Sitting on the plane, the group engaged in casual conversation. Wow, Brother Chung, how could you do this to me? You secretly opened a nightclub and didn't invite me to invest. Ever since debuting as an online singer, Dusong had not performed live in quite some time, making him feel somewhat out of place. He inquired with confusion, "What made you think to open a bar? And why are you still out having fun just before the opening?" Zhang Cheng explained, "We've been renovating for the past few days, leaving it to a friend to manage. Speaking of this bar, it was actually the first bucket of gold we earned from our last live stream. Last time we live streamed, we each made over 300,000, but opening a venue is still far from enough. In the end, Xiao Shui asked her family for a few million to invest. So technically, the main owner of this venue is He Shui, and we're all just working for her. We don't expect to debut anyway. We just want a place to have fun." After hearing Zhang Cheng's explanation, everyone turned to the back row where He Shui was seated. "Xiao Shui, impressive. Just in your second year of college, and you're already a boss. That's quite capable." Dusong gave a thumbs up to the blushing He Shui. His perception of her family's wealth further refined. "Brother Chung, we must go." At that moment, Chen Jiaxuan and her sister couldn't help but chime in. "Yes, our popularity is much stronger than Brother Du's. Why weren't we invited?" Their personalities were already quite lively, and after spending the past few days together, they had become good friends with the group, speaking quite casually. "Ha ha ha, Xiao Chen, if you're willing to come, I would be thrilled. Just spreading the word about your attendance at Arrogance will surely attract a crowd of fans." The group burst into laughter, agreeing to visit the new venue together the following night. This was merely casual banter among friends. Had they followed the usual invitation process, it would require millions to entice Song Yi and the others to perform. As noon approached, the plane landed smoothly at the capital's airport, where driver Lao Zhang had long been waiting. After parting ways with the Tiger Band, each person became engrossed in their own affairs. Though there were not many matters requiring Song Yi's direct attention, numerous individuals sought him out daily. "Xiao Song, allow me to introduce you to Wu Yong, the esteemed director of the documentary The Forbidden City, who has been waiting for you for several days." Just as he returned to the office, Su Yun accompanied a bespectacled middle-aged gentleman inside. "Greetings, Teacher Song Yi. I've long admired your reputation. The documentary The Forbidden City is a grand collaboration between Beijing Television and the Palace Museum, and we would like to use your piece Tian Di Long Lin as the theme song for the final episode. We are prepared to offer 1 million in licensing fees. May I inquire about your thoughts on this, Teacher Song Yi?" The voting for Singing the Dragon Nation is still ongoing. Tian Di Long Lin has consistently ranked within the top 5. Although songs by the 4 popular young talents have also remained in the top 10, it is evident that the review process for the voting accounts has been exceptionally stringent. Even major entertainment companies like Jinlin and Xing Fei have been unable to manipulate votes on a large scale. "Director Wu, you are too kind. I am aware of this documentary, and you may use the song freely. I would not even mind if it were without charge. After all, it is an official production, and it serves as an excellent promotion for our nation's traditional culture and history. Moreover, the music video for this song was filmed at the Palace Museum, a fact that speaks volumes about my intentions." No, the production team's budget is quite sufficient. We shall adhere to the rules. I hope to have the opportunity to collaborate with you again in the future. If it were not for the consideration that The Forbidden City is an official production, such matters regarding song licensing would not necessitate a personal meeting with you. Teacher Song Yi, Chapter 72. Arrogant Xiao Song. Several military districts are eager to obtain the licensing rights for Born Stubborn. The general headquarters even wishes to offer 5 million to acquire the song's rights outright. The company seeks your opinion on this matter. After bidding farewell to Wu Yong, Su Yun began discussing new developments. Ordinarily, for a military district headquarters to wish to purchase the licensing rights to a song is a dream come true for any artist, and Tang Dynasty Company should not hesitate in the slightest. However, given the song's recent release, the price offered seems somewhat low. If managed by Tang Dynasty Company, the revenue generated from this song over the next decade could easily reach tens of millions. Yet, outright refusal would be inappropriate, which is why Su Yun sought Song Yi's opinion. "That sounds good. I intended to dedicate this song to the military, and their offer of 5 million is quite a pleasant surprise." "Excellent. I shall respond to them immediately, for they are quite eager." Upon hearing Song Yi's swift agreement, Su Yun felt a sense of relief. While purchasing rights is a commercial endeavor, Tang Dynasty Company genuinely cannot refuse such requests. However, Song Yi holds all the rights to the song. Even for Kai, who performs duets with Song Yi, there are no rights beyond profit sharing. By the way, Sister Yun, I promise to allocate 20% of the profits to Kai. So please inform the finance department to transfer 1 million to him. For an ordinary singer, Earning 1 million for a single song is already an impressive achievement. Moreover, Born Stubborn has vastly increased Kai's fame. This is an opportunity that many artists would be willing to pay for, yet cannot acquire. July 31 St. The last day of the month also marks the grand opening of the Arrogance Bar. Song Yi, accompanied by Du Song and the twin sisters, hurried there after work. To avoid being the center of attention, all four donned masks and hats. Ironically, in the sweltering summer heat, this only drew more attention. "Aye, you all have arrived. Come in and see how our venue looks." To prevent traffic congestion, Zhang Cheng had not announced Song Yi's attendance today. After all, the Tiger Band has gained some renown, with their Douyin account's followers reaching over 1 million. Simply announcing the opening would suffice to fill this several hundred square meter bar with fans, making it unnecessary to further leverage Song Yi's fame. The bar, located along the third ring road of the imperial capital, was adorned with festive flower baskets and banners, including one from Song Yi and his companions. Zhang Cheng led the group to a front row booth against the wall, providing an intimate view of the performance while minimizing scrutiny. "Brother Cheng, you've done well. You've managed to create such a large venue. Now after work, I have a place to unwind with ego. Ha ha ha, I've prepared this for you long ago. Inside, we reserved a private room just for you. No one else is allowed to use it. Xiaolon, please bring out the fruit platter, snacks, and drinks." After ensuring the four were settled, Zhang Cheng went outside to greet friends, leaving He Shui to keep Song Yi and the others company. "Xiao Shui, this venue likely cost at least 10 million to open. The little rich lady is quite discreet. I merely rely on my parents. The money all comes from my father. However, Brother Cheng and the others are making money quickly. I believe they will recoup this expenditure in no time. How I wish I could rely on my parents too. But alas, my circumstances do not permit it. You all opened a bar without inviting me to invest. My heart aches." Observing Du Song's playful antics, the typically reserved He Shui felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. "You should focus on being a successful online singer and not spend all day teasing Xiao Shui. Let us raise our glasses first to wish Xiao Shui great success in her entrepreneurial endeavors." The night was still young, and patrons continued to filter into the bar. The group in the corner booth shared laughter and conversation, and with the dimmed lighting, they managed to evade excessive attention. By 7 o'clock, the bar was brimming with guests. The four members of the Tiger Band had taken the stage to perform. Off in the distance, the bar staff had taken over He Shui's live-streaming duties. Mid-performance, Zhang Cheng covered Song Yi's The Yellow Race, eliciting cheers from the audience. "Brother Cheng, you're singing ISNT quite up to par. ISNT teacher Song Yi, your good friend. When will you invite him to sing for us?" "Yes. Since your live streams became popular, we haven't seen Song Yi collaborate with you. Has he forgotten about you all since becoming successful? Isn't that only natural? Perhaps Song Yi now earns a fortune daily and has no time to remember his old friends. Such ungrateful stars are uninteresting. We ought to stick with our fan go." Unexpectedly, Zhang Cheng's rendition of The Yellow Race elicited many discordant remarks from the audience. "Wow, I didn't expect even at the bar there would be people criticizing ego. Should we go up and show them what we VE got?" Du Song was eager to take action. Since joining Tang Dynasty Company, he had not performed live. For someone accustomed to being a street performer, this was quite the trial. Let them rant. It won't cost us anything. Song Yi had long since ceased to be affected by the critiques of passers-by. Such is the complexity of human nature. No matter what you do, you can never please everyone. Don't be upset. Those people are haters. They always show up to disrupt our live streams, and they have their own following online. No wonder their garishly colored hair stood out. They are indeed fans from the fan circle. People should neither overindulge nor be too idle, lest they end up like them, seeking attention everywhere. Just then, a girl at the adjacent table suddenly let out a shriek. Teacher Song Yi? Cheng Yu?" The girl's exclamation instantly captured the attention of the entire venue. "It really is you. I was hesitant to confirm until I heard your conversation just now. Teacher Song Yi, you are even more handsome in person than online. May I take a photo with you?" A group of girls from the neighboring table rushed over, clamoring to pose with Song Yi, striking various poses for snapshots. This scene made Du Song's eyes redden with envy, as he drooled with admiration. The twin sisters and He Shui, however, felt a pang of resentment. "Everyone, let us keep it together. There are so many of you. Teacher Song Yi won't be able to handle it." The sisters stood up and pulled Song Yi away from the throng of girls. Although the ruckus was quelled, Song Yi and his companions had been thoroughly exposed. Just as someone had mocked Song Yi for being ungrateful, he made his appearance. "Teacher, are you our timely rain? Ha ha ha, why bother with the remarks of those haters? Every time I perform, I see those little brats. Teacher Song Yi, come up and sing a song." It's been ages since we heard you perform live. Sing one. Sing one. Many attendees at the bar were longtime fans of the Tiger Band. The last live broadcast at the Square had left a lasting impression, and today, having encountered Song Yi, they were unwilling to let him leave easily. Chapter 73. Impromptu, gazing at the crowd below calling out for him, Song Yi suddenly felt a surge of enthusiasm. Since everyone wishes to hear it, I shall present a new song for you today. For someone like Song Yi, who possesses a vast musical repertoire, there was little need to rehearse many songs, as long as he accumulated sufficient charitable credits. Singing a new song felt as ordinary as a daily routine. Yet, such a simple declaration sent the audience into a frenzy of cheers. A new song on a whim? How splendid! Initially intending to come for a casual drink, he realized this night was turning out to be quite rewarding. Teacher Song Yi, I want to hear you sing Born Stubborn Live. At this moment, not only was the crowd below clamoring, but even the online viewers were equally ecstatic. Wow, I finally get to see the great Song Yi again in the Tiger Band's live stream. My wait has not been in vain. Give me 10 minutes. I'll be at the Arrogance bar shortly. To be honest, I want to see the twin sisters dance. Unfazed by the clamor of the outside world, Song Yi turned to face Du Song and the twin sisters. I need to head backstage to coordinate the accompaniment with the Chong and the others. You two have the stage for 20 minutes. Is that acceptable? Since they had already been discovered, there was no need for concealment. Song Yi straightforwardly arranged for Du Song and Chen Yu-chan to also perform 2 songs on stage, intending to add a touch of excitement to the grand opening of the crazy bar. Rest assured, Teacher Song Yi, each of us will sing 2 songs with Brother Du Song. It's absolutely no problem. Yes, Teacher Song Yi, you can go with peace of mind. Hearing the words of the Chen sisters, veins throbbed on Song Yi's forehead. However, he had no time to dwell on their linguistic errors and instead turned to the eager Du Song beside him. What about you? Is it all right? Just sing your signature pieces, Broken Bridge and Remaining Snow in Luzhou Moon. Ha ha ha, I've been eager to get on stage for ages, but I was worried you wouldn't allow it. Brother Yi, however, once I step on that stage, it seems the identity of the internet singer Du Song will be hard to conceal. With this thought, Du Song's expression shifted into one of mild conflict. Just a few days ago, a female fan had privately messaged him, expressing a desire for an online romance. Now, many people online assumed Du Song was the frail scholar depicted in the Luzhou Moon music video. But once he performed on stage, all would be revealed. His online romance had not even truly begun, and it seemed it would soon come to an end. It's all right. Even an unattractive celebrity must meet their fans. Concealing the truth is a form of deception as well, so let us do our best. Song Yi patted Du Song's shoulder before rushing onto the stage. I need to prepare the accompaniment for this new song with the Tiger Band. For the next 20 minutes, the stage is yours, my dear friends, Du Song and Chen Yu-chan. After giving a brief explanation to the crowd, Song Yi led the 4 members of the Tiger Band back to the backstage area. The audience and viewers in the live stream had already gone wild. Oh, they even have a buy one get 2 deal. What a steal, good brother. Teacher Song is also free. That's 3 major gifts right there. Is that the adorably awkward Du Song? I always thought he was a handsome guy. Ha ha ha, Du Song was also in Teacher Song's last live stream, but I didn't catch his name. I didn't realize Broken Bridge and Remaining Snow was sung by this guy. Brother Du Song, sing a few more. I'm still at the 5th Ring Road, just buy me a few more minutes. Love you guys, get lost. Are you trying to increase the number of men on stage? Backstage, Song Yi directly exchanged for a song, titled The Train Leaves for the Clouds, Dreaming of the 9 Heavens. This lengthy named song cost Song Yi 500,000 points. As he called a waiter to bring him paper and pen, he spent an additional 5 million charity points to upgrade his guitar playing skills to the master level. Ding. Master level guitar playing skill activated for the host. Remaining charity points, 40,300, 000. Would you like to enter a lottery? Ignoring the system's urging to draw, Song Yi's mind was flooded with a wealth of information. The joints of his fingers underwent subtle changes. The previously unattainable playing techniques now felt second nature to him. As he replicated the lyrics and melody, he communicated with the 4 members of the Tiger Band. This song demands a high level of skill from both the drummer and the guitarist. I'll handle the electric guitar, and Chang's drumming is superb. I'll mainly rely on you for coordination. The others showed no surprise at Song Yi's intention to play the guitar himself. Though his guitar skills had been average before, everyone was aware that Song Yi had been concealing his true abilities. The current Song Yi was entirely transformed. Li Wei, you'll handle the keyboard. Wang Lei, you're on bass. Cheng Ge, just provide harmonies for me. I.e., do we have enough time to rehearse a song in 20 minutes? What if we fall behind? While the 4 were thrilled to perform alongside Song Yi, None of them possessed his extraordinary talent. The prospect of tackling a new song left them somewhat anxious. No worries. I'll take the lead on this one. Your musical instincts are solid. Just adapt to my cues. And I'll mark the key points for you shortly. In less than 10 minutes, Song Yi completed the lyrics and melody of the entire song. He promptly had the waiter make 4 copies. The prelude will start with my electric guitar and Chang's drums. The bass will come in at this point. The keyboard will intensify in the middle. Chang, your drumming needs to maintain a high tempo and tension throughout. Time was of the essence. Song Yi could not mark individual sheets for everyone, but the 4 had been playing together for nearly a decade, fostering excellent rapport and musicality. A brief overview was sufficient to prepare for the performance. Let us go. Chun Yu Chun's love you is about to end. It's our turn. In unison, they extended their right hands and shouted, "Let us go." After Song Yi's concise explanation, the 4 transformed from anxious to confident. Playing instruments was their forte, and with Song Yi handling the most challenging parts, there was no reason for concern. Returning to the stage, the twin sisters were already pouring their sweetness onto the audience. Accompanied by the computer-generated backing track, naturally vivacious and charming, the alcohol they had just consumed gave their cheeks a rosy hue, causing the multitude of besotted men in the audience and live stream to become utterly enraptured. "Aw, Chen Yu Chun, I love you. I'm a second-generation loser. Will you be my wife?" The hapless audience of young men soon found themselves in a state of bliss, and I suspect that from below, they could catch glimpses of the twins' underwear colors. To be frank, when they twirled, I could clearly see it was black. Brothers, can we not be so lewd? These are my sacred goddesses. How could they wear something so mundane as underwear? Wow, the goddess just sent me a heart. I'm swooning. As the sisters declared their love and made a heart gesture, the venue erupted into fervent cheers and screams. Regardless of gender, everyone was enveloped in this overwhelming sweetness. Reluctant to awaken from the spell, even when Song Yi and the others took the stage, many infatuated fans kept their eyes shut, lost in their infinite fantasies. Chapter 74. The train in just 20 minutes. A throng of people rushed in from nearby. The bar, spanning hundreds of square meters, was now packed to the brim, a chaotic sea of bodies. Outside the crazy bar, a long line had formed. Originally, they had come to witness Song Yi's live performance, only to discover they couldn't get in. Thus, a bizarre scene emerged on the street in front of the crazy bar. Hundreds, if not thousands, gathered at the entrance, silently pulling out their phones to watch the live stream. At this moment, the viewership of the Tiger live stream had surpassed 6 million. Brothers, don't come. It's impossible to squeeze in. It's better to watch the live stream at home. Wah? I'm stuck on the 4th ring road. I'm watching the live stream from the car, and the taxi meter keeps climbing. I should have never left the house. I just wanted to take a picture with Chen Yu Chun. What did I do wrong to be stuck outside? Guys, quiet down. Teacher Song Yi is on stage. Fearing a surge of people entering the bar would lead to unsafe stampedes, the bar security had firmly shut the doors. Even so, the venue remained extraordinarily crowded. "Miss, would you mind pulling in a bit? You're pressing against my back. You pervert. You take advantage of me and then turn around to blame me? What is so tasty about your tofu? UVE got barely 2 ounces of meat up front, but no strength whatsoever. I prefer boys with firm abs." As they heard the somewhat effeminate voice of the man, everyone involuntarily took a step back. Turning their gaze toward the 4 muscular members of the Tiger Band on stage, their expressions shifting to realization. "No wonder you're always in the live stream whenever Zhang Cheng performs. Brother, you have good taste. Thank you for the compliment, handsome. Shall we exchange WeChat? Get lost." The chaos continued below the stage. Many beautiful girls, eager to distance themselves from the creeps, disregarded the norms of the venue and clustered together on the tables of the booths, inadvertently attracting a crowd of upright gentlemen who couldn't help but gaze upward. Consequently, a chorus of flattering remarks filled the air on the stage. Occupying less than 10 square meters, the 5 stood in their respective positions. Song Yi stood at the forefront, vigorously strumming the strings of his guitar with a pick. The powerful sound of the electric guitar resonated, instantly silencing the crowd. This was a rock song titled, "The Train Leaves for the Clouds," dreaming of the 9 heavens. Song Yi's powerful voice echoed throughout the venue through the microphone, simultaneously transmitted to the Tiger live stream. Following suit, a Chang's drums struck heavily, and with the electric guitar, bass, and keyboard, the atmosphere ignited. The 30-second prelude allowed the audience to momentarily forget the crowding as they swayed rhythmically to the music. My fragmented dreams, soaring to the ethereal heights, my disheveled tunes, wandering across the realms. Wandering souls take flight, sound and fury roar, facing death with resolve, holding nothing back. As Song Yi shouted passionately while immersing himself in the performance, he appeared to embody the essence of a professional guitar master. For a moment, it was hard to distinguish whether he was a singer or a musician. The fervent music left everyone parched, and the live stream, now teeming with millions of viewers, exploded with comments. Is this really teacher Song Yi's rock song? It is simply astounding. I never anticipated that Song Yi would excel so remarkably at playing the guitar. Why do I feel that he is proficient in everything? First the suona, then the piano, and now this breathtaking guitar performance. Just how many instruments can Song Yi master? My own mediocre compositions, wandering across the land. Song Yi's humility is truly remarkable. If his songs are indeed subpar, then other artists might as well resign themselves to despair. The frequency with which Song Yi writes music is astonishing, even more so than my own daily meals. How is this even humanly possible? Everyone is utterly captivated by the performance unfolding before them. The lyrical portion of this song is rather brief. Rather than a vocal performance, it resembles a dazzling instrumental showcase. Although this is my first encounter with the song, the four members of the band, driven by Song Yi's exceptional guitar skills, blend together in perfect harmony. The allure of a live band performance lies precisely in this. Each rendition may exhibit subtle variations, yet it is this adaptability that often yields the most explosive stage effects. Song Yi stands as the leading commander, requiring no words. His soldiers instinctively know their roles. The darkness is not the night, but the profound solitude, gazing down at the abyss below, while the stars above twinkle brilliantly. After more than 20 seconds of interlude, the song abruptly transitions into the chorus. The previously raucous accompaniment fades away, leaving only Wang Lei's bass reverberating in response to Song Yi's melodic voice. The lyrics, tinged with a sense of melancholy yet infused with hope, resonate powerfully in the ears of the audience. Song Yi's lyrics are masterfully crafted, yet I sense that the process of writing this song must have been fraught with anguish. This must be a creation born from Song Yi's darkest and loneliest moments. Bravely pushing forward against the shadows, gazing down at the darkness, while the stars above shine brilliantly. These lyrics are extraordinary, and the entire arrangement of the song is truly delightful. This song deserves accolades. For indeed, the raw energy of a live rock performance is the most soul-stirring. The barrage of comments in the live stream is relentless, accompanied by waves of screams from the audience below. The impassioned shouts of young men and women do not disrupt Song Yi's performance. Rather, they intertwine with his voice, amplifying the intensity. The fervor of the cheers fades with the passage of time. Amidst the chaos of love and hatred, a generation will inevitably grow old. Yet there will always be youth. The lyrics have been sung to completion, yet the performance by Song Yi and the others continues. Even more passionately than before, the instrumental segment stretches on for a minute and a half, yet fatigue is nowhere to be found. The audience has unknowingly begun to sway to the rhythm. Song Yi, with a hunched back, loses himself in the guitar's melodies that Chong and the others follow along, expressing their creativity, their faces alight with excitement. Zhang Cheng, meanwhile, contributes faint harmonies from the side, becoming an optional yet integral part of the entire song. Special thanks to brother Wang Chong, who generously gifted 1,000 carnivals. The affluent Wang Chong has quietly entered the live stream, and in a moment of enthusiasm, he casually offers a $1 million tip. Wow, Wang Chong is truly a devoted fan of Song Yi, always present during the live broadcasts. Wang Chong, the tycoon, take a look at me. I'm quite impressive. Feel free to take your pick. The burly man upstairs? Preying on innocent young boys, everyone should remain vigilant. Thank you for the reminder, but how did you know? Have you perhaps experienced it firsthand? Let us not be so superficial. Doesn't anyone else find Song Yi's new song incredibly cool? The lyrics are simply magnificent. A generation will eventually grow old, but there will always be youth. Girls may not remain 18 forever, but there will always be 18-year-old girls. Brothers, let us strive onward. Your girlfriend awaits you at kindergarten. Chapter 75. As Chong's drums resound heavily, the entire song concludes. The venue falls into a momentary silence, which is soon shattered by deafening screams and cheers. Ah, Song Yi, I love you. I want to have your children. Get lost, you lecherous man. Why are you forcing your way into this? Song Yi, choose me. I'm more than enough, and my child will never go hungry. That was incredible, Song Yi. Please perform another. Just as Song Yi intended to leave, he discovered he was encircled by eager spectators at both entrances. Reluctantly, he retreated to the private room prepared by Zhang Cheng and the others. But with He Shui and the twin sisters keeping him company, He did not feel lonely.as for Du Song. He stood ostentatiously in the center of the venue, basking in the praise and photo opportunities offered by a handful of fans. Fulfilling a long-held dream. Brother E, when did you compose this song? Although it sounds wonderful, I feel the lyrics are a bit somber. Yes, we feel the same. It's like a beam of light in the darkest moments, thankfully retaining a glimmer of hope. Song E, do you ever experience such despair? Faced with their inquiries, Song E found himself at a loss for words. After all, his songs are merely transcriptions from the system. When it comes to song evaluation, he might not possess more insight than the three young women before him. These songs were created during moments of boredom. Primarily, I have a friend who was going through a tough time, and I wrote this song based on his descriptions. As long as I have enough friends, there will always be an abundance of creative material. And if you wish to inquire about those friends, Du Song is one of them. I see, that explains why Song E appears so cheerful. It seems improbable that he has experienced such dark moments. But speaking of which, how is your friend now? Is he doing better? Much better, much better. Life is full of ups and downs, that's quite normal. Now, let us not dwell on that. Let us drink. As they chatted and drank, they awaited Zhang Cheng's efforts to disperse the crowd outside. Fortunately, the fans who had come were not overly persistent. Upon noticing that Song E and Qin Yu were hiding away, they gradually began to disperse. Although the venue remained crowded, at least no one was blocking the entrances. Brother E, your guitar playing was simply stunning. I've never experienced such exhilaration on stage before. Indeed, if it weren't for Brother Yi's immense popularity, I would have tried to recruit him as the guitarist for our band. After handling matters outside, Zhang Cheng led the members of the Tiger Band into the room. Du Song seemed to be experiencing a surge of performance desire, strumming and singing his past folk songs on stage. Allowing Zhang Cheng and the others a moment to catch their breath, by the way, Brother E, we just received over 1 million in tips from the live stream. I'll transfer it all to you once it arrives. He Shui had previously mentioned Wang Cheng's generous contribution to Song E, so it was no surprise to him now. All right, thanks, Brother Cheng. I won't be too formal this time. Song E responded cheerfully. Although 1 million may seem insignificant to him now, it could significantly improve the living conditions of the members of the Tiger Band. So there was no need to be overly concerned about the money. In fact, if he insisted on splitting it among them, it might inadvertently hurt their pride. Brother E, your song today was fantastic. It perfectly captures our favorite rock style. I'd like to perform it regularly in our shows. Should I discuss the authorization with Li Shanshan? No need to complicate matters. Just sing it if you want. It's no big deal. I'll mention it to Sister Shanshan tomorrow. For such cover adaptations, even if they went through the formal authorization process, the costs wouldn't exceed 50,000. After all, it's just a small stage like the Proud Bar, and the revenue generated from the song itself is quite limited. Zhang Cheng suggested this out of respect for Song E. In fact, many people cover Song Yi's songs in various settings without obtaining authorization. However, it seems your band could use a signature song. How about I write a couple for you? Song Yi suddenly had an idea. After all, writing songs for others is profitable, and writing for the Tiger Band is equally beneficial. While the Tiger Band may not afford exorbitant fees for songwriting, they could offer Song Yi a share of the profits from the performance, and then submit the recorded version to Tang Dynasty Company for publication and operation. This way, the Tiger Band could not only gain fame but also receive monthly profit sharing from Tang Dynasty Company, achieving a win-win situation. Is that all right? We've been wanting to do this for a while, but we just didn't have enough for the copyright fees, so we hesitated to bring it up. As they spoke, the four northern lads scratched their heads awkwardly. After all, the lowest market price for Song Yi's songs is currently 3 million each, and they are in high demand. The Tang Dynasty Company receives at least 10 requests from artists daily, and many have offered 5 million without receiving a response from Songyi.at. This moment, the Proud Bar has just opened, and it will take considerable time before it becomes profitable. Even if Song Yi were to charge the lowest friendship price of 3 million, they simply cannot afford it. Haha, no copyright fees necessary. You can simply sing for our company and share the profits. Not only would they not have to pay, but once the song becomes popular, they could also receive a nice monthly income. Thank you, Brother E. We will remember your kindness. The four of them understood that Song Yi was looking out for them. Even if it's a profit-sharing arrangement, many first-tier artists are queuing up to work with Song Yi. The added value that a first-tier artist brings to a song is something the Tiger Band cannot compare to if the same song were performed by the Tiger Band. The streaming numbers would reach 1 billion if performed by a top-tier singer. The potential earnings could soar to 200 million, or even more. To assert that Song Yi sacrificed his own interests for the benefit of the few, the Mighty Tigers, would not be an exaggeration. Haha, no worries. I just happened to think of a song that would suit you perfectly, and trusting it to others would be a waste. Brother Chong, could you fetch me some paper and pen? Upon hearing Song Yi's words, Zhang Cheng and the others were somewhat perplexed. What does he mean by perfectly suited for us? How could giving it to someone else be a waste? Does he truly have such faith in our singing abilities? Though filled with confusion, Chong complied and soon returned with paper and pen. Taking the materials, Song Yi spent 200,000 points in his mind to exchange for the song Zhun fell in love with the Chong. With a beaming smile, Song Yi began to recreate the song. The others sat across from him, hesitant to interrupt, thinking that Song Yi must have recalled something joyous to elicit such laughter. 10 minutes later, Song Yi handed the lyrics to Zhang Cheng. Zhan fell in love with the Chong. On a starry night, a plane flew overhead, and a meteor streaked across the night sky. Ha ha ha, just from glancing at the title and the opening lines. Zhang Cheng couldn't help but burst into laughter, leaving the others bewildered. Brother Cheng, what exactly did you write? What's so funny about a song? Beside him, Chong snatched the draft from Zhang Cheng's hands. After merely a glance, Chong's expression turned to one of sheer shock. His face darkened like coal, and the paper slipped from his fingers onto the table. A wave of laughter erupted in the room. Chapter 76, Fashion. Why must you write my name? AE? Can it be Brother Cheng or Away instead? Faced with the uproarious laughter of the crowd, Chong felt a mix of humiliation and despair. He could only timidly suggest to Song Yi, but before Song Yi could respond, his brothers behind him hurriedly interjected, that won't do. A Cheng or Away just doesn't flow like a Chong. Exactly. Don't think we don't know that back in middle school, there was a chubby girl named Wang Xiuzhan who wrote you a love letter. Upon hearing Li Wei's revelation, the crowd was left in astonishment. Wow, is that true? I never imagined a Chong had such a glorious past. Why? Now that you're approaching 30, are you still single? A Chong, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but you really ought to reflect on your own issues. Get lost? Tonight, I'm going to take it out on all of you. After being teased by everyone, a Chong managed to see the humor in it. As long as the song was good, a little banter was inconsequential. The group reconvened to closely examine the song. The name doesn't really matter, but isn't the lyric a bit. Just as a Chong was about to voice his concern, he hesitated. With Song Yi's current reputation, who would dare to say his song was uncouth? That would be inviting a barrage of criticism. He couldn't voice it, but Song Yi preemptively addressed the group's unspoken thoughts. Too uncouth, you say? Being uncouth to the extreme is precisely what is cool, what is fashionable. The melody of this song is marvelous. I'll create an arrangement template for you when I return, and you can adapt it according to your instrumental strengths. It will undoubtedly shine. Observing Song Yi's unwavering confidence, the others began to waver in their own musical judgments. Uncouth to the extreme is cool, is fashionable? They pondered this seemingly absurd yet profoundly wise statement. In a wonder AE was the most exceptional musical genius, while they were merely struggling street performers. It turned out the root of their aesthetic issues lay elsewhere. Indeed, only those who are uncouth would create uncouth songs. Yes, even the most uncouth songs can be elevated to something exquisite if we sing them with enough passion and focus. Watching the mighty tigers feel enlightened, Song Yi nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Ti Shui and the twin sisters beside them were left with a myriad of questions. However, due to Song Yi's illustrious image in their minds, the three sisters ultimately refrained from voicing their doubts. Oh, by the way, I have another love song here that I think you could adapt. It has immense market potential. Since he had already committed to writing for the mighty tigers, writing one song or two made little difference. Moreover, having drawn the song Love Business in a previous lottery, Song Yi was at a loss regarding whom it should be assigned to. Rather than allowing it to languish in his mind, it would be better to let it realize its value soon. Regardless of the song's quality, its streaming potential was undeniably high. 4 songs available through free channels, streaming volume translates to revenue. Furthermore, in terms of quality, this song was certainly not lacking. After all, Love Business had won the Best Mandarin Song at the 3rd Chinese Golden Melody Awards in its previous life. At that time, the awards had not yet garnered the criticisms they would later face, and their prestige was still quite substantial. Additionally, the renowned Fei Yuqing had once performed Love Business on a show, eliciting endless cheers from the audience. Without paying much attention to the expressions of the crowd, Song Yi took the paper and pen from the table and began to recreate Love Business. Although the original version of this song bore no relation to rock, Song Yi was aware that in his previous life, a band had specialized in covering it, and it had even taken on a very sophisticated form. Thus, the version Song Yi was recreating at this moment was that very one. Compared to the original, this rendition featured significant changes in melody and rhythm, making it less catchy than the original. It was unlikely to achieve the same level of popularity as in his previous life. However, for Song Yi, this mattered not. After all, He owned the song's copyright, and once the Mighty Tigers performed it, it could also be handed over to a suitable female singer for a cover. The earnings would still have his share. 10 minutes later, Song Yi presented the lyrics to the group once again. Selling my love, forcing me to depart, I in the end, upon discovering the truth, tears fell from my eyes. Selling my love, you carry a debt of conscience. No matter how much emotion you invest, it can never be repurchased. This time, everyone was well prepared mentally, yet they were still left slack-jawed at the lyrics on the paper. Love isn't something you can sell or buy at will. Let me break free, let me understand, let go of your love. Patiently, they read through the entire lyrics, leaving everyone in a state of stunned silence, unable to regain their composure. Ahem. There's no need to be too astonished by my talent. For me, this is merely a casual creation. The crowd turned to look at Song Yi, seemingly witnessing for the first time his surprisingly narcissistic side. Teacher Song Yi, these two songs are quite different in style from your previous works, aren't they? At this moment, doubts began to surface regarding Song Yi's earlier assertion that being uncouth to the extreme is fashionable. It wasn't that the songs were bad. However, the three sisters couldn't help but envision the four burly men, Zhang Cheng and the others, taking the stage to sing. Now I need true love to coax me back. The very thought made the scene difficult to digest. This was no longer the Song Yi whose every song seemed tailor-made for them. Trust me, the essence of this song lies in its contrast. Adapt it well, and it will surely ignite the entire stage. Seeing the lingering skepticism in their eyes, Song Yi could only plead further. Brother Cheng, we are like brothers from different parents. How could I deceive you? How about this? Come to Tang Dynasty Company tomorrow, and I will personally help you with the adaptation and accompaniment. As well as record these two songs. Remember, only uncouth people exist. There are no uncouth songs. As he spoke, Song Yi couldn't help but internally scoff. After all, if the audience later criticized the songs for being uncouth, it would be the Mighty Tigers' problem that as a songwriter, how could the songs being uncouth reflect on him? Observing Song Yi's earnest demeanor, the Mighty Tigers finally decided to trust him. Sorry, AE, we misunderstood you just now. Given your current status and position, how could you possibly give us a song that wouldn't sell? Since you have such confidence in these two songs, we will perform them wholeheartedly and not let your efforts go to waste. Upon hearing Brother Cheng's words, everyone solemnly apologized to Song Yi, filled with remorse. How could they dare to question the songs crafted by Song Yi? Chapter 77. Self-Reliance on the morning of August 1st. Song Yi was in the recording studio, assisting the Mighty Tigers in recording the two songs from yesterday. It wasn't until he personally demonstrated the songs, infusing them with an undeniable sense of sophistication, that their concerns were finally laid to rest. You truly didn't deceive us. The song isn't uncouth. We are the ones who are. Zhang Cheng looked at Song Yi with admiration in his eyes. There are many who can sing with style, but to transform two songs that initially seemed incredibly uncouth into something sophisticated, that is genuine skill, Brother Cheng. It's mainly because your singing was uncouth. The song's quality has nothing to do with me as the keyboardist. Exactly. No matter how I play the drums, I look cool. The group teased Zhang Cheng, and while it was all in good fun, it was undeniable that the lead singer's performance significantly impacted the song's overall effect. Meanwhile, Song Yi was busy cheerfully recording the songs, while online, congratulations for the establishment of the military were gaining momentum. Various military districts, branches, and youth organizations released their promotional videos. Although the content of the videos varied slightly, however, the durations are remarkably consistent, all meticulously maintained around 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Moreover, the music selected for the videos is astonishingly all from Song Yi and Guy's rendition of Born Stubborn. Among them, the video released by the Dragon Kingdom's General Military Department has elicited waves of astonishment. It commences with the Opium War of 1840, narrating the Dragon Kingdom's extensive experience of major anti-invasion wars since modern times. Although we have faced numerous defeats, we have never yielded. The video chronicles countless soldiers and heroes who sacrificed their lives in the struggle for resistance. Those harrowing and tragic images provoke tears. It wasn't until the People's Army led the Dragon Kingdom step by step out of the quagmire that we witnessed Japan's surrender, the victory of the anti-American war, and the successful test explosion of the Dragon Kingdom's first atomic bomb. In the midst of fierce battles, the people of the Dragon Kingdom rid themselves of humiliation and asserted the nation's pride. From that moment onward, the Dragon Kingdom gradually grew stronger. The awe-inspiring military parade instills fear in enemy nations. The robust infrastructure capabilities have rendered the roads of the Dragon Kingdom interconnected. In major cities, splendid skyscrapers have risen. The diligent people of the Dragon Kingdom have propelled the economy into rapid ascent. Transitioning from a quagmire to a powerful dragon kingdom fills everyone with immense pride, especially when paired with Song Yi's Born Stubborn. It stirs the blood, coupled with likes and shares from various official accounts. The billions of fans have allowed these videos to swiftly circulate across numerous networks. With tears in my eyes, I find myself wanting to enlist again. Ancestors, may this prosperous age be as you wished. What is the name of this accompanying music? I never expected rap could be so exhilarating. Song Yi's Born Stubborn, released last week, is simply enchanting. Coach, this is the rap I aspire to learn. Born stubborn, never yielding. In the next life, I shall return to the land of flowers, rising from adversity, traversing the humble path, passion awakened, remembering the sacrifices of our ancestors. Song Yi has transformed my perception of rap. I am now a fan. I care not whether others mock me, for I too was once insignificant. This is not only a tribute to the Dragon Kingdom, but also to Song Yi himself. Bringing tears to my eyes. Previously, even without a music video, the single was already electrifying. Yet who would have thought that pairing it with gunfire and cannons would be so impactful? This is indeed the most fitting way to experience Born Stubborn. Brothers, I hear this song has been acquired by the General Military Department. Another song by Song Yi has been collected by the state. I am eager to know how Song Yi's mind works. His level of creativity has astonished me for an entire year. Brothers, enlistment is approaching. This time, I must apply. Wait for me. Let us go together. The entire internet is abuzz with discussions about this song. Thanks to the formidable influence of various official accounts, even those who previously paid little attention to the entertainment industry now recognize Born Stubborn and know of Song Yi across the Dragon Kingdom. A fervor for enlistment has swiftly emerged, the headquarters of the Dragon Kingdom Fire Department's publicity office. Old G, have you seen the military's promotional video? It's exhilarating. This is the best recruitment advertisement. I believe we should emulate it. A tall middle-aged man entered the office of the publicity director, Ji Jianya. Director Zhang, are you suggesting we create a promotional video using this song? However, with over 3 months until the November 9th Fire Memorial Day, ISNT it a bit early to prepare. Upon seeing Zhang Jin enter, Ji Jianya quickly rose to greet him. Don't be so rigid in your thinking. It's not necessary to wait for a Memorial Day to release a promotional video. Recently, a catastrophic fire occurred in the south, resulting in the tragic loss of several firefighters. I wish to create a special promotional video in their honor. Hearing Zhang Jin's directive, Ji Jianya suddenly comprehended. Director Zhang is correct. Every year we lose dozens of young firefighters in frontline rescues, and their stories certainly deserve to be known by more people. I heard that the copyright for Born Stubborn has been transferred to the General Military Department. I will contact them immediately. Saying this, Ji Jianya took out his phone to make a call, but was halted by Zhang Zhan. Hold on, while Born Stubborn is excellent, it may not align perfectly with our department. I've heard that Song Yi has exceptional creative abilities and has received multiple accolades from state media. You should personally reach out to inquire if he can compose a song specifically for us. Zhang Zhan's suggestion left Ji Jianya somewhat perplexed. Director Zhang, you may not be aware, but Song Yi's current asking price is quite high. The General Military Department spent 5 million to acquire the rights to Born Stubborn. Yet that still favors Tang Dynasty Company and Song Yi. You know our promotional budget. It might be. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhan seemed taken aback. 0.5 million is still a bargain for him? I thought it would only take 1 or 2 million to secure one of his songs. Is his worth truly that exorbitant? The price for custom songs is inherently higher than standard offers. Moreover, Song Yi is a top-tier music creator. Indeed, if a regular record company were to purchase Born Stubborn, its market price would likely not be less than 20 million. However, Song Yi is unlike ordinary artists. Last month, he donated several songs valued at over 100 million to the National Music Association and educational institutions. If we approach him, perhaps his quote will differ or even be free. The fire department does have ample funding, but it cannot allocate a substantial amount for promotional activities. This is a matter of principle. Otherwise, it could invite criticism from many. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Jin slowly replied, "Let us do this. I can raise the budget to 3 million, draft a request, and I'll personally approve it. If he finds that insufficient, we can simply request the song's usage rights, with the copyright remaining with Song Yi. While we could exert pressure to compel Song Yi to create a song for the fire department for free. If he is unwilling, he could easily claim a lack of inspiration, resulting in an unfit song for our needs. Alternatively, he might deliver a lackluster piece, which would offend him without yielding any benefit. In contrast, it would be wiser to settle for a suitable song, as it is not imperative to acquire the song's copyright." Chapter 78. Going against the tide Xiao song, there's a rather unique invitation you need to consider. After sending off the 4 members of the Tiger Band who had just finished recording a song, Soo-yoon unexpectedly walked into Song Yi's office. What invitation? Although he has not accepted any commercial performances, Song Yi's daily schedule remains hectic, with various individuals seeking his attention. Just managing meetings has left him overwhelmed. It's like this. The director of the fire department, Ji Jianya, just personally called me. He wants you to write a promotional theme song for the fire department, specifically mentioning the young firefighters who lost their lives in last month's catastrophic fire in the south. As she spoke, Soo-yoon hesitated. However, the offered price is not high, only 3 million. I've asked Director Ji, and if you find it too low, they are willing to forego the song's copyright and only seek authorization for its use. After finishing, Soo-yoon looked earnestly at Song Yi, curious about his choice. Accepting an official commission has both advantages and disadvantages. The benefit is the potential for honor and some degree of protection, while the downside is that the price is often lower than market rates, with little room for negotiation. Song Yi sat quietly on the sofa, lost in thought. He wasn't pondering the price of the invitation, but rather which song would be most suitable for the fire department's promotional film. For Song Yi, the monetary gain from 1 or 2 songs was inconsequential. After all, in the system, the most expensive song is merely worth 500,000 charity points. Given his current fame, even if he wrote a subpar song, it would far exceed that price. The other party might earn a small profit, but he would never incur a loss. Xiao Song, are you not interested in this invitation? There is no need to be so conflicted. I can help you refuse. Observing the conflicted expression on Song Yi's face, Soo-yoon assumed it was due to the price lacking sincerity, prompting his indecision. While rejecting an official invitation may come with some pressure, the Tang Dynasty Company has been operating for years, and this level of pressure is manageable. Moreover, refusing is an art in itself. The marketing department of Tang Dynasty Company has developed numerous mature strategies for gracefully declining offers. In comparison to Song Yi's importance to the company, it seems far more prudent to politely decline this invitation. Sister Yoon, there is no need to worry. I was merely seeking inspiration for my creation, and I have now found it. Song Yi looked up and smiled gently at Soo-yoon, dispelling her anxieties. Please inform Director Ji that I can send him the song recording tomorrow. I am willing to grant them free authorization for use. But the song's copyright cannot be transferred. This is the best solution that Song Yi could devise in a moment. After all, the lone brave holds tremendous market potential. Selling the copyright for 3 million would indeed be a significant loss. Granting free authorization would save the other party several million, and they should be more than willing to accept. Tomorrow? Free. Xiao Song, do you realize what you are saying? Have you been overworking yourself with too many creations recently? Soo-yoon thought Song Yi might be losing his mind. Swiftly extending his right hand to press against Song Yi's forehead, he placed his left hand on his own forehead for comparison. There was no fever. How could such nonsensical words be uttered? It was no wonder Soo-yoon was astonished. A custom single, if entrusted to other lyricists and composers, could be completed within a week or 2, which would be considered astonishing speed. Even some prodigious singer-songwriters often take years to release an album. Despite Song Yi's remarkable creative speed, to complete a composition and recording in a single day was virtually impossible. Furthermore, Song Yi was doing it for free. 3 million was no small sum. It would be foolish not to profit from it. Faced with Soo-yoon's barrage of questions, Song Yi offered little explanation. Instead, he spent 500,000 charity points in his mind to unlock all the details of the song Lonely Brave. He then pulled out some manuscript paper from his desk and began to replicate it. Once Soo-yoon witnessed the quality of this piece, all her doubts would be dispelled. 10 minutes later, Song Yi handed over the revised score to Soo-yoon, who had been standing across from him, observing. For a full 10 minutes, Soo-yoon remained motionless. Although she had witnessed Song Yi's creative speed numerous times before, he had always claimed that those were compositions from his past stock. But today's piece was a custom single newly requested by the fire department. Xiao Song, this wouldn't be another piece from your previous stock, would it? Although she posed the question, Soo-yoon already had her answer in mind. This was undoubtedly a spontaneous creation by Song Yi. Though she had yet to see the quality of the song, the sheer speed of composing a custom single in merely 10 minutes was already astonishing. Soo-yoon even suspected that Song Yi had been deceiving everyone all along. How could there be so much ready material? This was merely an excuse for Song Yi to conceal his brilliance. Ahem. This song indeed just captured some creative inspiration. Sister Shan, you should take a look at the score first. If you find it satisfactory, please help me arrange the recording studio and production team as soon as possible. With hundreds of artists under the Tang Dynasty Company, the recording studios were fully booked every day. If following the normal procedure to queue for recording, it would at least take 1 or 2 days. However, Song Yi was not like ordinary artists. Whenever he needed it, there was always a recording studio available for him. Without dwelling on Song Yi's astonishing creative speed, Su Yun shifted her attention to the score in her hands. All are brave. Your forehead's wounds need not be concealed. Why is solitude not glorious? Who says that those covered in mud do not count as heroes? I love you for walking alone in the dark alleys, love you for not kneeling, love you for facing despair without shedding a tear. Unknowingly, Su Yun was completely captivated by the song's content, softly singing along. Each line of lyrics evoked images of those courageous individuals rushing toward the flames. Their perseverance and fearlessness seemed vividly alive, inspiring awe. I love your tattered garments, yet dare to block the guns of fate. Shall we go? Shall we fight? This ragged cloak, to battle? Yes, with the humblest of dreams, to address the whimpers and roars in the dark night. Who says that only those standing in the light count as heroes? Whether it was stirred by something or perhaps recalling the young firefighters who sacrificed their lives last month, tears welled in Su Yun's eyes. This is the power of a quality song. It is not merely an auditory delight but also profoundly stirs the emotions and impacts the spirit of the listeners. Xiao Song. This song is exceptionally well written. 3 million indeed is unnecessary. It would be better to authorize it for free and earn some personal goodwill. At this moment, Su Yun finally understood why Song Yi decided to grant free authorization. Such a song, even if distributed through free channels on major music platforms, would likely generate staggering traffic fees. Are you planning to sing this yourself? I'll arrange the recording studio for you right away. Yes, thank you, Yunjia. Since joining the Tang Dynasty Company, although Song Yi had composed many songs, he had only actually recorded Heaven and Earth Dragon scales and Born Stubbornly. The latter was recorded in the Foggy City, in a makeshift studio. People in the company felt that Song Yi was wasting his singing talent. After sending Su Yun away, Song Yi opened his computer to begin producing the accompaniment and arrangement. Although computer arrangements do not match the quality of live band performances, they are entirely sufficient for him to record with proper rhythm. Once the recording was completed, colleagues from the production team would naturally add instruments and harmonies in post-production, leaving Song Yi free from worry. After finishing the arrangement, noticing that Su Yun had yet to message him, Song Yi opened the Longtai official website to check the voting situation for singing the Dragon Nation. For the past few days, the vote polling and charting had been managed by the company, so he had not paid much attention. Now, on a whim, he wanted to see the ranking. The voting list contained hundreds of songs, but Song Yi focused on the top 16. To his surprise, the song currently at the top of the online voting chart was neither Yellow People nor Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales, nor any of the 4 popular young idol songs, but rather Wanjing, sung by Li Yufeng. Whether it was due to the promotion from Longtai's hundreds of millions of fans, Zhang Mingchang's My Heart for the Dragon Nation also ranked 3rd. Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales was in a narrow 2nd place, while Yellow People was in 8th. Though the rankings changed daily, all 9 songs composed by Song Yi were within the top 16. Additionally, among the top 16, there were Su Kuan's Dragon Nation Prosperity and Ji Fan's I Was Born in the Dragon Nation. It was unclear whether Jinlin and Xing Fei's company had deliberately opted out or chosen to keep a low profile. But the other 2 young idols, Zhang Xiangwen and Bai Hongkai, had not made it into the top 16. Instead, they were ranked outside the top 20. Online voting accounted for only 50 of the weight. If the scores from the expert panel were included, their results would likely be even worse. If nothing unexpected happened, they would likely be entirely out of the finals. To Song Yi's delight, among the current top 16, there were actually 5 songs he had never heard before. With some curiosity, Song Yi listened to each of these 5 songs in turn. He found that the quality of these songs was quite impressive. Most importantly, the performers were not some capital-backed young idols, but rather established veteran singers from the Dragon Nation. In past song evaluations, the charts had been dominated by foreign songs performed by young idols. But now there had been a significant transformation. In the realm of online voting, which Capital was most adept at, only 2 songs had made it into the top 16. This was significant progress. It indicated that not only was Song Yi shining brightly on his own, but the entire Chinese music scene was also bursting with new vitality. This was the scene he most wanted to witness. He just wondered if there would be any major changes in the rankings during the upcoming days of voting. Xiao Song, the recording studio is ready. Let us head over. Just as he closed the voting website, Su Yun energetically walked back in. All right, Song Yi, carrying a USB drive containing the accompaniment and arrangement, followed Su Yun down to the recording studio. Outside the various recording studios, numerous singers were lined up. Most of them were very young and inexperienced, with many still recording demos for others, yet to have their official debut. Wow, it's teacher Song Yi. He is so handsome. Is he here to record a song? How rare. It's said that very few songs allow teacher Song Yi to personally sing. It seems another stunning song is about to be released. I really hope Teacher Song you can write a song for me. I work for free. Yes. If we could get a song composed by Teacher Song we'd soar to great heights. Wake up, don't dream. Even the big-name singers in the company have to pay to get a spot. There's no chance for us. Let us just honestly help others record demos and earn a little pocket money. As they pass through the corridor filled with people waiting in line. Occasionally bold girls would approach to greet Song who responded with a smile. He held great admiration for these young dreamers. After all, before he obtained the system, he was not even as accomplished as the newcomers among them. Most of the time, he could only perform with Do Song on the overpass, and it was no exaggeration to say they often went 3 days with only one meal, as they could barely afford to eat. Upon reaching the recording studio at the end of the corridor, the recording engineer, sound technician, and other staff members were already on standby inside. Thank you for your hard work. Here is the computer accompaniment I just made. Please help me re-record it with instruments later. No, thank you, Teacher Song This is our duty. After handing over the USB drive to the staff, Song quickly donned the headset and began the vocal recording process. Compared to the typical song production process, the songs created by Song were often much more efficient. He not only composed the lyrics and music, but also handled the arrangement and accompaniment himself. In contrast, other singers would need to hire professional arrangers to produce according to their stylistic requests, which was not only time-consuming but also costly. All are brave, your forehead's wounds. I love you for walking alone in the dark alleys. Love you for not kneeling. Listening to the accompaniment pouring through the headphones, Song began to sing softly. Those in the recording studio, as well as Su Yun observing from behind the glass, and the other singers who had come to join the excitement, were all left in stunned awe. It was not only the exceptional quality of the song that amazed them, but also Song Yi's flawless performance in a single take. Ordinary singers often recorded in segments. Often, recording sessions would come to an abrupt halt due to a single note that faltered in pitch or a momentary lapse in emotional expression, necessitating the intervention of the sound engineer. Ultimately, through the diligent efforts of both the recording engineer and the tuner, a somewhat disjointed rendition of an entire song was pieced together. This scenario underscores the significant role of countless tuners in the industry. However, when it came to Song Yi's performance, the atmosphere was entirely different. The recording engineer operated like a mere machine, one that could only flick switches. Even the most adept tuner at Tang Dynasty Company found themselves at a loss. As Song Yi's pitch and emotional delivery were virtually flawless, there was simply nothing to correct. The heart-wrenching wails and furious roars that emanated from the darkness proved that it is not solely those who bask in the light who are deemed heroes. Until Song delivered the final line of lyrics, the recording studio erupted into a thunderous applause that resonated both inside and out. Chapter 80. Salary. Such remarkable vocal prowess from Teacher Song made it a shame for him not to participate in live variety shows. Indeed, his live performance level is undoubtedly among the finest in the nation. For the audience of Long Country, missing out on a live performance by Teacher Song is a grave disappointment. Just as he removed his headphones, he heard the astonished gasps from those in the studio. Song merely smiled in response. With his current masterful singing ability, he could undoubtedly rank among the top-tier singers in the country. Yet, before elevating his skills to that of a grandmaster, he had no intention of appearing in too many variety shows, especially since there were no particularly worthwhile programs that piqued his interest. Moreover, to elevate his skills to grandmaster level, while not as extravagant as reaching a Hall of Fame, would still require a staggering sum of 100 million in charitable points. Ding, a bank notification. Your account ending in 9857 has received a deposit of 26,835,527.14 yuan, with a current balance of 28,986,244.31 yuan. The following morning, Song Yi received a call from the company's finance department regarding his substantial profit share from the previous month. It must be said that the finance team at Tang Dynasty Company is exceedingly professional and sufficiently attentive to Song Yi's contributions. By the second day of the month, the company had already completed the profit settlement for more than a dozen songs composed by Song Yi, which had generated profits last month. This included not only the profits from several songs sung by Song Yi himself, but also the revenue shares from songs performed by Du Song and Chen Yu. In addition to the copyright fees and profit shares from music platforms, there were also some licensing fees for songs used in films. For instance, Huang Hungren was selected by director Wang Jin as the theme song for a television series, garnering a licensing fee of 1,500,000 yuan. Since this song was not specifically tailored for the series, the licensing fee was significantly lower than that of custom songs like Huaxin and Qin and Yuhan. Although the recordings of these two songs were completed, they had yet to be officially released due to the film's pending premiere. Otherwise, Song Yi's earnings for the previous month would have been even higher. As he gazed at the nearly 30 million yuan in his account, Song Yi fell into contemplation. In merely 1 month's time, these songs had generated over 20 million in wealth for him. And that was after the company had deducted taxes. Even if he were to exhaust his creative well starting now, he could easily surpass 100 million in earnings within a year. If it weren't for the unfulfilled dreams lingering in his heart, Song Yi would have seriously considered retiring with this fortune. Who in their right mind would want to go to work? Damn it, system, help me donate 28 million. After a moment of reflection, Song Yi left himself with a balance of just over 900,000. This was even less than the balance he had prior to receiving this substantial sum from the company. Just yesterday, he received over 1 million in live streaming earnings from Zhangcheng. However, having grown accustomed to a frugal lifestyle, Song Yi found himself at a loss as to how to spend the money. Even a trip back to Miss City to celebrate his father's birthday cost him less than 500,000, and that was primarily due to transferring 20,000 each to his aunt and younger aunt. Otherwise, he wouldn't have even spent 10,000. Rather than let the money gather dust in his bank account, he would prefer to have the system promptly donate it to those in need. Ding! The system has successfully transferred and donated 28 million yuan. The current remaining charitable points are 82 million. Would you like to enter a lottery? Upon hearing the system's notification, Song Yi was utterly astonished. He recalled that after redeeming Gu Yongji yesterday, the remaining charitable points had been less than 40 million. Even with the additional donation of 28 million, it shouldn't have reached such a sum. Damn system, why has there suddenly been an increase of over 10 million in charitable points? Did you encounter a bug? The system detected that the several pieces previously donated to the Folk Music Association generated an additional 15 million in revenue, which has all been allocated for the development of folk music in Long Country, thus automatically increasing your points by 15 million. Upon hearing this, Song Yi finally understood. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. This at least indicated that those elders had not squandered his efforts and were genuinely dedicated to their cause. Igu, I've made it big. My salary and profit share from last month have been distributed, and it amounts to over 90,000. Later that evening, as they gathered at Cheng Ji's bar for drinks, Du Song declared, "Tonight, the treat is on me." Seeing Du Song's exuberant expression, Song Yi hesitated to reveal the substantial sum he had just received. Otherwise, it would have been he who was treating tonight. The company now only took a 10% share of the songs Song Yi composed, leaving the remaining 90% for him to allocate as he saw fit. Chen Jiaxuan and her sister insisted on taking only 10% of their profits, which Song Yi acquiesced to. As they were not in need of money. As for Du Song's songs, Song Yi had granted him a generous 40% share, effectively splitting the earnings evenly between them, resulting in a near million in income for Du Song. However, Du Song's earnings were likely still less than that of the Chen sisters, who, due to their immense popularity, could easily surpass 1 million in revenue for a single commercial performance. Alright, but let's keep a low profile this time. No need to stir up trouble. Understood. I'll do my best to contain my urge to perform. Just a couple of days prior, Du Song had thoroughly indulged in the thrill of being a resident singer, leading to his features no longer being able to remain concealed, causing a dip in his popularity. Many female fans expressed feelings of having been deceived. Unsurprisingly, Du Song's plan to engage in an online romance with his female fans was also swiftly dashed. This is a new single I've written for you, titled The Funeral of the Rose. You can take it to arrange for recording with your sister Zhao. Song Yi opened the drawer and handed over the lyrics and composition, along with a USB drive. To the dazed Du Song, go. Didn't you say you just wrote Gu Yongji yesterday? How do you still have time to write a song for me? Cough, cough. I couldn't sleep last night, so I pulled an all-nighter to write this for you. You must sing it well. Don't let my efforts go to waste. Only then did Du Song notice the bloodshot eyes of Song Yi, revealing the toll of sleepless nights. He immediately rushed forward, embracing Song Yi, tears streaming down his face. Igu, you truly are my brother. In my next life, I shall reincarnate as a woman, just to make you feel good. If you don't mind, I could even go to Thailand for surgery right now. Get out, Song Yi scolded, pushing Du Song out of the office. Did he have to share that he had spent the night indulging in a mobile game? Xiao Song, Li Hongyun from the Folk Music Association and Dean Shan Liangping from the Imperial Capital Music University have come to see you. They wish to discuss matters regarding the Folk Music Festival. Do you want to meet with them? Shortly after Du Song left, Li Shanshan quickly entered Song Yi's office. Chapter 81. Linshou Teacher Xiao Song. Your compositions have been a tremendous help to our association. We now have the startup funds for the Folk Music Festival, are conducting nationwide auditions. Before Li Shanshan could finish her announcement, two elderly gentlemen nearing 70 burst into the room in a hurry. Given their status as veterans of the music industry, No one dared to stop them. Li Shanshan frowned at their lack of decorum, but was about to say something when Song Yi gently waved his hand. It's been a while since we last met, esteemed elders. Please, have a seat. Shanjia, could you prepare a pot of tea for us? Observing Song Yi's cordial reception of the two gentlemen, Li Shanshan chose not to pursue the matter any further and turned to prepare the tea. Ha ha ha, it's good to see you're such a thoughtful young man, showing respect to us old bones. Indeed, it's rare to find such talent coupled with humility and youth. The two elders lavished praise upon Song Yi. He refrained from interrupting, instead pondering the true purpose of their visit. Teacher Xiao Song, the piano and suona pieces you donated have garnered several licensing fees in recent days, but rest assured, all of this revenue will be directed towards promoting the development of folk music. We will not let your hard work go to waste. Thanks to the automatically generated charitable points from the system, Song Yi was already aware that their claims were genuine. He smiled and replied, "It must be quite a task for you both to juggle so many responsibilities in preparing for a grand competition. What brings you here today?" One of the gentlemen was the president of the Folk Music Association, while the other was the dean of the Music Academy, meaning they had far more daily affairs to manage than even Song Yi. Their visit, amidst their busy schedules, surely meant there was more than mere gratitude behind it. Otherwise, a simple phone call would suffice. The two elders exchanged glances, and a hint of bashfulness appeared on their aged faces. "Old Shun, why don't you take this one? You claim to be the main person responsible for the National Traditional Music Festival, while I am merely your humble assistant. Yet, during work, you do not express such sentiments. Now you acknowledge that I am indeed the principal figure. Where has your previous bravado gone? Ahem, it matters little internally. But externally, I shall unwaveringly support your leadership." Observing the playful banter between the two elders, Song Yi found it somewhat amusing. He took the initiative to speak up. "If the two esteemed seniors have matters to discuss, please feel free to articulate them. I am more than willing to assist with the National Traditional Music Festival in any way I can." "Really? Then we shall speak candidly," the two sighed in relief, finally revealing the purpose of their visit. The program has already begun its promotional efforts, but the feedback from various regions has not been particularly encouraging. Thus, we would like to request your help in shooting a promotional video. With your popularity and talent, you could certainly attract more participants to sign up. However, regarding the appearance fee, after much deliberation, Song Yi finally grasped their intentions. It seemed they were short on funds and hoped to obtain his assistance free of charge. No wonder they appeared somewhat sheepish. Given Song Yi's current standing, the cost for producing such a promotional video would easily exceed 10 million. For a preparation team already facing financial constraints, this was akin to adding insult to injury. "Not to worry, I can participate free of charge. What do you need me to do for the promotional video? Has the timing been decided?" The idea of the National Traditional Music Festival was originally proposed by Song Yi himself. A friendly appearance would not be too much to ask. Moreover, this endeavor would greatly benefit the development of music in the Dragon Nation, aligning perfectly with Song Yi's own aspirations. Hearing Song Yi's response, the two elders could hardly contain their joy. "Wonderful, young Song. You truly embody integrity and humility, living a life of simplicity. Enough, enough. Silence, old Shin. You are a university dean, yet you mislead the youth. Is being impoverished a compliment? It should be said that young Song is virtuous and principled. Ahem. Perhaps we should return to the matter at hand and refrain from extolling my virtues." As Song Yi observed the two elders growing increasingly absurd in their flattery, he couldn't help but feel a sense of exasperation. What on earth is happening here? "Apologies, young Song, but flattery is certainly not our forte." They continued, "We have already devised a plan for the promotional video. We simply need you to say a few promotional lines on camera. Ideally, you could also showcase your traditional music skills. Anything from the suona, pipa, guzheng, to the eru would suffice." Previously, Song Yi had mentioned that he had a basic understanding of many instruments. As the saying goes, the speaker may be oblivious, but the listener takes heed. The two elders remembered this quite clearly. Song Yi felt a headache coming on. After all, he had indeed boasted about his abilities and could not now simply backtrack and say he could not play. However, unlocking a master-level skill in any instrument required 5 million charity points. He was close to accumulating 100 million points to exchange for master-level singing skills, but if he redeemed several traditional music skills, it would set him back indefinitely. After a moment of contemplation, Song Yi spoke up. "Let us proceed this way. The promotional video shouldn't be too lengthy. You can edit together the video of me performing 100 birds facing the phoenix at Yiming Manor. And then I will play a guzheng piece as well. That should suffice for the promotional material. Yes, that is more than sufficient. Had we known you were so agreeable, we wouldn't have had to go through such elaborate measures." The filming crew is ready. We just need to know when you are available. Let us do it this afternoon. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can promote it. Excellent. We will send someone to pick you up at the company this afternoon. Once the filming time was confirmed, the two elders left the office with beaming smiles. They were both significant figures in the Dragon Nation's music scene, yet they had lowered themselves to flatter Song Yi, indeed. It was quite a feat for them. Meanwhile, in a remote village in Xian province, Lin Xiu gazed at the admission letter from Emperor Capital University in her hands, her emotions in turmoil. There was pride in having gained admission to a prestigious institution, yet also a profound sense of helplessness. Just before the college entrance examination, her mother, who had always been her sole companion, suddenly suffered a stroke and became paralyzed. If it weren't for her mother's persistent insistence from the hospital bed, Lin Xiu would not have had the courage to sit for the exams. Now, although she had been accepted into her dream university, it felt utterly meaningless. Her mother required care due to her condition. The doctor had previously mentioned that if her mother could remain in the hospital for treatment, there was a chance for recovery. For the sake of caring for her mother and urgently needing to earn money for medical expenses, Lin Xiu could not attend the university she had longed for. In this moment, she felt a deep sense of despair. Even if she gave up her education, she could only stay home to care for her paralyzed mother. However, without sufficient funds for treatment, her mother would never stand again. Lost in thought, the newly turned 18 Lin Xiu could not help but break down in tears. Ding! A text message from the bank. You have received a transfer of 600,000 yuan, marked as donation. Her reverie was interrupted by the sound of her phone. Lin Xiu could hardly believe her eyes as she read the message. Initially thinking it was a scam, she hurriedly logged into her mobile banking app to check her balance. Confirming the amount, she rushed into her mother's bedroom. Mom, we have been saved. A great benefactor has donated a substantial sum to us. Now I can take you to Emperor Capital for treatment. I can study while caring for you in the hospital. Her mother, due to nerve damage, could no longer speak, but tears streamed down her face as she managed a painful smile for Lin Xiu. Though she didn't voice it, Lin Xiu understood her mother's thoughts. She must find this benefactor and work hard to repay the kindness shown. In an instant, the two embraced, weeping together. Chapter 82. Gouging. After having lunch in the cafeteria, Song Yi returned to his office. He initially intended to spend 5 million points to unlock master-level gouging skills, but found himself drawn to the massive prize wheel. His gambling instincts stirred. As the saying goes, a horse does not fatten without night grass, and a person does not become wealthy without windfall. If he were to rely on saving alone to unlock master-level singing skills, it could take an eternity. He needed to find a shortcut. System, I want to spin the wheel. The enormous wheel began to spin immediately. His remaining charity points dwindled from 82.8 million to 82.7 million. However, this minor deduction did not deter Song Yi's determination to gamble. His eyes were fixated on the prominently displayed master-level singing skills. Stop, stop, stop. Just as the pointer was about to land on the master-level singing skill, Song Yi couldn't help but shout. Yet, the pointer, which had seemingly come to a halt, inexplicably resumed its motion, sliding past that coveted section. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn the reward. Chest muscles increased by 20. Would you like to continue spinning? In an instant, a strange energy surged into Song Yi's chest from his mind, visibly enlarging his pectoral muscles. What the hell? I'm going to die, Song Yi exclaimed, jumping up from the sofa in a panic. System, I'll pay 1 million to have this reward removed. Once a system reward has been generated, it cannot be retracted. What kind of reward is this? As a man, why would I need such large chest muscles? Even if it were muscle, it wouldn't make sense. I can't believe this. Facing the cold and unyielding system, Song Yi could only stand there in a fit of impotent rage. Utterly helpless. I swear to heaven, if I ever draw again, I will be your grandson. Fortunately, the increase was only 20, and it was barely noticeable. Moreover, this was a coveted ability for many fitness trainers. After venting his frustrations, Song Yi could only silently comfort himself. At worst, I'll just wear looser clothing in the future. Shaking his head in resignation, Song Yi had no choice but to accept the harsh reality. It seemed that shortcuts were fraught with risks. System, redeem the master-level gouging skills. Watching 5 million points vanish, Song Yi felt a pang of regret. However, as a wealth of information and techniques flooded his mind, he became intimately familiar with the gouging structure, playing methods, and techniques. Song Yi felt his understanding of music had deepened significantly. Now, even without relying on the system's database, he could piece together several classic songs from his past life with relative ease. Thankfully, the system's song prices were reasonable and very convenient. Otherwise, he would have to spend time piecing together songs on his own. Subsequently, Song Yi spent an additional 500,000 points to unlock the piece The Sword and the Dream. Not only did he master the guzheng performance, but he also memorized the lyrics thoroughly. It must be said, aside from the lottery aspect being rather frustrating, the system was indeed quite useful in other respects. Oh, and there was another drawback. Advanced skills were prohibitively expensive. Otherwise, a promising young man like himself would not be so inclined to gamble and seek shortcuts. Hello, is this teacher Song Yi? I am Xiao Lin from the Traditional Music Association. I am here to take you to the filming location. My car is parked at the entrance of Tang Dynasty Company. Just as Song Yi was about to take a quick nap, he received a call from the working group. All right, I'll be right down. After tidying up briefly, Song Yi headed downstairs with Li Shanshan. Although Song Yi repeatedly insisted he could manage alone, Li Shanshan was determined to accompany him. Perhaps she was concerned that the Traditional Music Association would poach him. Tang Dynasty Company was quite wary of anyone associated with the association. After a brief exchange of pleasantries in the car, the driver headed straight for the Traditional Music Association. The filming location for the promotional video is the performance hall of the National Music Association. As Song Yi alighted from the vehicle, he was greeted by a throng of people gathered at the entrance, led by Li Hongyun and two vice presidents he had encountered previously. Flanking them were three esteemed professors from the higher education group. Greetings, Teacher Xiao Song. Before Song Yi and Li Shanshan could approach, the multitude of dozens at the entrance collectively bowed in respect, leaving Song Yi momentarily speechless. Ahem? President Li, Dean Shun, there's no need for such formalities. Let us commence our work directly. Ha ha ha, Xiao Song. This is your first visit to the association, so we must extend a warm welcome. Allow me to show you around. Although the gesture was sincere, it rendered Song Yi quite awkward. Under the enthusiastic guidance of several elders, he was reluctantly led on a tour of the National Music Association. Within, he observed numerous training rooms, each bustling with musicians rehearsing. The atmosphere was indeed more vibrant than he had anticipated. However, most rooms and equipment appeared rather antiquated, with only the performance hall exuding a brighter ambience. This indicated a clear shortage of funds for the association. Teacher Xiao Song, the guzheng is ready. Is there anything else you require? Aside from the recording staff, the same group of people who had welcomed them at the entrance now occupied the seats in the audience. To describe it as a small-scale performance would not be an exaggeration. Please set up a microphone beside me. I shall attempt to sing while playing. Playing the guzheng and singing simultaneously? Is that even feasible? While guitar and piano performances are commonplace, instances of singing while playing the guzheng are exceedingly rare. Thus, the audience expressed astonishment at Song Yi's proposal. Let us give it a try. I'm not very familiar with this song. If the performance falters, I shall proceed with just the guzheng piece. All right, let us give it a go. The production team prepared to touch up Teacher Xiao Song's makeup. The elders retreated to the audience, becoming spectators themselves, since it was their first time witnessing Song Yi's live performance. Their excitement was palpable. Once the crowd parted, a makeup artist hurried forward to enhance his appearance. Fortunately, Song Yi's natural looks required only minimal adjustments to his hair before he was camera-ready. Donning the performance robe prepared by the production team, he appeared even more resplendent, causing the eyes of a few women in the audience to gleam with admiration. Were it not for the multitude of onlookers, Song Yi might have feared being whisked away. At that moment, a young girl dashed to his side, offering several plectrums for him to choose from. The thickest plectrum, please. This piece requires more power. Upon hearing this, the girl swiftly retrieved the plectrum and tape, beginning to wrap it around his fingers. The guzheng, which originated during the Warring States period, boasts a history of over 2,000 years and is often referred to as the Eastern piano. However, the playing techniques for the guzheng and piano are entirely different. The piano produces sound through pressing keys, while the guzheng generates sound by plucking the strings. Although one can play using a plectrum held in hand, professional performances typically employ the method of wrapping the plectrum around the fingers. All but the little fingers of both hands are wrapped in plectrums, and different pieces demand varying plectrum specifications. For lyrical songs, softer, thinner plectrums are generally preferred, whereas for a piece like The Sword and the Dream, a thicker plectrum is required to produce a crisper, more powerful sound. After half an hour of preparations, the audience displayed no signs of impatience, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Amidst their eager gazes, Song Yi gradually approached the guzheng and took a seat. With his 10 fingers spread apart, he casually plucked a few strings, seeking the right feel while tuning the instrument. After testing all 21 strings, Song Yi discovered that the guzheng's tone was exceptionally bright, its pitch evidently calibrated with precision beforehand. leaving no room for error. Gently closing his eyes, he continuously recalled every detail of the sword and the dream in his mind. The staff in the performance hall and the audience below silently observed Song Yi at the center of the stage. Their expressions devoid of urgency, patiently awaiting the moment when the notes would resonate once more. After a full 3 minutes, Song Yi suddenly opened his eyes. In that instant, his demeanor transformed entirely. The originally sunny and amiable Song Yi now possessed a fierce and intense gaze, yet carried an inexplicable air of nonchalance and ease. Just as the audience was taken aback, his hands sprang into action. The right hand moved with remarkable speed, dancing swiftly across the strings on the right side, while the left hand swept back and forth on the left side, sometimes tracing arcs, at other times merely brushing lightly like a dragonfly skimming the water. An intensely penetrating melody erupted around the audience. Song Yi's fingers, flying up and down, captivated the spectators' gaze. In mere moments, the audience was transported into a realm filled with the clashing of swords and blades. Not a single person below uttered a word, as they were all entranced by the spectacle before them, fearful of missing even the slightest nuance. The grand prelude stirred within them a cherished dream of the martial world. Though there was only one guzheng and one performer, the vigor of 1,000 troops was unleashed. Between the rapid movements of Song Yi's fingers, the audience felt as if they had become those chivalrous figures, unbound by the constraints of daily life, adhering solely to the principles of righteousness. As the audience's imagination soared, Song Yi's fingers gradually slowed, and the melody from the guzheng transformed into a graceful and lingering tune. Accompanying this was Song Yi's effortless and expressive singing voice. Where does my sword go? Love and hate cannot be solely cherished. Why blade cuts through the vast sky, right and wrong, understood or misunderstood. I am intoxicated in a haze, entangled in love and resentment, whether real or illusory. I awaken from a fleeting spring dream, life and death, all is in vain. Eyes filled with disbelief. Prior to this, when Song Yi mentioned singing while playing the guzheng, the audience had harbored some doubts. Yet, the aura surrounding Song Yi was too overwhelming for anyone to voice their concerns. The guzheng, known as the king of instruments, possesses a sound that is exceptionally expressive, while the accompaniment of other instruments might somewhat diminish the guzheng's timbre. A performance featuring solely the guzheng often renders the vocals quite thin. Under such circumstances, the voice struggles to stand out, instead becoming a mere accompaniment to the guzheng. This is precisely why performances featuring singing with the guzheng are seldom witnessed. However, Song Yi's current performance was entirely different. His voice and the sound of the guzheng intertwined seamlessly, neither overshadowing the other in their mutual enhancement. Both were elevated to new heights. Swiftly they come, swiftly they go. Yearning for a reunion. Love comes swiftly, hate comes swiftly, all is carried away by the wind. A wild laugh, a long sigh, a life of joy, a life of sorrow, who will share life and death with me? As Song Yi's voice grew more impassioned, he followed the invigorating rhythm, bringing the essence of the song to its zenith. Even the chivalrous figures of the martial world possess a tender side. The gallant heroes also experience moments of heartache. Yet, within Song Yi's guzheng and song, sorrow appeared only fleetingly. What prevailed was a sense of carefree abandon. Regardless of life or death, all would ultimately dissolve into nothingness. As the singing gradually subsided, Song Yi's hands continued to dance rapidly, even more feverishly than before. Each note resonating articulated the martial world within Song Yi's heart. With every rise and fall of his fingers, he bestowed upon the audience a feast for both sight and sound. Finally, as Song Yi's hands hovered in the air, he lifted his gaze forward, and the final chord echoed in the ears of the audience. A brief silence enveloped the room. The eyes of the audience fluttered, as if they had just emerged from that world of blades and swords. Moments later, the audience rose in unison, fervently applauding. The photographer, overwhelmed with excitement, neglected to switch off the camera, joining in the enthusiastic applause. All eyes were fixed on the calm-faced Song Yi. It was only when he slowly stood that the director called for a cut. Li Hongyun and Shan Liangping eagerly rushed onto the stage, vying to speak first. Teacher Xiao Song, your guzheng piece was truly stunning. I have never seen anyone bring the guzheng and vocals to such heights. Take my advice, you are destined for a career in traditional music. Come and lead the National Music Association, and I shall relinquish the presidency to you. Oh, come on, oldly, who would dare take over your mess? Xiao Song, why not join me at the university? Rest assured, our higher education group has ample funding. Witnessing Song Yi unveil yet another remarkable skill and a dazzling new piece, the group of elderly gentlemen began to stir with excitement once more. It is no wonder that Li Shanshan insisted on accompanying him. Had Song Yi ventured alone, he might have easily been detained by these exuberant old men who would likely dangle the presidency before him. If he were to accept such a position, he might find himself compelled to comply. However, for Song Yi, whether he joined the National Music Association or the university would have little bearing on his ability to earn money. After all, both institutions would support his continual creation of new works. In fact, being backed by an official organization could potentially yield greater financial rewards than working at Tang Dynasty Company. Yet, that was not the life Song Yi desired. He preferred a work environment that allowed for freedom and creativity, free from the constraints of institutional oversight. Esteemed seniors, there is no need for further persuasion. I possess neither the aptitude for managing the association nor the talent for imparting knowledge. It would be best for me to remain at Tang Dynasty Company. How was the recording just now? Is there a need to redo it? During the performance of The Sword and the Dream? Song Yi was utterly engrossed. The guzheng, with its 21 strings, presents a considerable challenge, not to mention the necessity of simultaneously singing. Throughout the entire performance, Song Yi did not once glance at the stage, and without ear monitors, he remained oblivious to how the sound resonated with the audience below, relying solely on his own instincts. Upon hearing Song Yi's reasons for declining, the elderly gentlemen were visibly displeased. "Humph, do you still lack capability? Do you still lack talent? What, then, are we old-timers to be considered? Alas, perhaps I should simply retire, having toiled for a lifetime, only to have misled the youth. And you still dare to inquire about the recording's quality? Do you not possess any self-awareness? It must be redone, no less than 10 times. The elderly gentleman, who had just been spirited and lively, suddenly began to wallow in despair, seizing the opportunity to retaliate against Song Yi. Fortunately, Li Shanshan intervened at the last moment, alleviating the tension among everyone. Ultimately, there was no demand for Song Yi to repeat his performance. Instead, a promotional script was crafted for him to read, allowing him to conclude the session. "Young Song, it is rare for you to visit our association. Let us dine together this evening." Having just finished his work, Li Hongyan warmly invited Song Yi to dinner. "Thank you for your kind offer, President Li, but I have already made plans with a friend today. Perhaps next time." Compared to dining with a group of elderly gentlemen, Song Yi would much prefer to accompany Du Song to a bar for drinks. Just after completing the promotional video recording, Ji Jianya from the Dragon Country Fire Brigade received the audio file of The Brave Alone sent by Tang Dynasty Company. Chapter 84. Heroes. Hello, Director Ji. I have sent the recording file of the promotional theme song you requested to your email. What? It has already been recorded so swiftly. When Su Yun called back the next day, Ji Jianya initially assumed that Song Yi would decline the invitation. However, upon hearing Su Yun's response, Ji Jianya was taken aback, even stammering as he spoke. "Ha, this time, it was Young Song himself who performed the recording. Hence the rapid turnaround. Young Song mentioned that your firemen are heroes of the people, so he decided to authorize this song for your use free of charge." On the other end of the line, Su Yun's melodious voice resonated. Seemingly recalling something, she added, "Of course, this is contingent upon your appreciation of the song." Su Yun's statement not only conveyed her absolute confidence in the Brave Alone, but also subtly hinted to Ji Jianya that since they were receiving it free, it would be best not to suggest any modifications. If they found the song unworthy, they would have to seek alternatives elsewhere. No, we have the utmost faith in teacher Song Yi's creative talents. Ji Jianya quickly assented, solemnly expressing, "On behalf of the Fire Brigade, I extend our most sincere gratitude for teacher Song Yi's generosity." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they hastily ended the call. Ji Jianya immediately logged into his work email. After locating the audio file sent by Su Yun, he quickly clicked to download it. Although he had just assured Su Yun of his complete faith in Song Yi's creative prowess, Ji Jianya still harbored doubts regarding a song completed in less than 2 days. Could it be that Song Yi deemed 300,000 insufficient and, unable to refuse outright, concocted this free fade to present a hastily written song to placate me? Ji Jianya pondered incessantly. It is difficult for anyone to believe that someone could compose and record a custom theme song in merely 1 day's time. Sigh, I should have requested a bit more funding from Director Zhang back then. Oh well, let me first listen to the results. Ji Jianya shook his head with a wry smile and clicked the play button on the just downloaded file. A cello sound, processed with electronic effects, filled the air. Ji Jianya, who had initially held little hope for the song, instantly straightened up. "All are brave. Your forehead bears wounds. There is no need to conceal them. They say to carry the light, taming every beast. Who says that those covered in mud do not qualify as heroes?" Upon completing the first verse, Ji Jianya had completely dispelled his earlier reservations. He realized that the lyrics of this song were profoundly meaningful. Coupled with Song Yi's intentionally lowered vocal pitch, the song exuded a sense of solemnity and sorrow. I love you for walking alone in the dark alleys. I love your unyielding stance. I love you for confronting despair, refusing to shed a tear. I love your tattered garments, yet you dare to block fate's gun. I love how you and I are so alike, with wounds that mirror one another. The melody gradually ascended, and Song Yi's voice grew stronger. There was no hoarse shouting, nor was there any anguished wailing to the heavens. Yet, Ji Jianya felt as if he could see the firemen, their bodies marred with dirt. Despite their exhaustion, their gazes were resolute. In the face of swirling smoke and dust, everyone fled in panic. Only they, in the darkness, advanced against the flames. They were determined to extinguish the raging inferno with their youthful bodies. To fight with this tattered cloak, to battle, yes, with the humblest of dreams, to honor the whimpers and roars in the night. Who says that only those standing in the light can be considered heroes? As the chorus approached, under the penetrating power of Song Yi's voice, Ji Jianya could not help but close his eyes. Images of the fallen young warriors filled his mind. Their protective gear was tattered beyond repair. Yet they charged forward without hesitation, despite their fatigue, despite being sons, husbands, and fathers of ordinary families. When emergencies arose, they rushed headlong into the most perilous situations, all for the sake of their most humble dreams. Unbeknownst to him, tears streamed down Ji Jianya's face. While ordinary citizens might feel merely moved and invigorated by this song, for firemen who had lost their closest kin and comrades, this song was a veritable tear gas canister. With no time to listen to the entire song, Ji Jianya hastily copied the track onto a USB drive, his face alight with excitement, as he dashed to Deputy Chief Zhang Zhen's office. Chief Zhang, you must listen to this song. It is sung by teacher Song Yi himself. Observing Ji Jianya's reddened eyes, Zhang Zhen was taken aback but did not voice any further comments. The two quickly inserted the USB drive into the computer and clicked play once more. For a full 4 minutes, they sat in silence, listening to the entire song. Even Zhang Zhen, typically unfazed, felt tears welling up in his eyes. Perhaps under ordinary circumstances, they would not have felt overly moved by such a song. However, once immersed in the context of the fire brigade's theme, their understanding of the song transformed. This song is truly exceptional. It is not merely the theme song for our fire brigade, but also the anthem for countless warriors fighting on the front lines. Zhang Zhen spoke gravely. Having served nearly a decade in the narcotics division, this song reminded him of those narcotics officers who could not stand in the light to receive honors and medals. For once their identities were exposed, they could face the fiercest retaliation. Who says that only those in the light can be considered heroes? Those who toil in the shadows, silently sacrificing, are equally admirable heroes. A song of such caliber deserves far more than 300,000. It indeed belittles teacher Song Yi's talent. Let us do this. I will report to the higher-ups and see if we can secure additional funding. Before Zhang Zhen could finish his sentence, he was immediately interrupted by Ji Jianya. Chief Zhang, there is no need. Teacher Song Yi has stated that this song is authorized for our use free of charge. Free of charge? Are you certain? Zhang Zhen was utterly astonished. Artists need to make a living too. Moreover, Song Yi is not a public servant. Faced with Zhang Zhen's incredulous expression, Ji Jianya replied earnestly, "It is true, but it appears that teacher Song Yi does not intend to sell the song's copyright, merely offering it for use." Upon receiving Ji Jianya's affirmative response, Zhang Zhen fell into contemplation. Teacher Song Yi possesses a spirit of great altruism. I shall personally report to the higher authorities. We must honor teacher Song Yi's selflessness. Old Ji, you are to arrange for the publicity office to expedite the production of the promotional video. It must go live as soon as possible. Yes. Chapter 85. The bar in the evening. Song Yi entered the proud bar with Du Song and the Chen sisters, at that moment. The four were exceedingly cautious, donning masks and hats, and using the bar's back entrance. There was no alternative. Once news of Song Yi's presence in the bar spread, nearby traffic would come to a standstill, such as the plight of a top-tier celebrity. Many times, even the simple act of stepping downstairs for a walk requires extensive deliberation. Furthermore, entering a bar often invites an avalanche of absurd rumors generated by internet trolls, which is truly vexing. Fortunately, He Shui had prepared a private booth specifically for Song Yi, complete with a large display screen, ensuring that during the live broadcast on the Menghu account, the performance visuals would also be relayed to the booth. Little Shui, please serve our Igu and Little Chun some delicious food. Tonight, Brother Du Song is treating, so no need for you to offer it for free. Seeing the proud expression on Du Song's face, He Shui couldn't help but stifle a laugh. The sisters Chen Jiaxuan could not resist teasing. Brother Du Song, with such confidence in your tone, I thought you were going to say that tonight's entire expenses would be covered by you. Master Du, haha, as if I were so extravagant. I am not a rich second generation. Song Yi is busy recording a promotional video outside, while Du Song and Chun Yu are also absorbed in the recording of new songs. In addition to Du Song's The Funeral of the Rose, Song Yi took the time to write a song titled Curved Eyelashes for the twin sisters. After a long day of hard work, they arrived at this exclusive stronghold, appearing remarkably relaxed. Following the live broadcast incident of the past 2 days, the Arrogant Bar has completely exploded in popularity. Even before the night's performance officially began, the bar was already packed to the brim. Many patrons hoped to chance upon Song Yi and the twin sisters here. Of course, there were also a few uniquely discerning women who came specifically for Du Song. Coupled with the bar's pleasant ambience and live performances, it was a daily occurrence for the establishment to be overflowing with guests. Just as the 4 members of the Tiger Band were about to take the stage, the 4 young masters of the imperial capital entered the bustling hall of the Arrogant Bar, each accompanied by a female companion. Unlike Song Yi, although they were somewhat known in the imperial capital, they did not require such caution. Upon their entrance, the surrounding crowd cast curious glances, yet no one dared to approach them. Aware of their notorious reputation as wealthy rascals, "Isn't that Wang Chong and Cheng Hao?" someone remarked, surprised to see them here. With the growth and success of the Tiger Band, the responsibility of live streaming was no longer in He Shui's hands. Almost every hour of every day, staff members broadcast the happenings within the bar. This not only maintained the Tiger Band's popularity but also promoted the Arrogant Bar. The appearance of the 4 young masters in the bar was undoubtedly the best promotional opportunity. At that moment, the number of viewers in the live stream was steadily rising. Wow, even the 4 young masters of the imperial capital are at the Arrogant Bar. This is quite a spectacle. Is the Arrogant Bar that prestigious? The DCOR looks rather ordinary to me. What do you know? The 4 masters are clearly here to support Song Yi. Who doesn't he know that the owner of the Arrogant Bar is a close friend of the great Song Yi? Indeed, and who knows, one might even encounter Song Yi and the twin sisters in the bar. Unfortunately, I am too far away in Jiangnan. Encountering 4 wealthy young men is not too shabby either. If I could seize the opportunity to befriend them, wouldn't that be more beneficial than idolizing stars? Come on, do you think rich second generations are fools? By the way, the women around the 4 young masters are quite impressive. Their figures are stunning. Is this the life of the wealthy? Having different women every day. Wang Chong and his companions had not made reservations in advance. The private rooms and booths were already occupied. Cheng Hao approached a booth, preparing to unleash his financial prowess to persuade the guests to vacate the spot. Just then, the shy He Shui quickly walked over to Wang Chong and whispered a few words. Wang Chong was instantly overjoyed and said to Cheng Hao, "Haozi, let us go. There's a private room inside, and we can drink there." All right. The 3 of them had no suspicions, believing that Wang Chong had utilized his financial influence to secure the room. Seeing 4 beautiful women about to accompany them, Wang Chong turned and said, "You ladies should stay here and enjoy yourselves in the hall." Wang Chong knew that Song Yi did not favor overly flamboyant women, hence he would not bring them into the private room. Hearing Wang Chong's unyielding tone, the 4 women looked dejected but dared not protest, obediently walking away. "Chong-gu, what is going on? I'm not used to drinking without women around." "Yeah, Chong-gu, why the sudden change? Have you developed an aversion to women?" Cheng Hao and the others were quite puzzled by Wang Chong's behavior. Taking women out had seemingly become a habit for them. "Get lost?" Teacher Song Yi invited us to his private room. What would it look like to bring these women along? Upon hearing Wang Chong's response, Cheng Hao and the others were utterly astonished, their faces lighting up with excitement. Ever since Song Yi showcased his talent at Yunming Manor, the 4 young masters of the imperial capital had become his ardent fans. They had been inviting Song Yi to gatherings at the manor, only to be declined due to his busy schedule. Coming to the Arrogant Bar this time was partly to support the Tiger Band and partly to see if they could bump into Song Yi. To their surprise, upon their arrival, Song Yi had already noticed them and extended an invitation to the private room. This delighted the 4 immensely. In front of Song Yi, they were no longer the haughty rich second generations, but rather starstruck fans. "Teacher Song Yi, it's been a while. We've been calling you to the manor for drinks, but you haven't come. Now that we've finally run into you, we must drink until we drop." As soon as Wang Chong and the others entered, they greeted Song Yi enthusiastically. "I've been quite busy with work, so I haven't had much time to socialize. I hope you all understand." In response to Song Yi's explanation, the 4 young masters quickly replied, "We wouldn't dare. We all know that teacher Song Yi is busy with his creations. We really want to see your live performance again. Teacher Song E. The new song you sang the other day at the bar was simply stunning, though it's a pity there isn't a formal version yet. Haha, the formal version is already in production by the company. It should be online in a few days. Let me introduce you to a few friends. Song Yi turned to Yi Shui and the twin sisters, saying, "You all know Du Song. This is Xiao Shui, the big boss of this bar, and also a little rich lady." Upon hearing Song Yi's playful remark, the shy Yi Shui instantly blushed. These are Qian and Chun, who are also debut singers. Yes, we know. Little sister Qin is connected to our family. We've known each other before her debut. The Qin Jiaxuan sisters were also top-tier rich second generations of the imperial capital, though they were significantly more low-key compared to Wang Chong and his companions. Furthermore, Qin Guohua was quite protective of the sisters, so not many people were aware of them. The group, being old acquaintances, quickly bonded. On stage, the Tiger Band was already prepared to perform the new songs they had rehearsed over the past few days. Although the officially recorded version by the Tang Dynasty Company had yet to be released, they could hardly contain their excitement. "Hello everyone, tonight we will bring you 2 new songs." Upon hearing Zhang Cheng announce the new songs, the audience below let out polite cheers, though they did not show excessive enthusiasm. Previously, the Tiger Band had occasionally written songs, but the quality was rather mediocre. However, when Zhang Cheng revealed the title of the first song, the entire venue erupted. The first song is called A Jeune Fell in Love with a Chong. This is a new song specially created for us by Teacher Song E. We hope you enjoy it. Chapter 86, Dreams. As soon as Zhang Cheng's words left his lips, the audience below gasped in surprise. The comments in the live stream flooded the screen instantly. Brothers, tuning into this Tiger live stream is truly full of surprises. Last time, it was the great Song E as a guest, and now it's a new song he wrote. It's so worth it. I wonder what style this will be. I'm a bit excited. Anything produced by Song E is bound to be a masterpiece. At this moment, the number of viewers in the live stream was quietly escalating. Accompanied by the cheers of the audience, the 4 members took their positions. A Chong struck the drums with vigor, while the other 3 earnestly played their instruments. A whimsical melody reached the ears of the audience. Zhang Cheng strummed his electric guitar while singing in a rugged voice. A jeune fell in love with a Chong. On a starry night, a plane flew overhead, and a shooting star streaked across the sky. Although life may seem devoid of meaning, love undeniably makes existence more beautiful. The humorous lyrics painted vivid imagery in the minds of the listeners. At first, the somewhat off-key melody felt irresistibly catchy, leaving them wanting more. Wow, did Teacher Song E really write this song? I can hardly believe it. They play so earnestly, and the melody is lovely, but why do I feel like the lyrics are so cheesy? Nonsense. How could the lyrics written by Teacher Song E be cheesy? You simply don't grasp the essence of the song. What? This song was written by the great Song E. Then it's not cheesy at all. In fact, it's incredibly cool. Haha bro, you really lack conviction. I just love this kind of cheesy song. It's so good that I can't stop. Don't you think this song suits the Tiger Band perfectly? It's a custom order from the great Song E. It's so powerful, brothers, I've already been brainwashed. Though the light-hearted melody and lyrics face skepticism from many, the captivating performance style quickly drew a large audience's attention. The originally whimsical lyrics, through the serious rendition of the 4, evoked boundless imagination. Some claimed that the A Chong in the lyrics symbolized the robust drummer of the Tiger Band, while others suggested that a Zhen and a Chong were not meant to denote specific individuals, but rather depicted the love stories of all ordinary workers. The Tiger Band's rendition of Love for Sale left everyone utterly amazed. Following an electronic rock transformation, the song bore little resemblance to the original. Selling my love, forcing me to part ways. Finally realizing the truth, tears fall from my eyes. Zhang Cheng performed in a semi-rap style, portraying the female character's love, instantly elevating the atmosphere within the bar. Surely, one cannot fathom that such seemingly simplistic lyrics could be rendered with such sophistication. Initially, I found it hard to believe that these were penned by Song E. Yet the level of arrangement is undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of the Tiger Band themselves. It is truly remarkable. I perceive it as quite fashionable, devoid of any rusticity, simply exquisite. The tenderness of a robust man is hard to imagine. What kind of woman would dare to forsake Zhang Cheng's love? I never anticipated that Song Yi would compose songs in this style. My admiration for him has only deepened. A rap devoid of yo-yo feels incomplete. Contrary to the expectations of the 4 members of Tiger Band, these 2 songs not only failed to elicit disdain from the audience, but instead compelled everyone to move along with the melody. Once it was you who desired separation. If separation is what you wanted, then so be it. Yet now, you seek to woo me back with true love. Love cannot be treated as a commodity to be purchased. Allow me to break free and understand. Relinquish your affection. When the four towering men, each over 6 feet tall, sang in unison, imploring to be wooed back with true love, jaws dropped in astonishment. In a live stream teeming with hundreds of thousands. The atmosphere was electrifying. Goosebumps abounded. Even those hidden in private boxes watching the live stream wore expressions of disbelief. Song E, is it truly you who wrote these 2 songs? Even Du Song and Chan Jiaxuan, who had previously reviewed the lyrics and melodies, were taken aback. This manner of performance was beyond their previous imaginings. Everyone was astonished. Paired with Song Yi's arrangements, what were once frivolous songs took on an almost magical quality. Feedback from the audience, both live and online, indicated that while many expressed confusion, they were all profoundly moved. Moreover, numerous individuals clamored for the Tiger Band to perform the songs once more, as they simply couldn't get enough. It was indeed I who wrote them, although the rap segment in the first song was crafted by Zhang Cheng and the others themselves, and I must say, it turned out rather well. Upon hearing Song Yi's affirmative response, Wang Cheng's face lit up with excitement. Song Yi, you are exceptionally talented. The first song isn't too challenging to sing. I feel I could manage it as well. Would you be able to compose a song for me in a similar vein? Upon hearing this, everyone in the private room turned their gaze toward Wang Cheng. Cheng Hao and the others regarded him with a peculiar expression, as if they were meeting him for the first time. Ahem. What are you staring at? I've always enjoyed singing. Did you not know? Wang Cheng felt somewhat uncomfortable under their scrutiny but boldly expressed a long-hidden dream. I have always harbored aspirations of becoming a singer, yet I am acutely aware of my limitations, which is why I can only belt out tunes in KTV. However, times have changed, with Master Song Yi here. Having a song custom-made for me shouldn't be too difficult, right? After listening to Wang Cheng's explanation, the others relaxed slightly. Just moments ago, they had thought Wang Cheng had been possessed, the well-to-do heir, wanting to pursue a singing career. Wang Cheng's enthusiasm grew, and he grasped Song Yi's hands, looking at him with fervent eyes. Master Song Yi, my request is modest. If I could release a single in my lifetime, that would suffice. With you and 100,000 sound engineers at your disposal, this should not pose a significant challenge, correct? Witnessing Wang Cheng's almost frenzied demeanor, the others abandoned any thoughts of dissuasion. After all, Wang Cheng was not lacking in funds. If he truly desired to create a song of his own, it should not be insurmountable. Wang Cheng did not aspire for fame or fortune. For him, this was merely the fulfillment of an unaccomplished dream. As a qualified heir, Wang Cheng had few regrets, and singing was the one dream he had never dared to voice. Seeing that Song Yi remained silent, Wang Cheng resorted to his financial prowess once more. 1 million. Master Song Yi, what do you think? I have no other demands, just that the vocal challenge be minimal. Faced with Wang Cheng's abundant sincerity, Song Yi, who had harbored some reservations, instantly beamed with delight. Although composing for such a wealthy heir would undoubtedly attract external criticism, there were even remarks after his last visit to Yunming Manor, claiming Song Yi was currying favor with the elite. If he were to write a song for tone-deaf Wang Cheng, those acerbic influencers would surely have a field day. Yet, confronted with Wang Cheng's earnestness, Song Yi swiftly made a decision. Between scorn and a million, which dilemma needed deliberation? Naturally, one would opt for the million and prepare to face the scorn. Very well, bring me paper and pen. At that moment, Song Yi was brimming with confidence. He unlocked the song My Skateboard Shoes in his mind, having spent 100,000 points in the process. This was, to date, the first song he encountered in the system that required merely 100,000 to unlock. Yet he understood that this seemingly rough song concealed immense market potential. Chapter 87 Invitation. Some things I have long forgotten, yet I still remember. One night, my mother inquired why I seemed despondent. Rub, on this smooth surface. Gazing at these lyrics reminiscent of a primary school composition, everyone stared in disbelief at Song Yi. An eerie silence enveloped the private room. Master Song Yi, why does it feel like your creative prowess fluctuates so wildly? Cheng Hao, mustering his courage, posed the question everyone wished to ask but dared not articulate. Ahem, customization requires tailored instruction, considering Wang Xiao's foundational skills are evident. If we don't tread carefully, the song may struggle to achieve success. Ignoring the skeptical gazes of the others, Song Yi turned to Wang Cheng. After all, he was the true benefactor. Wang Xiao, do you know how to read music? Would you like to give it a try? Rest assured, the market play count for this song will undoubtedly exceed your imagination. Noticing a hint of doubt in Wang Cheng's eyes, Song Yi felt compelled to persuade him further. Don't be misled by the simplicity of the lyrics. The melody is captivating and enchanting. This song tells a little tale through skateboard shoes, expressing an ordinary person's yearning for the big stage dream. In the realm of singing, Wang Xiao, are you not indeed that ordinary person? Does this not align perfectly with your musical aspirations? Upon hearing Song Yi's explanation, Wang Chang's skepticism vanished entirely. Looking at Song Yi with renewed fervor, he declared, Master Song Yi, I believe in your musical talent. If you deem this song suitable for me, there must be a reason behind it. I kindly ask for your assistance in recording it. Meeting Wang Chang's fervent gaze, Song Yi clasped his arms and earnestly replied, Good brother. Come to Tang Dynasty Company tomorrow morning. I will personally help you record this song. Observing Song Yi's earnest demeanor, the twin sisters began to doubt their initial judgment. This was strikingly similar to the moment 2 days prior when Song Yi handed a Zhan fell in love with a Chong to Zhang Qing. Could it be that Song Yi's words were indeed genuine? The crowd suddenly felt a flicker of anticipation regarding Wang Chang's performance of this song. Early the next morning, before work hours, Wang Chong and his companions were already waiting at the entrance of Tang Dynasty Company. Why are you all here to witness my recording? Wang Chong found the 3 pesky companions somewhat bothersome. Brother Chong, we are merely curious about the recording process. Exactly. After seeing Master Song Yi's earnest demeanor last night, even I was tempted. If your recording turns out well, I might also ask Master Song Yi to compose a song for me. The 4 affluent youths gathered at the entrance drew the attention of Tang Dynasty Company's employees. It wasn't until Song Yi and Du Song arrived that the crowd began to disperse. Xiao Song, do me a favor. Take Wang Xiao to the recording studio and help him record a demo while I finalize the arrangement. As soon as they stepped into the office, Song Yi fixed his gaze on the innocent-looking Du Song. Since Wang Chong couldn't read music, he would have to rely on someone to sing it out for him, allowing Wang Chong to learn it line by line. Though he could undertake this task himself, Song Yi decided to entrust this honorable duty to his good buddy Du Song, as his own vocal prowess might overshadow the song's essence. Du Song glanced at Song Yi, then turned to the eager Wang Chong, and timidly asked, Gu, shall I find a newcomer from the artist department for you? Without a moment's hesitation, Song Yi rejected the suggestion. Recording a demo would take no more than 3 to 5 minutes. By the time you find someone, we could have finished recording. Moreover, would it not incur additional expenses to hire someone? Why let the good fortune flow to outsiders? Hurry up! Seeing Song Yi's resolute stance, Du Song had no choice but to brace himself. He turned and led the 4 into the downstairs recording studio. Meanwhile, Song Yi spent over 10 minutes creating a computer accompaniment. Although somewhat rough, the song was intended to embrace that very roughness. If the vocal performance did not align with the quality of the accompaniment, it would create a significant disconnect. The entire morning was spent in the studio, where Song Yi discovered that earning Wang Chang's million was indeed no easy feat. For Wang Chang's sense of rhythm was, astonishingly, even inferior to that of his previous life's Pang Meilong. Song Yi could only instruct and record him word by word. Fortunately, the final product has proven to be quite satisfactory. When the 4 young masters of the capital, upon hearing the complete version polished by the sound engineer, gazed at Wang Chong with expressions of sheer astonishment, Brother Chong, Teacher Song Yi truly did not deceive us. This song sounds rather delightful, indeed. While Brother Chong's vocal skills remain challenging to disguise, it is precisely this abysmally poor singing that evokes a profound sense of emotion within me. The melody is utterly enchanting, even compelling me to sing along. Teacher Song Yi, could you perhaps compose a song for us as well? Facing the eager gazes of Chung Hao and the others, Song Yi pondered for a moment, ultimately regrettably declining their request. Each divine piece he writes brings with it immense pressure, let alone crafting for it once. Those capital firms would surely berate him to the heavens. Yet, the thought of having personally turned down a staggering 30 million yuan made Song Yi's heart twitch with discomfort. Wang Xiao, I will arrange for the company's professional producer to shoot the MV for you. Just wait for their call. If all goes as planned, this song will likely be the only one Wang Chong releases in his lifetime. Given Wang Chong's fervent desire for performance, merely an audio track would undoubtedly fail to satisfy his aspirations. In the afternoon, having seen off Wang Chong and his companions, Song Yi resumed his leisurely existence in the office, ostensibly in search of creative inspiration. Just then, there was a knock at the door, and Li Shanshan entered. Xiao Song, I just received an invitation for a performance and would like to know your thoughts. An invitation for a performance? Did we not agree to refrain from commercial engagements for the time being? Compared to flying around the country for shows, Song Yi found composing songs for profit to be swifter and more effortless. I understand, but the offer is quite substantial. How substantial? Upon hearing the mention of money, Song Yi's interest was piqued. 20 million gasp. Upon hearing this figure, Song Yi could not help but draw in a sharp breath. What kind of performance is it, and where will it take place? It is an invitation from the Simon Symphony Orchestra. They have a concert in the Shi Music Hall in the capital the day after tomorrow. Maestro Simon wishes for you to perform a piano piece, and he has even granted our company the domestic live streaming rights. Are you interested? No wonder the company sought his opinion. Simon was indeed offering an astonishing deal. Not only was there the exorbitant performance fee of 20 million, but the live streaming rights could yield an astronomical profit if handled well by the Tang Dynasty Company. After a moment of contemplation, Song responded, "If we accept this offer, does the other party have specific requirements for the piece I will perform?" "Not specifically." "Are you not planning to play War Rhapsody?" After some time, Song-yi's War Rhapsody had gained immense popularity both domestically and internationally, causing quite a stir in the Blue Star music scene. Many European music evaluation institutions had ranked the piece among the top 10 piano compositions of Blue Star. However, the American music evaluation bodies, perhaps due to Song-yi's previously boastful declarations, had not altered their rankings in light of War Rhapsody. Although Simon did not explicitly state it, everyone understood that he desired Song-yi to perform this piece. Otherwise, such a lavish performance fee would not have been offered. As for Li Shanshan's inquiry, Song-yi merely smiled and refrained from answering. Given the generous offer, would it not be somewhat inappropriate to perform merely an old piece? Chapter 88. Promotion Ding. 700 million yuan has been transferred to the host as a donation, leaving a remaining charitable credit of 82.6 million. Would you like to enter a lottery? The following morning, while contemplating the piano piece to perform the next evening, Song-yi received the funds transferred to the company by Wang Chong. Although this deal was secured through Song-yi's personal connections, it utilized the company's production resources, thus processing through the company's payment channels. This sum conveniently replenished the credit spent on unlocking guzheng techniques and fulfilling several song requests, restoring the balance to over 80 million. Temporarily setting aside all invitations and meetings, Song-yi lounged on the office sofa, idly seeking creative inspiration. It was not that Song-yi was unwilling to earn more. Rather, his recent prolific output had sparked discussions among some individuals. Furthermore, the domestic entertainment market's capacity for consumption was limited. Several of Song-yi's recently composed songs were still under vigorous production. Releasing too many songs at once could inadvertently dilute their individual performances. This phenomenon has led many artists in the internet age to favor single releases rather than launching a dozen songs in one album. While Song-yi was indulging in leisure, others were busily working. Tang Dynasty Company was diligently producing the music videos for several of Song-yi's new compositions. The promotional video for the Fire Brigade was also being meticulously crafted. Meanwhile, the promotional short film for the National Music Grand Ceremony had already been completed. To expedite the promotional process, the production team promptly uploaded the trailer to various online platforms. Master Musician Song-yi invites you to join the National Music Grand Ceremony. A simple title accompanied by nearly 8 minutes of video immediately captured the attention of some netizens. Li Hongyun and Shun Liangying had also proactively contacted various affiliated units. Before many netizens even had a chance to click play, numerous official accounts had already liked and shared the post. Even the Longtai Network account had shared the post. When did Song-yi earn the title of Master Musician? Wasn't his nickname the Prolific Mother Pig? Ha ha ha, given the skills he displayed on the suona and piano. Calling him a master musician is hardly an exaggeration. Not only that, just a few days ago, he revealed his exceptional guitar skills. He has hidden so much talent. What is the National Music Grand Ceremony? Is it a talent show? Who knows? Let's watch the video first. With the vigorous promotion from the official account, a multitude of netizens began commenting even before watching the video. When they saw Song-yi, dressed in a dark robe with piercing eyes, seated before the guzheng, everyone was taken aback. Merely sitting in front of the guzheng, he emanated an aura of a natural master. While everyone was momentarily stunned, Song-yi's hands began to move swiftly. The urgent and powerful melody erupted in their ears. His rapidly dancing fingers resembled a magnificent performance, striking the audience's senses. Where shall my sword go? Love and hate are hard to choose. My knife slices through the vast sky. Right and wrong, understood and misunderstood. As Song-yi's lyrics resonated, visions of countless sharp blades swiftly passed through the minds of the audience, evoking a profound sense of the martial world. A wild laugh, a long sigh, a life of joy, a life of sorrow, who will share life and death with me? To highlight the guzheng's charm, Song-yi's lyrical portion was kept brief. Yet, the weight conveyed by one person and one instrument surpassed that of an entire symphony orchestra. The harmony between voice and instrument awakened a longing for the martial world in everyone's hearts. After Sword and Blade like a dream concluded, the production team included a segment of Song-yi playing the suona at Yuming Manor. When viewers witnessed hundreds of birds circling above Song-yi's head, many who had not seen the live broadcast or video were utterly astonished. Some even believed it to be a special effect created by the production team. I am Song Yi, inviting all skilled friends to register for the competition. I await you on the stage of the National Music Grand Ceremony. At the video's conclusion, Song Yi once more donned his sunny smile, standing before the camera and proclaiming this slogan, inciting a frenzy among countless netizens. Ah, 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 Song Yi is so handsome. Is this the martial world of national music? I always thought traditional instruments were dull. But they are incredibly cool in Song Yi's hands. It is not the traditional instruments that are dull, but ourselves. I want to learn the guzheng, truly deserving of the title prolific mother pig. We hear new works from Song Yi almost daily. Incredible! I am so excited. Listening to Song Yi sword and blade like a dream makes me feel ready to tackle anything. Suona, piano, guitar, and now guzheng. How many more skills does Song Yi possess? I want to compete. I haven't played the eru in nearly 5 years, and I thought I'd never feel that passionate again. But Song Yi has rekindled my confidence in traditional music. Woo-woo, can I register with the bamboo flute? I want to embrace Song Yi on site. A 10-year pipa player requests to compete. I can play the shao. His exquisite musical skills and high-quality songs instantly captivated a vast audience, while igniting the enthusiasm of numerous musicians to participate. It also allowed countless individuals to recognize the unique charm of traditional instruments. In no time, various platforms' hot searches were dominated by Song Yi and the National Music Grand Ceremony. Longtime National Music Grand Ceremony begins. Song Yi represents National Music Grand Ceremony registration method. Song Yi's astonishing creative speed sword and blade like a dream reintroduces me to the martial world. The president of the National Music Association and the local working groups registration lines have been inundated with calls. According to current statistics, the number of musicians officially registered for the competition has exceeded 5,000 and continues to rise rapidly. The local working groups are inquiring whether to initiate the preliminary selection immediately. Li Hongyun and the two vice presidents, upon hearing the reports from their staff, exchanged delighted smiles, their eyes shining with excitement. Prior to the release of Song Yi's promotional video, the total number of participants registered for the competition from various regions was scarcely even 1,000. Yet, within just half a day's time, the number of registrants surged to more than 5 times that amount. Moreover, this figure is far from reaching its zenith. It is imperative to notify the working groups across the regions to commence the preliminary selection events without delay. Should there be a shortage of personnel, they may seek assistance from allied local units. We must not overlook any potential talent in traditional music. Simultaneously, it is essential to remind the judges and staff to remain vigilant regarding their attitudes towards work. They must not dampen the enthusiasm of the youth for ethnic instruments. After all, these individuals are the seeds of the national music of the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 89. Performance the following morning. This outfit doesn't quite suit you. Let us switch to a shirt paired with a plaid skirt. It should accentuate your adorableness and make this action a tad more playful. And remember to maintain a smile throughout. Concluding with a heart gesture, Song Yi found himself idly guiding the recording of the eyelash-curled music video, pulled along by the charming twin sisters. Fortunately, the two were not only visually appealing but also exceptionally obedient and perceptive. Under the direction of Song Yi, an amateur director, they managed to rehearse the dance moves quite impressively within just one morning. Observing the two, glistening with perspiration, Song Yi kindly offered them 2 bottles of mineral water. Take a break. We can rehearse again later. Thank you, Teacher Song Yi, they replied, their faces brimming with joy as they settled beside him. We watched your guzheng performance video yesterday. It was simply amazing, indeed. It's a pity we only have a basic understanding of piano and lack a foundation in traditional music. Otherwise, we would definitely register to support you in the competition. At this point, a hint of disappointment flickered across their faces. You two are so intelligent and musically gifted. It's never too late to learn. Although the sisters were already 22 years old, Song Yi would never discourage anyone's passion for traditional music. Furthermore, music theory is interconnected. For professional singers, as long as one is willing to dedicate time to practice. Acquiring a rudimentary understanding of an instrument is relatively easy. Really? Then I will learn the guzheng. I feel that it's very elegant for girls to play. I wish to learn the bamboo flute. Could you teach me, Teacher Song Yi? Instead of answering their inquiries directly, Song Yi posed a question in return. Which one of you wishes to learn the bamboo flute, the elder sister or the younger sister? After spending considerable time together, he still struggled to distinguish between the two, especially as they were currently dressed in identical plaid skirts. The sisters giggled as they stood up, twirling in front of Song Yi while lifting their skirts. Their long, fair legs made Song Yi's head spin. Teacher Song Yi, can you tell who expressed the desire to learn the bamboo flute just now? I was too distracted by the legs to notice who spoke. Song Yi admitted, unable to differentiate between them. Teacher song E, actually, it's quite simple to distinguish us. Oh, how so? When playing together, Song E had always referred to them as Little Chun. It wasn't that he was trying to appear composed. He genuinely could not tell them apart. Hearing them mention their distinguishing features piqued his interest. It's quite simple. My back has a small butterfly-shaped birthmark, but I don't have one. Would you like to see? As he gazed at their adorable smiles, Song E felt a flutter in his heart. But, no, it would be inappropriate in broad daylight. Perhaps another time. Casting a glance at the surrounding staff and cameras, he firmly declined. After a bout of playful banter, the sisters returned to their seats beside Song E. Teacher Song E, I heard from Shanshan that you'll be attending the Simon Band's performance tonight. Didn't you always express disdain for foreign music? Why would you want to participate in their performance? Song E looked up at the sky with a hint of resignation in his tone. I would rather not go, but the offer they made is simply too generous. Faced with a staggering invitation of 20 million, any hesitation would be a sign of disrespect towards money. Teacher Song E, are you in need of funds? Would you like us to lend you our pocket money? Through their time together, Song E had come to realize that the two were the treasured daughters of the chairman of the Tang Dynasty Company. Their monthly allowance reportedly amounted to hundreds of millions. Don't worry, I'm not in need of money. I merely enjoy earning it. Earning a great deal of it. Only by acquiring more wealth can I unlock higher-level skills and help more people in need. Listening to Song E's response, the sisters nodded, half understanding. Regardless, if you ever require financial assistance, feel free to ask. My father's wealth is inexhaustible. Indeed, we will also be there tonight to cheer you on. We must ensure those foreign competitors are outshined. Upon hearing their words, Song E was deeply moved. Tears welling up. It was incredible that there were people whose money truly knew no bounds. Moreover, judging by their indignant expressions, one might think he was competing rather than performing. As evening approached, Song E accompanied the Tang Dynasty Company's team to the music broadcasting hall in the western part of the city. Although only he was to perform, Simon had relinquished the domestic broadcasting rights, allowing the Tang Dynasty Company to utilize Song Yi's Douyin account to live-stream the entire event. This arrangement would not only generate traffic for Song Yi's account, but also yield revenue for both the company and Song Yi, truly a win-win situation. At this moment, audiences from various regions were steadily entering the venue. This hall is the largest indoor broadcasting venue in the capital, capable of accommodating nearly 10,000 attendees. Gazing at the fully occupied venue, Song Yi was astonished. Shanshan, does the Simon Symphony Orchestra hold such a significant reputation domestically that a venue of this size can be filled? Instruments, regardless of location, tend to attract a niche audience. In my opinion, the number of viewers should not be overly abundant. They wouldn't have that capability. At least half of the audience is here for you. Moreover, knowing you would participate, many foreign music enthusiasts have traveled from around the globe to be present. Simon is not foolish. Without your involvement, filling half the venue would be an impressive feat. Li Shanshan spoke with pride. After all, being Song Yi's agent was a coveted position for many women at the Tang Dynasty Company. Not only had she become Song Yi's agent, but she had also forged a friendship with him, evoking envy among her colleagues. Through Li Shanshan's explanations, Song Yi began to understand why Simon extended such a lavish invitation. It was mutually beneficial. Engaged in casual conversation, Chen Yu and Chen, along with Du Song, were already seated in the front row of the venue. This music event had evolved into a collaborative effort between the Simon Symphony Orchestra and the Tang Dynasty Company, with the latter only presenting Song Yi as its sole performer. Securing a few prime tickets was, therefore, a simple task. Mr. Song Yi, we have scheduled your performance for last. Thus, you will need to wait approximately 2 hours. We sincerely apologize. At that moment, Simon, adorned in his formal performance attire, appeared before Song Yi, the conductor of the orchestra. He was soon to take the stage. There is no need for formalities, Maestro Simon. Waiting is no inconvenience. I eagerly anticipate witnessing your splendid performance once more. Many of my European friends have come specifically to hear you play War Rhapsody live. Very well. Originally, Song Yi had only planned to perform a new piece today. However, since the patron had explicitly requested War Rhapsody, he would have to play 2 pieces. After all, he had previously boasted that within a year, he would ensure the 10 greatest piano masterpieces of Blue Star would no longer be from America. Today was the time to perform the second piece.